Chapter 1. The child is not yours. Qiantang City. Evening. A certain Western restaurant. By the window sat a man and a woman. The man was unshaven, his face weathered and tired. The woman across from him had voluminous wavy hair, wearing a tight pink pencil skirt that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, radiating irresistible allure. Lin Shan, just sign it. The woman pushed a divorce agreement toward Lin Shan. He raised his head, looking at his wife, Zhang Wan, with pleading eyes. Wife, please, just give me a little more time. Everything will get better, I promise. Zhang Wan's peach blossom eyes were cold, devoid of any warmth. Lin Shan, I've already given you enough time. We've been married for 5 years. We live in an old neighborhood, drive a beat-up second-hand car. How many 5-year stretches does a person have? I can't wait anymore. Don't you understand? Among my circle of friends, I've become a laughingstock. So many guys chase me in college. Chen Chu is already a department chief. Sheng Tang's company just closed its Series B funding. I chose you. And how have you repaid me? After 8 years, not only did you fail to climb the career ladder, you got laid off. How exactly are you supposed to provide a better life for our daughter and me? My friends, they're not as pretty as I am, not as well-shaped, but their husbands are all so much better than you. Lin Shan, we're past the age of believing in love. Now all we face is reality. I won't waste my life away any longer. With each word Zhang Wan spoke, Lin Shan lowered his head further. The vows they made on their wedding day still echoed in his ears. He had truly tried his hardest, but the gap in their starting points was simply too vast. Chen Chu's father was a high-ranking official. Sheng Tang's father was the CEO of a major corporation. But Lin Shan's own father? Just an ordinary blue-collar worker. His starting line had always been miles behind. Of course, he also admitted, he wasn't talented or exceptional enough to overcome such disadvantages. He'd worked non-stop for 8 years, nearly every day under the 996 grind, finally managing to buy a decent apartment in a good part of Qiantang, a rising first-tier city. He'd given everything he had. Hearing the finality in Zhang Wan's voice, Lin Shan felt a deep sorrow, yet he knew he had no choice but to accept this reality. He took a deep breath. This woman before him, once inseparable from him, now felt like a complete stranger. Fine. If that's what you want, I won't hold you back. The house was fully paid for by me, but I'll give you half. However, there's one condition. I get Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan was their daughter, born a year ago. Just a few days earlier had been her first birthday, but Lin Shan, worn down by life, hadn't even had time to organize a proper celebration. Zhang Wan sneered slightly, lifting her chin with a mocking look at Lin Shan. It was bought during our marriage. That means half was always mine anyway. And honestly, Lin Shan, look at yourself. Can you really give Yuan Yuan a good life? Your father is hospitalized with a serious illness. Your mother is helpless. Your younger sister is still in school. You're already being dragged down by your family of origin. Do you want Yuan Yuan to relive your tragedy? To be bled dry by them? She'll only have a better future if she stays with me. If you have even a shred of conscience, let her go. I've stayed with you all these years. It's only fair I take half the property. Once deeply in love, they had been worn down by life until tenderness faded, leaving nothing but cold calculations. A flicker of hesitation passed through Lin Shan's heart. Yet then he remembered, Zhang Wan had been a stay-at-home wife the entire time. What kind of future could Yuan Yuan really have with her? If that's how it is, then see you in court. His daughter was Lin Shan's bottom line. No matter what, he had to fight for her. Zhang Wan snorted, stood up, and said, court it is then. Go scrape together some money and hire a lawyer. She rose gracefully and walked out of the restaurant. At that moment, the rear door of a black Mercedes-Benz S400 parked by the roadside suddenly swung open. Inside the back seat sat a man in an expensive suit, slicked back hair, and gold-rimmed glasses, refined and polished. Lin Shan shot to his feet. He recognized this man, a classmate from university. Sheng Teng. The very same Sheng Teng Zhang Wan had just mentioned, whose company had recently secured Series B funding. Sheng Teng noticed Lin Shan through the glass and casually waved a hand by his ear, an indifferent greeting. But his eyes were filled with mockery. Lin Shan quickly rushed out of the restaurant and saw Zhang Wan approaching the Mercedes. When she noticed Lin Shan chasing after her, Zhang Wan suddenly stopped at the car door. Then Sheng Teng stepped out, his right arm naturally sliding around Zhang Wan's waist. At the sight of this, Lin Shan's mind went blank, then surged with rage. So that was it. His head had been green for quite some time. Sheng Teng looked at Lin Shan smugly and said, Lin Shan, I told you back then, Zhang Wan should have chosen me. Look how many years she wasted suffering with you. Don't worry though, I'll treat her well from now on. Zhang Wan wrapped her arms around Sheng Teng's neck and whispered softly, how could I ever know how good you are if I hadn't suffered through a waste of a man like him? Lin Shan's fists clenched so tight that veins pulsed visibly across his knuckles. 10 years ago, he would have charged forward and fought Sheng Teng to the death. But these past 10 years of relentless pressure from society had worn down every sharp edge of his spirit. Too many things were holding him back now. Lin Shan took a deep breath. The last lingering trace of emotion he'd ever felt for Zhang Wan vanished into thin air. Calmly, he said, poor matches dog, perfect match forever. At those words, a flash of humiliation and fury crossed Zhang Wan's face. Seeing Lin Shan remain so eerily calm, she grew increasingly agitated. She expected him to snap, to rush at Sheng Teng in blind rage. That's what would make her feel desired, cherished. It would help numb her conscience, help her forget she was nothing but a cheating, low-life adulteress. That's exactly why she had paused when she saw Lin Shan chasing after her. Pure psychological reflex. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Wan snapped, Lin Shan, fighting for Yuan Yuan's custody is pointless. Because Yuan isn't even your child. The word struck like a thunderbolt. Just as Lin Shan was about to turn away, his mind went utterly blank. He could bear Zhang Wan's betrayal, but this? The idea that Yuan wasn't his flesh and blood? Unbearable. A whole year. Over 300 nights, every single one spent watching over Yuan. No matter how exhausted he was, the moment he heard her cry, he'd wake instantly. Her laughter had always given him boundless strength. Something heavy crushed his chest. He felt as if he might explode any second. Finally, through gritted teeth, 3 words tumbled out. You are vicious. Lin Shan could no longer hold himself back. Rage drowned all reason. At that moment, only one thought filled his mind. Beat the hell out of these 2 dogs. But just then, a massive figure stepped in front of him. Lin Shan threw a punch straight into the man's chest. The figure didn't budge. In return, a searing pain exploded in Lin Shan's lower abdomen. His body crumpled uncontrollably onto the ground. Sheng Tung's arrogant voice echoed in his ears. Sanner, if he calls the police later, just go to the station. At most, 15 days detention. I'll give you a month-long paid vacation, double salary this month. Thank you, boss. Zhang Wan and Sheng Tung didn't spare another glance at the fallen Lin Shan. The engine roared to life, and the Mercedes sped away in a cloud of dust. Kneeling on the pavement, Lin Shan dry-heaved for several long minutes before slowly regaining his senses. Several diners from the restaurant had come out to gawk, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Not a single person offered help. In a daze, Lin Shan slumped onto a nearby stone pillar. A mad thought surged from the depths of his heart. If you won't let me live, then I won't let you live either. Just then, his phone beeped with a notification. Chapter 2. Mom sends dishes, sister brings good news. Lin Shan pulled out his phone and opened WeChat. The first thing he saw was a voice message from his mother. He tapped to play it. Son, today I served dishes at the restaurant and made 100 yuan. I'm sending it to you right away. Your mom's old now, not much use. Can only do odd jobs like this. Lin Shan felt a sting in his eyes. He lifted the phone to his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat felt choked shut. 3 minutes later, a transfer notification arrived, 100 yuan. In his mind's eye, he could see his aging mother carefully entering her payment password 1 digit at a time. Tears streamed down Lin Shan's face in broad daylight. The wild thought that had been swirling in his heart sank deep. No, I can't trade lives with those 2 bastards. If I go, what will happen to my family? There's plenty of time ahead. As long as I'm alive, I'll have my chance to make them pay. Lin Shan, pull yourself together. He rubbed his hands over his face, wiping away the tears. Speaking into the phone, he told his mother, Mom, you've worked hard. Don't worry, this bitter life won't last forever. His mother replied quickly, Son, don't push yourself too hard. Lin Shan brushed off the dust from his clothes and walked toward the hospital. His father had recently been diagnosed with lung cancer. Fortunately, it was caught early, but treatment would be costly. The first 300,000 yuan had already been spent, and the hospital had repeatedly demanded the next installment of 200,000. Lin Shan worked as a programmer. After graduation, he joined a mid-sized company, and after several job changes, last year's after-tax income reached 300,000 yuan. His mortgage was 8,000 yuan per month. The rest covered Zhang Wan's daily expenses, social obligations, and support for his younger sister's education. They lived paycheck to paycheck, with little buffer against shocks. So when his father fell ill, everything quickly unraveled. And just then, the internet industry entered a downturn. He got laid off. Now, he'd reached rock bottom. Walking down the street, Lin Shan scrolled through his contacts. He decided to borrow money. He'd called around before. Some helped, others gave vague excuses. He never wanted to grovel unless absolutely necessary. But now, what good were pride and dignity compared to his family's survival? Finally steeling himself, Lin Shan began dialing one number after another. Shan, you know, Hung Tai went under, right? All my properties are locked up, leverage collapsed. Brother Shan, I got laid off too. I've been unemployed for a year. I can barely afford my mortgage. Want to take over my apartment? Brother Shan, my mom's in late-stage lung cancer. Got any spare cash? Lin Shan silently set down his phone. You don't realize until you call, everyone's suffering. He walked aimlessly down the street. It was summer night, yet Lin Shan felt a chill spread through his entire body. Then his phone chimed again. He opened it. It was a message from his sister, Lin Wei. Bro, we've got money now. One of my classmates heard about our situation and is willing to lend us 200,000 yuan, no interest. Lin Wei was 20 years old, stunningly beautiful, her face full of collagen, glowing with youth. This year, she'd been admitted to Qiantang University, the best in both Qiantang City and the entire province. Actually, Lin Wei wasn't Lin Shan's biological sister. 18 years ago, she'd been entrusted to their family by a friend of Lin Shan's father. Seeing this message, Lin Shan felt no joy, only heaviness. 200,000 yuan was no small sum. Since entering society, he knew full well, in this world, no one does such huge favors out of pure kindness. With Lin Wei's looks, she'd never lacked admirers since middle school, though thankfully, she'd always behaved well, and the Lin family kept close watch. Lin Shan already suspected that this 200,000 came from someone with ulterior motives. But he didn't act rashly. He didn't reply to her message. Half an hour later, Lin Shan arrived at the hospital and made his way to his father's ward. It was 9:30 p.m. The shared 4-bedroom was quiet, most patients already asleep. Curtains separated each bed. Lin Shan approached the farthest bed and pulled back the curtain. He found Lin Wei hunched over her phone. When she saw him appear suddenly, panic flickered in her eyes. She hurried to put the phone down, but Lin Shan was faster. He snatched it from her hands. She'd been in the middle of a chat. When Lin Shan saw the messages, fury rose within him, alongside unbearable sorrow. Lin Wei, that 200,000 will arrive tomorrow. 3 days later, come meet me at Jumao. That 200,000 is just the first payment. After that, I'll give you 50,000 every month. Lin Wei's reply had been a simple, Lin Shan scrolled further up. This, Shen Yinma, seemed to be a rich second-generation kid who had started harassing Lin Wei when they first entered university. Lin Wei had blocked him back then, but recently, he'd added her again. Lin Shan took a deep breath to calm himself. He replied, I'm Lin Wei's brother. There's no need to transfer the 200,000 yuan. We'll find our own way. The other side remained silent. Lin Shan put down his phone. Lin Wei kept her head bowed, Hugan meeting his eyes. After a long wait without scolding, she nervously lifted her head, only to meet Lin Shan's bloodshot eyes. Brother, she said weakly, aren't you going to yell at me? Lin Shan gave a self-mocking smile. What right do I have to blame you? Everyone has their own duty. As a man, as a son, as an elder brother, it's my responsibility to raise money for Dad's medical treatment. Your job is to focus on your studies. Because of my failure, you've even considered this path. I only hate myself. Tears streamed down Lin Wei's face. She tightly pressed her lips together, silently crying so as not to disturb their father who was already asleep beside them. I'm sorry, brother. I just wanted to help the family, Lin Wei choked out. Lin Shan gently rubbed her head and said softly, it's okay. I'll figure something out. Just promise me never to think like that again. If Dad knew the money saving his life came from such a place, he'd rather die than accept it. Lin Wei nodded repeatedly, buried her face in Lin Shan's arms, and cried for a while before finally lifting her head. Brother, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll go heat up a pack of instant noodles for you. Lin Shan nodded. Lin Wei quickly left the ward. Her outfit was simple, a black printed t-shirt on top, paired with light blue jeans faded from repeated washing, and white canvas shoes. Yet that kind of pure, youthful aura was something no expensive clothing or luxury cosmetics could ever replicate. After eating the instant noodles, Lin Shan lay on the hospital's caregiver bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. I guess I'll have to sell the house for now. But with the real estate market sluggish this year, I'll probably take a loss. Half conscious, Lin Shan drifted into slumber. In his dream, he found himself standing before a white door. Without hesitation, he walked straight through. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Interdimensional passage activated. Chapter 3, Getting Rich, Taking Off. Bright sunlight shone overhead as Lin Shan looked around in utter bewilderment. Towering trees surrounded him, resembling the kind of primeval forest seen in documentaries. Lin Shan rubbed his face hard and muttered, this dream feels way too real. Suddenly recalling the voice he had heard just before falling asleep. Passage between two worlds? Could it be that he wasn't dreaming at all, but actually transported to another world? The thought took root in his mind. Once again, the mechanical voice sounded. Interworld passage has been activated. Time flows at 1/24th the speed in this world compared to the primary world. 1 day here equals 1 hour in the primary world. The host may store items in the inventory for transport between the two worlds. To leave this world, simply think, leave, within your mind. When next crossing into this world, the host may choose any previously discovered location. After the voice faded, Lin Shan found himself able to see a semi-transparent panel with 20 empty slots, exactly like an inventory backpack in a video game. There was also a large black map showing a single red dot marking Lin Shan's current position. He mentally wished, put the phone into the inventory. Instantly, the phone in his right hand disappeared and appeared inside the inventory slot. Lin Shan exhaled deeply, then continued observing his surroundings. What kind of world was this? High-tech? Feudal era? Or ancient times? Only by leaving this dense forest would he find out. But Lin Shan didn't act rashly. In earlier years, he'd enjoyed watching Bear Grylls survival shows, fully aware that such forests were filled with danger. Without proper preparation, venturing in blindly was no different than walking to one's death. Just as he prepared to examine the nearby trees to determine his geographical location, two deafening roars erupted from not far away. Lin Shan's legs instantly went limp, as if his bones had dissolved. He dropped heavily onto the ground, gripped by a primal terror deep in his soul. It took him several moments to regain his composure. That sound. It was tigers. And two of them. Tigers are solitary animals. The presence of two meant they must be fighting over territory. Lin Shan's first instinct was to flee immediately, but thinking again about his situation, he forced himself to stay calm. Tigers. Every part is valuable. And killing a tiger in this other world wouldn't violate any laws anyway. Gritting his teeth, Lin Shan advanced toward the direction of the roars. As the sounds grew louder, he crawled on hands and feet up a massive tree and peered through the branches. Below, in a clearing, two tigers were locked in combat. Judging by their appearance and size, they were South China tigers from Earth, confirming to Lin Shan that his current region's climate and terrain likely resembled southern China. The battle was nearly over. Both tigers were badly wounded, one now lying atop the other, its jaws buried deep in the throat of its opponent. At first, Lin Shan assumed one had claimed victory, only to realize the other tiger had also gone still. They had killed each other. But Lin Shan didn't rush down immediately. Even if the tigers were truly dead, he had no tools to process the carcasses. Remembering this, he mentally whispered, leave. A wave of dizziness hit him. When he opened his eyes again, he was back on the hospital's caretaker bed. Glancing at his phone, only minutes had passed. Lin Wei and his father, Lin Jiabao, were both fast asleep. Even in slumber, their brows remained tightly furrowed, the weight of life pressing down not only on Lin Shan's shoulders. He gently pulled the curtain shut, called a quick ride, and returned home, placing his household kitchen knife into the inventory. Then, activating the interworld passage, he noticed the map could be zoomed in and out. Zooming closer revealed detailed views of the landscape. He set his landing point precisely at the tree where he had observed earlier. With a flash before his eyes, Lin Shan was back in the jungle, waiting anxiously from morning until noon. The two tigers remained in the same positions. Only then did Lin Shan cautiously approach. They say even a dead tiger keeps its menace. These apex predators of Earth, though lifeless, still sent shivers down Lin Shan's spine as he approached. Finally, after much effort, he reached them. Confirming both beasts were completely dead, he retrieved the kitchen knife. He examined the bodies thoroughly. Where should he start? Suddenly, Lin Shan noticed the massive appendages between the tiger's hind legs. Ah, he thought. This part is probably the most sought after. As he moved closer, a powerful stench of blood and decay overwhelmed him. Suppressing waves of nausea, he began work. At home, he'd only ever processed domestic livestock. With unsteady hands, he started cutting around the sensitive areas. Working through blurred gore and exhaustion, he finally severed a tiger's penis just before sunset. Looking at the tiger penis, nearly as long as his forearm, Lin Shan thought to himself, this thing gives confidence just by looking at it, let alone consuming it. No wonder the wealthy were so obsessed. Lin Shan once had a friend who'd worked at a zoo. During a casual chat, that friend had told Lin Shan about the value of tigers. Tiger bones and tiger penises were almost sold by the gram. A single gram of tiger bone cost 300, while a complete set was priced between 500,000 and 700,000. And tiger penis? 7,000 per gram, after being dried, of course. That was the market rate from a few years back. Now, the price was likely even higher. A full tiger pelt also started at 500,000. However, these two tigers had fought fiercely, leaving their pelts severely damaged. It was worth noting that on Earth, South China tigers had already been declared extinct in the wild. Lin Shan first placed the two tiger penises into his inventory. As he prepared to dismantle other parts, a low growl suddenly echoed beside his ear. His heart jolted. He spun around quickly, only to realize that without noticing when, a pack of wolves had surrounded him. These wolves were much larger than those he'd seen in documentaries, their eyes glowing green, fangs bared and trembling, drool dripping from the corners of their mouths as they stared at him with murderous intent. Sweat poured down Lin Shan's back. Without hesitation, he immediately activated Leave and exited the other world. Back in his room, Lin Shan still felt a chill of fear. Fortunately, wolves were naturally cautious. Had they attacked directly, even if he survived, he'd probably need several rabies shots at the hospital. After calming down, Lin Shan eagerly opened his inventory. Inside one slot were two miniature icons representing the tiger penises. By now, it was deep into the night, but Lin Shan had no thought of rest. His father's medical fees rested entirely on this. He grabbed his phone and dialed Zhang Ji's number. Zhang Ji was Lin Shan's childhood best friend. After graduating high school, he dropped out and drifted through society, mingling with all kinds of people, black, white, and gray. Nowadays, he made a living as a donation broker. The phone rang 3 times before connecting. As Lin Shan said hello, he heard a sleazy voice on the other end ask, "Hey baby, where you from?" In the background, loud music blared. Clearly, Zhang Ji was at a nightclub. Chapter 4, Old Hand Zhang Ji. Lin Shan was right. At this moment, in a private room at Li Capital in Shantung City, Zhang Ji was lodging a young girl. Zhang Ji's appearance was highly distinctive. His protruding belly bulged like that of a woman 10 months pregnant. His face was covered in layers of fat, and his eyes were as small as soybeans. Because he always wore a smile, the flesh around his eyes squeezed them even smaller. "Hey Ashen, what's up?" Lin Shan said. "Old Zhang, I've got 2 incredible things here. I want you to take a look. I'm thinking of selling them." Zhang Ji chuckled. "What kind of incredible things could you possibly have?" Lin Shan remained cautious, speaking gravely. "It's not safe to talk about over the phone. Can you come by my place?" Ordinarily, when asking someone for help, one would visit them personally. But Lin Shan's items were far too hot to carry around, so there was no choice but to have Zhang Ji come to him. Hearing the seriousness in Lin Shan's tone, Zhang Ji's playful expression instantly vanished. He spoke quietly. "All right, I'm busy with some arrangements now, but I can stop by around 1 or 2. Is that convenient? Your old lady's temper isn't exactly gentle, especially toward me." Lin Shan felt a pang in his heart. "It's fine. No problem. Just come over." Zhang Ji grunted in agreement and hung up. Lin Shan then pulled out the 2 tiger penises from his inventory and placed them into the refrigerator's chiller compartment. Now all that remained was to wait. It wasn't until 2 in the morning, when Lin Shan was nearly dozing off, that his phone finally rang. Answering it, he heard Zhang Ji's voice. "Ashen, I'm here. Open up." Lin Shan grunted, got up, and opened the door. A wave of alcohol fumes hit him immediately. Zhang Ji peered inside cautiously and asked, "Has your old lady gone to sleep?" Zhang Wan had never liked Zhang Ji, considering him nothing more than a wastrel and a bad influence, which made her strongly oppose their friendship. Lin Shan shook his head. "No, she moved out. We're getting a divorce." Zhang Ji opened his mouth, stunned. "Now that's big news. Ashen, are you sure about this?" Despite his long-standing friction with Zhang Wan, hearing the news didn't bring him any satisfaction. Lin Shan pulled Zhang Ji inside. "We're completely finished. Let's talk about her later. First, help me check something out." Zhang Ji nodded, joking. "Why all this secrecy? What kind of huge deal did you get into?" They walked over to the fridge. Lin Shan opened the chiller drawer. There, lying on ice, were 2 tiger penises, fresh blood still oozing from them. Zhang Ji's face changed dramatically. Despite his bulky figure, he moved with surprising agility, slamming the drawer shut in an instant, then looking around nervously. Any trace of drunkenness had vanished from his expression. He exhaled slowly and whispered, "No one else is here?" Lin Shan replied, "Everyone's gone. It's just you and me." Only then did Zhang Ji crouch down and gently reopen the chiller, carefully examining the tiger penises inside. "Damn, this is way too fresh. Looks like they were just ripped straight off a tiger. Where'd you get these?" He was astonished. He'd seen such things before, but always dried and preserved. Fresh ones like these? Never. Lin Shan answered, "I can't say how I got them. But listen, Zhang, the source is completely clean." Zhang Ji laughed, patting Lin Shan on the shoulder. "Ashen, with stuff like this, there's no such thing as a clean source. What I mean is, your supply channel has to be safe." Lin Shan felt a warmth in his chest. "You don't need to worry. The channel is absolutely safe." Zhang Ji nodded, closed the chiller, gestured for Lin Shan to sit, then lit a cigarette. After a few moments of deep thought, he said, "At current market prices, we can easily get 1.5 million for these." Hearing that number, Lin Shan's heart leapt. "The price doesn't matter much. I just need to sell quickly. You know my situation." Zhang Ji's expression turned more solemn. How's Godfather doing? Zhang Ji and Lin Shan had grown up together. In their region, it was customary to take honorary godfathers, and Lin Jiabao was Zhang Ji's. After Zhang Ji's parents died shortly after he finished middle school, it was Lin Jiabao who stepped in to handle the funeral arrangements. For many years after, Zhang Ji spent New Year's Eve dinners at the Lin household. But ever since Lin Shan married Zhang Wan, who despised Zhang Ji, contact between the two families had dwindled. Recently, after Lin Jiabao's incident, Zhang Ji showed up uninvited and gave 20,000 yuan. He'd visited frequently afterward. Lin Shan said, his condition is stable now. After chemotherapy, we'll monitor him. If things go well, he can be discharged and just come in for regular checkups. Good. Zhang Ji glanced back at the refrigerator. I'll bring a couple of thermal boxes later to take these away. I'll contact buyers right away. I know an elder brother who's particularly interested in things like this. Zhang Ji paused for a moment, then finally asked, what exactly happened between you and Zhang Wan? Lin Shan had been keeping this to himself, not yet telling his family. He knew sharing it would only burden them with worry. At this moment, only Zhang Ji could share this weight. Lin Shan took a bottle of Shifeng liquor from the cabinet, poured half a glass, downed it in one gulp, and then spilled out everything that had happened over the past 2 days. After hearing it all, Zhang Ji's face turned dark with anger. Clenching his fists, he snarled, damn that bitch. How dare she treat you like this? If heaven won't punish her, I will. I'll finish her right now. Zhang Ji was clearly enraged. His eyes flashed with a terrifying intensity that sent a chill through Lin Shan. Inwardly, Lin Shan thought, no wonder old Zhang has been through so much over the years. Lin Shan grabbed Zhang Ji's hand holding the phone and shook his head. Old Zhang, right now my father comes first. We deal with things one at a time. I won't let those 2 dogs off the hook, but not yet. Zhang Ji nodded repeatedly, taking several deep breaths. Right. First, we take care of Godfather. With that, he grabbed the liquor bottle and poured himself a glass, then tried to console Lin Shan. Ashen, don't be too upset. It's actually good you found out about this wretched woman now. If you'd waited another few years, your losses would have been even greater. What's so bad about being single? Marriage is just a gamble. You bet your dowry, your house, your car, and at best, you get a lifetime companion. Look at today's society, so many people lose. I'm never getting married. When I can't take care of myself anymore, I'll donate my money to kids in the mountains and then bid farewell to this world. Just clean yourself up a bit, spruce yourself up, and finding a young girl will be a piece of cake. The two rambled on wildly, covering every topic under the sun, and quickly finished the entire bottle of baijiu. Lin Shan's gloomy mood had lightened considerably. Still, they were both 30 now, mature enough to hold back. They didn't pour another drink, and each went to bed. Chapter 5. Zhengjia Village, a feudal society. Early the next morning, Zhang Ji arrived with 2 insulated boxes, filled them with ice, and took away the tiger penis. Lin Shan took a hot shower and cleaned himself thoroughly. Looking at the slightly haggard man in the mirror, he silently encouraged himself. Now that I have access to another world, everything will get better. Don't give up, keep going. Afterward, Lin Shan left his house and went to an outdoor gear store, where he purchased a complete set of equipment, a sturdy mountaineering suit, insect repellent spray, and a military-style shovel. Remembering the ferocious wolves from the other world, he also wrapped a layer of sponge around his neck as added protection. That way, even if he were ambushed, he would still have a brief moment to react. Once fully prepared, Lin Shan returned home and entered the other world. First, he went to check on the spot where the 2 tigers had lain. Strangely, both tiger corpses had vanished. Previously, when Lin Shan encountered the wolf pack and was forced to retreat back to his own world, he had assumed that upon returning, even if the wolves had devoured all the meat, he could at least salvage some bones to take back. Yet now, not even the bones remained at the site. Only scraps of torn tiger skin and traces of blood indicated that something had once happened there. Wolves wouldn't have taken the bones or hides. Could it be that someone nearby is living here? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a sharp whoosh, then saw an arrow pierce the ground right before his feet, its fletching still trembling slightly. Who's there? A voice called out immediately afterward. Lin Shan quickly raised both hands high and shouted, I'm no criminal. He focused intently on the direction of the sound. At the slightest sign of danger, he would instantly retreat back to his own world. Fortunately, nothing alarming followed. After a rustling noise, 3 figures emerged from the underbrush. Armed with bows, wearing woolen hats and garments patched together from animal pelts, they clearly appeared to be hunters, their sun-darkened faces showing clear wariness. Hearing Lin Shan's words, they lowered their weapons. One of them said, with wolf packs gathering all over the mountain these days, you've got some nerve coming up here alone. Lin Shan thought for a moment, then called out loudly, Brothers, I'm a merchant come to collect game. I got lost in the mountains. Luckily, I've met you. Could you kindly lead me down? I'll reward you handsomely. All right, just follow us. The process turned out far easier than Lin Shan expected. The 3 hunters were surprisingly friendly. Once convinced he wasn't dangerous, they walked up to him, and only then did Lin Shan notice each of them carried tiger bones secured by ropes on their backs. I see. The wolves finished the meat, and these guys came along and took the bones. Noticing Lin Shan's gaze fixed on the bones behind them, the hunter who first spoke, Zhang Yu, said, Young brother, my name is Zhang Yu. These 2 are just like me, local hunters. The other 2 nodded shyly toward Lin Shan, obviously men of few words. Zhang Yu and his companions looked to be about 40 years old. Lin Shan said, Brother Zhang, my name is Lin Shan. I'm a trader who buys goods. How about selling me those tiger bones you're carrying? At his words, all 3 showed faint signs of delight. Usually, to sell such bones, they'd have to travel all the way to the medicine shop in town. Being able to sell them now would save them considerable effort. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu said, Of course. Brother Lin, we're straightforward people. These bones are from 2 tigers. We carry them with us. Price is 20 taels, final offer. 20 taels. Lin Shan mentally calculated immediately. In his world, silver was worth about 7 yuan per gram. 20 taels equaled roughly 1,000 grams. or 7,000 yuan. Yet according to Zhang Ji, a complete tiger skeleton could fetch between 500,000 and 700,000 yuan. Was there any business more profitable in the world? Thinking this, Lin Shan couldn't help but smile slightly, then replied, absolutely no problem. Seeing how readily Lin Shan agreed, the three hunters developed a favorable impression of him. The so-called primeval forest Lin Shan had imagined wasn't actually that large. After walking for over 2 hours, the group finally exited the mountains. Along the way, Zheng Yu shared some information about the surrounding area. This mountain was called Qixia Mountain, and all three hunters hailed from Zhengjia village. The other two were named Zheng Tong and Zheng Mu, his cousins. They were third-generation paternal relatives. This alternate world existed within an ancient feudal dynasty. The nation to which Zhengjia village belonged was named Wu. Besides Wu, there were many other states across the land, but that was beyond the knowledge of an ordinary hunter like Zheng Yu. From halfway down the mountain, Zhengjia village lay spread below, houses arranged unevenly but harmoniously, totaling over 100 households. Smoke curled gently from chimneys into the sky, painting a quiet picture of rural life. Zheng Yu's house was located at the foot of the mountain. At Zheng Yu's warm invitation, Lin Shan decided to pay a visit and take the opportunity to learn more about this world. Zheng Yu's home consisted of 2 rammed earth rooms surrounded by a bamboo fence. Before they even approached, Zheng Yu called out loudly, "Wife, I'm back." Before the words had fully faded, one of the doors burst open and a woman rushed out in haste, tears still streaking her face. Upon seeing Zheng Yu, she sobbed and threw herself at him. "Husband, you're finally back. A fan has had a fever for 2 whole days and nights. What are we going to do?" Zheng Yu's expression darkened instantly. He quickly set down the tiger bones he was carrying, and Zheng Tong and Zheng Mu followed suit, rushing into the house. Lin Shan followed behind them. Entering the room, they saw a dark-skinned teenage boy lying on the bed. His brows were tightly knitted, his eyes closed, his entire face flushed red, sweat continuously streaming down. He mumbled incoherently, clear symptoms of a high fever. Everyone in the room wore grim expressions. Lin Shan recalled that in feudal societies, even common colds or fevers could be life-threatening and often led to death. Zheng Yu asked urgently, "Did you go fetch Dr. Luo?" Zheng Yu's wife broke into fresh sobs. "I did. We gave a fan the herbal decoction, but the doctor said whether he lives or dies is now up to fate." In this era, this was how most poor families dealt with illness. Patients simply had to endure and hope to survive on their own strength. The 3 men stood in silence, faces heavy with sorrow, while the woman wept uncontrollably, lamenting her unfortunate child. Lin Shan looked at the boy on the bed, a faint wave of sympathy rising within him. "I'm not skilled at hunting. From now on, I might as well buy goods through Zheng Yu and the others. I can bring back some fever-reducing medicine from my world, save this kid, and at the same time build a good relationship with Zheng Yu." With that thought, Lin Shan spoke up, "Brother Zheng, let me try." The 4 people in the room froze in surprise. Zheng Yu's wife's eyes instantly lit up with hope. She grabbed Lin Shan's arm and cried, "Are you a doctor?" Meeting their questioning gazes, Lin Shan replied, "I'm not a doctor, but I do have a medicine that specifically treats fevers. There's no time to lose. I'll go get it right now." Hearing this, Zheng Yu quickly said, "Lin brother, I'll go with you." Zheng Tong and Zheng Mu also shouted that they wanted to come along. Lin Shan hurriedly said, "Brother, the place I'm going isn't somewhere you can follow. Trust me, I'll be back with the medicine in no more than an hour, or at most half a day." Chapter 6, 160,000 in the account. Lin Shan said goodbye to the 4 of them and walked out of Dongwu village. He found a secluded spot and returned to his house in the main world, then hurried downstairs to a pharmacy and bought a box of fever-reducing medicine. Immediately after, he sprinted back to his house at top speed and re-entered the other world. Because time flowed differently between the 2 worlds, the shrigid minutes he had spent here translated into several grueling hours for that child. Although Lin Shan had moved as quickly as possible, when he arrived once more, it was already 2 or 3 hours later by the look of the sky. From afar, Lin Shan spotted 3 men standing solemnly at the entrance of Dongwu village. Zheng Yu and the others were filled with anxiety. None of them knew whether Lin Shan, whom they'd only met once, would actually come back. Zheng Tong had sharp eyes. Seeing Lin Shan rushing toward them, he jumped up excitedly. "Big brother, Brother Lin is back." Zheng Yu's spirit lifted immediately, relief spreading across his face. As Lin Shan reached them, he waved his hand and said urgently, "No time to waste, Brother Zheng. Let's go home." In a flash, the 4 of them hurried back to Zheng Yu's house. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Shan carefully placed the fever-reducing pill into the mouth of Zheng Yu's son, Zheng Tu. 5 people, 10 eyes fixed on Zheng Tu's day. The room was silent. After about half an hour, Zheng Tu's condition visibly improved. His delirious muttering ceased, and he sank into peaceful sleep. Zheng Tu's wife, Zheng Hongying, crept forward cautiously and touched her husband's forehead. Then, joyfully, she said, "Husband, it doesn't feel nearly as hot as before." Lin Shan said, "Sister-in-law, this medicine is just support. Whether he recovers still depends on Zheng Tu himself." Zheng Hongying's eyes brimmed with tears. She nodded softly, then leaned down to stroke her son's face. Zheng Yu pulled Lin Shan aside and said, "Kind savior, thanks to your long journey and effort. Please, have something to eat first." Lin Shan didn't refuse. As for Zheng Tong and Zheng Mu, they planned to return home briefly to report they were safe, but they left all the tiger bones here. Then Zheng Yu offered his own room to Lin Shan. Lin Shan also wanted to observe how well Zheng Tu responded to the medicine, so he decided to stay. Thus, one night passed. When Lin Shan stepped out of the room the next morning, he saw Zheng Yu's entire family kneeling on the ground. Zheng Tu, who yesterday had been barely clinging to life, was now awake, though pale and still very weak. "Brother Zheng, there's no need for this. Please get up." Zheng Yu shook his head firmly and said to his son, "Son, kowtow to our benefactor." Zheng Tu nodded and bowed deeply 3 times to Lin Shan. Lin Shan let out a soft sigh and accepted it without hesitation. Only then did Zheng Yu rise. Kind savior, my family owes you an immeasurable debt. I'm not eloquent. I only know hunting. But from now on, if you ever have any use for me, please don't hesitate to call upon me. Brother Zheng, you're too kind. Since Zheng too has awakened, I must leave for a while. Please keep these tiger bones safe for me until I return with the payment. We'll settle the trade then. Zheng Yu hastily replied. How could I possibly accept money from you? He was thinking of giving the tiger bones to Lin Shan for free and paying Zheng Mu and Zheng Tong from his own pocket. But Lin Shan waved his hand, cutting him off. These tiger bones weren't hunted by you alone. What about Zheng Mu and Zheng Tong? If you truly wish to repay me, I'll pay 15 taels of silver, 7 taels each to Zheng Mu and Zheng Tong. Use the rest to buy food and tonics for the child. With that, Lin Shan smiled gently and patted Zheng Tu on the head. Zheng Tu's eyes held gratitude, curiosity, and a hint of shyness. Hearing this, Zheng Hongying felt her heart swell with gratitude beyond words. In this era, a family of 3 typically needed about 10 taels of silver annually for basic food and clothing. Most families labored all year just to break even, with little surplus. Zheng Yu was indeed righteous, but such generosity would place his household in dire straits for years to come. Zheng Yu tried to speak again, but Lin Shan's tone turned stern. If you truly regard me as your benefactor, then do exactly as I say. Zheng Yu fell silent at once, only inwardly marveling at how incredibly fortunate he was to have met someone like Lin Shan. Having settled matters with Zheng Yu's family, Lin Shan didn't linger. He left the village and found a solitary spot to return to his home. And after Lin Shan departed, Zheng Yu's family of 3 gathered together. Zheng Hongying sighed emotionally. Our benefactor truly has a kind heart. Zheng Yu gazed in the direction Lin Shan had left, deep in thought. I believe our benefactor speaks and acts unlike any ordinary man. This time, we've been blessed to meet a noble soul. Son, remember this. The benefactor is our family's greatest savior. He saved your life. Whatever he asks of you in the future, you must obey without question. Zheng Tu nodded heavily, promising silently. After returning to the main world, Lin Shan looked up the nearest gold shop and called to inquire. Upon learning they sold silver, he immediately rushed over and purchased 4 small silver bars, each weighing 5 grams. By now, it was already afternoon. Just as Lin Shan was about to head home and return to the other world, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Zhang Ji. Lin Shan quickly answered. On the other end, Zhang Ji's voice sounded slightly excited. Ah Shan, a senior brother is willing to pay 1.6 million for those 2 tiger penises. What do you think? Should we sell to him, or hold out a bit longer? If we wait until the news spreads, we might get an even better price. Lin Shan responded at once. No need. Old Zhang, go with 1.6 million. Zhang Ji wasn't surprised. He replied, all right, I'll start the transaction right away. The money will be transferred to your bank account shortly. Lin Shan said, Old Zhang, I haven't officially divorced yet. Out of this 1.6 million, take 300,000 for yourself, 200,000 as repayment to you, and 100,000 as commission. Don't refuse me. You've earned every bit. Transfer the money to my father's account, just in case. On the other end, Zhang Ji sighed helplessly, then shook his head. You really are something. Fine, if that's what you want. The two had known each other for over 20 years. Over the years, friends had come and gone, but only they remained constant. Zhang Ji had been through much, yet he regarded Lin Shan as his one true friend. The main reason being that he saw Lin Shan as someone who always knew exactly where he stood. Decisive in action. Take Zhang Wan, for example. The moment he sensed something wrong, he cut ties immediately and had already begun preparing for divorce. Zhang Ji wouldn't have minded keeping nothing for himself, but Lin Shan would still need his help connecting people down the line. Refusing such gestures too often might eventually stir some resentment. That's just human nature. Even the deepest friendships can't fully avoid it. Soon, a text message arrived. Lin Shan checked it. His bank account, under Lin Jiabao's name but long used exclusively by Lin Shan, now displayed a balance of 1,308,000. Chapter 7, The Revelation. Originally, Lin Shan had planned to descend into the other world and purchase the tiger bone, but the moment the money hit his account, he changed his mind. He wanted to share this good news with his family first, so that Lin Wei and his elderly mother could finally feel at ease. It was also time to tell everyone about Zhang Wan. With that thought, Lin Shan called his mother, Qin Yuanying. Mom, come to the hospital right away. There's something important I need to discuss with all of you. But I'm still at work right now. Quit the job, Mom. Old Zhang and I invested in a project a while back, and we just made 1.3 million. Don't exhaust yourself anymore. Just come quickly. Qin Yuanying couldn't believe it at first. After much persuasion, Lin Shan finally managed to get her to take leave and come. Soon after, Lin Shan arrived at the hospital. Lin Wei was still keeping watch by the bedside. Lin Jiabao was awake and eating a bowl of dumplings. Lin Jiabao was 55 years old, thin and frail, not because of his cancer, but simply how he'd always been. All his life, he had remained lean and wiry. Over the years, Lin Jiabao had worked as a painter, coating surfaces with paint for a living. His cancer might very well have stemmed from prolonged exposure to chemicals on the job. Quiet and reserved, Lin Jiabao rarely spoke. He didn't carry the vices common among middle-aged men, no alcoholism, no domestic abuse. His only hobby was watching those exaggerated anti-Japanese TV dramas. In Lin Shan's memory, his father seldom scolded him, nor did he praise him often. Communication between them had always been sparse, typical of a traditional Chinese father-son relationship. But that didn't mean Lin Shan couldn't sense his father's love. He knew well enough that raising 2 children alone weighed heavily on this quiet man. All his frustrations and burdens were silently endured within. Perhaps that was why he spoke so little, because most of his energy went into shouldering that silent load. After getting married, Lin Shan began to understand his father more deeply, for he himself was slowly becoming just like him. Lin Jiabao looked up at Lin Shan and said, You're here. Dad. Lin Shan responded softly as he took a seat beside him. After finishing the last dumpling, Lin Jiabao spoke again. Since you're here, good. I'm not going through with treatment anymore. Arrange for my discharge. I'm leaving. His expression remained calm, as if discussing something utterly trivial. Lin Wei immediately grabbed his hand, her face filled with panic. Lin Jiabao clearly had given this careful thought. Without pause, he continued. This illness will cost too much. Whether it'll be cured or not depends on fate anyway. It's not worth it. Yuan is still so young. There'll be plenty of expenses in her future. And Wei Wei too. She's just starting university. I don't want to end up dying with nothing left, losing both life and money. I won't treat it. Go arrange my discharge right now. His final words came with unyielding firmness, rarely using such an authoritative tone. Yet what he was giving up was his own life. All to avoid burdening his children. Lin Shan felt a sharp pang in his chest. If this had been yesterday's version of himself, he would have had no choice. But now he had options. Lin Shan spoke steadily. Dad, if you're worried about money, then there's no need. A couple of years ago, I invested in a project with old Zhang. It turned out profitably. The first installment, 1.3 million, has already been transferred to my account. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei covered her mouth, tears flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks. Lately, she had come to truly understand how even one coin could crush a hero's spirit. She had long sensed her father's intention to abandon treatment, yet she'd had no idea how to comfort him, because at its root, the problem was simply poverty. And money was precisely what she lacked the most. Lin Jiabao frowned. Investment. Clearly, he didn't believe it. Calmly, Lin Shan pulled out his phone and showed them the bank message. Lin Wei stared, disbelief written across her face, instinctively counting aloud. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. After finishing, overwhelmed with emotion, she suddenly threw her arms around Lin Shan, sobbing. Brother, you're amazing. Lin Jiabao remained calm. Lin Shan knew his old man had seen the rough world outside. He wasn't easily fooled. So he dialed Zhang Ji's number. Hey Ashen, what's up? Lin Shan smiled. Old Zhang, that 1.3 million has come in. My dad still thinks I'm lying to him. Just talk to him. He had discussed this scenario with Zhang Ji in advance. Zhang Ji laughed heartily. Godfather, our luck held out this time. The project really did make money. Don't worry, it's clean cash. Focus on getting better. I'll come visit soon. Only then did Lin Jiabao show a flicker of emotion. Lin Shan hung up and quietly said, I'll go pay the fees. As Lin Shan walked away, Lin Wei squeezed her father's hand and said, Dad, brother's really capable. Lin Jiabao sighed softly, his eyes lingering on Lin Shan's retreating figure with a trace of sorrow. As a man himself, he understood better than anyone just how hard Lin Shan had it. Lin Shan walked up to the payment window and settled all outstanding charges. Then returning to the ward, Chen Yuanying had also arrived. 53 this year, she had short hair, temples already streaked with gray, a rather small frame, and an expression somewhat timid. Looking at his family, Lin Shan said slowly, Dad, Mom, there's something I need to tell you. Hearing the gravity in Lin Shan's tone, both Chen Yuanying and Lin Jiabao grew solemn. Lin Shan sat down on the edge of the bed and said quietly, Zhang Wan cheated. Yuan isn't my child either. I'm going to divorce her. Chen Yuanying was so shocked she couldn't speak. Lin Jiabao, however, remained calm, as if he'd known all along. He let out a long sigh and said, She was never someone meant for a stable life. If it has come to divorce, then so be it. He always spoke little, but his heart was clear as a mirror. Lately, he had noticed Zhang Wan never came by the hospital at all, and deep down he had already suspected that his son's marriage had fallen apart. After the initial shock, Chen Yuanying felt only confusion. Frowning, she said, We treated her with our whole hearts. How could she do such a thing? Ever since Zhang Wan married into the family, the Lins had cared for her meticulously. She never had to do a single chore. The entire household duties were taken care of entirely by Chen Yuanying. In 5 years of marriage, Zhang Wan had cooked fewer than a handful of meals. Lin Shan said, Mom, just because you treat someone well doesn't mean they'll return the favor. Me and her, we're simply not cut from the same cloth. Just pretend she never existed from now on. Chen Yuanying's face showed profound sorrow. As for Lin Wei, upon hearing the news, her expression turned complex, part anger, yet deep in her eyes flickered a hint of quiet joy. Poor little Yuan. For this granddaughter, Chen Yuanying couldn't immediately let go. Even though she now knew the girl wasn't her blood kin, she had spent the past year raising her during the day. The affection was real, and impossible to sever overnight. Soon after, Zhang Ji arrived, bringing many fruits. With his quick wit and banter, Zhang Ji soon had the two elders laughing heartily, significantly lightening the previously heavy atmosphere in the ward. Seeing the moment was right, Lin Shan patted Zhang Ji's shoulder and signaled him to step outside. The two walked to the hospital corridor, where Lin Shan said, Old Zhang, I've got 2 more tiger bones to sell. Zhang Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. You really walked into a tiger's den, didn't you? Chapter 8. Attending Dr. Lu Ying. Lin Shan chuckled. I've got a steady supply source. Things like this won't be in short supply in the future. Zhang Ji, upon hearing this, looked Lin Shan up and down as if seeing him for the first time. Never thought you'd actually open such a channel. Zhang clearly misunderstood, but Lin Shan didn't bother explaining. The interdimensional portal, unless someone experienced it themselves, even if told about it, he would probably think the person was crazy. Don't joke with me. The goods will arrive tomorrow. Look, help me contact a buyer. Zhang readily agreed. No problem. Things like this sell easily. Speaking of which, that guy who bought Tiger Penis wants to meet you. I think he's hoping to secure a stable supply from you. What do you think? Who is he? Lin Shan asked. Zhang flicked his cigarette to the ground and crushed it, his expression growing serious. He's called Sixth Master on the streets. His beginnings weren't clean, but everything's legit now. I heard from others that back when Sixth Master was in gang fights, he got injured. Well, in that area. So he's particularly obsessed with tonics like penises and such. Guaranchai middlemen like Zhang Ji earned their living as intermediaries, kind of like real estate agents. Such people typically dislike direct contact between two parties they brokered for. But clearly, their friendship wasn't bound by those rules. Lin Shan understood that Zhang was intentionally pushing him to expand his connections. With just one sentence, he could tell that Sixth Master wielded significant influence. By arranging these things for him, should Lin Shan need a small favor from Sixth Master in the future, he probably wouldn't be turned down. Let me think about it. By the way, have you found a suitable lawyer for me? Zhang nodded. There's one guy who specializes in divorce cases, really skilled. I mentioned your situation to him, and he's willing to take your case. How about it? Want to meet him first? Yeah, let's meet the lawyer first. Seeing Lin Shan agree, Zhang dialed the lawyer's number. The lawyer's name was Hong Wang. He specialized exclusively in divorce cases and never lost. What made him extraordinary was that he had been married 5 times himself, each ending with his wife leaving empty-handed. A true paragon among men. They arranged to meet the next day. Shortly after, Zhang took his leave. Lin Shan then headed toward the doctor's office to inquire about his father's follow-up treatment plan. The office door was closed. Lin Shan knocked and asked, "Hello, is Dr. Lu in?" No one answered, but Lin Shan thought he heard movement inside. He tried turning the doorknob, and it opened. At that moment, he heard a thud from within. A bald male doctor stood beside the desk. Seeing Lin Shan, his face darkened as he snapped. "Who gave you permission to come in?" Lin Shan frowned, annoyed by the man's tone. But since he had entered without consent, he restrained himself and said politely, "Sorry, the door wasn't locked, so I came in to check. Is Dr. Lu here?" Lin Jiabao's attending physician was named Lu Ying, a young woman, but seemingly an outstanding graduate with impressive credentials. The male doctor rose to his feet, his face cold. "Dr. Lu is out making rounds. She's not here." With that, he left the office. With nothing better to do, Lin Shan decided to wait by the door. But suddenly, he recalled, the bald doctor wasn't supposed to be in this office, so what was he doing under the desk? Realizing this, Lin Shan stepped into the room. In the center stood a desk with Lu Ying's nameplate, precisely the desk where the bald man had crouched moments ago. Just then, a gentle female voice came from behind him. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" Lin Shan turned around. The person standing there was indeed Lu Ying. Lu Ying appeared to be about 26 or 27 years old, extremely tall. She stood at least 175 centimeters, even in flat shoes, wearing a loose white coat. She wore no makeup, yet her skin was smooth and fair, her nose high and straight, giving her facial features striking dimension. She was very beautiful. Lin Shan quickly said, "Hello, Dr. Lu. I'm the family member of patient Lin Jiabao in bed B13. I'd like to know my father's current condition and his follow-up treatment plan." Lu Ying nodded. "Sure, please wait a moment while I check." She sat down at the office chair. Remembering the bald doctor, Lin Shan spoke up. "Dr. Lu, do you know a male doctor, bald, slightly short and thin, around 40-something?" Lu Ying paused, then thought for a moment. "You mean Dr. Hua Xiong? What about him?" Lin Shan said in a calm tone. "Oh, when I came in just now, I saw him crouching under your desk. That's why I'm asking." Recalling the thud he'd heard earlier, it sounded exactly like someone bumping their head against the desk. Lin Shan stopped there and didn't say more. A flicker of surprise passed through Lu Ying's eyes, and she seemed somewhat distracted. She stared at the computer for a while before suddenly remembering Lin Shan's purpose, and said, Mr. Lin Jiabao's various indicators are still stable. We'll start chemotherapy next Monday." Lin Shan nodded. "Also, Dr. Lu, I'd like to ask, given my father's condition, is there any suitable targeted medication available?" Lu Ying looked at him with slight astonishment. She knew each patient's background well, and was aware that Lin Shan's family wasn't financially well off. Why would they even consider targeted drugs? She replied cautiously, "Well, there are 3 targeted medications that would be suitable for your father's case, but they are quite expensive." Lin Shan smiled. "Please tell me more about them." Eventually, following Lu Ying's recommendations, Lin Shan chose a targeted drug that cost around 25,000 yuan per month. Noticing Lu Ying's distraction, Lin Shan stood up and took his leave. After Lin Shan left, Lu Ying immediately crouched down beneath her office desk searching. After a moment, she let out an angry snort. As she stood back up, she held in her hand a concealed camera. Her expression turned uncertain. Her first impulse was to confront Hua Xiong directly with the camera, but then she hesitated. Hua Xiong was the vice director of the hospital. At this crucial stage, if she caused a rift with him, her chances of getting a promotion might be jeopardized. Lu Ying found herself caught in a difficult dilemma. Meanwhile, after leaving Lu Ying's office, Lin Shan went to the hospital's official website and quickly discovered Hua Xiong's true identity. He was indeed the hospital's vice director. Back at the ward, Lin Shan chatted briefly with Lin Jiabao, informing him that chemotherapy would begin next week, then left the hospital and instantly returned to the other world. It had already been exactly 5 days since Lin Shan had last been there. When Lin Shan arrived at Zheng Yu's home, Zheng Yu was busy tanning leather, while Zheng Tu was aiming a small hunting bow at a target not far away. Zheng Tu noticed Lin Shan first. He dropped his bow excitedly and called out loudly, "Benefactor!" Zheng Yu also quickly put down what he was doing and welcomed Lin Shan into the house. Lin Shan got straight to the point, taking out 3 silver bars and saying, "Big brother Zheng, here are 15 taels of silver." Chapter 9, following Sheng Teng. Zheng Yu took the silver ingot, feeling somewhat amazed. Trusting Lin Shan's word, he didn't bother to verify its weight and pocketed it directly before saying, "Benefactor, how will you take those tiger bones with you? Let me accompany you for the trip. The outside world is chaotic right now, bandits and rebels everywhere. It's dangerous traveling alone." In this era, many people rarely ventured beyond their nearest town in a lifetime. Long-distance travel wasn't a pleasant journey. Quite the contrary, it was perilous. Zheng Yu was a hunter, yet even he never traveled far without gathering a group of 3 or 5 companions for courage. From Zheng Yu's account, Lin Shan learned that the Wu Kingdom was anything but peaceful at present, corrupt governance, widespread peasant uprisings, and highwaymen lurking around every corner. "No need," Lin Shan said. "Brother Zheng, could you just find me a wheelbarrow?" The tiger bones were heavy. Carrying them out on his back would mean multiple trips. It'd be easier to simply load them onto a wheelbarrow and push them out. It was a simple request, and Zheng Yu handled it immediately. Once money and goods had changed hands, Lin Shan pushed the wheelbarrow to a secluded spot, stored the tiger bones into his inventory, then returned to the real world and called Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji arrived shortly after. Upon seeing the 2 sets of tiger bones, he was stunned. Damn, you really pulled it off, Ashen. Zhang Ji brought out 2 large crates, packed the bones inside, and loaded them into the trunk of his business sedan. Before leaving, he said, "Alright, I'll start looking for a buyer right away. And hey, you've got money now, no kids to support. Treat yourself a little better." He gestured toward Lin Shan's clothes. Lin Shan glanced down. The cotton jacket he wore was bought 3 years ago during a sale. His pants were 4 years old. His Adidas shoes were starting to come apart at the seams. Lin Shan chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "Yeah, maybe. I'll hit the mall later, pick up some clothes for Mom Wei too." After bidding farewell to Zhang Ji, Lin Shan drove to the nearby Waneda Plaza. Of the 1.3 million yuan credited to his account, Lin Shan transferred 300,000 into the hospital fund for future treatments. That still left him with $1 million that, while not making him rich, was more than enough for clothes and comforts. More importantly, his mindset had shifted. He now clearly understood that earning money would become much easier from here on. Arriving at Waneda Plaza, Lin Shan decided to first buy some clothing for his mother and Lin Wei, so he walked into what appeared to be an upscale women's boutique. Business was booming. The sales attendant, noticing Lin Shan's shabby appearance, couldn't hide a hint of disdain, but professionalism won over, and she approached with a smile. "Sir, shopping for your wife." Before Lin Shan could answer, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. It was Sheng Teng. Sheng Teng still looked exactly the same. Suits, slicked back hair, the perfect picture of a smooth-talking charmer. He was arm in arm with a young woman in a red dress. Her long hair flowed like silk, and the slightly tight-fitting crimson gown accentuated her shapely curves, drawing glances from every man in the store. When Lin Shan finally saw her face, he froze. He knew her. Her name was Luo Bing. She was his junior from university, a notable figure back then, given her father's fame as a prominent entrepreneur. Gentle and well-liked, she had been active in the student union. At the time, Lin Shan himself had been vice president of the student council, so they'd crossed paths several times. But after graduation, they lost contact entirely. Never would he have imagined that this flower had ended up in Sheng Teng's hands. Lin Shan handed a black dress to the sales clerk. "Wrap this up for me. Bring the payment QR code. I'll settle the bill. Oh, and give me a mask too." The clerk, who had initially assumed Lin Shan was just browsing, was surprised he didn't even ask the price before purchasing. "Why yes, please wait a moment." She quickly packaged the dress, brought the QR code, and Lin Shan paid 2,000 yuan, then put the mask on. Sheng Teng and Luo Bing bought a mountain of clothes before finally leaving the store. Lin Shan followed behind them, carrying the bag. People bustled all around, and no one paid Lin Shan any attention. He crept closer, close enough to overhear their conversation. Sheng Teng said, "Sweetheart, let's just go ahead and book the wedding banquet at the Junmao International Hotel. I'm inviting about 30 tables. You work out the numbers on your side." Luo Bing leaned against Sheng Teng's arm. "Sure, I'll mention it to Dad when I get home." Sheng Teng's eyes flickered. "By the way, babe, did your dad ever get back to me about that investment I mentioned last time?" Luo Bing shook her head. "He hasn't said anything about it." Sheng Teng sounded disappointed. "Then could you ask him when you're home? I've got a few projects I'm pushing forward lately. I'm really short on cash." Luo Bing obediently agreed. Lin Shan listened closely from behind. So Zhang Wan had knowingly entered a relationship knowing he had a fiancée. Clearly, Luo Bing was Sheng Teng's intended bride. This guy had hooked up with Luo Bing, clearly planning to live off her family's wealth. Most likely, the investments in his company came from her. "Babe, let's go have dinner at Maple Restaurant later. It just got listed in the Michelin Guide, and I heard it's amazing. After dinner, we can catch the newest opera." Luo Bing's expression clearly showed she was excited, but then she suddenly remembered something and said somewhat dispiritedly, "But Dad insisted I be home by 9. Sheng Teng's face stiffened, forcing a smile as he said, "Then you should head back early." He felt deeply annoyed. He'd been dating Luo Bing for 2 years now, during which he'd received no small amount of help from her father. He'd always wanted to fully possess Luo Bing, but her strict family upbringing left him no opportunity. With pent-up frustration burning inside, Sheng Teng suddenly thought of Zhang Wan and mused, "That wild woman's way more fun anyway. Screw it. If you won't entertain me, someone else will." He said aloud, "Sweetheart, seems like there's something urgent at the company. I'll just take this call." Luo Bing nodded. Sheng Teng walked toward the restroom, Lin Shan trailing right behind. Before even entering the restroom, Sheng Teng dialed Zhang Wan's number. "Zhang Wan, come over to Longyue Grand Hotel later. Once I'm done here, I'll meet you." Lin Shan happened to overhear every word. Longyue Grand Hotel was one of the higher-end business hotels nearby. A sudden idea formed in Lin Shan's mind. Coldly eyeing Sheng Teng, who casually strolled into the restroom after hanging up, Lin Shan turned and left. He made his way straight to the underground parking lot and drove toward Longyue Grand Hotel. Passing a digital electronics store, Lin Shan stopped, got out, and spent 1,000 yuan on a miniature camera. At first, the shop owner stubbornly claimed they didn't carry such items, but under Lin Shan's escalating offers, he eventually gave in. Next, Lin Shan arrived at Longyue Grand Hotel. There were 3 staff members at the front desk, 2 men and 1 woman. As Lin Shan wandered over, one of the men quickly asked, "Hello, are you checking in?" Lin Shan glanced at the man's 2 colleagues not far away and whispered, "Brother, I've got something to discuss with you. Can I borrow a bit of your time?" Chapter 10, Bribing the Front Desk to Obtain Evidence. The man hesitated, glanced at his 2 colleagues, and after a brief pause, said, "All right, I'll let my coworkers know." Lin Shan nodded and stepped aside. The young man then said something to his colleagues and walked over to Lin Shan. Lin Shan asked, "What should I call you?" The staff member politely replied, I'm Xiaoqing. As he spoke, he pointed to his name tag. Xiaoqing didn't think much of it. Some guests did request special services. He assumed Lin Shan had some personal matter to discuss. But Lin Shan's next words left him utterly stunned. In a calm and composed tone, Lin Shan said, "A man and a woman will be arriving shortly to check in. The man is named Sheng Tong, the woman Zhang Wan. And this Zhang Wan, she's my wife." Xiaoqing's mouth fell slightly open, staring at Lin Shan in shock. Lin Shan gave a self-mocking smile. "That's right, I've been cuckolded. I came to you because I need your help. I want solid evidence of their affair. I need you to give me a room key so I can go in ahead of time and set up a camera. When they arrive, assign them that same room." Xiaoqing immediately refused. "I'm sorry, that's impossible. I can't do that." He was joking, right? Although he felt deeply sympathetic toward Lin Shan's situation, nothing was worth risking his job. If this were ever discovered, he'd definitely be fired. But Lin Shan simply smiled. He'd expected this. Calmly, he continued, "I know helping me carries great risk for you. That's why I'll compensate you. 10,000 yuan. Please, help me with this. This woman not only betrayed me, but the child isn't even mine. Now she wants to claim half my property. I absolutely cannot lose this lawsuit." Lin Shan didn't speak arrogantly despite offering money. Instead, his tone was humble, almost pleading. 10,000 yuan. Xiaoqing's heart stirred. Yes, he sympathized with Lin Shan, but sympathy alone wasn't enough to make him take such a risk. But 10,000 yuan changed everything. After all, he only earned a little over 4,000 yuan per month working at the front desk. 10,000 yuan was more than a year's salary. Lin Shan added, "If you agree to help me, I'll transfer 50,000 yuan to you right now. After they leave, I'll send the remaining 50,000. Xiaoqing's expression flickered. Finally, he gritted his teeth and whispered, "Fine, but make it quick." "Of course," Lin Shan said quickly. Then, he asked Xiaoqing to show his payment code and immediately transferred 50,000 yuan without hesitation. Xiaoqing stared at the notification confirming the payment, his heart pounding with excitement. He quickly swiped a room key for Lin Shan. Lin Shan took the key and headed to room 1307. It was a deluxe double room, complete with a bathtub. Once inside, Lin Shan sprang into action. He placed the tiny camera inside the TV cabinet, aiming directly at the bed. Throughout the process, he was extremely nervous. His hands fumbled several times. It took nearly half an hour. Just then, Lin Shan's phone buzzed. A message from Xiaoqing. "They're here." Lin Shan quickly got up and left the room. Even though he was wearing a mask, having lived with Zhang Wan for 5 years, she might still recognize him. To be safe, Lin Shan avoided the elevator lobby and instead stood pressed against the wall at the far end of the corridor. Soon, he saw Zhang Wan and Sheng Tong shuffling toward the room, clinging to each other like lovers. They were practically fused together even in the hallway. Lin Shan sneered silently as he watched them enter the room. Afterward, Lin Shan took the elevator back down to the hotel lobby. When Xiaoqing spotted him, he approached anxiously. Lin Shan quickly reassured him. "Don't worry, they didn't see me. Once they leave, I'll go back to retrieve the equipment and transfer the remaining money. I'll keep silent afterward. I won't implicate you." Xiaoqing forced a weak smile, then returned to his post, visibly distracted. Later, Lin Shan went out and bought a few small plastic bags. He then waited quietly in the lobby. They had checked in at around 8 o'clock in the evening. He waited until nearly 11 o'clock before the two finally came downstairs, parting reluctantly at the entrance. After they left, Lin Shan used the key card to return to the room. First, he retrieved the hidden camera. Connecting it via Bluetooth, he clearly saw the compromising footage of the couple. Lin Shan shut off the video emotionlessly. Then, he pulled out the small plastic bags and a pair of tweezers. There was one more crucial piece of evidence he needed. Sheng Tong's hair. He had to prove the biological relationship between Yuan and Sheng Tong. With this video and the DNA evidence, it would be undeniable that Zhang Wan and Sheng Tong had been involved long before. After finishing everything, Lin Shan left the room silently and went to the front desk to return the key card to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing looked at him with a complex expression and said, "Brother, I wish you all the best." Lin Shan smiled and murmured his thanks, then immediately transferred the remaining 50,000 yuan to Xiaoqing. Then Lin Shan walked out of Longhua Hotel and called Zhang Ji. "Hey Ashen, how'd it go?" Lin Shan briefly recounted what he had just done. Zhang Ji laughed. "Damn, you're wasted as a programmer. Should have been a spy. Seriously, quit coding and become a private detective instead. Specialize in catching cheaters. You'd make a fortune." Ignoring Zhang Ji's teasing, Lin Shan continued. "This guy Sheng Tong, his fiancée is a junior from my university days, a true rich and beautiful heiress. All the investments in his company were arranged by her father. I already have a plan for revenge." Zhang Ji instantly understood and said with satisfaction, "Now that's a good one." Lin Shan hung up, returned home immediately, and first exported the video footage of Sheng Tong and Zhang Wan. Then he began searching for institutions that could perform paternity testing. He shortlisted several, but since it was too late at night, he decided to contact them later. After handling these tasks, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Lin Shan took a hot shower, and as he lay in bed, he chose to descend into the other world. Lin Shan had already discovered that when he entered the other world, his physical body entered a state of rest. Returning to his main world afterward had no negative effects. Upon arriving in the other world, Lin Shan headed straight to Zheng Yu's house. When Zheng Yu saw him, he ran up excitedly and said, "Benefactor, I've been meaning to find you these past few days." Lin Shan asked, "What is it? Got new goods for me?" Before leaving, Lin Shan had instructed Zheng Yu to save any future prey for him. Zheng Yu shook his head. "No, benefactor. There's a wealthy landowner in the neighboring village. His daughter was injured by bandits recently and has remained unconscious ever since. The landowner is offering a large reward to anyone who can heal her. As soon as I heard, I thought of you." Lin Shan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Is it an external wound from a blade?" Zheng Yu nodded. "Yes, they say she was slashed across the back with a sword." Chapter 11, Mr. Zhao's Doubts. Seeing Lin Shan's somewhat unconvinced expression, Zheng Yu said, "Benefactor, Mr. Xiao is extremely wealthy. He has publicly declared that if anyone can save his daughter, he will let that person take anything from the Xiao family. He has only this one daughter. Just to rescue her, I believe he would willingly give away his entire fortune. Lin Shan well understood Zheng Yu's intentions. Zheng Yu was merely a hunter with limited experience, but Mr. Xiao was someone akin to a local tyrant. If Lin could win his favor, his future endeavors would become far easier. Zheng Yu meant well by him. Thus, after pondering briefly, Lin Shan nodded and said, "Brother Zheng, could you trouble yourself to show me the way?" Zheng Yu, delighted that Lin Shan had agreed, immediately replied, "Of course." Although he couldn't save Mr. Zhao's daughter himself, if Lin succeeded later, as the introducer, he would receive a substantial reward. The two set off at once. The Xiao family lived in Liana town. From Zheng's village, it took half a day's journey. Lin Shan now had some money, so he waved his hand generously and rented a donkey cart from Zheng's village. After a little over an hour, they arrived at Liana town. The town was far more prosperous than Zheng's village. Along its main street were clothing shops, restaurants, medicine dispensaries, and other businesses, all bustling with activity. The two made their way directly to the outer gate of the Xiao estate. Mr. Zhao's real name was Xiao Chong. The title, Yuan Weilong, had been purchased. This alone spoke volumes about the vast wealth of the Xiao family. As for his daughter, she was named Xiao Xiao. The Xiao residence covered an extensive area. The outer walls stretched at least 50 meters from end to end. In front of the vermilion-painted gates stood two sturdy guards. Spotting the approaching donkey cart carrying Lin Shan and Zheng Yu from afar, one barked loudly, "Who are you people?" Zheng Yu quickly jumped down from the cart and called out, "Brother Yin, it's me, Zheng Yu." One of the guards recognized him. His name was Yin Ziwei, a relative from Zheng Yu's wife's side. It was from Yin that Zheng Yu had learned about Mr. Xiao offering a huge sum for a physician and subsequently recommended Lin Shan. Zheng Yu had already told Lin Shan all of this on the journey. When Lin Shan stepped forward toward Yin Ziwei, the guard frowned slightly. Lin Shan still looked somewhat different from the usual ancient folk. Although he had changed into traditional attire, his short hair was noticeable, and his youthful face did not resemble that of an experienced physician. Yin Ziwei, being straightforward, said bluntly, "Old you. This sir seems too young. Is he really capable? Recently, many scammers have come to swindle us. The master has grown quite annoyed. Just earlier, another fraud showed up, and we beat him up before throwing him out. If your friend fails, he might anger the master, and then even my face won't be enough to protect him." This. Zheng Yu hesitated upon hearing this and glanced uncertainly at Lin Shan. Lin Shan suspected Miss Xiao likely suffered from inflammation due to wound infection, but without examining the patient, he couldn't make any definite judgment. Remaining calm, he replied, "Whether I can treat her or not depends on seeing the patient first." Seeing Lin Shan's composed demeanor, Yin Ziwei nodded and said, "Fine, then I'll take you to see the master. But I've warned you clearly. I can't help you if he decides to punish you later." Lin Shan smiled slightly and nodded. The group walked into the Xiao estate. Passing through 3 gates, they reached an elegant courtyard filled with rare flowers and exotic plants, their wondrous fragrance lingering in the air. Yin Ziwei led them to a smaller courtyard where a maid dressed in servant's clothes stood guarding the entrance. Pointing at Lin Shan behind him, Yin said, "Chun Tao, this physician claims he can cure the young miss." Chun Tao looked at Lin Shan skeptically. She also thought he appeared too young, yet she said, "All right, I'll go inform the master." With that, she entered the house. A moment later, 3 men emerged from the small courtyard. The central figure wore a pale yellow yuanwei robe, had a square face, a 3-inch beard, and a tall, imposing stature exuding authority even without anger. This was undoubtedly Mr. Xiao Chong. Beside him were 2 elderly men. One had drooping eyes, instantly marking him as a sharp and unkind character. The other was white-haired yet youthful-faced, possessing the appearance of a transcendent immortal, his brows deeply furrowed as if deep in thought. Frowning, Xiao Chong asked, "Which one is the physician?" Lin Shan replied calmly, "Mr. Xiao, I am." "You?" Xiao Chong immediately knitted his brows. Like the others, upon seeing Lin Shan's youth, disbelief welled up instinctively. The droopy-eyed physician beside him sneered coldly, "How laughable. Now even stray dogs and cats come seeking profit. Mr. Xiao, I doubt this boy has even read a few medical texts. Could he possibly be here just to mock you?" These past days, Xiao Chong had grown increasingly impatient from being duped by swindlers, and his tone turned rather harsh. "Young man, if you truly possess skill, this old man will naturally treat you with respect. But if you're here just to mock me, leave now while you still can. I'll bear you no grudge. However, if later you can't make any diagnosis at all, don't blame me for being heartless." Lin Shan, hearing such a tone, initially felt quite annoyed, but then suddenly thought of Yuan Yuan. If his own daughter were suffering such an injury, he might behave even more irrationally than Xiao Chong. Lin Shan said nothing. Zheng Yu, however, grew somewhat fearful and tugged at Lin Shan's sleeve, whispering, "Benefactor, maybe we should just give up?" Lin Shan gave Zheng Yu a reassuring glance that seemed to say, "You can rest easy," then answered firmly, "Mr. Xiao, has your daughter's wound developed gangrenous flesh, accompanied by pus discharge?" At that very moment, Xiao Chong's previously impatient expression instantly changed. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he nodded. "Indeed, that's exactly the case. Then she should currently be unconscious and running a persistent fever, correct?" Yes. Xiao Chong's attitude underwent a complete transformation. He stepped forward, seized Lin Shan's hand tightly, and said earnestly, "I was blind before. Please don't hold it against me, master. I beg you, save my daughter." Driven by deep paternal love, upon realizing his mistake, Xiao Chong immediately swallowed his pride. Any lingering displeasure in Lin Shan's heart thus vanished completely. After a brief pause, Lin Shan said, "Mr. Xiao, I cannot guarantee success, but I'd like to examine your daughter's wound first." "Of course, by all means. Please come in. Please come in." Xiao Chong took Lin Shan's hand and led him into the small courtyard. The others remained outside. Yin Ziwei, who had barely dared to breathe since Xiao Chong appeared, finally found his voice and sidled up to Zheng Yu, muttering, "Old Yu, looks like your benefactor actually has some real talent after all." Zheng Yu, who had been feeling anxious inside, now felt greatly relieved seeing the change in Xiao Chang's attitude. A sense of pride even welled up within him. Hee, when my benefactor takes action, the problem is solved in an instant. Just wait and see. Chapter 12. A life hangs in the balance. What's the harm in taking a look? Lin Shan followed Xiao Chang into the small courtyard. There was only one little house inside. Xiao Chang asked, "Sir, do you need anything?" Lin Shan shook his head. The slant-eyed man standing nearby sneered. "You're not even using needles or surgical tools. Are you really a physician?" Xiao Chang's eyes also flickered with doubt. Lin Shan glanced at the slant-eyed man. This guy had challenged him twice already, and he wasn't known for his patience. He shot back. "Even if you were given an entire room full of medical instruments, could you heal Miss Xiao? Someone like you is nothing but a quack." The slant-eyed man turned red with rage, hopping on one foot. "How dare you?" Lin Shan continued mockingly. "I still have real work to attend to. I don't have time for verbal sparring with you." With that, he picked up his medical bag and moved toward the door. Just then, the old man who had been silently observing finally spoke up. "Young sir, might I be allowed to observe how you intend to diagnose and treat her?" This elder had said nothing since they arrived, and now his tone was gentle and kind. As Lin Shan turned to look at him, the old man offered a faint smile. "If it would be inconvenient, I won't insist. My apologies." Lin Shan shrugged. "If you want to watch, go ahead." With that, Lin Shan pushed open the door and entered. Inside the house were two maids. Seeing someone arrive, they knew he was here to treat their young mistress and quickly stepped forward. "Sir, please come this way." They led Lin Shan into a smaller chamber. As soon as he entered, he saw a woman lying on the bed. She was covered with thick gauze, leaving only her back exposed. Apparently, Xiao Chang had arranged this to prevent his daughter's modesty from being compromised. But even so, in this era, allowing a strange man to see her bare back was already outrageous. It would undoubtedly tarnish Xiao Zhao's reputation later, making it extremely difficult for her to form an alliance through marriage with any family of comparable status. Lin Shan remained composed. He walked over to the bedside. Xiao Zhao's skin was fairer than snow, but across that flawless back ran a grotesque wound nearly 30 centimeters long, with flesh peeled outward. Lin Shan noticed there was no sign of rotting tissue or pus. He turned and looked toward the old man standing quietly by the doorway. "Sir, was it you who removed the decayed flesh and pus?" The elder gave Lin Shan a strange look and slowly shook his head. "It was done by the Xiao family's maids. I merely offered some guidance." The wound had already been cleaned thoroughly. Lin Shan reached into his bag and pulled out hydrogen peroxide. The old man watched curiously but didn't ask, knowing this was a critical moment. Lin Shan began disinfecting Xiao Zhao's wound with the solution. The moment his fingertips touched her skin, her entire body trembled. Lin Shan froze. She wasn't unconscious, she was awake. The two maids reacted instantly, their faces turning pale. One cried out, "How dare you touch our miss?" Lin Shan was startled. He turned and glanced at the elder, whose expression clearly said, "Well, you really are something." Lin Shan said calmly, "Do you expect me to treat her without touching the patient?" The maid stammered, near tears. The previous doctors only took her pulse with silk threads. You. So none of the earlier physicians had even seen Xiao Zhao's back. Lin Shan was the first. The two maids had simply assumed all doctors worked the same way and weren't prepared for someone like him who broke tradition. Lin Shan felt a twinge of panic. He'd underestimated the severity of gender segregation in ancient times. Pulse taking with silk threads? What kind of nonsense was that? No wonder she was half dead by now. Still, Lin Shan quickly steadied himself. In a firm voice, he declared, "Nonsense. At a moment like this, when a life hangs in the balance, I am a healer. To me, there is no distinction between male and female, young or old, tall or short, beautiful or plain. Even if your young miss were a celestial fairy descending from heaven, in 100 years she'll still be reduced to a pile of bones. When her very life is slipping away, what use are petty concerns over modesty?" The two maids stood flustered, unable to respond. Then a soft female voice drifted from within the room. "Cece, Elieli, the doctor is right. When my life is at stake, why cling to such things? Doctor, please proceed with the treatment." Hearing their mistress speak, the two maids immediately fell silent. Lin Shan composed himself, finished cleaning the wound, and wherever his fingers passed, the skin flushed pink. The stinging sensation from the hydrogen peroxide occasionally caused Xiao Xiao to let out faint, pained whimpers. Despite himself, Lin Shan felt a flicker of distraction. Once the wound was fully cleaned, Lin Shan pulled out some anti-inflammatory medicine and handed it to the nearby maid. "Give this to your young miss to take." The maid didn't dare delay. She took the medicine and hurried down a connecting passage. Lin Shan then returned to the entrance of the room. The elder, seeing him return, blinked and asked, "Is that all?" Lin Shan smiled. "What else did you expect?" The elder fell into thought, then after a pause asked, "Young sir, what exactly was that liquid you poured onto Miss Zhao's wound?" Lin Shan didn't dislike the old man, but he had no interest in explaining anything to him. He chuckled and said, "My good sir, that's a trade secret." The elder clasped his hands in a courteous bow, unfazed. "It was improper of me to ask." Shortly after, the two stepped out of the room. Xiao Chang rushed over immediately, asking anxiously, "Mr. Lin, how is my daughter?" He had already learned Lin Shan's name from Zheng Yu. Lin Shan replied, "The medicine has been administered. We just need to wait a while for results." Xiao Chang let out a soft sigh. The slant-eyed man standing beside him gave a cold sneer. He'd already made up his mind. If Lin Shan failed to heal Xiao Xiao, he would humiliate the young doctor thoroughly. Xiao Chang quickly composed himself and said to Lin Shan, "Thank you for your kind help, Mr. Lin. Please rest here a while. Then I'll trouble you." Lin Shan casually returned the bow. He was curious himself. Just how effective would anti-inflammatory medicine be on wounds in this foreign world? Next, Yin Ziwei escorted Lin Shan to the guest quarters. His demeanor now was completely respectful, repeatedly apologizing for his earlier rudeness. Lin Shan brushed it off with a few reassuring words. As for Zhengyu, he had already returned to Zheng village. Lin Shan spent the night resting at the Xiao residence. The next morning, after finishing breakfast provided by the household, he walked over to the small courtyard. Xiao Chong was still seated there, his eyes bloodshot. Whether he'd just arrived or hadn't slept all night was unclear. The two elders were both refreshed and alert. The elder who had spoken with Lin Shan the previous day was Lu Yun, a renowned physician of this region. The other, the slant-eyed man, was an outsider Xiao Chong had invited. His name was Zhuaheng. When Lu Yun saw Lin Shan approach, he nodded slightly and greeted him kindly. Just then, the door to the room suddenly opened, and a maid hurried out. Xiao Chong shot to his feet. "How is the young miss?" The maid glanced at Lin Shan and whispered, "Ever since this young master treated her yesterday, Miss has been unconscious." Before Xiao Chong could respond, Zhuaheng snapped forward like a dog catching scent. "Huh, Mr. Xiao, it seems you've placed your trust in the wrong person. Boy, the young miss is now unconscious. Let's see how you explain this." Chapter 13, Lu Yun's request, in exchange for the health cultivation manual. Lin Shan looked at Zhuaheng with the kind of eyes one might use on a mentally challenged person, then said, "Fool, don't you see what time it is? It's time to sleep. Besides, Miss Xiao is a patient. Of course she needs more rest." Turning to the maid, he asked, "Has Miss Xiao's fever gone down?" The maid nodded fervently, her eyes now filled with admiration as she looked at Lin Shan. "The young Mrs. Fever has improved significantly, and tonight she slept very soundly. For the past few nights, even when Xiao Xiaomancheng fell asleep, she would cry out in pain. Such obvious improvement clearly proved one thing. Lin Shan's treatment was highly effective." Xiao Chong was ecstatic. He stared at Lin Shan, his hands trembling slightly. Xiao Xiao had been bettered in for 7 days, visibly growing weaker each day. He had done everything within his power to find renowned physicians, but none had helped much. Though he'd weathered many storms in life, at this moment, his resolve began to crack. His daughter was his heart and soul. If he were to bury her before his time, he couldn't imagine how he would go on living. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chong bowed deeply to Lin Shan and said, "Mr. Lin, I cannot thank you enough for saving my daughter." Seeing that Xiao Chong truly loved his daughter, Lin Shan felt an immediate affinity toward him. He waved his hand modestly. "Sir Xiao, let's not speak of gratitude just yet. We should observe how the young miss fares for a few more days." Noticing Lin Shan's calm and humility, not rushing to claim credit, Xiao Chong held him in even higher regard. At that moment, Zhuaheng suddenly spoke up. "Sir Xiao, now that your daughter has improved, I shall take my leave." His face was dark with displeasure. He had hoped, at the very least, that Xiao Chong would politely urge him to stay, given their past connection. Instead, Xiao Chong simply nodded and said, "Master Zhua, please excuse me for not seeing you off." Zhuaheng's face instantly turned black as soot. Xiao Chong remained completely unmoved. Under normal circumstances, he might have offered some courteous words, but right now, after Zhuaheng had come boasting arrogantly, claiming to be a peerless physician unmatched since ancient times, only to utterly fail when tested, he had no patience for such pretense. After dismissing Zhuaheng, Xiao Chong turned back to Lin Shan, his expression immediately becoming respectful. Normally, as a wealthy landowner, he wouldn't need to treat anyone like this. But Lin Shan had saved the life of his most beloved daughter. That changed everything. "Mr. Lin, I deeply regret my previous discourtesy. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Please stay in the Xiao residence for a few days. I must properly reward you." As Zhuaheng slunk away, Lin Shan couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire, calling out loudly, "Honored physician Zhua, mind your step on the way out." Zhuaheng froze for a moment, but ultimately didn't turn around. He left in silence. The others continued waiting. Lin Shan crossed his arms and dozed off on a bamboo couch. Then, suddenly, Lu Yun sidled over and whispered, "Young friend Lin, may I take a look at the medicine you gave to Miss Xiao earlier?" Lin Shan opened his eyes and studied the old man. Lu Yun looked awkward, fully aware that his request was unreasonable. Any physician guarded such formulas closely. They were livelihood secrets. How could one possibly share them with outsiders? But he had spent his entire life devoted to medicine. Seeing such a miraculous remedy stirred his heart like a lustful man catching sight of a breathtaking beauty. It was hard not to be drawn in. With a soft sigh, Lu Yun said, "Young friend, I know this is an uncomfortable request. All my life I've practiced medicine. Internal illnesses I can usually manage, but with external wounds, no matter how thoroughly I clean them or how carefully I care for them, many patients still die. Only martial cultivators seem able to survive such injuries. I've racked my brain over this mystery. Could you help me understand?" A spark lit in Lin Shan's mind. Martial cultivators? Did martial cultivators really exist in this world? Seeing the sincerity in the old man's eyes, Lin Shan recognized a pure soul, one who had dedicated his life entirely to healing. He thought silently, "Of course you don't understand why they die. The germ theory hasn't even been developed here yet." After a pause, Lin Shan replied, "Elder, the human eye has its limits. In truth, beyond rotting flesh, there are many other things present in wounds. You might think of them as tiny insects. These insects are invisible to the naked eye. The reason many people die from wounds is because of these creatures. My medicine kills them." Lu Yun's eyes widened in realization. "So that's it. Oh, by the way," Lin Shan added, "you mentioned martial cultivators earlier. Just how powerful are these cultivators?" Lu Yun hesitated, frowning. "Well," he glanced sideways, pointing at a nearby wall. "I once saw a martial cultivator punch a wall like this one and shatter it completely." Lin Shan was stunned. That wall was 5 meters wide, 2 meters high, and probably 20 to 30 centimeters thick. To break it with a single punch? This level of display wasn't even common in most wuxia novels. Blinking rapidly, Lin Shan asked eagerly, "Then, Elder, can these martial cultivators cultivate true qi?" Lu Yun said with some surprise, "I didn't expect you to be someone from the martial world. Circulating the energies around the body, internal qi naturally arises. So this world really did have martial arts." Lin Shan's heart immediately burned with excitement. Seeing Lin Shan's expression, Lu Yun suddenly had an idea and chuckled. Young friend, are you interested in learning martial cultivation? Lin Shan raised his brows. Does elder mean you're willing to teach me? Lu Yun laughed heartily. I possess a family-inherited health cultivation method. If practiced earnestly, it can indeed generate true qi and extend one's lifespan. However, I hope you could give me 2 pills of that medicine. Agree to this, and I will willingly hand over the entire cultivation manual. I thought it was going to be something difficult. This is simple. Here, take the whole bottle, elder. Lin Shan had bought 2 bottles and casually shoved the entire bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine into Lu Yun's arms. Come on, how much did these pills cost anyway? What Lu Yun was offering in return was a genuine martial arts scripture. Not a second of hesitation was needed. Lu Yun hadn't expected Lin Shan to agree so readily. He quickly waved his hands. Young friend, please take back the medicine first. I'll write out the cultivation method for you in detail. Lin Shan shrugged indifferently. Elder is an honest and noble man. I trust you completely. Lu Yun sighed softly. Young friend, your integrity is admirable. I truly respect you. With that, he carefully tucked the medicine into his robe, then stood and walked toward Xiao Chong, saying, Master Xiao, might I borrow your study for a moment? Such a small request was easily granted. Xiao Chong waved his hand, and instantly ordered a servant to lead Lu Yun away. After Lu Yun left, Xiao Chong turned to Lin Shan and asked, Mr. Lin, did Master Lu just ask you for that medicine which cured my daughter? Lin Shan smiled. Master Xiao, you're truly as wise as they say. Xiao Chong gave a self-deprecating laugh and glanced in the direction Lu Yun had gone. The old master has spent his life healing others, guided by a heart of compassion. When faced with such a miraculous medicine, of course he'd wish for more people to benefit from it. Did you give it to him? Chapter 14, Young Master, a genius born of heaven. Lin Shan nodded and said, I did indeed give it to him. But don't mistake me. I have no kindness in my heart. The old man mentioned he possessed a family-inherited health cultivation technique. I'm interested in such things, so we made an exchange. Xiao Chong immediately grew intrigued. So Mr. Lin is interested in martial arts? When I was young, I once visited Wu's capital city, Wujun. There, cultivators of achievement could fly through the sky or vanish into the earth as easily as stepping across a threshold. Some even wielded flying swords capable of severing heads from thousands of miles away. Lin Shan suddenly realized he wasn't in a low martial world after all. Flying through the air and flying swords meant this was at least a mid-tier martial realm. Hee, please don't laugh at me, Sir Xiao. I've just heard too many storytelling ballads since childhood, that's all. Before Xiao Chong could reply, a maid suddenly stepped out and announced, Master, the young miss has awakened. She says she's feeling much better now. Xiao Chong hurried toward the room, only remembering Lin Shan was still there as he reached the doorway. He turned back and bowed respectfully to Lin Shan. Mr. Lin, this old man must go check on my daughter. Lin Shan smiled and replied, By all means, sir. About half an hour later, old man Lu Yun returned first. He handed over a stack of Sujit sheets of paper to Lin Shan. Young friend, this is my family's ancestral art, called the Chong Chun Gong. I have no descendants. If I die, this technique will simply be buried with me. Today, I pass it to you, but... Lu Yun's expression suddenly turned solemn. In a deep voice, he continued, though the Chong Chun Gong isn't some supreme technique, practicing diligently can make one's body far stronger than ordinary people. Should you choose to pass it on in the future, you must carefully examine the recipient's character, lest this art fall into evil hands. Lin Shan took the papers and chuckled. Old sir, aren't you afraid I might be an evil person? Lu Yun stroked his beard and said, Young friend, you clearly possess kindness and a generous nature. This old man trusts you. Lin Shan didn't respond, instead flipping through the pages of the Chong Chun Gong. Immediately, he noticed something. Though he recognized every character, when combined they made absolutely no sense to him. He struggled through one page and felt like his head was about to explode. Putting the papers down helplessly, he said, Old sir, I don't understand a single thing written here. Lu Yun was astonished. Young friend, do you not know meridians and acupoints? It wasn't surprising that he was shocked. Since Lin Shan had healed Xiao Xiao, Lu Yun naturally assumed he was highly skilled in medicine, unaware that it was entirely thanks to anti-inflammatory medication. Lin Shan admitted honestly. To tell the truth, sir, healing Miss Xiao was all due to the medicine. I myself know nothing of medical arts. Lu Yun was stunned silent for a moment before finally nodding slowly. Ah, I see. Never mind. I'll teach you myself. He was a kind and generous elder who believed in seeing help through to the end, delivering the Buddha all the way to the Western paradise. Hearing this, Lin Shan immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Lu Yun. Though Lu Yun treated it lightly, Lin Shan couldn't afford to remain aloof. Their earlier exchange had been mutual benefit, but now, Lu Yun teaching him knowledge was an extra favor. Lin Shan thanks the honorable sir. Lu Yun smiled. A mere trifle. Then, Lu Yun began explaining meridians and acupoints to Lin Shan. An hour passed like this when Xiao Chong finally walked out of the room. His entire demeanor had transformed. He looked revitalized, even wearing a faint smile. Seeing this, Lin Shan and Lu Yun knew Xiao Xiao must have improved significantly. Lu Yun smiled and said, Congratulations, Sir Xiao. It seems your beloved daughter is out of danger. Xiao Chong turned to Lin Shan. All thanks to Mr. Lin's miraculous healing skills. I said earlier that whoever saved my daughter would receive a great reward. Brother Lin, these 100 taels of gold are merely a small token of my gratitude. If there's anything else you desire, just name it. With that, Xiao Chong clapped his hands. A pretty maid, visibly straining under the weight, carried a box out of the room and approached Lin Shan. This maid was one of the 2 personal attendants serving Xiao Xiao. Her name seemed to be Lele. Lele had delicate, charming features. She kept her head down, cheeks slightly flushed, as she offered the box to Lin Shan. Sir, here. Lin Shan extended both hands. Then I won't stand on ceremony. He accepted the box. How heavy? In his mind, Lin Shan quickly calculated. 1 tael equals 50 grams. 100 taels is 5,000 grams of gold. Current gold prices had already surpassed 700 yuan per gram. 700 times 5,000 equaled 3.5 million. I'm rich. Lin Shan suppressed his excitement, unwilling to lose composure in front of others. Observing Lin Shan's calm and composed demeanor, Xiao Chong felt admiration and a flicker of curiosity. How strange. Why have I never heard of such a figure before? Unable to resist, Xiao Chong asked, Brother Lin, forgive my boldness, but are you originally from around here? Lin Shan shook his head. No, my hometown was long destroyed by war. Since then, I've wandered far and wide, studying and trading. He casually fabricated an excuse to brush past the question. Afterward, Xiao Chong insisted on hosting a banquet for Lin Shan, who could not refuse and ended up attending. 5 days later, under Lu Yun's guidance, Lin Shan practiced the Changchun Gong for the first time. To his surprise, it went remarkably smoothly. Lin Shan immediately sensed the flow of energy within him, something that left Lu Yun utterly astonished. It took this old man 5 years to achieve chi sensation. Young friend, you're truly a genius born of heaven. Lin Shan himself wasn't particularly excited. After one full session, he did feel significantly more energetic. Over the years, constant overtime work had worn down his body. He simply hoped the Changchun Gong could help restore his health. Thanks entirely to your guidance, sir. Lin Shan stood up once more to express his gratitude. Just then, someone knocked on the door and a voice called from outside. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lu, the master requests your presence. The two arrived at the Xiao family's main hall, where besides Xiao Chong, a young maiden was also present. This girl dressed unlike ordinary women. She wore a form-fitting black and red martial outfit, her silky black hair tied into a high ponytail behind her head. Her features were delicate and refined, her skin fair as snow. Her brows were slightly thick, lending her an added air of boldness and heroism. As Lin Shan and Lu Yun entered, the girl's eyes instantly fixed upon Lin Shan, and a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Lin Shan's heart stirred. He immediately guessed her identity. It must be Xiao Xiao. Their eyes met, but Xiao Xiao quickly looked away, somewhat flustered. Unconsciously, Lin Shan recalled the sensation when he had treated Xiao Xiao, the feel of his fingers brushing against her skin. Now Xiao Chong was right here. Would she have told her father about what happened? Seeing their arrival, Xiao Chong smiled broadly and said, My daughter has finally recovered, all thanks to the two of you. Xiao Xiao quickly thanked these two gentlemen. Xiao Xiao's complexion had fully returned to normal. She stepped forward gracefully and clasped her fists together. Thank you both, esteemed sirs. On Xiao Xiao, one could not see the usual shyness and restraint common among women of this era. Xiao Chong sighed with a wry smile. Ever since childhood, Xiao Xiao has loved wielding swords and practicing martial arts, never behaving like a proper young lady. 3 years ago, I sent her to Xinjian sect. Only recently did she return home. When she heard about a bandit stronghold nearby, she insisted on wiping them out. But in the end, she came back severely injured. Chapter 15. Divorce Lawyer, Golden Move. Seeing her father expose her shortcomings, Xiao Xiao immediately pouted and protested. Dad, I've only been cultivating for 3 years. They had numbers on their side, and I was just caught off guard. I've already sent word to my sect's senior and junior brothers. Once our people arrive, we'll crush this bandit stronghold immediately. Lin Shan thought to himself that indeed there were martial cultivation sects in this world. The name Mystic Sword Sect suggested it specialized in sword arts. Since Xiao Chong, a powerful local figure, had sent his daughter there, the sect must not be weak. Xiao Chong shook his head gently, speaking earnestly. All I want is for you to remember. Beyond the sky there's another sky. Beyond people there are greater people. From now on, never act recklessly again. Sensing her father's concern, Xiao Xiao quietly nodded. At that moment, Lu Yun suddenly said, Mr. Xiao, now that your daughter is safe, I should take my leave. Xiao Chong hurriedly replied. How can that be? You've gone to so much trouble these past days. Please stay longer so I may properly show my hospitality. But Lu Yun simply smiled and shook his head, a clear sign his mind was made up. Seeing this, Lin Shan spoke up. Mr. Xiao, I plan to buy a courtyard house in town. Do you happen to know any reliable real estate agents? He intended to settle here long-term and use this place as a base to gradually explore this world. Xiao Chong responded. Do we really need an agent for something so simple? I have several vacant courtyards. I'll just give one to Brother Lin. Though he spoke very politely, Lin Shan insisted on buying one himself. Seeing this, Xiao Chong didn't press further. Together with Lu Yun, Lin Shan left the Xiao residence. Lu Yun gazed into the distance and said, Young friend, let us part ways here. Lin Shan bowed deeply to him, saying, Teacher, please take care. He knew Lu Yun was a true healer whose heart belonged to the people. After this journey, he would likely go straight to researching anti-inflammatory medicine. Lin Shan deeply admired such a man. Earlier, when Lu Yun taught him medical knowledge, regardless of whether the old man acknowledged it or not, in Lin Shan's heart, he had already become his teacher. Still, Lin Shan wasn't optimistic. Antibiotics were the result of generations of accumulated medical progress. It would be extremely difficult for one man like Lu Yun to achieve such a breakthrough alone. Stroking his beard with a gentle smile, Lu Yun said, We met by fate. Let me give you one more gift, an old medical text I've compiled over the years. It contains my experience treating patients, along with methods for curing rare and difficult illnesses. In your free time, you might find it worth reading. With that, he handed Lin Shan a book. Lin Shan instinctively reached out and accepted it. Lu Yun continued, Though I've passed you the evergreen cultivation technique and this medical manual, there's no need to call me master. Just promise me one thing. Never use what I've taught you for evil. After speaking, Lu Yun stepped away. Lin Shan blinked, and saw that with each stride, the old man covered 7 or 8 meters. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Lin Shan was startled, then murmured to himself, so the old man was actually a hidden master all along. Later, Lin Shan went to a real estate agency and purchased a courtyard of about 200 square meters. It had one bedroom divided into inner and outer chambers, plus 2 small rooms for storage. Simple and modest, it suited him perfectly. After locking the front gate, he returned to the main world. It was already afternoon. Remembering the divorce matter, Lin Shan first contacted Zhang Ji and arranged to meet the divorce lawyer at a nearby cafe. At exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Shan arrived at the cafe. Shortly after, Zhang Ji showed up too, sitting down across from Lin Shan. He looked him over carefully, then suddenly frowned. Why do you seem so much more energetic and vibrant than before? Lin Shan knew full well it was due to practicing the evergreen cultivation technique, but he couldn't exactly say that. Smiling, he replied, when you have money, your whole appearance changes. Once I deal with that slut Zhang Wan and Sheng Tong, I'll look even better. Zhang Ji laughed heartily. A while later, Lin Shan noticed a tall, slender man in a suit walking toward them. Upon seeing Zhang Ji, the man waved. Zhang Ji turned to Lin Shan and said, this is the divorce lawyer, Hong Wang. The man entered the cafe and sat opposite Lin Shan, extending his hand confidently. You must be Mr. Lin. I'm Hong Wang. Zhang Ji has already briefed me on your situation. They shook hands. Zhang Ji joked. His expertise in this area is unmatched. You roughly know my brother's situation. Do you think there's a way forward? Hong Wang calmly raised his eyes, completely composed. Since we're all on the same side, I'll be direct. Mr. Lin, old Zhang mentioned you have some evidence. What exactly do you have? Lin Shan lowered his voice and said, I now possess video footage of Zhang Wan and Sheng Tong committing adultery. I also have their hair samples. A simple DNA test can prove that Yuan Yuan is actually Sheng Tong's child. Hong Wang's eyes lit up instantly. This was incredibly powerful ammunition. Not even minding they were in a public place, he leaned forward eagerly and asked, can I see it? Is it convenient? Hearing this, Lin Shan took out his phone. He had already saved the video on it. Considering that Zhang Wan had once been Lin Shan's wife, both Zhang Ji and Hong Wang only watched the beginning. Once they saw Zhang Wan and Sheng Tong appear on screen, they stopped. Hong Wang appeared extremely confident. With this, plus a paternity test report, I'm certain that woman won't get a single penny. Just wait and see. Seeing this, Lin Shan asked, thank you. How much do you charge for your fee? Without a hint of hesitation, Hong Wang replied, Zhang Ji is a close friend of mine for many years. We're brothers. I won't take any money from you. Honestly, I've handled countless divorce cases and seen plenty of scum. Your wife ranks among the worst. Consider this me doing you a favor, don't mention it. Hong Wang's gaze was sincere, showing no trace of pity toward Lin Shan. Lin Shan turned to look at Zhang Ji, who said, haha, we're all friends. Shan, feel free to come around more often. Old Hong might need your help someday too. Since he said so, let's just leave it at that. Seeing this, Lin Shan nodded. Alright then, thanks brother. No problem at all. The group chatted for a while about other trivial matters. Hong Wang copied the video and took away Sheng Teng's hair sample. He would personally arrange a DNA test. After Hong Wang left, Lin Shan waved to order another round of coffee, then said to Zhang Ji, Old Zhang, I've got a batch of goods. By now, Zhang Ji was somewhat numb. What kind of stuff? Lin Shan gently shook his palm. 5 kilograms of gold. Zhang Ji looked like he wanted to say something, but held back. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke up. Shan, are these things of yours really safe? As Lin Shan kept producing more and more goods, Zhang Ji could no longer suppress his worries. Lin Shan patted Zhang Ji's shoulder and said solemnly, you can rest assured. It's completely safe. Alright then. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Ji said, selling so much gold through jewelry stores would attract too much attention. I think it'd be better to put it up for auction. 3 days from now, I know there's going to be an auction. We can go check it out. Chapter 16. See you again, Luo Bing. Lin Shan also felt that bringing out so much gold might attract unwanted attention, so he immediately adopted Zhang Ji's suggestion. This is perfect. I have time now. Why don't we take the gold over and let them appraise it? Zhang Ji nodded. Alright, let's go back to your place and pack it up. They returned to Lin Shan's residential complex. The gold had actually been in Lin Shan's inventory all along, but this secret couldn't be revealed to Zhang Ji. So instead, they went through the motions, going upstairs, pretending to retrieve the gold, loading it into a large black case, then carrying it back down. After placing the case in the trunk, they left the neighborhood and drove until they reached a high-rise building. Zhang Ji parked the car, and the two took the elevator down to the second basement level. When they stepped out of the elevator lobby, there was only one entrance ahead. 2 tall men in black suits stood guard. Seeing the pair exit the elevator, one asked, Gentlemen, do you have an invitation? Zhang Ji calmly pulled out his phone and showed them a QR code. The guard scanned it, then said respectfully, Sir, are you here to liquidate something? Zhang Ji casually pointed at Lin Shan. My friend here has something to sell. I understand. Please follow me. The man gestured politely and led the way. Lin Shan carried the case behind Zhang Ji. The corridor was richly decorated in a classical style, with red lacquered walls adorned with landscape paintings every few steps, interspersed with ornamental rocks. Eventually, the guard stopped before a room. Sir, what category does your item belong to? Precious metals, Zhang Ji replied. The man smiled. Understood. Please wait a moment. He opened the door, and the two entered. The room was about 20 square meters in size. Immediately inside stood a wooden screen with intricate latticework depicting mountains and rivers. Beyond it sat a large tea table set with various tea sets. Have a seat, Zhang Ji said. We just need to wait for the appraiser. When she arrives, hand over the gold. Lin Shan glanced around. A light, elegant fragrance filled the air. This place is impressive. Zhang Ji poured himself a cup of tea and said to Lin Shan, getting in here requires proof of 10 million yuan in net assets. But even that only qualifies you for the lowest tier auctions. Your gold barely makes the cut. Heh. Though honestly, I don't have that kind of money either. I came in through a back door. They chatted idly for a few minutes when a knock sounded at the door. A soft female voice asked, Hello, may I come in? For some reason, Lin Shan found the voice oddly familiar. Zhang Ji chuckled and gave him a mischievous look. This situation feels straight out of a drama. Wonder if we can switch things up? He winked at Lin Shan exaggeratedly. After receiving permission, the door opened. Lin Shan turned, and instantly froze as a wave of floral perfume washed over him. Two women walked in, and when Lin Shan saw their faces, his mind went blank. One was Luo Bing. The other was Zhang Wan, his ex-wife. Zhang Ji's expression changed instantly too. He instinctively looked at Lin Shan as if asking, "What the hell is going on?" Lin Shan shot back a silent "How would I know?" Zhang Wan, upon seeing the two, widened her eyes in shock. Why is he here? She knew Lin Shan's circumstances well. That property of his was worth maybe 3 or 4 million, but it was mortgaged, couldn't count as net assets. Aside from that, he drove an old Honda. There was no way he qualified to enter this place. Only when she noticed Zhang Ji beside him did she begin to piece it together. Must have tagged along using Zhang Ji's connection. She knew Zhang Ji had connections, so she naturally assumed that was the explanation. The only one unfazed among them was Luo Bing. She gracefully took a seat across from Lin Shan and asked, "Which one of you gentlemen is submitting items for auction?" Lin Shan snapped back to reality and lifted the case from the floor onto the table. Inwardly, he thought, Sheng Teng really has balls. His fiancée and mistress working in the same place? They're bound to run into each other. Doesn't he fear getting caught? Then again, the more he thought about it, the more thrilling it seemed. And in fact, Lin Shan wasn't far off. Sheng Teng had arranged it deliberately. Zhang Wan's job here was secured by Sheng Teng himself. She didn't harbor ambitions of replacing Luo Bing. All she wanted was money from him. So by placing her here, Sheng Teng achieved 2 goals, keeping tabs on Zhang Wan while indulging his own twisted desires. As Lin Shan placed the case on the table, Luo Bing finally got a clear look at his face. Her eyes flickered with surprise. You're Lin Shan? Seeing that Luo Bing had recognized him, Lin Shan smiled and said, "It's me, Luo Bing. Long time no see." Zhang Ji blinked, sensing the situation might be getting complicated. He was quick-witted and decided to stay silent to avoid making things worse. Better to let Lin Shan handle it. After greeting Luo Bing, Lin Shan turned to Zhang Wan and said coolly, "So you work here?" Zhang Wan crossed her arms, snorted, and gave Lin Shan a disdainful sideways glance. "Lin Shan, don't waste our time. What could you possibly have worth selling?" Luo Bing's lips parted slightly as she looked back and forth between Zhang Wan and Lin Shan, clearly intrigued. Lin Shan shrugged. "She's my ex-wife." Zhang Wan scowled. "Enough. What exactly are you trying to appraise?" Lin Shan opened the case, revealing the gold inside. Upon seeing the gold, Luo Bing and Zhang Wan reacted very differently. Luo Bing's gaze was one of curiosity and scrutiny, while Zhang Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. She snapped her head up to stare at Lin Shan. "Where did you get all this?" Lin Shan pointed at Zhang Ji beside him. "It's not mine. I'm just here with old Zhang to help him through the process." Zhang Ji chuckled awkwardly. Sorry to embarrass you, sister-in-law, but times have been tough lately. We've had to pull out some buried treasures just to stay afloat." Despite his words, Zhang Wan didn't believe it for a second. As she studied Lin Shan, she suddenly realized that in just a few short days, his entire demeanor had transformed. The tired, worn-out man she once knew was gone. The man before her now radiated calm confidence, composed and in control, much like he'd been when they first met. In that instant, she was certain it was all his. Anger flared inside her. "Oh, so now you can keep secrets, Lin Shan? You never told me about any of this. We're still legally married. Half of this belongs to me." Lin Shan had no intention of arguing with her. "Are you deaf?" he snapped. "I just told you, it belongs to Zhang Ji." Chapter 17, Ancient Method Gold. Zhang Ji said in a cold, sarcastic tone. "Yeah, sister-in-law, my brother's modest wealth has long been thoroughly sorted out by you. Is there anything left that you don't know?" Zhang Wan bit her lip, still bu-fu cheat, retorting, "Bing Bing, take a closer look, maybe it's fake. Copper mixed with gold." Luo Bing forced a smile. Though simple-minded, she could clearly sense that the marriage between Lin Shan and Zhang Wan wasn't very happy. She stuck out her tongue playfully, then, adhering to her professional ethics, picked up one of the small golden fish to examine. One glance was all it took before Luo Bing let out an astonished, "Huh?" Zhang Wan immediately asked excitedly, "Well, it's fake, right?" Luo Bing shook her head awkwardly. "No, Sister Wan. It's real gold, all of it. And this gold was refined using ancient methods, reminiscent of Tang Dynasty techniques, though there are subtle differences." Lin Shan thought to himself that Luo Bing indeed had some discernment. Back in university, she had majored in archaeology, an obscure field, but apparently after graduation she'd entered the appraisal industry, which suited her specialty well. "No way." Zhang Wan glanced at Lin Shan with disbelief, her mind suddenly in turmoil. She had a strong intuition that something must have happened to Lin Shan recently, something that had caused such a dramatic transformation. To her, the better Lin Shan became, the more humiliating it was for her. Over the next hour, Luo Bing examined each tiny golden fish one by one. After finishing, she tapped Lin Shan on the shoulder, then turned finally to Zhang Ji and said, "Sir, we can list these gold items here for auction. According to our policy, we charge a 5% service fee. You're probably aware of that." Zhang Ji glanced at Lin Shan, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. Though the gesture was subtle, there were only 4 people in the room, and both Luo Bing and Zhang Wan noticed it. Luo Bing, being someone who had seen quite a bit of the world, felt only mild surprise. She'd encountered Lin Shan a few times during college and had heard occasional news about him afterward, all not particularly good. Now realizing that these gold items belonged to Lin Shan, she genuinely felt happy for him. But Zhang Wan couldn't stay calm. Having worked at the auction house for a while, she had developed some skill in appraisal. She knew perfectly well that if Lin Shan's gold went under the hammer, it would easily fetch no less than 3 to 4 million. And because the gold was processed with ancient refining techniques, collectors interested in such rarities might drive the price even higher. Who knew where it might peak? And half of all this should have been hers. Seeing Zhang Wan's face shift from pale to flushed, Lin Shan couldn't have been more delighted. Meanwhile, seeing Lin Shan's silent consent, Zhang Ji said, "Then let's sign the contract." Luo Bing stood up. "All right, I'll draft it right away. Please wait a moment." With that, she turned and left the room. Zhang Wan stormed out behind her. Once outside, Luo Bing curiously asked, "Sister Wan, why did you two get divorced?" Lin Shan had quite a good reputation in college. Zhang Wan snorted coldly. What's so impressive about running student council? Real talent is making money in society. He's completely useless in that regard. I've suffered through years of hardship with him. Zhang Wan's voice was full of resentment, every word a bitter complaint against Lin Shan. After they left, Zhang Ji lowered his voice and asked, "Who was that woman?" Lin Shan briefly explained the whole story. Zhang Ji burst out laughing. "Ah, Sheng Teng, now he's really playing dirty. He doesn't fear any consequences. He's got nerves of steel." Lin Shan said, "She doesn't know I'm already aware of the relationship between Sheng Teng and Luo Bing. Otherwise, she'd have panicked long ago." Shortly after, Luo Bing returned with the contract. The signing remained under Zhang Ji's name, and all bank details were registered to him as well. Yet all four of them understood clearly, the gold truly belonged to Lin Shan. After the contract was signed, Lin Shan didn't bother greeting Zhang Wan. He simply walked out of the auction house. However, just as they reached the parking lot, a voice suddenly called from behind. "Wait, senior." It was Luo Bing, running after them. Seeing this, Zhang Ji got into the car first, chuckling as he watched Lin Shan. "Ah Shan, seems this girl's got feelings for you. Why not steal her away?" Sheng Teng would lose his mind. For a split second, Lin Shan was tempted. Such revenge would surely make Sheng Teng livid. But then he remembered, Luo Bing was, in truth, an innocent victim in all this. He couldn't bear to exploit her like that. "What is it, Luo Bing?" Lin Shan asked. Luo Bing pulled out her phone, displaying a QR code. Smiling, she said, "Senior, if you ever find any antiques or relics, come find me. We can talk price, no problem." She saw that Lin Shan had so much ancient gold right from the start, and naturally assumed he must have other sources for acquiring more artifacts. After graduation, she had joined this auction house, arranged by her father. On one hand, it was her personal interest. On the other, the people she met here were either wealthy or influential, which helped expand her network. All right, Lin Shan took out his phone, and the two exchanged contact information. Luo Bing waved goodbye with a smile. Afterward, Zhang Ji drove Lin Shan to the hospital. Entering the ward, they happened to see Lu Ying making her rounds. She was still in her white coat, wearing a pair of white canvas shoes. Yet even the loose-fitting coat couldn't hide her alluring figure, her chest full and prominent, her hips forming a striking curve that drew attention. Flipping through the medical report in her hand, Lu Ying smiled at Lin Jiabao. "Uncle, your test results are very good. Just keep up with your current diet habits." Lin Jiabao and Lin Wei thanked her with warm smiles. As Lu Ying walked out, she came face to face with Lin Shan and gave him a gentle nod. Lin Shan couldn't help but recall the last time Hua Xiong had sneaked into Lu Ying's office. He wondered how she had handled the situation afterward. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he spotted balding Hua Xiong hurrying over, saying to Lu Ying, "Come with me for a moment." Hua Xiong's voice wasn't loud, but ever since Lin Shan had cultivated true qi, he found his senses had become far sharper. He could hear them clearly. Lu Ying's face clearly showed strong reluctance, yet in the end, she followed him. Lin Shan reasoned that Lu Ying was, after all, his father's attending physician. Her condition mattered. Besides, he was curious about what exactly Hua Xiong was up to. Silently, he edged closer, pretending to gaze out the window, while actually eavesdropping on their conversation. He heard Hua Xiong say, "Lu Ying, you know, promotion review is just around the corner. You've reminded me many times, and based on your performance, it really should be yours. But Ruan Yin is also exceptionally outstanding, so I'm really in a tough spot right now." Chapter 18, Hua Xiong's Ultimatum. As Hua Xiong spoke, his small, beady eyes swept up and down Lu Ying's slender figure like a pair of soybeans rolling over silk. The meaning behind his gaze was unmistakable. Even a fool could see it. Lu Ying felt a surge of disgust deep inside, yet forced herself to respond politely. "Director Hua, have you tried the liquor I gave you before?" She was subtly reminding him that she'd already given him a gift. Don't be insatiable. A flicker of displeasure flashed across Hua Xiong's face. Lu Ying had previously given him 2 bottles of high-end baijiu. To most people, such a gift would have been appropriate and respectful. But over the years, Hua Xiong's appetite for bribes had grown far greater. 2 bottles of alcohol were no longer enough to satisfy him. What he truly wanted was Lu Ying herself. He had hinted many times before, but Lu Ying always pretended not to understand, never giving a direct answer. This time, Hua Xiong decided he was done pretending. He laid his cards on the table. "Lu Ying, Saturday night. I'll be waiting for you at Dahua Restaurant. There are still matters I need to discuss with you about this position. I hope you'll make good use of this opportunity." Having said that, he reached out to grab her hand, but Lu Ying swiftly pulled away. Her evasion sharpened the coldness in Hua Xiong's eyes. "Heh, when it comes to practicality, Ruan Yin is much more sensible than you. We doctors can't rely solely on medical skill. The way we handle people matters too." With a blank expression, Hua Xiong dropped those words and turned to leave. Lu Ying stood rooted to the spot, her face pale with anger and shame. Lin Shan hesitated a moment, then slowly walked over. "Dr. Lu." After Lin Shan softly called her name, Lu Ying snapped back to reality. Seeing it was him, she forced an awkward smile. "Oh, Mr. Lin, here to ask about your father's condition?" Lin Shan glanced in the direction Hua Xiong had left and asked quietly, "Last time, when he came into your office, did something inappropriate happen?" Lu Ying's expression darkened. She had endured immense pressure since then. Deep down, she longed to confide in someone, but her family was far away, and her colleagues were no help at all. Gazing out the window, she shook her head slowly. "Ever since I joined the hospital, I've worked so hard. But no matter how hard I try, it doesn't matter. People always say things like, 'Look at Lu Ying. She rose so fast because she must have slept with the director.' Sometimes I wonder, if everyone thinks that of me anyway, maybe I should just do it. At least get something out of it. Anything beats being humiliated like this for nothing." Lin Shan immediately recognized these as words spoken in frustration. In this world, pretty women had too many shortcuts available in their careers. From Hua Xiong's tone earlier, Lin Shan could tell he'd been pressuring Lu Ying for a long time now. All it would take was one yes from her, and she could climb quickly. Yet she hadn't given in. That kind of person deserved respect. I know you're speaking out of anger, Lin Shan said gently. People who succeed by their own ability deserve admiration. I don't care what others think. Our whole family can feel your sincerity. Having a doctor like you is our good fortune. Lu Ying trembled slightly. Patience and family's genuine gratitude. That was why she chose medicine in the first place, to help others. Hearing Lin Shan's words, her heart suddenly felt lighter. She smiled faintly. Thank you. Last time, Director Hua really didn't have good intentions. He secretly installed a camera under my desk. If not for your warning, it would have been disastrous. Perhaps because Lin Shan had helped uncover that incident, Lu Ying instinctively trusted him a little more, which was why she opened up. But after speaking, she quickly added, still, knowing this is enough for you. Director Hua has a lot of influence. I'm afraid if he finds out you were the one who discovered it, it might affect your father's treatment later on. Lin Shan nodded, resting his hands on the railing. If there's anything I can help with afterward, please don't hesitate to contact me. Lu Ying only smiled faintly at this, not taking it seriously. In her mind, Lin Shan was just an ordinary patient's relative, someone who'd recently been in financial trouble. What kind of help could he possibly offer? But to spare his feelings, she simply replied, all right then, I won't hold back next time. They chatted by the window a while longer before Lu Ying went off to check on other patients. When Lin Shan returned to the room, Lin Wei eagerly approached with gossip in her eyes. Brother, were you just talking to Dr. Lu? Yeah, Lin Shan answered casually. Just discussing Dad's condition. Hearing that, Lin Jiabao chuckled. But Lin Wei sighed dreamily. Brother, I think Dr. Lu might actually like you. Lin Shan laughed bitterly and patted her head. What nonsense are you spouting? Like what exactly would she see in me? Lin Wei instinctively dodged Lin Shan's large hand, annoyed. This was an old habit from their childhood play fights, but now that she had grown up, she disliked it intensely. She avoided his reach while saying, you're still doing this? I told you I'm not a kid anymore. Seeing her reaction, Lin Shan withdrew his hand. Lin Wei glanced at Lin Jiabao and said, Dad, haven't you noticed? Dr. Lu has been coming around a lot more often lately. Even when there's no real reason, she shows up for a little walk through the ward. Lin Jiabao slowly nodded. Now that you mention it, you're right. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he looked at his son. Lin Shan knew exactly why. Dr. Lu Ying must be showing extra concern out of gratitude for his warning earlier, but he didn't want to expose her privacy. He simply shook his head and said, I think you two are reading too much into it. Then, suddenly, Lin Wei asked, Brother, what if Dr. Lu became your wife? Would you want her? An image of Lu Ying's graceful figure and strikingly beautiful face flashed unbidden through Lin Shan's mind, and despite himself, a fleeting, illicit thought stirred within him. Noticing that Lin Shan didn't respond immediately, Lin Wei snorted teasingly. Look at you. Your dreams must already have you married to Dr. Lu. TSK, big pervert. Stop talking nonsense. You're just a child. Though Lin Shan couldn't argue her down with words, he had his own trick. He reached out his hand again, instantly making Lin Wei fall silent. After spending some time at the hospital, Lin Shan decided to head home and return to the other world to continue cultivating the Changchun manual. Remember, one full day in the other world equaled only 1 hour in the main world. Using that time for cultivation was nothing short of a cheat. But just as he stepped out of the hospital gate, Lin Shan abruptly spotted a familiar figure. Hua Xiong. He had changed out of his white coat and now wore a set of designer clothes. Yet, time had not been kind. What it had taken wasn't just his hairline, but also his bearing and good looks. No matter how expensive the outfit, it hung on him like something bought from a street market. Lin Shan also noticed a woman following behind Hua Xiong. They kept a noticeable distance between them, clearly trying not to appear together. Something about the pair struck Lin Shan as suspicious. Instinctively, he began tailing them quietly, and watched as they both entered the administrative building. Chapter 19, The Vice Dean's Secret. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, so there weren't many people around in the administration building. Lin Shan slipped into a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. Hua Xiong's office was on the first floor. He and the woman had just walked into his office one after another, with the door left slightly ajar. Seeing this, Lin Shan gently lifted the camera facing the office door, then approached quietly, only to find that there wasn't a single sound coming from inside the office. A thought struck him. He slowly crept in. The office was completely empty, but he clearly saw Hua Xiong and that woman enter just moments ago. Could there be a secret room here? Curious, Lin Shan looked around. Just then, a noise came from one of the walls. Lin quickly hid inside a nearby cabinet, leaving only a narrow gap to peek through. His guess was right. The office did have a hidden chamber. A section of the wall slid open, and Hua Xiong and the woman stepped out from behind it. The woman had voluminous wavy hair, wore a pink pencil skirt and sky-high heels, and her expression was utterly seductive as she clung to Hua Xiong's arm. Dean, I'm counting on you for that promotion. Hua Xiong's face flushed, still somewhat dazed as he sniffed the air appreciatively before saying, Wan Yin, don't worry. You've treated me so well. I'll make sure you get that position. Wan Yin eagerly seized the opportunity. Then can you write my application right now? Well. Hua Xiong hesitated immediately. Though Wan Yin had been diligent and was attractive both in appearance and figure, the person he truly desired was Lu Ying. If he submitted Wan Yin's application now, he'd lose his leverage over Lu Ying, so he wavered. But Wan Yin wasn't someone who would back down easily. Seeing his hesitation, she pouted. Dean, didn't you promise me? Hua Xiong quickly replied. Oh come on, this isn't something we can rush. There are still some connections I need to work on. If I submit your name too soon, they won't approve it anyway. Don't worry. I've given you my word, and I won't go back on it. His reasoning was flawless. Wan Yin could only sigh and say reluctantly, fine then. After Wan Yin left, Hua Xiong lingered in the office for a while longer before finally getting up and leaving. Only after Hua Xiong was gone did Lin Shan emerge from the cabinet. First, he made sure the door was locked, then he twisted the vase nearby. Sure enough, the wall shifted, revealing a passage behind it, illuminated brightly. Lin Shan stepped cautiously inside. After moving forward a short distance, he saw 2 large rooms on either side. One of them contained a circular waterbed. Around the bed lay an assortment of bizarre tools. some of which Lin Shan had never even seen before. Damn it, this guy really knows how to play. There was also a computer in the room, still powered on. Lin walked over and glanced at the desktop, where two folders caught his eye. One was labeled Peach Blossom Collection. Lin silently opened the folder. 163 centimeters, 24, ER Surgical Nurse XXX. 158 centimeters, 27, Internal Medicine Dr. XXX. 170 centimeters, 21, Medical Representative XX. Each folder contained height, age, occupation, and name. Lin randomly opened a few. Inside were indecent videos. Abusing his power, Hua Xiong had clearly been running wild. Lin found a folder labeled Lu Ying. When he opened it, he saw only a collection of pictures, apparently taken secretly, mostly non-explicit angles. Clearly, Hua Xiong hadn't yet found the chance to go further. He also found Wang Yan's folder. Upon opening it, he saw its contents were packed with explicit material. The other folder was named Side Business Income. Lin clicked it open. Inside were detailed records of bribes and embezzlement, hospital construction projects, medical equipment deals, payoffs from pharmaceutical companies. Every entry was shocking. Then Lin entered the other room. It was packed with high-end cigarettes and alcohol, stacks of cash, and gold bars, piled like small mountains. All were bribes collected by Hua Xiong. Chapter 20, Xiao Chang's Overtures. Hua Xiong was extremely confident. With surveillance and the protection of a hidden room, he believed no one could ever find this place. Yet Lin Shan had still managed to sneak in. The evidence on the computer could completely ruin Hua Xiong's reputation, even land him in prison. After some thought, Lin Shan quietly left Hua Xiong's room, climbed out the window, and went to a computer store to buy a high-capacity hard drive. Then, he copied every single file from Hua Xiong's computer. Ideally, such evidence should simply be destroyed. But people like Hua Xiong often have peculiar habits. They enjoy keeping records for themselves, to look over in private. And more often than not, they end up ruined by their own souvenirs. Like that photography-loving patriarch of old. Once all the evidence had been copied, Lin Shan slipped away through the window again, leaving no trace behind. With that done, he returned home and entered the other world. The courtyard hadn't changed at all. He'd locked the gate from the inside when he left, so even if a thief broke in, there wasn't much worth stealing here anyway. Lin Shan unlocked the gate, planning to refamiliarize himself with the surroundings. But as soon as he opened it, he saw someone squatting right outside his door. Hearing the door open, the man quickly stood up. Seeing it was Lin Shan, he said with delight, "Mr. Lin, I've been waiting for you for days." It was Yin Ziwei. Ever since Lin Shan had demonstrated his remarkable medical skill, Yin Ziwei had held him in awe. "Oh, it's you. What brings you here?" Lin Shan asked. Yin Ziwei brushed dust off his clothes and smiled. "Mr. Lin, my master wanted me to tell you. When you have time, please come to our residence. He's found a martial arts manual he thinks you might like." Earlier, Xiao Chang had boldly declared that whoever cured Xiao Xiao could claim all of the Xiao family's wealth, without hesitation. But now that Lin Shan had actually healed her, what if Lin Shan really asked for the entire fortune? That would be an embarrassing situation. So Xiao Chang first tested the waters by giving Lin Shan 100 taels of gold. To his surprise, after accepting it, Lin Shan made no further demands. This gesture both impressed and slightly shamed Xiao Chang. Thus, he spent several days searching specifically for a boxing manual to gift Lin Shan. But when he discovered Lin Shan was gone, he sent Yin Ziwei to wait here instead. Lin Shan understood Xiao Chang's intentions perfectly. After a moment's thought, he said to Yin Ziwei, "Your master is most generous. I'll gladly accept. Brother Yin, I trouble you to lead the way." Hearing Lin Shan call him Brother Yin, Yin Ziwei waved his hands hurriedly. "Mr. Lin, how can I possibly deserve such honor? Just call me Old Yin." Lin Shan nodded. The two then walked together toward the Xiao estate. After announcing their arrival, Lin Shan was immediately ushered into the main hall. Soon, Xiao Chang's voice rang out from afar. "Brother Lin, it's been too long. I've missed you dearly." Xiao Chang emerged from behind the hall, Xiao Xiao following closely beside him. Even now, whenever she looked at Lin Shan, her gaze still seemed somewhat uneasy. "Master Xiao, thank you for your kindness." Lin Shan stood and bowed slightly to Xiao Chang. He truly was interested in the martial manual. Smiling, Xiao Chang said, "Brother Lin, you've done me a great favor. After searching for quite some time, I finally found this manual. I hope it may benefit you." With that, he gestured, and a servant handed him a booklet, which he then passed to Lin Shan. Lin Shan took a deep breath and accepted it reverently. On the cover was a line of writing. "Minor Jade Sun Fist." That must be the name of the martial art. Suppressing his curiosity, Lin Shan refrained from flipping it open immediately, instead thanking Xiao Chang once more. Waving his hand dismissively, Xiao Chang said, "No need for such formalities between friends. Brother Lin, I have an idea. Hear me out." Lin Shan raised his hand, inviting him to continue. Xiao Chang said, "Brother Lin, I'd like to invite you to become an honored retainer of the Xiao family. What do you think?" Lin Shan instinctively wanted to refuse. He didn't have that much time to run errands for Xiao Chang. But sensing his hesitation, Xiao Chang quickly added, "Brother Lin, don't refuse just yet. Being my family's retainer wouldn't demand much. I wouldn't trouble you for minor matters. At present, we already have 2 retainers, both martial artists. Since you're also interested in cultivation, you could train and exchange skills with them regularly." That immediately struck a chord with Lin Shan. Though he now had the Eternal Spring skill and the Minor Jade Sun Fist, he still lacked understanding of the deeper intricacies of martial cultivation. Having experienced mentors to guide him would be ideal. Seeing Lin Shan hesitate, Xiao Chang pressed on, capitalizing on the moment. "Brother Lin, if you're interested, I can bring the 2 retainers out right now to discuss things in detail. What do you say?" Actually, Xiao Chang wasn't interested in Lin Shan's martial prowess. After all, Lin Shan was older, and he assumed there wasn't much potential left for growth. What truly caught his attention was Lin Shan's medical skill. Coupled with the fact that he found Lin Shan to be a decent person, it was only natural that he extended such an invitation. Lin Shan, indeed, felt tempted. He nodded slightly and said, "If that's the case, then I'll trouble Mr. Xiao." Xiao Chang shook his head and said, "A trivial matter. I'll make the arrangements right away." Xiao Xiao, please entertain Brother Lin for me. With that, he stood and left the hall. Xiao Xiao stuck out her tongue playfully, then turned to Lin Shan and said, Big Brother Lin, thank you again for what you did earlier. Seeing Xiao Xiao, Lin Shan couldn't help but recall the sensation of his fingers gliding across her smooth back. He quickly shook his head and said, No need to thank me. I was rather forward that day. I hope you don't hold it against me. A faint blush spread across Xiao Xiao's face as she murmured, We're people of the Jianghu. We don't dwell on such minor matters. Big Brother Lin, I heard Master Lu pass down a cultivation technique to you. Lin Shan nodded. That's right. In these past couple of days, I've already begun to generate some genuine qi. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. She stared at him incredulously. Big Brother Lin, did you say you've already cultivated genuine qi? Lin Shan smiled and gave a small nod. Earlier, Lu Yin had praised Lin Shan as a genius born once in a generation, though Lin Shan himself didn't feel particularly special. It's true, I've cultivated it, but I still don't know how to use it properly. This was precisely why Lin Shan was so eager to learn a martial art. Xiao Xiao snapped back to reality, her expression shifting through a range of emotions. Hesitantly, she asked, Big Brother Lin, how old are you exactly? Lin Shan replied truthfully, 30. What? Xiao Xiao looked even more shocked. This was something Lu Yun had mentioned to Lin Shan before as well. When cultivating martial arts, it was best to start young. Once one grew up, bones and muscles hardened, and impurities gradually filled the meridians, it would become twice the effort for half the result. Yet Lin Shan seemed to be an exception. His cultivation had progressed remarkably smoothly. At that moment, Xiao Chang's voice rang out from behind the hall. Honored retainers, this way please. Chapter 21, Martial Arts divided into 9 ranks. Xiao Chang's voice sounded even more solemn than when he had just spoken with Lin Shan. He led the 2 men into the grand hall. 2 men. One appeared to be around 40 years old, burly in stature, with a square jaw and dignified features, dressed in a black martial outfit. The other was about 20, fairly handsome, wearing a white martial uniform adorned with intricate embroidered patterns that made his appearance somewhat flamboyant. After entering, both men sized up Lin Shan. The middle-aged man gave Lin Shan a friendly nod, while the younger one looked at him with an air of scrutiny. Come, Lin Shan, let me introduce you. Xiao Chang first gestured toward the older man. This is Guyan, our senior martial arts advisor. He has served the Xiao family for 20 years now. We've survived many life-threatening situations thanks to him. There was deep emotion in Xiao Chang's tone, along with genuine gratitude. Guyan smiled lightly. Brother Xiao, you flatter me. Xiao Chang chuckled, and then pointed to the young man. This is Lin Ping. As it happens, you share the same surname. Master Lin only joined our Xiao family 3 years ago. Lin Ping slightly raised his chin, appearing rather haughty. It was evident that Xiao Chang spoke less casually to Lin Ping. After introductions were made, Xiao Chang gestured warmly. Come, follow me to the dining table. Once seated, Guyan spoke first. Brother Lin, I heard it was you who saved Xiao Xiao. My deepest thanks. Lin Shan replied calmly. Just a small favor. Seeing Lin Shan's composure, Lin Ping let out a mocking chuckle. I originally assumed a cultivator at the innate realm had performed meridian cleansing and bone rebuilding for Xiao Xiao. Never expected your medicine alone could achieve such results. A flicker of interest passed through Lin Shan's mind. Innate realm? Noticing Lin Shan's confusion, Xiao Xiao chimed in. Big Brother Lin, martial cultivation is divided into 9 ranks. Moving blood, forging bone, innate, transcendent, soaring dragon, perfected, from sage, penetrating earth, and reaching heaven. Each major realm is further subdivided into lower, middle, and upper stages. I see. Lin Shan nodded appreciatively toward Xiao Xiao. At that moment, Lin Ping spoke again. I heard Brother Lin intends to learn martial arts. Did old Master Xiao really purchase a fist manual for you? Is that true? Lin Shan frowned slightly. He sensed a certain antagonism in Lin Ping's tone. Both Guyan and Xiao Chang's expressions shifted subtly. They understood why. Lin Ping had long harbored feelings for Xiao Xiao. Now that he met Lin Shan, the man who saved Xiao Xiao's life, he feared Xiao Xiao might develop feelings for this stranger, hence his hostile words. Lin Shan maintained his composure and simply nodded. I have some interest. Just casual practice. Lin Ping sneered, as if to say you'd better know your place, and coldly remarked. I hope that's truly the case, Brother Lin. In all honesty, I suggest you focus your energy on refining your medical skills instead. Frankly speaking, at your age, even after 10 years of cultivation, you'd still struggle to reach the moving blood stage. Save yourself the effort. That was outright excessive. A flicker of displeasure flashed across Xiao Chang's eyes. After all, Lin Shan was his guest. For Lin Ping to speak like this showed utter disregard for his authority. Seeing the tension thicken, Guyan coughed lightly and said with a smile, well now, strengthening the body isn't a bad thing either. Brother Lin already possesses extraordinary medical skill. Why would he need to risk his life like us martial artists, living blade to throat every day? Suddenly, Xiao Xiao, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Don't underestimate Big Brother Lin. He's already cultivated true qi and entered the moving blood realm. Her words sent shockwaves through Xiao Chang, Guyan, and Lin Ping, their faces turning stunned. But after the initial shock, each reacted differently. Xiao Chang's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought. Asterisk, could this really be true? Lu Yin only transmitted cultivation energy recently. It took Xiao Xiao a whole year to draw qi into her body back then. Xiao Xiao wouldn't lie to me. Could it be that aside from his medical talent, this Lin Shan is also a genius in martial cultivation? Asterisk. He knew his daughter might be spoiled and capricious at times, but she would never deceive him on matters like this. Guyan studied Lin Shan with a penetrating gaze, but remained silent. Lin Ping, once past the initial shock, wore an expression of profound disdain. He glanced at Lin Shan and scoffed. You can't be serious, Xiao Xiao. Are you actually believing such lies? Hey, kid, martial arts aren't something just anyone can pick up. I don't know what you're playing at, deceiving Xiao Xiao, but don't try your tricks on us. He felt deeply insulted. It had taken him 2 full years to draw qi into his body, and now this brat claimed he achieved it in mere days? By comparison, he'd look like an absolute failure. There was no way he would believe it. Lin Shan observed their reactions silently, arms crossed, maintaining a calm demeanor. If I did, I did. If I didn't, I didn't. I, Lin Shan, have no reason to lie about something like this. What benefit would deceiving you bring me? Lin Ping, as if his tail had been stepped on, exploded in fury. What benefits? Aren't they obvious enough? You want to join the Xiao family as an honored guest. Who doesn't know that Master Xiao has always been generous toward his martial arts advisors? You claim you're a cultivator just to swindle more money from him. Master Xiao may not be a cultivator himself and might actually fall for your trick, but you'll never fool us. Xiao Chong realized he could no longer stay silent and spoke sternly. Lin advisor, even if Brother Lin isn't a true cultivator, I will still honor him as an esteemed guest of my household. Though clearly siding with Lin Shan, the statement also gave Lin Ping due respect, revealing Master Zhao's keen political sense. Gu Yin chimed in to smooth things over. Haha, perhaps Brother Lin merely felt a slight sensation of qi and mistakenly believed he had drawn it into his body. Such misunderstandings happen quite often. Lin Ping snorted coldly. Humph, most likely exactly that. A clueless country bumpkin, blindly practicing some broken martial manual. He actually thinks he's accomplished something. Seeing this unfold, Xiao Xiao suddenly regretted revealing that Lin Shan had cultivated true qi. Doubt crept into her mind. Could it be that Lin Shan had mistaken ordinary bodily sensations for successful qi induction? In truth, Lin Shan cared little about their opinions. From this banquet, he had already observed clearly. Gu Yin was relatively kind-hearted, and he might seek guidance from him in the future. Given Xiao Chong's status, Gu Yin would probably not refuse. As for Lin Ping's hostility, he had already guessed the reason, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, weren't men just like this? Too lazy to argue further with Lin Ping, Lin Shan simply smiled and said, perhaps you're right. But Lin Ping wasn't about to let him off so easily. Today, he was determined to humiliate Lin Shan in front of Xiao Xiao. Thus, he pressed on. Still, who knows? Perhaps Brother Lin is truly a peerless genius who really has drawn qi into his body. Why don't I test it myself? He emphasized the words, peerless genius, with exaggerated tone, brimming with sarcasm. Gu Yin, unwilling to let the conflict escalate further, quickly interjected. Brother Lin, why don't I examine your meridians instead? Chapter 22 Blood Manipulating Realm Warrior, Little Jade Sun Fist. Seeing that Lin Ping wasn't willing to let things go, Gu Yin volunteered to step in. He didn't want to embarrass Xiao Chong. If Lin Ping personally examined Lin Shan's meridians, Lin Shan might end up suffering unnecessarily. Yet he also didn't wish to antagonize Lin Ping, so offering himself was a reasonable compromise. Xiao Chong was beginning to wonder if Lin Shan had made a mistake. Finally, he turned to Lin Shan and said, Lin Shan, what if Gu Yin checks you over? Though Lin Shan felt certain his current state matched exactly what the Chong Chun Gong described after Qi entry, seeing both Gu Yin and Xiao Xiao expressed out caused him some hesitation. Fine, let him take a look. It's not like I'll lose anything, and it'll confirm my actual condition. With that thought, Lin Shan said to Gu Yin, I'll trouble you then, brother. Gu Yin smiled slightly, stood up, walked before Lin Shan, and placed 2 fingers gently on his wrist. Brother Lin, just relax. Lin Shan nodded, then immediately felt a thread of true energy slip into his body from his wrist. He sensed that if he chose, he could mobilize his own internal energy to destroy this intruding force, but knowing Gu Yin meant no harm, he abandoned the impulse. Gu Yin's true energy traveled through Lin Shan's meridians, circling the entire system before reaching the Dantian. The moment it arrived, Gu Yin's expression changed dramatically. He stared at Lin Shan in disbelief. You? Seeing Gu Yin's shocked face, Xiao Chong, Lin Ping, and Xiao Xiao each reacted differently. Lin Ping swallowed hard. A growing sense of unease gripped him, prompting him to speak first with forced laughter. Ha! Brother Yin, this kid must be lying, right? Silently, Gu Yin withdrew his hand. When he looked at Lin Shan again, his gaze carried new weight and seriousness. Brother Lin, are you certain you've only been cultivating for a few days? Hearing this, Lin Shan knew his instincts had been correct. He truly had entered the realm of a warrior, having successfully drawn qi into his body. Not long ago, I received cultivation transmission from old Master Lu Yun. That's when I began training. Mr. Xiao here knows this better than anyone. Lin Shan replied calmly and respectfully. Upon hearing this, Gu Yin clasped his hands toward Lin Shan in salute. Brother Lin, you're truly a once-in-a-generation genius. I, Gu Yin, am deeply impressed. The result was now unmistakable. Lin Ping's face instantly turned deathly pale. He muttered under his breath, impossible, impossible. Xiao Xiao, however, clapped her hands in delight. I knew Lin Dage wouldn't lie to me. Lin Ping abruptly stood up. You must have been cultivating for a long time. You're just pretending you haven't to deceive us. Lin Shan had no interest in arguing with such a fool. He shrugged casually. Sure, you're absolutely right. How brilliant of you. Xiao Chong and Gu Yin twitched their faces. They were seasoned enough not to laugh out loud. Xiao Xiao, however, lacked such restraint and covered her mouth to giggle. Enraged, Lin Ping had intended to humiliate Lin Shan, but now it was clearly he who looked foolish. Moreover, Lin Shan remained completely calm throughout, acting as if he didn't even register Lin Ping's presence. This left Lin Ping feeling like a powerful punch had landed on soft cotton, utterly ineffective and deeply frustrating. Dinner could no longer continue. After hastily bidding farewell to Xiao Chong, Lin Ping slunk away in disgrace. Once Lin Ping was gone, the meal resumed in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shan asked Gu Yin many questions about fundamental martial arts knowledge. The blood-manipulating realm was the first of 9 stages in martial cultivation. Its true meaning lay in circulating and refining one's vital blood and qi. Once the Dantian was filled with abundant true energy, one could break through to the second stage, the bone-forging realm. In the bone-forging realm, a cultivator used true energy to temper muscles, flesh, and bones, greatly enhancing physical strength. Beyond that came the innate realm, a critical threshold. Only after pushing true energy, meridians, flesh, and bones to their absolute limits could a cultivator gather and condense a single breath of innate qi, breaking through into the innate realm in one decisive leap. As for realms beyond that, even Gu Yin couldn't speak of them clearly. He himself was currently a bone-forging realm warrior. Both Xiao Xiao and Lin Ping were at the blood-manipulating level. The dinner lasted nearly 2 hours. In the end, Lin Shan accepted Xiao Chong's invitation to become the third honored guest of the Xiao household. Xiao Chong offered to have Lin Shan reside within the main mansion, but Lin Shan politely declined, choosing instead to remain in his own small courtyard. Xiao Chong then suggested assigning 2 servants to attend to Lin Shan, but considering how many secrets he carried, Lin Shan ultimately refused. Finally, Xiao Chong personally escorted Lin Shan to the gate of his courtyard. Watching Lin Shan walk into the distance, Xiao Chong's eyes flickered with thought. Suddenly, he said to Xiao Xiao beside him, Xiao Xiao, in the future, try to grow closer to Lin Shan. Innocent as ever, Xiao Xiao failed to catch the implication behind her father's words. She simply nodded and said, of course. Now that we're both warriors, we can train and exchange techniques more often. Xiao Chong chuckled softly. After returning to his own courtyard, Lin Shan immediately opened the Little Jade Sun Fist manual. Chang Chun Gong was a qi cultivation technique, while Little Jade Sun Fist was the method of using that qi, martial arts. The Little Jade Sun Fist consisted of 9 forms. It meticulously documented the circulation of true energy, techniques for exerting force, and even included illustrations. It was extremely detailed. After obtaining the manual, Lin Shan treasured it like a priceless gem and began practicing in the courtyard without delay. He practiced for over a month, though in the main world, only 2 days had passed. During this time, apart from training in the Little Jade Sun Fist, Lin Shan also studied the medical texts given to him by Lu Yun. Perhaps due to the Chang Chun Gong, he found his mind much sharper and more agile, making comprehension easy. Early one morning, Lin Shan returned to the main world. Today was the day of the auction, and he had to be present. Upon returning, Lin Shan first went to the hospital to visit Lin Jiabao. As he entered Lin Jiabao's ward, he heard a woman's voice saying, I recommend you try this new medication. For your father, it's currently the best option available. Lin Shan turned to look and saw Wan Yin speaking. She was dressed in a white lab coat, which concealed her shapely figure, though she still wore light makeup on her face. Standing beside Wan Yin was Lu Ying, her brows furrowed. Wan Yin was speaking to an elderly couple. Because they occupied the neighboring bed, Lin Shan knew their situation. The old man suffered from pneumonia, a long-standing illness that was difficult to treat. They had previously been receiving traditional Chinese medicine, and Wan Yin wasn't originally their attending physician. Clearly, things had changed. Now, Wan Yin was enthusiastically promoting a new drug to the elderly couple. Lin Shan watched coldly. For doctors like her, the more expensive the medication patients used, the higher their personal profit would be. Lu Ying listened on, her dissatisfaction growing heavier by the moment. Finally, she couldn't hold back and said, Wan Yin, I don't think it's necessary. This elder has been responding well to conservative treatment with Chinese herbs. Suddenly switching medications could have counterproductive effects. The elderly couple, who had initially shown some interest, immediately responded upon hearing this. Yes, we've decided. We won't switch after all. Chapter 23, The Marvel of the Changchun Technique. Seeing that Lu Ying had ruined her opportunity, Wan Yin immediately grew displeased. Lu Ying, he's my patient. What does this have to do with you? Do you even know their condition before giving your opinion? If you think you can do better, then why don't you take over? Wan Yin had been watching this elderly couple for a long time. Childless and frugal in daily life, they were actually quite wealthy, with a well-located apartment and substantial cash savings. She had planned to extract every last penny from them. After great effort, she'd finally persuaded them, only for Lu Ying to undo everything with a single sentence. How could she possibly tolerate this? Lu Ying retorted indignantly. What I said is the truth. This gentleman should definitely receive conservative treatment. The medications you recommended have too many side effects. He simply can't handle them. Their argument quickly drew a crowd from within the ward. Lu Ying had always enjoyed a good reputation among colleagues and patients alike. Seeing this, the elderly couple immediately began wavering, meekly telling Wan Yin, Dr. Wan, perhaps we should just drop it? Wan Yin's delicate brows arched sharply. Fine. I've already given my medical recommendation. If you choose not to follow it, that's your decision. But if anything goes wrong later, don't come looking for me. Go find her. She pointed at Lu Ying as she spoke. The old couple instantly looked frightened. After all, Wan Yin was still their primary physician. You. Enraged, Lu Ying turned to see the pleading look in the couple's eyes. Her heart softened. All right, fine. If I must, then I will. Transfer the patient's file to me. Wan Yin sneered coldly. Very well. I'll be watching closely to see how you plan to treat him. With that, she turned and strode out of the ward. Lu Ying's expression darkened. Lin Shan approached her and gently asked, Are you okay? Lu Ying managed a strained smile, brushing a strand of hair back. You must think I'm ridiculous. Lin Shan shook his head. No, you're the real doctor here. Lu Ying gave a self-mocking laugh. She knew full well taking on this case might end up thankless and exhausting. Yet the education she'd received since childhood, the teachings of her mentors at medical school, and the sense of medical ethics that hadn't yet been eroded by materialism, all compelled her to speak up. Beside her, the elderly couple said earnestly, Dr. Lu, we trust you. We'll follow whatever you say. Just tell us what medicine to take. Though quiet in everyday life, they saw clearly. Lu Ying was a doctor who genuinely placed her patients at the center of every decision. To her, they were real people in need. To Wan Yin, they were nothing more than elderly cash cows waiting to be milked. Seeing the trust in their eyes, the gloom in Lu Ying's heart lifted considerably. She smiled warmly. Grandpa, Grandma, I promise I'll do everything I can. Before she could finish speaking, the sick old man suddenly winced in pain and cried out. Ah! A spurt of blood burst from his mouth. It splattered across the white bedsheets, staining them red in an instant. No one expected such a sudden turn. Even Lu Ying froze briefly. But Lin Shan recovered first and pressed the emergency call button. The old man was immediately rushed into the emergency care unit. Lin Shan watched until the stretcher disappeared, then walked over to Lin Jiabao. Lin Jiabao sighed deeply. I wonder if old Deng will make it through this time. From Lin Jiabao's words, Lin Shan learned that the man who'd just been wheeled away was named Dengen. Suddenly, it occurred to Lin Shan, among the medical techniques Lu Yun had given him, there was indeed a chapter specifically about treating pneumonia. In traditional Chinese medicine, all illnesses were believed to stem from external pathogens invading the body. By regulating the meridians and mobilizing vital energy, one could heal oneself. However, the medical methods described in Lu Yun's manual couldn't be used by just anyone. They required the Changchun cultivation technique as a foundation. Although Lin Shan couldn't completely cure his father's cancer, he could use the Changchun technique to strengthen his constitution. Doing so would certainly improve his father's physical state and increase the chances of eventual recovery. With this thought in mind, Lin Shan said to Lin Jiabao, Dad, I learned a massage and acupressure technique a few days ago. Want me to give it a try on you? Lin Jiabao chuckled. You know how to do that now? Sure, go ahead. He didn't really expect the massage to do much. He saw it as nothing more than a gesture of filial piety, and naturally, he wouldn't refuse his son's goodwill. Lin Wei chimed in teasingly. Bro, be careful not to break Dad's bones. Just wait and see. Lin Shan shot back. He extended both hands, mentally reviewing the instructions from the medical manual. First, he placed his palms firmly on Lin Jiabao's lower abdomen, then activated the Changchun technique to begin the process of balancing and nourishing his father's internal energy. Huh. Lin Jiabao's face lit up with surprise. Lin Wei leaned in curiously. Dad, how does it feel? Like her father, Lin Wei had assumed Lin Shan's massage was just for emotional comfort. Lin Jiabao chuckled. You know what? It actually feels really good. Your brother's hands, they're like holding two warm flames. Lin Shan said. I told you I actually have something real, yet you still wouldn't believe me. With that, he continued his movements. After about half an hour of the full routine, Lin Jiabao's condition visibly improved. His complexion, once pale and lifeless, now appeared much rosier, and his entire demeanor became vibrant and energetic. Lin Jiabao stared at Lin Shan in astonishment. Ashen, where on earth did you learn such a skill? I feel just like how I used to be before I got sick. Lin Shan wiped the fine layer of sweat from his forehead. Seeing his father's transformation, he felt immense joy welling up inside. Dad, an old master taught me this technique. Since it works, I'll give you treatment every day from now on. Seeing that it truly worked, Lin Wei started clamoring for Lin Shan to treat her too. But Lin Shan, glancing at his sister's increasingly mature figure, naturally refused her request. Then, making an excuse to take a nap, he lay down and entered the alternate world. There, he continued studying the medical knowledge passed down by Lu Yun. 2 days passed in the alternate world. Back in the real world, Deng and had returned. While Lin Shan was in the alternate world, he could still perceive what was happening in the real world. Immediately, Lin Shan returned to the real world and found that besides Deng Yin, Wang Yin, Lu Ying, and Hua Xiong were also present. Hua Xiong looked grim as he stared at the unconscious Deng and demanded coldly, what happened? Before Lu Ying could even speak, Wang Yin immediately reported, President Hua, it's all Lu Ying's fault. I had already revised the treatment plan and recommended alternative medication for the patient. But Lu Ying interfered and caused the patient to reject my plan. She should bear full responsibility. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying finally snapped back, retorting, that has absolutely nothing to do with it. Chapter 24, Miraculous Medical Skill. Lin Shan sat to the side, watching as Deng and's wife wept uncontrollably, overcome with grief. At that moment, Hua Xiong suddenly realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one he could use to gain leverage over Lu Ying. He immediately said, Lu Ying, is this really what happened? Before Lu Ying could respond, Wang Yin interrupted coldly, of course it is. She thought she was so capable, snatching the patient from me. Well, how about now? Wang Yin felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Fortunately, she had shifted responsibility just in time. In truth, she knew well that Deng Yin's condition was ultimately her fault. She hadn't properly monitored his vital signs these past few days, and had been grossly negligent. Hua Xiong wasn't about to let this chance slip. With a stern voice, he snapped, so it's true then, Dr. Lu? This is a serious incident. Come to my office later and explain yourself thoroughly. His eyes gleamed with ill intent. Once she came to his office, he'd use this incident as leverage, combine it with the promotion issue. He was certain Lu Ying wouldn't dare resist him any longer. Just imagining Lu Ying's graceful figure sent waves of excitement through him. Lu Ying stood there, panicked and disoriented. Tears streamed down her face instantly, overwhelmed by a mix of injustice, anger, and helplessness. In that moment, she felt utterly hopeless. Her ideal seemed laughable now. In a place like this, there was no room for her to pursue her dreams. Just then, a hand gently landed on Lu Ying's shoulder. She turned around. It was Lin Shan. Lin Shan stood calmly, giving her a slight nod. For some unknown reason, Lu Ying suddenly felt much more at ease, as if a great weight had been lifted off her chest. Then, Lin Shan turned to Deng and's wife and asked, Auntie, when did Uncle Deng fall ill? Was the shift handover still ongoing at the time? The elderly woman, who had been sobbing hysterically until soothed by Lin Wei, looked up weakly. After glancing at Wang Yin, she replied, That's right. My husband only fell ill after Dr. Wan left. It's not Dr. Lu's fault. Wang Yin instantly protested, shouting, Are you saying this is my fault then? Lin Wei, unable to stay silent any longer, retorted sharply, If it's not your fault, whose is it? The patient's? Let me ask you, how many times have you visited this ward over the last 3 days? How often did you check on Uncle Deng? The only time you showed up was today, and even then, it was just to push some new medication. Doctors like you have no medical ethics at all. Faced with such a direct accusation, Wang Yin began to panic and looked to Hua Xiong for help. But seeing how things stood, Hua Xiong had no intention of shielding her. He simply muttered, Keep monitoring the patient, and walked away. Ruan Yin didn't dare linger either. She quickly retreated, already plotting how to distance herself from the fallout if this incident blew up later. Left alone, the elderly woman turned pleading eyes toward Lu Ying, placing her final hope entirely on her. Lu Ying couldn't bear to meet her gaze. She understood Deng En's condition all too well. Everything they could do now would only prolong the inevitable. Even the best medications could offer only a brief extension of time. At that moment, Lin Shan moved to sit beside Deng En and said quietly, "Auntie, I recently learned a set of massage techniques. They probably won't make a big difference, but maybe they can make Uncle Deng feel a bit more comfortable. May I try massaging him?" Lin Jiabao chimed in supportively. "Yeah, Shan's massage skills are really good. After he treated me, I felt way more energetic, old sister." The elderly woman let out a bitter smile and nodded, an act of desperation, trying anything that might help. Then she turned to Lu Ying and said, "Dr. Lu, please be honest with me. I can take it. Just tell me the truth." Lu Ying hesitated, pain flickering across her face. But then she reminded herself that this information would eventually need to be disclosed to the family anyway. With a soft sigh, she said, "Grandma, the truth is, Uncle Deng's condition is very poor. All future treatments can do is slightly extend his time." The woman's expression visibly crumpled. She nodded silently, unable to utter another word. Meanwhile, Lin Shan had already begun treating Deng and using the breathing and energy regulation techniques from the Changchun manual. Lu Ying watched curiously, though deep down she remained skeptical. She knew Deng En's condition too well. This kind of method could only provide psychological comfort at best. Yet as she watched, she saw Lin Shan gently tapping and pressing various points on Deng En's body, his expression solemn and focused, as if performing real medicine. Blinking in surprise, Lu Ying noticed that Deng En's tightly furrowed brows were slowly relaxing. Just then, Ruan Yin returned. She had just come back from giving Hua Xiong a thorough service outside, in exchange for his promise to cover for her in this matter. As she stepped into the ward and saw Lin Shan patting Deng En's body, she sneered. "Hey, are you trying to pat him awake?" Lin Shan ignored Ruan Yin completely, fully absorbed in the treatment. Seeing no response, Ruan Yin could only mutter, "I'm telling you, if anything happens to him from all this patting, I'm not taking responsibility." The elderly woman had already forgotten about Ruan Yin, because she clearly saw the change in her husband. For people, 8 eyes were fixed on Lin Shan. As Lin Shan delivered the final slap onto Deng En's chest, Deng En suddenly opened his eyes wide and let out a long breath. "Husband." Overcome with joy, the old woman immediately burst into tears and tightly embraced Deng En. Deng En looked shaken, as anyone would. He knew his own condition well. He was certain he wouldn't make it through. Yet he couldn't comprehend how he had been revived. How is this possible? Ruan Yin stared at Lin Shan as if seeing a ghost. What kind of medical skill was this? Just randomly slapping the patient a few times and bringing him back from deep unconsciousness? Did it really work? Lu Ying was dumbfounded too. This scene defied everything she had learned in 10 years of medical training. Crying, the elderly woman told Deng En, "Husband, thank young Lin. His son saved your life." The elderly couple naturally knew Lin Shan. Hearing this, Deng En turned to look at him in surprise and said, "Ah Shan, never thought you knew medicine." Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Lu Ying asked, "Lin Shan, how did you do it?" Lin Shan raised both hands and shook them slightly. "An old master taught me some massage techniques, a form of traditional Chinese therapy." His explanation was brief, and Lu Ying had no time to inquire further. She quickly called the nurse to run tests on Deng En. An hour later, Lu Ying returned to the ward holding several reports. By then, Deng En was still in excellent spirits, repeatedly thanking Lin Shan. The elderly couple was so grateful they were almost ready to kneel before him. Lu Ying stood holding the test results, her expression complex as she looked at Lin Shan. "The reports show that Uncle Deng's vitals have all improved. It's unbelievable. How did you do it?" Lin Shan chuckled. "Well, that's my little secret." Chapter 25. Lu Ying's invitation. When she heard that, Lu Ying shot Lin Shan a look of mild irritation. Her curiosity about Lin Shan was growing stronger by the day. He had once seemed so awkward and helpless, yet suddenly, as if transformed overnight, he'd become someone completely different, someone with this extraordinary medical skill. To her, Lin Shan felt like a treasure chest waiting to be opened, and her desire to uncover what lay inside kept intensifying. "I think you should be the doctor here instead," she joked. Lin Shan waved his hand dismissively, his tone slightly more serious now. "I can handle old Deng's condition, but when it comes to things like cancer, that's your expertise. Different skills for different traits. We make a good team. Man and woman working together makes work less tiring." Lu Ying blushed, though oddly enough, she didn't feel offended at all by his bold words. Instead, a warm shyness spread through her as she lowered her head and said softly, "You're impossible. I need to go. I have other patients waiting." With that, she left the room. Lin Shan chuckled and turned around, only to find Lin Wei staring at him with narrowed eyes. Her gaze made him slightly uneasy. "What's wrong with you, huh? Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked. Lin Wei snorted lightly. "Brother, don't say you're not interested in Dr. Lu. I can tell there's something going on between you two." Lin Shan shrugged without denying it. "I'm divorced now, single. It's normal for me to hang out with women my age." Lin Wei pouted, visibly disappointed but saying nothing more. She grabbed her phone and started playing games. Lin Shan barely noticed her mood shift and went to lie down nearby, slipping once again into the other world to continue studying medicine. Meanwhile, Lin Jiabao glanced from Lin Wei to Lin Shan, then sighed quietly. He had already seen hints of what was developing, but Lin Shan didn't seem to have realized it at all. Soon after, in the alternate world, Lin Shan felt his phone vibrate. One miraculous feature of his interdimensional passage was that mobile signals still worked. It seemed 5G really was amazing. He checked his phone and saw a message from Lu Ying. "Free tonight? Want to treat you to dinner." Smiling, Lin Shan replied, "Dr. Lu, I can't accept favors without having earned them." Lu Ying responded quickly. "Thank you for helping me save Uncle Deng today. If he'd remained unconscious, I'd be in deep trouble. I really want to thank you properly." "Alright then, where?" The little egret outside the hospital. I get off at 5:30. Got it. I'll meet you at the hospital gate at 5:30. After replying, Lin Shan practiced the Xiao Yang fist for a while before returning to the real world at exactly 5:30. Seeing Lin Shan awake, Lin Wei immediately approached. Brother, what should we eat tonight? Lin Wei was still on vacation these days. Once her break ended, she would return to school. Lin Shan stood up and said, I've made plans. I won't be eating here tonight. Lin Wei bit her lip gently, then asked in a soft voice, Is it with Dr. Lu? Unaware of the subtle emotion in her tone, Lin Shan nodded casually. Yeah, she invited me to dinner, to thank me in person. Nearby, Deng Yin, who was eating dumplings, burst out laughing. Ah Shan, looks like you've got a chance. Dr. Lu is a fine girl. You better not mess this up. Lin Shan just smiled faintly, didn't reply, and walked out of the ward. Beside Lin Jiabao, Lin Wei's expression darkened slightly as she watched Lin Shan walk away. Her face flickered with conflict and hesitation, as if wrestling with an important decision. At that moment, Lin Jiabao spoke. Wei Wei. She snapped back to reality. Dad, yes. Looking steadily at her, Lin Jiabao said with a gentle smile. These past few years, he's always treated you like a little sister. But you're not his real sister. Some things, you have to fight for yourself. No matter what, I'll support you. At those words, Lin Wei's entire face flushed red. She thought she had hidden her feelings so well. But clearly, her father had seen through everything. Dad, what are you talking about? Don't say such silly things. I'm going to get food. She stood up and fled the ward like she was escaping. On the other side, Lin Shan stood at the main entrance, checking his phone. Exactly 5:30. Just then, a voice came from beside him. Lin Shan. He turned to see Lu Ying standing gracefully a short distance away. She had taken off her white coat. Underneath, she wore a simple white t-shirt layered with a beige knitted cardigan. Without the coat hiding her figure, her full, prominent chest lifted the fabric in a striking way, impossible to ignore. Below that, a slender waist you could nearly wrap your hands around. A single phrase popped into Lin Shan's mind. Delicate frame, abundant fruit. There was no doubt. Lu Ying embodied that perfectly. No wonder Hua Xiong had been so infatuated with her. She wore light blue jeans that perfectly accentuated her shape. Her outfit wasn't revealing at all, yet it showcased her best features flawlessly. On her feet were a pair of white canvas shoes. Her entire outfit was very simple, yet it still drew the gaze of almost every man nearby. Lin Shan pulled his eyes away and complimented her. You look really beautiful. Really? Lu Ying tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks as she asked softly in return. Many might have praised Lu Ying's beauty before, but when a stranger did so, it often came off as rude. Yet Lin Shan wasn't a stranger anymore. They were at least on friendly terms now. So the compliment didn't feel awkward at all. Instead, it quietly warmed her heart. Of course, he said. Walking with you puts me under so much pressure. People will definitely think I'm some big-shot millionaire. Hearing this, Lu Ying gave a gentle smile and stepped forward to walk side by side with Lin Shan. Unseen by either of them, another pair of eyes watched from a distant corner. In Hua Xiong's office, he happened to be facing the door and caught sight of Lu Ying and Lin Shan walking together. Bitch, no wonder you wouldn't give in. So you've already found someone new. Must have been used up by someone else by now. Hua Xiong spat bitterly. He stood up and stared after Lin Shan as he left. Director, that guy seems pretty capable. He actually woke up old Deng. Hua Xiong sneered. Just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. This little bastard dares to steal my woman? Doesn't want to live anymore. Ruan Yan rolled her eyes, then glanced again at Lin Shan. Lin Shan stood at 183 centimeters tall, and though not exceptionally handsome, he'd started grooming himself better these past few days whenever he had time. Now, walking beside Lu Ying, he looked perfectly matched. Nothing about him seemed out of place. As if Lu Ying would ever like someone like you. I'd never waste my time on you if it weren't for that promotion, Ruan Yan muttered under her breath. Unaware of Hua Xiong's hidden glare, Lin Shan and Lu Ying arrived at the Little Egret restaurant. The place was something of an internet-famous spot, a music-themed bar with 2 floors. The first floor featured a small stage where singers performed live. They took seats on the second floor, and once settled, Lin Shan handed the menu to Lu Ying. Why don't you order? Lu Ying accepted the menu naturally and turned to ask Lin Shan. Lin Shan, do you drink alcohol? Chapter 26, Hua Xiong's punishment. Lin Shan said, that depends on whether there's someone to keep me company. Drinking alone is too bitter. Seeing this, Lu Ying suggested, then how about ordering 2 beers? My alcohol tolerance isn't great, so I can't drink much. Sure. Lin Shan agreed with a nod, and the two ordered a few small dishes. When the food arrived and the drinks were served, Lu Ying picked up her glass and raised it toward Lin Shan. Lin Shan, I'd like to toast you. Thank you for helping me out today. They clinked glasses, and Lin Shan replied, you're too polite. Doctors like you are rare these days, as precious as endangered animals. We should protect people like you. Helping you today is also helping our future selves. Besides, old Deng is such a good man. I naturally had to help when I could. A warm feeling filled Lu Ying's heart. The reason she was still able to persevere was precisely because of people like Lin Shan who recognized her worth. She tilted back her swan-like neck and downed her beer in one go. Normally, she would never drink like this, but today her mood had been particularly gloomy. After finishing her first glass, she immediately ordered another. Seeing Lin Shan staring at her blankly, Lu Ying said, why are you looking at me like that? Cheers. Are you planning to raise goldfish in your glass, or what? Lin Shan burst into laughter and emptied his glass as well. This was craft beer, around 10% alcohol. It didn't feel strong at first, but drinking too much would definitely get to you eventually. After guzzling the second round, Lu Ying's face was already flushed with a faint rosy glow. Gazing at the empty glass before her, she sighed softly. Sometimes I really want to resign and leave this awful place. That bald guy, do you know Hua Xiong? Lin Shan nodded. He realized that after drinking, Lu Ying seemed eager to share some inner burdens, things that had probably weighed heavily on her mind for a long time. Now, all he needed to do was listen quietly. That old pervert hasn't stopped harassing me since I joined the hospital. Based on my work ethic and research achievements, my promotion should have been guaranteed long ago. But he uses the little power he has to make things difficult for me. It's not because he dislikes my work. It's because he wants me to sleep with him. Well, screw this job. If it comes down to it, I'll just quit. Lu Ying drank another cup, beginning to show signs of intoxication. These grievances had been bottled up inside her for far too long, and she'd never told anyone, because deep down, she knew telling wouldn't change anything. If she told her parents, they'd only worry. Complaining to colleagues would be laughable. Rumors might start spreading by tomorrow. As for friends, she barely had any in this city. Yet somehow, subconsciously, she felt she could trust Lin Shan. Remembering the contents of the hard drive, Lin Shan said, "Do you want to take him down? Actually, I have some damning evidence against him. What I've got is explosive. If it gets out, he'll lose his position as vice director, and he might even end up in prison." Lu Ying froze, suddenly more sober. She looked at Lin Shan doubtfully, her expression clearly saying, "What kind of evidence could you possibly have on Huaxiong?" Unfazed, Lin Shan continued, "The other day when I was at the hospital, I saw Ruan Yin going into his office with him. Since I noticed Huaxiong seemed to have ulterior motives toward you, I followed them." Upon hearing this, an unusual emotion stirred within Lu Ying. Was he doing this for me? Lin Shan didn't notice the subtle shift in her mood and went on. "When I got inside, I discovered something shocking. Turns out Ruan Yin has been having an affair with him, all over her promotion." Lu Ying snorted. "This latest promotion will likely come down to just me and Ruan Yin. That she'd stoop this low doesn't surprise me at all." After they finished, I accidentally found a hidden room inside Huaxiong's office. I walked in and discovered 2 folders on his computer. One folder contained secret videos of him with various doctors and nurses from our hospital. The other held evidence of bribery and embezzlement. I've copied both folders. Huaxiong has no idea this happened. Lu Ying stared at Lin Shan in amazement, growing even more curious and impressed. "Lin Shan, you're like a spy straight out of a movie." Lin Shan smiled lightly. "With this evidence in hand, he won't be able to cause any more trouble. Since we're friends, of course I want to help you. I think we should first use this evidence to threaten Huaxiong into putting your name on the promotion list. Once everything's settled, I'll submit the evidence officially. Let him rot in prison for a few years." For a brief moment, Lu Ying hesitated, tempted by the idea. But then her expression hardened with resolve. She looked straight at Lin Shan and said, "No, Lin Shan, don't bother with that plan. Let's submit the evidence right away and get rid of this rotten apple. Compared to that, my promotion means nothing." This response was somewhat unexpected for Lin Shan. Lin Shan said, "Well, have you thought this through? At this critical moment, replacing Huaxiong might stir up new troubles for your promotion. We have no idea what kind of person the next director might be." But Lu Ying was firm. She smiled and said, "I don't need to resort to such means. All I want is fairness. Getting someone like Huaxiong out of the medical system matters far more. Lin Shan, just do it." Seeing Lu Ying's unwavering determination, Lin Shan couldn't help but feel even greater admiration. What a truly righteous young woman. If only there were more doctors like her. Lin Shan thought silently. "All right, I understand. I'll submit the evidence as soon as I get back." Lu Ying seemed to already envision Huaxiong being led away in handcuffs. Her mood lifted even further, and she couldn't resist drinking another glass. Now her eyes were slightly glazed. She took off the knitted sweater she had been wearing over her clothes, revealing arms that had flushed into a faint, alluring pink. She gazed at Lin Shan, her eyes soft and shimmering with an intoxicating allure. Lin Shan realized he suddenly couldn't meet her gaze directly. An indescribable tension hung in the air between them. Lu Ying gently bit her lower lip and murmured, "Lin Shan, thank you. Without you, I really don't know what I would have done." Lin Shan took a deep breath, pushing aside the stray thoughts in his mind. "I've said it before, if we're friends, then this is only natural. You've had enough to drink. Don't have any more. I'll take you home later." Lu Ying obediently nodded. I'll listen to you." She looked so sweet and well-behaved, like a gently tamed little beast. With that, Lu Ying stood up and headed to the restroom. But as she walked down the aisle, she accidentally bumped into a man. The man was broad-shouldered and muscular, with 2 dragon tattoos visible on his exposed arms. He immediately glared angrily, ready to shout, until he saw the delicate and beautiful Lu Ying. His expression instantly changed. He leered and chuckled. "Hey gorgeous, all alone." Chapter 27, Lu Ying, slowly falling. Lu Ying was already 7 parts drunk. She didn't notice the lecherous glint in the man's eyes and chuckled innocently. "I came here with a friend." Seeing her in this state, the man knew she was heavily intoxicated. Such women needed only a little more alcohol before they'd lose all awareness. His lust surged instantly. He grabbed Lu Ying roughly and said, "Hey beautiful, come have a few more drinks with us brothers." Although dizzy from alcohol, Lu Ying still sensed that such blatant physical harassment wasn't right. Frowning, she quickly snapped, "Let go of my hand." The burly man smirked, refusing to release her. "Why so cold? We brothers are actually lots of fun, and we can really hold our liquor too." At that moment, Lin Shan noticed the commotion near Lu Ying. Calmly, he walked over, pulled Lu Ying behind him, and looked at the hulking man before him. "Bro, she's my friend. She's had too much to drink. I'm taking her home now." Seeing his easy prey about to slip away, the man refused to let it go. He glanced at Lin Shan. Though nearly 6 feet tall, he appeared thin and weak. The man sneered. "Looks like this beauty wants to drink with us brothers. Don't meddle, okay?" As he spoke, he glanced back. The group consisted of 3 men. Besides the tattooed brute, there was a scar-faced man and a fat guy, all towering figures well over 6 feet. Sitting together, they looked intimidating enough to scare even Schwarzenegger. Now, the 3 glared at Lin Shan menacingly, exerting unbearable pressure. Hiding behind Lin Shan, Lu Ying grew frightened. She spoke up. "Earlier when I bumped into you, that was my fault. I'm sorry, but I really don't want to drink with you. Lin Shan, let's go." With that, she tugged on Lin Shan's arm toward the stairs. But the tattooed thug blocked their path, pointing at Lin Shan. "You leave. Let the girl stay and have a few more drinks with us." Lin Shan eyed the 3 aggressive men. In the past, he might have been at a loss, but things were different now. With Changchun Gong and Xiaoyang Fist, while he couldn't beat true martial arts masters, ordinary people posed no real threat. To the tattooed man, Lin Shan said coolly, "Look, I don't want trouble. If you want company for drinking, go to a club. My friend isn't that kind of person." The trio was already drunk and agitated, their sense of decency long gone. Riding the momentum of alcohol, the scar-faced man cursed. "What the hell are you acting high and mighty for? I'm gonna make you drink whether you like it or not." He lunged forward, trying to grab Lu Ying, but Lin Shan immediately stepped in front of her. The scar-faced man's eyes flashed with viciousness as he suddenly threw a punch straight at Lin Shan's abdomen. Lin Shan didn't flinch. He took the hit full-on with his stomach. What happened next shocked everyone present. Though the scar-faced man delivered the punch, the moment his fist struck Lin Shan's gut, it was as if he had hit a solid wall. He cried out in pain, yanking back his hand, which trembled uncontrollably. On the other side, Lin Shan merely flushed slightly. The punch hadn't been completely without effect. It stung a bit, but not much. Seeing this, the other two clenched their fists and charged forward. Again, Lin Shan simply blocked with his forearm. Despite being on the defensive, judging by their twisted expressions, it looked as if they were the ones getting beaten. Behind Lin Shan, Lu Ying stood speechless, staring at his back. A thought crossed her mind. How many more secrets does he have? Well, is that iron body qigong? From the crowd, a young guy filming on his phone blurted out loud. Yeah, the one getting hit is fine, but the guy throwing punches looks like his bones are broken. Damn impressive. The three men squatted on the floor, clutching their injured hands and groaning. They stared at Lin Shan with terror in their eyes, as if looking at a ghost. Yet Lin Shan remained calm, as if nothing unusual had occurred. Just then, noise rose from downstairs. Two police officers made their way up. The owner, noticing something amiss, had called the cops immediately. The two officers approached Lin Shan, assessing the scene. One asked, "What happened here?" Lin Shan pointed at Lu Ying, then at the three men. "My friend here got drunk earlier and accidentally bumped into that tattooed brother. Then he wanted her to stay and drink with them, but she refused. When I stepped in to stop it, these three punched me 3 times. The officers blinked in confusion. "Wait, you're the one who got hit, yet you look perfectly fine?" The three men sobered up instantly. One hastily said, "It was just a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding." But the officers ignored him and went straight to check the surveillance footage. Watching the recording, they saw the astonishing scene unfold. After reviewing it, one turned to Lin Shan and said, "Not bad, bro. You've got some real kung fu. True strength will eventually earn respect." Lin Shan smiled faintly and said, "This wasn't really a fight, was it?" The reason Lin Shan hadn't struck back was simply to avoid trouble. If he had retaliated, the situation would likely have been classified as mutual assault. The three men now looked like deflated balloons, completely silent. One of the officers asked, "Brother, do you want to press charges? If so, come down to the station with me." Lin Shan glanced at the three men and shook his head. Forget it. They were just drunk. Better not make more out of this than necessary. Hearing that, the two officers didn't press further. Looking at the three crouched on the floor, one warned sternly, "Don't get wasted and forget who you are next time. You got lucky today. This young man doesn't want to hold it against you. Now go on. Thank him properly." Immediately, the three scrambled up and profusely thanked Lin Shan. Lin Shan waved them off, paid the bill at the front desk, and then led Lu Ying out of the restaurant. As they stepped outside, Lu Ying seemed to wake from a dream. She stared at Lin Shan and said, "What you just did, it was just like martial arts in the movies." Lin Shan replied, "How do you know it's not real kung fu?" Lu Ying blinked. "So real martial arts actually exist?" Lin Shan chuckled but didn't elaborate, instead saying, "Let's go. I'll take you home." They hailed a taxi by the roadside. Inside the cab, neither spoke. Lu Ying gazed at the passing lights outside, feeling her cheeks grow hot. Though many men had always surrounded her, she had long been focused solely on her studies, never even going on a proper date. Tonight's outing with Lin Shan was, in fact, her first real date ever. Now, crammed into the confined space of the rear seat, she felt almost breathless. Lin Shan's presence beside her, his steady breathing brushing close, sent waves through her heart. Half an hour later, the car reached its destination. Lin Shan said, "Lu Ying, we're here." Truth be told, Lin Shan wasn't unaffected either. Under the influence of alcohol, his instincts were stirring. Chapter 28, The Auction. Arriving at their destination, Lin Shan finally felt a sense of relief. Just now, he had barely restrained himself from stealing glances at Lu Ying. They stepped out of the car as the taxi drove off. Lu Ying lived in a single-person apartment building. After gathering her composure, she turned to Lin Shan and said, "Lin Shan, I'll go ahead then." Lin Shan nodded, watching her walk upstairs until her figure disappeared from sight. A faint sense of loss quietly settled in his heart. He took a breath. The lingering scent of Lu Ying still seemed to hover in the air around him. Standing there for a moment, he touched his face and muttered, all right, time to focus on what matters." He still had to make it to the auction. Lin Shan called another cab and headed toward the auction venue. Since he was contributing an item for bidding, he was allowed direct access to the hall. The venue was semicircular, resembling a theater. When Lin Shan arrived, only a few scattered people were already seated. "Ah Shan, over here." Just as Lin Shan was looking around, a familiar voice called out. It was Zhang Ji. Zhang had arrived early. Lin Shan quickly made his way and sat beside him. As soon as he settled in, Zhang sniffed the air, then looked at Lin Shan with surprise. Well, you just came back from dinner with a girl, didn't you? Who is she?" Lin Shan didn't hold back and replied casually. "My father's attending physician at the hospital, Lu Ying. She's a really nice girl." Seeing that Lin Shan was finally emerging from his depression and beginning to interact with other women, Zhang genuinely felt happy for him. He nodded approvingly. "That's the spirit." With that, he casually handed Lin Shan a booklet. "This is tonight's list of auction items. Take a look." Still, Zhang didn't actually expect Lin Shan to bid on anything. Most of these items were incredibly valuable. Lin Shan flipped through the pages idly. Most were antiques and jade pieces. Then, something caught his attention. It was a strikingly red flower, exceptionally beautiful, though he couldn't identify the species. What stood out clearly was a tiny fruit nestled within the bloom, vibrant and glistening. Lin Shan recognized that fruit instantly. It was illustrated in Lu Yun's book. It was called the Zhu fruit. When consumed by a martial cultivator, it could temper the meridians and greatly enhance cultivation efficiency. Lin Shan quickly checked the detailed description. The starting bid was only 200,000. He immediately felt a surge of excitement. The auction house apparently didn't realize its true value. There was a good chance he could snatch this bargain. As the clock neared 9, the hall gradually filled with more attendees. Sitting in his seat, Lin Shan suddenly caught a familiar figure in the corner of his eye. It was Ruan Yin. She wore a stunning red evening gown, her aura elevated to noble elegance. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, and she was leaning on a young man in a gray suit. By sheer coincidence, they took their seats right in front of Lin Shan. When Ruan Yin glanced back, she spotted him. She froze instantly, thinking, how is he here too? What Lin Shan didn't know was that although Ruan Yin had given in to Hua Xiong at the hospital, she hadn't put all her eggs in one basket. Outside, she was actively fishing for rich second-generation heirs. The man beside her was precisely the latest wealthy heir she'd been courting. Though she acted like a submissive dog in front of Hua Xiong, with this rich young man, she played the role of an icy, unattainable goddess. And men were just like that. The harder something was to get, the more they craved it. Still, Ruan Yin's methods were indeed highly skilled. At exactly 9 o'clock, a chime rang through the hall. Then, the curtain on the central stage slowly parted, revealing Luo Bing standing gracefully under the spotlight. Dressed in a pure white evening gown, her radiant beauty instantly captivated everyone's attention. Lin Shan and Zhang Ji exchanged a glance. Zhang whispered, they've changed auctioneers. It wasn't her before. But honestly, she's much easier on the eyes. Luo Bing smiled gently, bowing slightly to the audience before announcing, thank you all for coming tonight. The auction is now officially open. The first item up for bid is 5 kilograms of gold. With that, she stepped back. The floor where she had stood shifted slightly, and a platform slowly rose, carrying a box. The atmosphere remained calm. After all, the attendees were seasoned individuals who had seen plenty. Unhurried, Luo Bing opened the box and pulled out a gold bar. At that moment, a large screen behind her displayed close-up details of the bar. As Luo Bing delicately moved her hands to showcase it, every intricate feature was revealed to the crowd. This 5-kilogram gold bar, Luo Bing explained, was refined using a unique Tang Dynasty purification method. It is part of a complete, standalone set. The box housing the gold is crafted from premium peach wood, making it highly collectible. The starting bid for this piece is 30 million, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 50,000. Zhang Ji chuckled and said to Lin Shan, still, you had to come here. Otherwise you'd have missed out on a huge profit. Ruan Yin in front of them overheard this clearly, and her heart jolted. These gold bars are actually his. In truth, Ruan Yin had long noticed Lin Shan, but previously hadn't given him a second thought because he was too poor. She never expected she'd misjudged him so badly. Lin Shan replied, isn't that thanks to your reminder? After Luo Bing announced the bidding, someone immediately raised the price. In no time, the bid for the gold reached 4 million. Lin Shan mentally calculated. 5% commission to the auction house would be 200,000, leaving him with 3.8 million. He was already satisfied. In the end, his 5 kilograms of gold sold for 4.3 million, greatly lifting his spirits. The auction continued. Lin Shan wasn't particularly interested in the other items. After waiting for a while, they finally reached the item he cared about, the Zhu fruit. The next item is an exceptionally beautiful flower. According to our appraiser, this might be a variant species of peony. As for this flower, there's also a tragic and touching story behind it. Luo Bing's tone suddenly became more solemn. As the flower appeared in the center of the stage, many women gasped in awe. Admittedly, the flower was truly stunning. But beauty aside, the wealthy weren't fools. Few would spend hundreds of thousands on a single flower. And as for the so-called touching story mentioned by Luo Bing, Lin Shan didn't even bother listening. It was clearly just fabricated reasoning to inflate the price. The starting bid for this flower is 200,000. Each subsequent bid must increase by at least 5,000. Just as Lin Shan was about to speak, the rich young man beside Ruan Yin suddenly said, Ruan Yin, I'll get this flower for you. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yin sweetly smiled and hugged the young man's arm. Really? This flower is so beautiful. The young man grinned. That's exactly why it suits you. Lin Shan and Zhang Ji exchanged a disgusted look. Then the rich young man called out first, 200,000. Chapter 29, the Zhu fruit secured. Lin Shan was speechless. He hadn't expected such an opponent to show up. He was determined to get the Zhu fruit, so without hesitation, he raised his paddle and called out, 205,000. Lu Bing's beautiful eyes immediately turned toward him. When she saw it was Lin Shan who had bid, her gaze flickered with surprise. The appraiser had already assumed the flower would go unsold. Any buyer would have been a blessing, let alone someone actually raising the price. Su Wang, a wealthy young man seated in front of Lin Shan, frowned and turned around at the voice from behind, locking eyes directly with Lin Shan. Lin Shan clasped his hands together and said, Bro, I really like this thing. Let me have it. Su Wang never expected anyone else would want this item. He had originally intended to impress Ruan Yin, but now the situation left him utterly embarrassed. Could he afford it? Not exactly. Most of his money was controlled by his old man. All he had were generous allowances. He'd been pursuing Ruan Yin for some time. Today was supposed to be his chance to demonstrate his strength and win her over once and for all. But now, with Lin Shan suddenly stepping in, things had become awkward. Ruan Yin's eyes flickered slightly, saying nothing. In Lin Shan's eyes, Su Wang saw a firm determination, the kind that wouldn't back down. Though he couldn't understand why this guy was so set on the flower, he knew pushing further was pointless. Expressionless, he slowly turned back around. Zhang Ji beside him couldn't make sense of it and whispered, Bro, what do you need this thing for? Lin Shan replied softly, I have my reasons. Don't worry, I'm not being reckless. Hearing that, Zhang Ji stopped pressing. After Lin Shan's final bid, the auction hall fell into silence. After waiting a moment, Luo Bing announced, since no one else is bidding, this lot goes to this gentleman. With that, the auctioneer's hammer came down, finalizing the sale. Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. Good, no complications. But just as that thought crossed his mind, a sudden voice rang out. Wait. The voice was strong and resonant, echoing through the hall. Everyone turned to look. A middle-aged man in traditional Tang suit entered, his short hair neatly trimmed and practical. He glanced at the fallen hammer on the stage and shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. Still too late. Some people recognized him immediately and gasped. Isn't that Director Zhou? It really is. Director Zhou is back. Does Director Zhou want this flower? Apparently, many in the room knew this man. Lin Shan noticed most of their expressions shifted to reverence, tinged with slight fear. He turned to Zhang Ji and asked, who is this? Zhang Ji took a deep breath and replied, a big shot in Shanting City. Immensely wealthy, incredibly influential. Rumor has it he's retired into seclusion in recent years. Never thought he'd appear at an auction of this level. On stage, Luo Bing froze, uncertain how to respond as she stared at Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing smiled gently. His features were strikingly handsome yet soft, radiating a warm, refined demeanor, utterly lacking the sharp edge one often sees in powerful figures. To Luo Bing, he said, since it's already sold, we'll follow the auction house rules. Niece, I won't put you in an awkward position. Relieved, Luo Bing sweetly called out, Uncle. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhou Qing slowly walked up to Lin Shan. He spoke calmly. Young man, would you consider parting with it? I, Zhou Qing, am willing to pay 10 times the price for that flower in your hands. An astonished murmur rippled through the hall. At this point, even a fool could tell, the flower was no ordinary plant. Everyone present had misjudged it completely. On stage, Luo Bing instinctively glanced at the appraiser, whose face twisted with regret, close to tears. So this wasn't just any flower after all. Su Wang and Ruan Yen, seated just ahead of Lin Shan, were filled with bitter regret. Su Wang stared at the flower on stage, feeling his heart bleed. I should have kept bidding against him. Truthfully, making 10 times the profit was secondary. The real value lay in gaining Zhou's favor. How many people would give anything just to connect with Zhou? Frankly, if paying 2 million yuan earned you a single dinner with Director Zhou, 99% here would jump at it. The rest? Probably just too broke to try. After delivering his offer, Zhou Qing stood there, smiling kindly at Lin Shan. His price was more than generous. Yet, to everyone's utter shock, under the gaze of the entire room, Lin Shan didn't hesitate one bit. He simply shook his head and said, sorry, Director Zhou, this item is of great importance to me. I can't sell it to you. The entire hall fell silent. Is this guy an idiot? He actually refused Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing was momentarily stunned, but then a flash of sharp insight flickered in his eyes as he studied Lin Shan. To everyone's surprise, he didn't show any anger. Instead, he laughed heartily and said, young brother, it seems you're quite the connoisseur yourself. Haha, very well then. Though this item is rare, I won't take what another truly desires. I'll let it go to you. Lin Shan's heart stirred. So Zhou Qing knew about the Zhu fruit too. Could it be that Zhou Qing, just like him, was also a cultivator? But with Lin Shan's current level of perception, there was no way to tell just by appearance. Ever since his arrival, Zhou Qing had been exceptionally courteous, showing not the slightest hint of arrogance one might expect from someone so influential. Lin Shan wasn't untouched by this demeanor. He clasped his hands politely and said, I do know a bit. Thank you, Director Zhou, for your generosity. I'm deeply grateful. Zhou Qing waved his hand lightly, then turned and left the hall. His entrance had caused a sensation, but his departure was remarkably low-key. Still, others couldn't remain calm. Lin Shan noticed many people rushing over trying to exchange a few words with Zhou Qing, but suddenly, a group of black-clad bodyguards emerged from nowhere and blocked them all off. Zhang Ji beside him was speechless. After they sat back down, he finally exhaled and said, Bro, you're incredible. Do you even realize what you just turned down? Sure, 2 million isn't much, but if you just connected with Director Zhou, wealth and comfort would have been guaranteed for life. Lin Shan, however, remained composed. Shaking his head, he replied, I think you're oversimplifying things. Even if I had that favor, opportunities mean nothing without the ability to seize them. This thing, I need it now. I simply can't give it up. Zhang Ji nodded slowly, realizing there was truth in Lin Shan's words. After Zhou Qing's departure, the auction hall gradually settled down. Yet, after such a dramatic episode, many eyes remained fixed on Lin Shan, including Ruan Yen seated ahead, and Zhang Wan standing below the stage, whose heart was now churning with overwhelming complexity. Chapter 30, Ruan Yen's Temptation. She had already noticed Lin Shan the moment he spoke. When she saw him spend 200,000 on a single flower, she nearly burst out laughing. But now, she couldn't even smile. Judging from Zhou Qing's reaction, this flower was undoubtedly extremely valuable. It was just that none of the people in the hall had the eye to recognize its worth. You bastard, when you were with me, how come I never knew you had such keen insight? Zhang Wan suddenly felt uneasy, because she vaguely realized that divorcing Lin Shan might not have been such a smart move after all. After placing the bid, Lin Shan didn't say much more. He didn't participate in any of the following auctions. Once the event concluded, he and Zhang Ji went backstage. There stood Luo Bing, along with Zhang Wan, whose expression was complex and conflicted. Seeing Zhang Wan, Zhang Ji grinned and greeted her casually. Oh, you're still here. Haha, this time, brother really struck gold. Seeing Zhang Ji's smug look, Zhang Wan immediately understood. He was mocking her for lacking vision. She flared up instantly and snapped back. Better be careful you don't earn money, but lose your life spending it. Watch out for cars when you leave. But such jabs had absolutely no effect on Zhang Ji. If there's any karma in this world, he shot back, it should hit scumbags who cheat during marriage first. Don't you agree, ex-sister-in-law? Furious, Zhang Wan turned away, refusing to engage further. Luo Bing watched the scene awkwardly. Only after their bickering ended did she step forward and hand a document to Zhang Ji. Mr. Zhang, the final amount is 4.3 million. Our service fee is 215,000, leaving you with 4.085 million. If there are no issues, please sign here, and we'll transfer the funds to your bank account. Zhang Ji glanced at it briefly, then passed it to Lin Shan. After Lin Shan confirmed it, Zhang Ji signed his name. Then Luo Bing brought out a transparent glass case. Inside was the zhu fruit that Lin Shan had long desired. This flower costs 205,000, Luo Bing said, turning to Lin Shan. Mr. Lin, please make the payment. Zhang Ji casually pulled out his phone. I'll handle it. He quickly settled the amount, and Luo Bing personally handed the flower to Lin Shan. This auction had earned them 4 million yuan, plus secured a zhu fruit, truly a windfall. And seeing Zhang Wan's sour expression nearby, Lin Shan felt an indescribable thrill coursing through him. He gave Luo Bing a gentle smile, and said, Thank you, Junior. Luo Bing replied softly, Senior, if you find anything good next time, remember to come see me. Lin Shan nodded in agreement, then left the auction hall with Zhang Ji. They reached the underground parking lot, about to drive off, when a voice suddenly called from behind. Lin Shan. The two froze. Lin Shan turned and saw Wan Yan. Zhang Ji looked at Wan Yan, then at Lin Shan, chuckling. Haha, looks like someone's romance is blooming. I won't stick around to spoil the mood. I'm out, Shan. Without giving Lin Shan a chance to explain, Zhang Ji jumped into his car and drove off in a flash, leaving Lin Shan standing there holding the flower. Wan Yan approached slowly, her delicate face flushed. Lin Shan had no idea what she was planning, so he asked cautiously, What is it? Wan Yan appeared shy and embarrassed, radiating a kind of innocent charm. If Lin Shan hadn't known her true nature, if he hadn't seen the live stream, perhaps he would have actually been fooled by this act. Lin Shan, she said softly. What happened at the hospital earlier was completely a misunderstanding. I was actually the victim too. It was Director Hua who insisted I recommend those drugs to the patients. Her expression turned sorrowful, tinged with indignation. He controls personnel transfers. He used that to threaten me. I had no choice. Lin Shan suppressed a smirk, playing along. Yeah, Hua Xiong is truly despicable, bullying young doctors like you who have no power or influence. Wan Yan nodded quickly. Exactly. It's so unfair. Lin Shan, could you give me a ride home? Lin Shan glanced around and asked, What about your boyfriend? Oh no, it's not like that. Wan Yan hurried to explain. We were just attending the auction together. He said he had something urgent and left first. In truth, she had made up an excuse to send Su Wang away. Now, deeply curious about Lin Shan, she was casting a wide net, hoping to leave an impression, maybe even reel him in. But Lin Shan wasn't falling for it. He shrugged. Sorry, we probably aren't going the same way. I've got something to do. I'll be going. Without giving her another chance to speak, he turned and walked away. With a woman like this, saying even one more word was a waste of time. Better to just leave. Wan Yin stood frozen in place, only snapping back to reality when Lin Shan's figure had completely disappeared from sight. She hesitantly touched her face, then pulled out a mirror from her bag and examined herself. The reflection still showed a stunningly beautiful face, one that could easily bewitch someone like Su Wang, a second-generation rich kid. But why had Lin Shan reacted that way? You bastard. Do you really think you're someone special now? Angrily muttering to herself, Wan Yin stomped off in her high heels, leaving the parking lot alone. After leaving the auction, Lin Shan went straight home, then entered the other world. He arrived once again at his small courtyard. After agreeing to become the protector of the Xiao family last time, he had told Xiao Chong that he might be absent for quite a while, and asked him to slip any messages under the door if needed. Lin Shan looked beneath the door and sure enough, there were letters. Picking them up, he glanced through them. One was an invitation from Xiao Chong, asking him to come to the Xiao residence to discuss plans for attacking Qingfeng Fort. Qingfeng Fort was the very bandit stronghold that had injured Xiao Xiao. It had been entrenched in the region for some time now. This time, the county magistrate had joined forces with several wealthy local families. Those with money would contribute funds, those with manpower would provide soldiers, all intending to crush Qingfeng Fort in one decisive strike. Most crucially, Xinjian sect, to which Xiao Xiao belonged, had also sent reinforcements. That was what had finally given the magistrate the confidence to act. After reading the letter, Lin Shan immediately set off for the Xiao family estate. From afar, Lin Shan spotted Yin Ziwei. As soon as Yin saw him, he jumped to his feet. Honored protector Lin. Xiao Chong had already spread the news of Lin Shan's new status throughout the entire Xiao household, so Yin Ziwei's attitude toward Lin Shan had become even more respectful. Even before Lin Shan could approach, Yin Ziwei eagerly opened the main gate and personally welcomed him inside. Then, the two proceeded directly to the grand hall. Yin Ziwei instructed a maid to announce his arrival, and shortly after, Lin Shan heard approaching footsteps. Xiao Chong strode into the hall, and, upon seeing Lin Shan, said warmly, Lin Shan, it's been days, we've missed you. Chapter 31 The Power Structure of Sanwen County. With Lin Shan now serving as the Xiao family's sworn guardian, their relationship had grown even more amicable. Lin Shan clasped his fists and said, Brother Xiao, I've come this time regarding the matter in your letter. Now that I'm officially the Xiao family's guardian, of course I must do my part. Lin Shan wasn't just speaking empty words. Those who enjoy another's patronage must remain loyal to their duties. But on a deeper level, he also had his own calculations. He possessed a portal between two worlds, which meant he could escape instantly if danger arose, placing him naturally in an unbeatable position. Though the mission to wipe out the bandit stronghold appeared risky, it held opportunities too. First, the fortress was surely filled with treasure. Second, from what Xiao Xiao had mentioned, the creditor chief of the gang seemed to be an expert at the Foundation establishment realm. If he could get his hands on some high-level martial arts manuals, that would be even better. From Xiao Xiao, Lin Shan had learned a secret. The 9 levels of martial cultivation each required different techniques. For example, Lin Shan's Chang Cheng Gong only contained methods for the blood movement stage. Without obtaining higher-level manuals, he would never break through into the bone forging realm. The Xinjian sect's manual, however, led all the way up to the Foundation establishment realm. Hearing Lin Shan's words, Xiao Chong nodded in satisfaction. thinking to himself that he hadn't misjudged Lin Shan. He truly was a grateful man. Lin Shan, before we proceed with this matter, let me first explain the power structure here in Sanlin County. Xiao Chang's expression grew slightly more serious as he slowly explained. Sanlin County is dominated by 4 major families, the Ding, Xiao, Chang, and Zhao clans. Each of our families has a bone-forging realm guardian. But until now, we've been powerless against Qingfeng Fort because none of us possesses a foundation establishment expert. For years, we've had no choice but to continuously offer tributes to the fort, pleading them not to massacre the villagers indiscriminately. But recently, Qingfeng Fort's demands have grown increasingly outrageous, and both the county magistrate and our 4 families are running out of patience. This time, however, we have a golden opportunity. The great elder of Xinjian sect, Xiao Zhao's sect, has agreed to help us exterminate Qingfeng Fort. With a foundation establishment master backing us, we finally have the confidence to act. Lin Shan nodded in understanding. It was the Xinjian sect's foundation establishment expert that truly gave Xiao Chang his confidence. Since I'm the one who invited the Xinjian sect's people, this suppression campaign will be under my command. 3 days from now, the county magistrate will host a banquet inviting all 4 families and their guardians. You'll accompany me then to meet the key figures in Sanlin County. Lin Shan mentally calculated the timeline. 3 days from now would work for him, so he nodded in agreement. With battle looming, Xiao Chang became extremely busy. Lin Shan didn't linger, instead making his way to see Guyan. Guyan's residence was right beside the Xiao estate, connected by a private gate, a clear sign of Xiao Chang's absolute trust in him. As Lin Shan approached, he heard considerable noise coming from within Guyan's courtyard. He opened the gate curiously and saw Xiao Xiao sparring fiercely with Lin Ping, both wielding long swords, their blades flashing white as they exchanged relentless blows. Besides the 2 fighters, Guyan and a tall woman in blue and white martial attire were also present. She must have stood around 175 centimeters tall, imposing and full of spirit. When Lin Shan arrived, everyone turned their gaze toward him. Guyan greeted him with a smile. Little brother Lin, long time no see. In the past, whenever Lin Shan had been in this world, he frequently visited Guyan. Guyan had no other hobby except drinking, so Lin Shan had brought over plenty of liquor from his main world. Technology truly held great power. Matai had no flaw aside from its price, and Guyan loved it dearly. Thanks to this alcohol, Lin Shan and Guyan had formed an excellent rapport. Guyan had taught Lin Shan many combat techniques, and under his guidance, Lin Shan's Surjan capabilities had improved dramatically. Big brother, Lin Shan greeted, bowing slightly to Guyan. Guyan gestured toward the tall woman and said, "This is Mu Qing, a promising disciple of Xinjian sect and Xiao Zhao's senior sister." A faint smile appeared on Mu Qing's face as she clasped her fists. "Long admired you, Mr. Lin. Thank you for healing Xiao Xiao." Lin Shan raised his hand modestly. "You flatter me. It was but a small favor." Lin Shan could sense that Mu Qing's aura was far stronger than his own, comparable even to Guyan's, indicating she was a bone-forging realm cultivator. Yet she didn't appear much older than Xiao Xiao. Such talent was truly frightening. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao and Lin Ping had ceased their sparring. Lin Ping still shot Lin Shan a somewhat hostile glance, though Lin Shan paid it little mind. Over there, Xiao Xiao sighed with mild frustration. Don't bring up my situation again, okay? This whole thing is basically the stain on my life. But once Master arrives and wipes out Qingfeng Fort, I'll see who dares talk then." Mu Qing shook her head gently, giving Xiao Xiao a fond, almost doting look. Xiao Xiao, innocent and carefree, had become something of a beloved mascot within Xinjian sect ever since joining. There wasn't a single person above or below who didn't like him. After resting a moment, Xiao Xiao suddenly turned to Lin Shan and said, "Lin brother, how about we spar a bit?" Lin Shan was taken aback and instinctively about to refuse, but Xiao Xiao added, "I know you've been bugging Uncle Go for training every day lately, so you must have picked up some skills by now. Still, sparring should involve different opponents. Otherwise, how can you grow? Come on, Lin brother, I'll be your opponent." Xiao Xiao looked utterly confident, even adding, "But don't worry, Lin brother, since you're just starting out, I'll go easy on you." Lin Shan smiled. Deep down, he thought Xiao Xiao wasn't entirely wrong. Sparring with others could indeed help him improve significantly. Nodding, he said, "All right." But before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Ping stepped forward and said, "Lin Shan, let me be your opponent instead." Lin Shan's brows rose slightly as he turned toward Lin Ping, who looked eager and immediately sneered upon meeting his gaze. "What? Are you scared?" Guyan was naturally someone who avoided conflict. Although he'd grown quite fond of Lin Shan these past days, he remained silent. Lin Shan hadn't asked for his help, so he wouldn't interfere. But Xiao Xiao was different. She protested. Hey, Lin Ping. How long do you think Lin brother has been practicing martial arts? Isn't this just bullying?" Lin Ping shrugged indifferently. "I'll hold back. So what do you say, Lin Shan? Are you brave enough?" At this, Guyan spoke up. "Lin Shan, it's actually not bad to occasionally switch partners. You might want to consider Lin Ping's suggestion." A thought stirred in Lin Shan's mind. If anyone in this world truly understood his level, it was undoubtedly Guyan. Having stayed in the Xiao family estate all this time, Guyan surely knew Lin Ping's capabilities well. Since Guyan had said that, it meant he still had some confidence in Lin Shan. "No big deal. Even if I lose here in public, with 2 bone-forging experts present, they won't let anything serious happen to me." With that thought, Lin Shan no longer hesitated. He stepped forward and said, "Fine then, Lin Ping, please guide me." Chapter 32, Abnormality in the Qi Si. "Good." Lin Ping immediately nodded in agreement. He sheathed his long sword and said to Lin Shan, "Since you're not using a weapon, I won't either." With that, he positioned himself 2 meters in front of Lin Shan, striking a pose as if displaying great grace. "You may strike first." Lin Shan didn't hesitate. He launched a punch straight at Lin Ping. In recent days, he'd sparred frequently with Guyan, mostly losing, but this hadn't given him a clear understanding of his own capabilities. This punch was solo blade entry, a move from the Xiao Yu Yang fist technique, well balanced between offense and defense. A cold smirk played on Lin Ping's lips as he countered with a punch of his own. The two exchanged blows rapidly, trading attacks in quick succession. As time passed, Lin Ping grew increasingly impatient. How could it be? Lin Shan had only learned martial arts for a few days, while he himself had trained for 3 full years. 15 minutes had passed, and not only had he failed to subdue Lin Shan, but Lin Shan's strikes were growing stronger and more forceful by the moment. What kind of nonsense was this? Meanwhile, Lin Shan noticed something strange happening within his qi. Ever since he had successfully drawn qi into his body and gained the ability to observe his internal state, he'd been aware of a jade pendant residing deep inside his dantian. There seemed to be inscriptions on it, though he'd never managed to make them out clearly. Until now, the pendant had shown no signs of abnormality. But during this clash with Lin Ping, it suddenly flared to life, emitting a faint red glow. Other than that, nothing else unusual occurred. Lin Ping grew more and more anxious, while Lin Shan remained steady, mostly on the defensive, launching the occasional counterattack. Watching from the side, Guyan nodded silently to himself. He's only been training for a few days, yet his movements are as composed as an old hand. Sigh, innate talent truly can't be measured equally. He glanced again at the increasingly agitated Lin Ping and sighed inwardly. Normally, Lin Ping wasn't like this. Perhaps because his opponent was Lin Shan, and he was so eager to humiliate him quickly, that his mindset had become overly aggressive, making him prone to mistakes. Xiao Xiao had initially been very tense, but now her worries had eased. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. She had never fought against Lin Shan herself, but judging from what she'd just seen, she realized his combat skill was already quite formidable. Another 15 minutes passed. Realizing he still couldn't overpower Lin Shan, Lin Ping suddenly roared, thrusting both fists forward together in a surge of violent force. The attack reached its peak speed, an almost unavoidable strike. Lin Shan had no choice but to brace his stance, raising both arms to block. In such direct confrontations, cultivation level was put to the ultimate test. This guy has cultivated longer than me. I'm probably going to take some damage here. Even as the thought crossed his mind, the jade pendant inside his dantian flared red once more, and a completely new surge of energy rushed through his meridians. Lin Ping's fist slammed into Lin Shan's arms. A numbness shot through both limbs, followed by pain. But on the other end, Lin Ping was violently thrown backward by a powerful rebounding force. He flew 5 meters before crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Everyone present was stunned by the sight. Guyan and Mu Qing especially were shocked. As bone-forging realm cultivators, they understood perfectly well that in such brute force exchanges, Lin Shan's short cultivation period should have put him at a disadvantage. Yet, contrary to expectations, Lin Ping had suffered far greater consequences. Struggling to rise from the ground, Lin Ping stared at Lin Shan with the look of someone who had just seen a ghost. How is this possible? He had used his ultimate technique, betting everything on superior cultivation to overwhelm Lin Shan. He'd been certain of victory, yet, a sudden metallic taste rose in his throat. His expression twisted, and he barely suppressed the urge to spit blood, though the effort left him with internal bruising. Lin Shan looked down at his own hands, which ached slightly, but were otherwise fine. He knew one thing for sure. His victory was thanks to the jade pendant activating unexpectedly. Glancing at the fallen Lin Ping, Lin Shan clasped his fists respectfully. I've bested you, brother Lin. You acknowledge defeat. Lin Ping could not utter a word. If he opened his mouth now, blood would surely gush out. Without a sound, he forced himself up and walked away. Xiao Xiao snapped back to reality and began clapping. Big brother Lin, your skills are truly impressive. I never imagined you'd actually defeat Lin Ping. But Lin Shan's mind was elsewhere. He was desperate to uncover what had happened to him. Not wishing to linger, he gave a polite laugh and shook his head. Just lucky. He was too hasty. With that, he bowed to the 3 of them. My arms are aching a bit after that bout. I should return and apply some medicine. I'll take my leave now. After bidding farewell, Lin Shan returned to his courtyard. But no matter how hard he tried, the jade pendant showed no reaction whatsoever. Eventually, he gave up trying to probe it further. 3 days later, Lin Shan attended a banquet with Xiao Chong, where he met the true power holders of the county. Throughout the event, Lin Shan remained silent, merely following Xiao Chong as he introduced people around. In the end, the county magistrate set a date. Once the senior elder of Xinjian's sect arrived, they would wait half a month for him to rest before taking action. Lin Shan inwardly thought this was too sluggish, but given his position, he had no say in such matters, so he kept silent. After settling this matter, Lin Shan returned to the main world. Right now, there was another issue to deal with. Regarding the evidence against Hua Xiong, after careful consideration, Lin Shan ultimately handed over all the evidence he had gathered to the relevant authorities. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Instead of going back to sleep, Lin Shan drove to the hospital. His car was a Honda XRV, a small SUV. When he first bought it years ago, it had handled well enough, but 6 years had passed since then. In recent years, cars had been upgrading at an incredibly fast pace, just like smartphones back in the day. Lin Shan no longer found this vehicle particularly impressive. He'd simply lacked the funds to replace it before, but now, perhaps it was time to consider something new. Maybe in a couple days, when I have time, I'll sell this car. After parking in the underground lot, Lin Shan walked up to ground level. By coincidence, just as he entered the building, he ran into Ruan Yin. When Ruan Yin saw Lin Shan, her expression turned slightly awkward. Yesterday, she had tried to get closer to him, only to be completely ignored. That had angered her deeply. But not knowing Lin Shan's true background, she didn't dare confront him directly. Lin Shan. From not far away came Lu Ying's voice. Lin Shan turned to see her approaching slowly, dressed in her white coat. She seemed not to notice Ruan Yin beside him, and wore a faintly apologetic look. Sorry about last night. I drank too much. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise flashed through Ruan Yin's eyes. What the? So these two are already at this stage? Ruan Yin glanced sideways at Lin Shan. Oomph. Appearance-wise, compared to Hua Xiong, he's like a prince next to a frog. Heh, Lu Ying, you really know how to pick them. I thought you were so high and mighty. Turns out you just hadn't met the right person. Your judgment is far better than mine. You've actually snagged a real big shot. Chapter 33, A Gift for My Sister. After everything that had happened, Wang Yin had already concluded that Lin Shan was a hidden powerhouse. A slight bitterness stirred in her heart. If she'd had the choice, she wouldn't have wanted to be pursued by an old man like Hua Xiong either. Sigh, if I'd known he was so impressive, I should have taken the Lin Jiaxiao case myself. When Lin Jiaxiao was first admitted, the patient had originally been assigned to her. But after looking into the Lin family's background, she figured there wasn't much profit to be gained, so she passed the case on to Wang Yin, never expecting it would hand Wang Yin such fortune. Lu Ying approached Lin Shan, and only then noticed Wang Yin standing nearby. Her pretty face flushed red, while Wang Yin simply walked past as if she hadn't heard a word they'd said. Lin Shan teased, "You've got quite the drinking capacity. After all that alcohol, you're still able to walk straight." Lu Ying blushed even deeper. The two chatted briefly near the elevator before going their separate ways once they exited. Lu Ying continued on toward the outpatient clinic. From a distance, she spotted Wang Yin chatting idly with several nurses. "Hey, look, she's here." The nurse who spoke was Jin Minjun, who always got along well with Wang Yin. "Wang Yin, is it true what you said? Has Lu Ying really found a sugar daddy? Did they go drinking together last night?" Ding Lingling, a doctor standing nearby, looked eager for gossip. Lu Ying was somewhat of a celebrity here. The combination of her stunning looks and figure attracted endless suitors, yet she never seemed interested in any of them. This morning, right after Wang Yin arrived, she immediately told everyone that Lu Ying had found a wealthy benefactor and gone out drinking with him last night. Who knew? Maybe they'd even done everything. The entire department instantly buzzed with excitement. But before they could grill her further, the subject of their conversation arrived. Wang Yin promptly clammed her mouth shut. Lu Ying knew perfectly well they were talking about her, but she didn't care. After grabbing her medical reports, she calmly headed off to make her rounds. Only after Lu Ying left did the group gather again. Wang Yin glanced at Lu Ying's retreating back and said, "Of course she's set. Let me tell you, her guy is a relative of Bed B18's patient. Super rich." Then, Wang Yin recounted everything she'd witnessed at the auction. The others listened in stunned amazement. "Whoa, for million yuan in gold, all his. He spent 20,000 on a single flower? I'll never understand rich people's tastes." Envy and jealousy were written all over their faces. Ding Lingling snorted. "Lu Ying always acts so high and mighty. I thought she was some kind of goddess. But when a real wealthy man shows up, she jumps on him right away." Wang Yin chuckled coldly. "That's called waiting for the right price. Smart girl. She plays it cool every day, then bam, she reels him in. He probably thinks she's some innocent, pure-hearted maiden. Like attracts like." The women gathered around Wang Yin were equally materialistic, spending their days comparing how many more resources their respective backup men had invested, boasting about who had landed a rich second-generation heir, and so on. When Lu Ying returned from her rounds, the group reluctantly dispersed. Soon after, a quiet young nurse who hadn't joined the discussion came over. "Sister Lu, they were just saying bad things about you." The junior nurse was Zhou Yao, someone Lu Ying had always looked out for, and thus deeply loyal to her. Smiling, Lu Ying asked, "What did they say about me?" Zhou Yao fumed. "They said you're keeping a rich boyfriend and pretending to be pure all along. That once a rich guy appears, you instantly cling to him." Hearing this, Lu Ying didn't feel the slightest irritation. She knew very well she wasn't like that, and neither was Lin Shan. Calmly, she replied, "Let them talk. Their mouths belong to them. No matter how much they say, I won't lose a single ounce of flesh." Meanwhile, Lin Shan arrived at Lin Jiaxiao's ward, where Chen Yuanying was currently on duty. Lin Wei had already returned to school. After sitting down, Lin Jiaxiao suddenly said, "Shaner." "What is it, Dad?" Lin Jiaxiao said slowly. "In a few days, it'll be Wei Wei's birthday. Since we're doing better now, why don't you give her a proper celebration this time?" Lin Shan slapped his forehead, chuckling wryly. "I completely forgot. Come to think of it, he hadn't properly celebrated Lin Wei's birthday since they got married. This time, he absolutely needed to make it up to her." Nodding firmly, he said, "All right, Dad. I'll take care of it." Lin Jiaxiao sighed inwardly, thinking, Wei Wei, this is all I can do for you. Some things, in the end, still need to be fought for on your own, asterisk. A short while later, Lu Ying entered Lin Jiaxiao's ward. She and Lin Shan exchanged a knowing smile. Then Lu Ying began her routine checkup. After finishing, Lin Shan followed Lu Ying out of the room and asked, "Are you free during lunch break later?" At Lin Shan's unexpected invitation, Lu Ying's heartbeat quickened. She smoothed her hair and replied softly, I should be free." "What?" Lin Shan scratched the back of his head and said, "Well, I'd like to invite you to lunch, and there's something I want your advice on." Lu Ying asked curiously, "What is it?" If she could return the favor after all the help Lin Shan had given her, she'd be more than happy. Lin Shan said, "I have a younger sister, Lin Wei. You know who I mean." An image of Lin Wei's pure, innocent face instantly flashed through Lu Ying's mind. She nodded and said, I know her. What a beautiful girl. You're so lucky to have such a wonderful sister." Lin Shan said, "In a few days, it'll be her birthday. These past years, I've been too busy struggling to make ends meet to ever celebrate it properly. So during lunch today, I was hoping you could help me pick out something for her, something to give her as a birthday gift." For some reason, upon hearing this, Lu Ying felt a faint twinge of disappointment, but she immediately nodded in agreement. "Sure, no problem. Come on, Lu Ying, what are you thinking about? You've only known him for a few days, yet you're already worrying over gifts for his family." Lu Ying took a deep breath and said, "Then I'll text you at noon." Lin Shan nodded. The two parted ways at the ward entrance. When lunchtime arrived, Lin Shan reached the underground parking lot first and picked up Lu Ying. Together, they left the hospital. What they didn't realize was that someone had been secretly watching them the entire time. Wang Yin, Jin Minjun, and Ding Lingling. Ding Lingling stared at the car driving away, turning to Wang Yin with confusion. "Wang Yin, are you sure this guy is really rich? How can a wealthy man drive a car like that?" Jin Minjun added, "Yeah, at least he should be driving a BBA. This." Wang Yin also felt puzzled. "You spent 200,000 yuan on a single flower last night. Why won't you just upgrade your car?" In the end, she could only say, Maybe some rich people just prefer to stay low-key. Meanwhile, Lin Shan and Lu Ying arrived at the shopping mall and randomly picked a barbecue restaurant. As Lu Ying watched Lin Shan intently grilling meat, always placing the well-cooked pieces into her dish before his own, she gently bit her lower lip and finally asked, "Lin Shan, are you divorced?" Chapter 34, An unexpected encounter with Zhang Wan. After treating Lin Jiabao for so many days, she had gradually learned about the Lin family's situation. Chen Yuanying was quite talkative, and it was actually her who had told her this a few days ago. Lu Ying didn't even realize it herself. She now desperately wanted to know more about Lin Shan, as much as possible. Lin Shan picked up a piece of pork belly, dipped it into barbecue sauce, popped it into his mouth, chewed, then openly nodded in agreement. Not bad, but to be precise, we're still in a cooling-off period. Still, this divorce is definitely going through. Curiosity instantly sparkled in Lu Ying's eyes. She was eager to know about Lin Shan's marriage, why they were divorcing, but it was, after all, a private matter. It didn't feel right to pry. Lin Shan saw exactly what she was thinking and smiled. Want to hear a story? Lu Ying smiled gently, refilling his glass with cola. No alcohol, I'm afraid. This will have to do. Go ahead, tell me. Lin Shan leaned back and rested against the chair. It's not that complicated, really. Stories like this, you've probably heard plenty. Then, he briefly recounted his relationship with Zhang Wan. When Lu Ying heard that the child Lin Shan and Zhang Wan had together wasn't even biologically his, she blurted out indignantly. That's just too much. But as soon as she said it, an inexplicable surge of joy welled up inside her. So sudden, she didn't even understand it herself. Afraid Lin Shan might notice her emotions, she quickly lowered her head. Lin Shan, however, responded with remarkable ease. Life's long. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. It's not great, but I've come to terms with it. As long as I live my life well, that's what matters. Lu Ying nodded deeply in agreement. Right, you're handling it very well. They chatted as they finished their meal. After Lin Shan paid the bill, they walked out of the restaurant together. Lu Ying asked, Lin Shan, roughly what's your budget? My budget. Now that he actually had money in his pocket, perhaps he could afford something more expensive, a nice surprise for Lin Wei. The little girl had suffered enough these past years. So Lin Shan said, don't worry too much about the budget. I'll mainly go by what girls like these days. Lu Ying teased, whoa, you're really a rich guy now. Secretly, she felt a twinge of envy toward Lin Wei. Even though countless men would eagerly shower her with gifts if she only asked, it was always the person giving the gift that truly mattered. Since you say so, let's go take a look at some handbags. No girl can resist a good bag. Sure, Lin Shan agreed. The shopping complex they were in was huge and housed several luxury boutiques, Prada, Hermes, and others. Lu Ying strolled forward, then suddenly stopped in front of the Hermes store, her eyes fixed on a black shoulder bag. Lin Shan immediately said, come on, let's go inside and check it out. Lu Ying blushed slightly, and the two stepped into the store. Sir, miss, how may I help you? The sales assistant promptly approached them with a professional smile. Although Lin Shan was dressed quite plainly, with no expensive accessories, the woman beside him was breathtakingly beautiful. Any man walking around with such a gorgeous companion must be someone special, so her service was unusually warm. As she moved closer, Lu Ying caught sight of the price tag on the bag, a full 60,000 yuan. The figure made her flinch inwardly, unsure whether to speak up or not. Fortunately, Lin Shan quickly stepped in. Could you please take down that bag for us to see? Of course. The assistant cheerfully retrieved the bag and handed it to Lu Ying. Lu Ying clearly loved it. Her fingers gently caressed the smooth leather. Just then, Sheng Teng and Zhang Wan, having just finished their own meal, happened to stroll into the same area. That bastard Lin Shan really knew how to hide things. I thought I knew everything about him. Never imagined he was sitting on so much gold. Zhang Wan was still fuming. After hearing her account, Sheng Teng sneered coldly. I think you're probably overreacting. If Lin Shan really had that much gold, why wait until now to bring it out? His father was lying in the hospital needing life-saving treatment. Most likely, that gold belongs to his friend. It's just another way to spite you. Zhang Wan snorted twice. Deep down, she knew better. The gold was indeed Lin Shan's. Sheng Teng's explanation was nothing but self-deception. Zhang Wan looked around at the row of luxury stores, then suddenly grabbed Sheng Teng's arm, playfully pouting. Darling, didn't you promise to buy me a bag? Sheng Teng frowned. He'd noticed lately that Zhang Wan was becoming increasingly insatiable. I'll need to find a chance to get rid of her, he thought to himself. But she's close to Bing Bing, so I can't act recklessly. Sheng Teng adjusted his glasses and said in a low voice, Xiao Wan, my career has been moving so fast lately. Cash flow is tight. I've poured all my money into my business. But don't worry, once things settle down, I'll make sure you get your gifts. Dishing out empty promises was one of his usual tricks. All right. Zhang Wan nodded somewhat dejectedly. Just then, her gaze accidentally swept over the Hermes boutique. She blinked in disbelief, rubbed her eyes, then looked again. She confirmed she wasn't seeing things. It was actually Lin Shan, and beside him stood a stunningly beautiful woman. Zhang Wan tugged on Sheng Teng's arm. Sheng Teng, look, isn't that Lin Shan? Sheng Teng frowned as he turned to look, just in time to see Lin Shan and Lu Ying laughing together. It really is him. Huh. The last sound was an involuntary murmur of admiration at Lu Ying's beauty. Today, Lu Ying had changed her usual style, dressing much more boldly. Though her upper half remained modest, she now wore a pleated skirt just above the knee, revealing her long, slender, pale legs. Damn, Lin Shan actually has a woman like this with him. Sheng Teng's eyes flickered with scheming thoughts. He turned to Zhang Wan and said, Xiao Wan, let's go over and take a look. In truth, he planned to use the chance to flirt with Lu Ying, maybe even lure such a gorgeous woman away from Lin Shan. Lin Shan, someone of your level can't possibly deserve a woman like this. Heh, I already stole your wife. I won't let this one slip away either. The two walked into the Hermes boutique. Zhang Wan called out, Lin Shan. The people shopping here generally maintained a certain decorum, so such a loud voice stood out sharply. Lin Shan turned his head, surprised to see Zhang Wan and Sheng Teng. What are you doing here? Who is she? Zhang Wan glared angrily at Lin Shan, then pointed at Lu Ying. The sales assistant observing the scene immediately caught on. This situation felt eerily like a betrayed spouse catching their partner with a mistress. Yet why was the so-called wronged party accompanied by another man? The relationships seemed incredibly messy. Lu Ying had initially been confused, but when she saw the man beside Zhang Wan, the one flashing her a smile, she suddenly understood. Could this be Lin Shan's ex-wife? Lin Shan replied coldly. Zhang Wan, is this store yours? Do I need your permission to come here? Chapter 35, Speaking Up for Justice. Lin Shan was no longer the helpless man he once was, standing outside that Western restaurant without a dime to his name. Now he had money in his pocket and strength in his fists. He shot back sarcastically. If you two didn't open this place, why do you care so much? I just like walking around here. What's it to you? At this moment, Sheng Tung calmly said, Lin Shan, Zhang Wan only meant well. Do you really think this is a place you can afford to hang out in? Zhang Wan didn't notice the shift in how Sheng Tung referred to her, nor did she realize that he had quietly taken a couple of steps back, putting some distance between them. Your pockets are cleaner than my face. Even in that state, you're still trying to save face and deceive this young girl. You've got no class at all. After saying this, Sheng Tung flashed what he thought was a charming smile at Lu Ying, then declared, Miss, don't let this guy fool you. If he can pull 10,000 yuan out of his pocket right now, I'll take his surname. With that, Sheng Tung subtly adjusted his glasses. His right hand shifted to reveal his wristwatch, a Rolex Submariner, commonly known as the Green Goblin, quite popular online. It cost about 120,000 yuan. A watch is a man's most important accessory. Before a luxury car rolls up, a man's wealth is often reflected in his clothing and timepiece. This watch was one of Sheng Tang's most effective tools for picking up women. Combined with their Mercedes-Benz S-Class, the duo had conquered countless girls without fail. Zhang Wan herself had fallen for these two weapons. Lu Ying froze for a second, realizing only now that the remarks were directed at her. The look in Sheng Tang's eyes was nothing new to her. She knew it well. Many men with a little money like to flaunt themselves this way. She shook her head, faintly amused. First of all, Lin Shan isn't a fraud. Second, even if he doesn't have much money, I find him far more attractive than you. When I choose a boyfriend, I don't care whether he's rich or not. Seeing how domineering these two were, Lu Ying felt indignant on Lin Shan's behalf and shot them a blunt retort. Boyfriend. Zhang Wan's pupils contracted sharply. Hearing that word made her jump like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Oh, Lin Shan, you really are something. Already found your next woman this quickly. Zhang Wan couldn't comprehend it. Looking at Lu Ying's breathtaking beauty and flawless figure, she wanted to scream. What on earth do you see in him? Beside her, Sheng Tung was instantly consumed by jealousy. What the hell? Such an amazing girl actually ended up with a pig like Lin Shan. His mind began racing. If even Lin Shan could land her, then when I make my move, it should be a piece of cake. He planned to ditch Zhang Wan later and sneakily get Lu Ying's contact info. He was confident. After all, if a broke nobody like Lin Shan could score such a knockout, how hard could it be for someone like himself? Facing Zhang Wan's accusation, Lin Shan sneered coldly. You actually have the nerve to say that? Talk about double standards. We're practically divorced already. Even if I found someone, it was after we split. Not like certain people who colluded during the marriage. Before Zhang Wan could react, Sheng Tung jumped in first, flustered. Lin Shan, don't slander me. Zhang Wan and I are just ordinary friends. He was afraid Lu Ying might misunderstand, so he rushed to clarify. By now, the commotion had drawn quite a crowd. Still, Lin Shan didn't want to argue in public, hated being gawked at like a circus act. So he played his trump card. Sheng Tung, I wonder if Luo Bing would believe what you just said. Sheng Tung's face turned pale. Zhang Wan's arrogance instantly shrank by half. He hadn't told Sheng Tung yet about Luo Bing running into Lin Shan. I have no idea what nonsense you're babbling about. Humph, come on Zhang Wan, let's go. Sheng Teng's mind was in chaos. How did Lin Shan find out about his relationship with Luo Bing? Could he be investigating me? But even if he knows Luo Bing and I are engaged, he has no solid proof. What can he do to me? Calm down. Stay calm. Deep in thought, Sheng Tung walked away, Zhang Wan beside him. Neither spoke as they left the mall. The onlookers, seeing there be no further drama, gradually dispersed. The sales assistant looked at the two of them and smiled politely. Sir, would you like to try any other bags? Lin Shan waved his hand. No need. Immediately, disappointment flickered across the salesgirl's face. She had assumed that Lin Shan, coming in with such a stunning beauty as Lu Ying, must be a wealthy spender. But after Sheng Tung's scene, she began doubting. Perhaps Lin Shan wasn't rich after all. Maybe theirs was a true love story. But in an instant, Lin Shan's next sentence sent her into sheer ecstasy. He picked up the bag from Lu Ying's hand, handed it to the salesgirl, and said, I'll take two. Wrap them both up. The salesgirl froze, staring at Lin Shan in disbelief. Sir, did you say 2 bags? Lin Shan smiled gently and nodded. That's right, 2. Wrap them both up. Coming right up. Overjoyed, the salesgirl snatched the bags and practically flew away, calling her colleague to escort Lin Shan and Lu Ying to the lounge area, where they were promptly served snacks and tea. It wasn't until they sat down that Lu Ying slowly realized what was happening. Lin Shan bought 2 bags. One must be for his younger sister Lin Wei, but the other, could it possibly be for me? She felt her heart pounding wildly. This bag costs 60,000 yuan. If Lin Shan really gives it to me, should I accept it? Truthfully, she had received gifts this expensive before, but she'd always refused them. Yet with Lin Shan, she hesitated. Before long, the salesgirl returned, holding 2 shopping bags. She handed them to Lin Shan and said cheerfully, if everything's all right, we'll proceed with payment now. I'll issue your receipt. Lin Shan nodded. He still had Zhang Ji's bank card on him, the one with 4 million yuan. He walked briskly to the counter, paid without hesitation, took the receipt, then returned to Lu Ying. Let's go. The salesgirl personally escorted them to the entrance, waving enthusiastically as they left. Once they were gone, she rolled her eyes, recalling the earlier scene, and muttered, what an idiot. Turning away such a generous man. Plenty of others would jump at the chance. After leaving the store, Lin Shan naturally held out one of the bags to Lu Ying and smiled. Dr. Liu, thank you for speaking up for me back there. This little gift is just a token of appreciation. Even though she'd already suspected the bag was meant for her, when the moment actually arrived, Lu Ying found herself utterly flustered. Seeing her reaction, Lin Shan firmly pushed the bag into her arms. Take it. Chapter 36, A Real Big Shot. Lin Shan knew that sometimes, a man had to be firm and not always let the woman make the choice herself. Lu Ying quickly picked up her bag and said, No, Lin Shan, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Lin Shan pushed the gift back toward her, speaking with a slightly serious tone. Just take it. Consider it my way of saying thanks. You've worked hard these past days. Lu Ying slowly lowered her hand and, in the end, accepted Lin Shan's gift. Afterward, Lin Shan drove her home. Meanwhile, inside the clinic, Wang Yin, Jin Minjun, and Ding Lingling had gathered together again. Is that Lin Shan really rich? How come he drives such a beat-up Honda? Doesn't seem like it at all, Jin Minjun remarked. Ding Lingling scoffed. Probably spent every penny he had trying to impress Lu Ying. You know what some so-called dog boys are like, earning just 4,000 or 5,000 a month, scrimping and saving just to show off for a moment. Wang Yin frowned. He still believed in Lin Shan's capability. Maybe he was simply low-key, which explained why he drove such an ordinary car. Just then, Lu Ying returned from outside. The looks Jin Minjun and Ding Lingling gave her were tinged with schadenfreude. They believed Lu Ying had been deceived by some penniless nobody. But their amusement quickly vanished when they saw the bag in Lu Ying's hand, clearly marked with a Hermes logo. Online, everyone seemed wealthy, but in real life, within their social circle, very few could actually afford a Hermes bag. For average white-collar workers, such a luxury was out of reach. All their eyes locked onto the bag in Lu Ying's hand. Wang Yin thought to himself, it must have been Lin Shan who bought it for her. See, I knew I hadn't misjudged him. Beside them, Zhou Yao, who hadn't joined their conversation, looked up in surprise upon seeing the bag. Wow, Sister Lu, did you buy a Hermes? Lu Ying glanced calmly at the three women nearby before replying. I didn't buy it. Someone gave it to me. This instantly made the three women realize they had misjudged Lin Shan. He truly was a wealthy man after all. Zhou Yao, unaware of their inner thoughts, pressed on curiously, what did you get? The same question was burning in the minds of the other three. Lu Ying smiled gently and said, nothing much, just a handbag. Zhou Yao's face lit up with envy. Sister Lu, can I take a look? Of course. Lu Ying nodded casually and took the bag out of the shopping pouch right in front of them. When Wang Yin and the others saw it, their hearts churned with mixed emotions. Among the three, Wang Yin was the most well-off. She already owned a Hermes bag, a gift from a former admirer. The other two might not have one, but they'd seen enough pictures online to recognize both the model and its price. 60,000 yuan. Jealousy was practically spilling from their eyes. Holding the bag, Zhou Yao sighed. Expensive things really are different. The feel of it is so luxurious. I'm so jealous of you, Sister Lu. With that, she handed the bag back. Lu Ying smiled as she tucked the bag away neatly, then cast a glance at Wang Yin and the other two. She had always known these three gossiped about her behind her back. She hadn't paid much attention before, but if given the chance, she wouldn't mind rubbing a little salt in their wounds. After all, she was only human, a woman, with her share of pride and vanity. This gift, combined with Zhou Yao's timely comment, had immensely satisfied Lu Ying's sense of pride. What are you all doing standing around here chatting? Hua Xiong suddenly appeared at the clinic entrance, seeing the group huddled together, and snapped. Don't any of you have work to do? Having a tea party? Everyone's faces paled, immediately scattering. But at that moment, Wang Yin had an idea. Hua Xiong had been delaying his decision, refusing to recommend her name, clearly because he still harbored feelings for Lu Ying. But what if she told Hua Xiong that Lu Ying was now dating Lin Shan? Without hesitation, Wang Yin spoke up. Director Hua, Lu Ying's boyfriend just bought her a Hermes bag. She showed it to us earlier. It's so enviable. What? Hua Xiong immediately turned to stare at Lu Ying, his heart flooding with jealousy. He had been fixated on her for so long, only to be beaten to it by someone else. His face darkened as he stared at the bag in Lu Ying's arms. Was it Lin Shan who gave you that? At this moment, Lu Ying no longer feared the petty power Hua Xiong held. She knew it would soon slip from his grasp. Calmly and confidently, she admitted. Yes, it was Lin Shan who gave it to me. The people who had been dispersing gathered again, noticing that Lu Ying seemed different today. Why was she so bold in front of Hua Xiong? She looked utterly fearless. It must be that rich man giving her confidence. Well, with a big shot like that backing her, even if she loses her job, it doesn't matter. Hua Xiong stared at Lu Ying, both furious and flustered. In the past, although Lu Ying had resisted him, she'd still given him face publicly, allowing him the illusion of superiority. But now, her tone made it clear she didn't regard him at all. Hua Xiong sneered. Lu Ying, you're still too young. I've checked Lin Shan's background. He comes from a poor family. How could he possibly afford to give you such a bag? Most likely it's a counterfeit. You should take it to an official store and get it authenticated. Lu Ying pulled the receipt from her bag and waved it in front of Hua Xiong. Director Hua, that won't be necessary. This bag was bought at an official store. Here's the receipt. Hua Xiong's expression darkened. He snorted coldly and turned away. Meanwhile, Wang Yan's eyes flickered with emotion, inwardly pleased. With this incident, there was no way Hua Xiong would recommend Lu Ying anymore. Still, she found it strange. Lu Ying had never disrespected Hua Xiong so openly before. It was unusual. Could her boyfriend actually have the power to bring Hua Xiong down? A sudden thought flashed through Wang Yan's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. I'm overthinking. Even if that man has some money, he probably doesn't have that kind of influence. Huh. Seeing Hua Xiong leave, Wang Yan quickly followed. When Hua Xiong noticed her trailing behind, the two exchanged a knowing look and walked together into his office. Hua Xiong locked the door and immediately pushed Wang Yan against the wall. A few minutes later, Hua Xiong zipped up his pants and grumbled, that damn Lu Ying really thinks she's a goddess from heaven, damn it. Wang Yan clung to Hua Xiong, speaking sweetly. Director Hua, now that she's acted like this, why still care about her? Cherish the one right here with you. Hua Xiong sighed inwardly, realizing there was no escaping this now. He pinched Wang Yan's cheek and said, Alright, my little temptress. I'll put your name on the list right now. Chapter 37. Receiving Goods. Meanwhile, as soon as Lin Shan returned home, he immediately crossed over to the other world. Upon arriving in the courtyard, he noticed a piece of paper lying on the ground. Picking it up, he saw it was a letter from Xiao Chong. The last time Lin Shan had come to this world, he'd asked Xiao Chong to help him acquire some jade artifacts. Previously, Lin Shan had considered collecting antiques, calligraphy, or paintings, but later realized that the truly valuable ones were usually created by famous historical figures. After all, this was another world. Those renowned masters from his past life didn't exist here. Perhaps there were people with similar skills, but their names and reputations were different, so the values simply couldn't compare. Thus, Lin Shan had requested that Xiao Chong look out for jade crafts instead. The worth of such items came mainly from ancient craftsmanship and the passage of time. Collectors back in the main world particularly favored these qualities. Additionally, in his letter, Xiao Chong mentioned that Zheng Tu had successfully hunted a tiger and delivered the goods. Fearing Lin Shan might not return for a long time, he had already preserved the meat by salting it. As for the tiger's penis, it had been steeped in wine. After reading the letter, Lin Shan quickly left the courtyard and headed straight for Xiao Manor. To his surprise, at the main gate he ran into Zheng Tu, who was chatting with Yin Ziwei. Spotting Lin Shan from afar, Zheng Tu leapt up excitedly and shouted, "Benefactor! Zheng brother!" Zheng Tu was a warm-hearted man, grateful and respectful. Lin Shan held genuine appreciation for him. When Yin Ziwei saw Lin Shan approaching, he hurried over and said, "Master Lin, the tiger is currently kept within our gatehouse, under my watch. Not a single hair will go missing." Lin Shan nodded, then turned to Zheng Tuesday. "Zheng brother, you've worked hard. I'll settle payment for the hunt shortly." Zheng Tu waved his hand repeatedly. "No rush, no rush." After greeting both men, Lin Shan entered Xiao Manor and walked naturally toward the main hall. A servant promptly went to inform Xiao Chong of his arrival. Soon after, Xiao Chong arrived leisurely. Lin Shan stood and greeted him. "Brother Xiao, thank you for your efforts." Xiao Chong laughed heartily. "It's nothing. Really, don't be so formal. Come with me." With that, Xiao Chong took Lin Shan's hand and led him to the rear hall. On the table sat a wooden box containing 3 jade items, a pendant, a bi disc, and a bracelet. Though Lin Shan wasn't an expert, even he could sense the smooth, warm quality of the jade. The craftsmanship exuded something extraordinary. These items were clearly no ordinary pieces. Beside the table stood an elderly man, about 60 years old, with a wispy goatee and narrow, kind-looking eyes. Xiao Chong introduced him. "Lin Shan, this is Mr. Yanyu, a highly skilled appraiser of jade." Yanyu stroked his beard with a smile. "Master Xiao flatters me. I'm quite unworthy. Let's speak of these 3 jade pieces instead. These 3 items are valued at 1,000 taels of silver. Though somewhat expensive, they are truly worth more than their price." Then Yanyu launched into a long explanation filled with technical terms, most of which Lin Shan didn't fully grasp. Still, he mentally calculated. 1,000 taels of silver equaled roughly 50,000 grams. At 7 yuan per gram, that came to 350,000 yuan. Seeing Lin Shan remain silent, Yanyu couldn't gauge his depth of knowledge. He gestured politely and said, "Young sir, why don't you examine them yourself?" Lin Shan shook his head. "I trust your judgment. I'll bring the 1,000 taels of silver within 3 days." Impressed by Lin Shan's straightforwardness, Yanyu said, "You're a man of decisiveness. Should I come across finer jade in the future, I'll be sure to recommend it to you." Lin Shan nodded. Then he left the room with Xiao Chong, walking through the corridors while discussing recent developments in Sanwen County. The magistrate was preparing aggressively to crush Qingfeng Fort, and the town's atmosphere had grown increasingly tense. Lin Shan didn't stay long. Returning to his courtyard, he traveled back to the main world and headed straight to his usual jewelry shop. As soon as he requested 50 kilograms of silver, the clerk hesitated briefly but quickly assured him he could gather the amount from partner stores. Lin Shan paid a deposit and waited in the shop. An hour later, the silver arrived in full. Lin Shan stored it in his inventory and returned to the other world. Exactly 3 days had passed since his departure. As agreed, he handed over 1,000 taels of silver to Yanyu and received the 3 jade items. He also gave Zheng Tu 100 taels to settle the tiger's cost. In truth, the amount Lin Shan paid Zheng Tu far exceeded market price. But given Zheng Tu's consistent respect and diligence, Lin Shan felt it only right to show a little favor. Though tigers weren't exceedingly rare in this era, encountering one wasn't exactly common. Hunting one was difficult and perilous work. After reselling the jade artifacts, Lin Shan returned to the main world, took out his phone, found Luo Bing's number, hesitated for a moment, then dialed. The call was answered after just 2 rings. "Senior," Lin Shan said, "It's me, Luo Bing. I've got 3 jade pieces here. Wanted to have you take a look." Luo Bing sounded excited. "Sure, senior. I'm at the auction house right now. Just give me a call when you arrive." "All right." Lin Shan hung up, drove to the auction house. He still didn't have a pass, so after calling Luo Bing, he waited at the entrance. Not long after, Luo Bing appeared. She was wearing a white dress today, elegant and graceful, her shoulders bare, delicate collarbones prominent, her long hair smooth like silk, face lightly made up. Luo Bing carried an air of classical beauty, perhaps due to her constant work with ancient artifacts. After meeting up, Luo Bing led Lin Shan into the auction house. They entered the same room as before and sat facing each other. Luo Bing asked curiously, "Senior, what brings you this time?" Lin Shan took out the box containing the jade items and smiled. "Not exactly a favor, but I've got a few fine things to show you. Not sure if your auction house takes these." Then he opened the box in front of Luo Bing. When she saw the 3 jade pieces inside, her eyes lit up instantly. That look, it was as if a pervert had suddenly laid eyes on a peerless beauty ripe for the taking. Luo Bing turned to Lin Shan. "Senior, may I pick them up and examine them?" Lin Shan nodded. Luo Bing extended her slender, fair hands, picked up one of the bi discs, and studied it meticulously, uttering appreciative sounds. "This kind of jade quality, truly remarkable. It feels so naturally formed." And the color doesn't seem to have been buried in soil at all, yet clearly ancient. Judging by the craftsmanship, they're from the Tang dynasty. She seemed to forget Lin Shan was even in the room, talking to herself as she examined each piece. After finishing with all three, Luo Bing snapped back to awareness, her gaze burning with excitement as she looked at Lin Shan. Senior, these 3 jade items are all extremely valuable for collectors. Let us sell them. They're bound to fetch a great price. Chapter 38 Revealing the Secret. Before Lin Shan could say anything, Luo Bing seemed terrified that he might leave, quickly adding, Senior, even if the auction fails, I can still introduce other buyers to you. These 3 jade pieces will definitely sell for no less than 10 million. 10 million already. What more could anyone want? Lin Shan made up his mind. Then I'll leave it to you. Thank you so much, Senior. Luo Bing beamed with joy. In truth, her family didn't rely on commissions like this, but as someone born into privilege, she had always lived under the shadow of her parents' achievements. That's why she was especially eager to prove herself. Though Luo Bing could easily get by without trying, she was actually the most diligent among everyone at the event when it came to business. Seeing the pure, innocent smile on Luo Bing's face, Lin Shan suddenly changed his mind. Perhaps now was the right time to tell her about Shangtung. Previously, since they had no connection, Lin Shan hadn't needed to consider Luo Bing's feelings. But now things were different. They shared common interests. If in the future he exposed Shangtung and Zhang Wan and Luo Bing found out he'd known all along but never told her, she would inevitably feel hurt, which could damage their cooperation. And there was another reason. Lin Shan didn't want this naive girl to continue being deceived by Shangtung. After a moment of thought, Lin Shan said, Luo Bing, is your fiancé named Shangtung? Puzzled by the sudden mention of Shangtung, Luo Bing nevertheless nodded. Yes, Senior. Now that you mention it, I think he was in the same class as you. Lin Shan gave a cold laugh and shook his head. My connection with him goes deeper than that. You know Zhang Wan is my ex-wife. Luo Bing nodded, her expression slightly awkward. She had known Zhang Wan for quite some time. At first, she'd even liked her, but later noticed how viciously Zhang Wan treated Lin Shan. She gradually realized Zhang Wan might not be as sincere as she appeared and slowly distanced herself. In fact, she has another identity. She's Shangtung's mistress. At these words, Luo Bing stared at Lin Shan in shock. After a long silence, she forced a weak smile. Senior, that joke, it's going too far. Lin Shan replied coldly. Luo Bing, I wouldn't make a joke like this with you. Zhang Wan divorced me because she found Shangtung a new meal ticket. They've been involved for a long time. In fact, my daughter isn't even my biological child. Luo Bing's face instantly turned deathly pale. She looked at Lin Shan helplessly. Lin Shan knew such news wasn't easy to digest, so after speaking, he fell silent and waited for Luo Bing to process what she'd heard. A while later, Luo Bing shook her head weakly. Shangtung wouldn't do something like that. Her eyes were already reddening. Suddenly, memories from their past relationship surfaced, certain details that might have hinted at Shangtung's infidelity. Back then, he had skillfully concealed them, and she hadn't pursued the matter further. Now, hearing Lin Shan's words, those fragments came rushing back. Luo Bing's face grew paler and paler. Seeing this, Lin Shan turned off the video clip and spoke softly. Originally, I didn't plan to tell you any of this. I was afraid it would hurt you. But now I realize that letting you continue being deceived by Shangtung would be the real betrayal. I'm sorry, Luo Bing. Like a soulless doll, Luo Bing stared blankly at the table. After a long pause, tears welled up and spilled over, but she made no sound, only wept silently. Lin Shan waited quietly beside her. 15 minutes passed before Luo Bing sniffed, wiped away her tears, and raised her head. Her gaze had changed. It was now icy and hard. She looked at Lin Shan and said, Senior, thank you. Without you, I don't know how much longer I would have been fooled by that scumbag. Lin Shan felt relieved. Luo Bing was a clear-headed person. This meant his plan could proceed smoothly. He said, Luo Bing, actually, I have a complete revenge plan targeting both of them. So I hope you won't disclose this for now. Her eyes flickered with understanding, and she nodded. I understand, Senior. Can you tell me what exactly your revenge plan is? Lin Shan smiled. First, I currently have evidence. When the trial begins, I'll make sure Zhang Wan gets not a single penny of my property. Even though there isn't much, just the fact that she loses everything will infuriate her. And honestly, I'm looking forward to it. Second, I know Xingting's company is in a rapid growth phase. He's taken on many projects and needs substantial capital to launch them. I want you to inform your father to cut off investment just when Shangtung needs funds the most. Lin Shan's voice turned icy. I won't just leave him penniless. I'll make sure he's buried in debt, crushed beyond redemption for the rest of his life. This was his revenge plan. Originally, he had intended to wait a while longer before sending the video to Luo Bing anonymously. After hearing it, Luo Bing's eyes burned with a desire for revenge. She clenched her teeth and said, Senior, that's truly brilliant. Don't worry, I'll pretend I know nothing. Good. Luo Bing sat there motionlessly for a moment, then suddenly remembered they still had business to attend to. She turned to Lin Shan and said, Senior, I'll go get the contract. If nothing unexpected happens, these 3 jade pieces will be auctioned in 3 days. Lin Shan nodded. Soon, Luo Bing returned with the contract. Lin Shan signed it, but the payment would still be transferred to Zhang Ji's bank card as before. After signing the contract, the two walked out of the room. But just then, Zhang Wan approached them head-on. When she saw Lin Shan walking alongside Luo Bing, she froze in shock. She recalled what Lin Shan had said earlier at the mall, and now seeing him with Luo Bing, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. At that moment, Luo Bing quickly stepped forward and greeted Zhang Wan warmly. Sister Wan, where did you go for lunch? Weren't we supposed to go eat barbecue together? Her tone was overflowing with enthusiasm. Lin Shan suddenly realized that Luo Bing wasn't as fragile as he had thought. Seeing Luo Bing act this way, Zhang Wan instantly relaxed, glanced at Lin Shan, and asked, Why are you here again? Lin Shan snorted. Zhang Ji has some items up for auction. He asked me to come. Zhang Wan gritted her teeth in frustration, watching bitterly as Lin Shan walked away. Chapter 39. Do you want to get back at Shangtung? After Lin Shan left, Zhang walked down the corridor with Luo Bing, watching the latter move half a step ahead of her. Zhang still felt uneasy inside. Truth be told, she never actually wanted to take Luo Bing's place. She just wanted to extract as much money as possible from Sheng Teng to sustain her own life. She was well aware that Sheng Teng's current status was entirely due to Luo Bing and her wealthy father. That's why she had always been cautious, careful not to show any cracks in front of Luo Bing. After some consideration, Zhang quickened her pace and caught up, forcing a natural tone as she asked, Bing Bing, did Lin Shan just come here to sell something? Luo Bing immediately realized Zhang was probing her, so she quickly put on an innocent, clueless expression. Yeah, Wanjie. Otherwise, what else would he be here for? Oh, haha, I was just wondering if he mentioned me. You know, he's my ex-husband. That Lin Shan is such a bastard. I'm afraid he might have said bad things about me to you. Luo Bing replied. No, he didn't say anything about you. Zhang let out a quiet sigh of relief, then said resentfully, don't you dare believe a word he says. This scumbag's got delusions now, keeps making up all sorts of crap. You'd better watch out. Inside, Luo Bing looked down on Zhang with utter contempt, but on the surface, she merely nodded indifferently. Got it, Wanjie. The two chatted and laughed together until Luo Bing entered her private lounge. The moment the door closed behind her, her expression turned cold, her eyes filled with disgust toward Zhang. She stared blankly at her reflection in the mirror. She couldn't understand why Sheng Teng had betrayed her for Zhang. In her own estimation, she was far superior to Zhang in both looks and figure. Is it just because I refused to sleep with you? Luo Bing glared at her reflection, clenching her teeth as she whispered the words to herself. No matter how she thought about it, that seemed to be the only reason. Sheng Teng, you'll never have me. A flicker of madness flashed in her eyes. She changed into an extremely provocative outfit, a cropped t-shirt that bared her shoulders and midriff, paired with tight-fitting denim shorts. Her legs were long and perfectly shaped, and her round, firm backside was hugged tightly by the shorts, making her look incredibly seductive. Yet her face remained icy cold. This contrast between her frigid demeanor and her sultry attire created a striking, almost jarring presence. Once dressed, Luo Bing left the auction house. Meanwhile, after leaving the venue, Lin Shan first called Zhang Ji. Hey old Zhang, you mentioned before that a guy called Sixth Master was interested in certain goods, right? I've got a tiger, just hunted it down. Could you arrange a meeting with him in the next couple of days? On the other end, Zhang Ji had grown accustomed to Lin Shan's surprises. Without hesitation, he replied, okay, I'll set it up. After hanging up, Lin Shan returned home and entered the alternate world to cultivate. But not long after, his phone rang. Lin Shan checked. It was a message from Luo Bing. Senior, do you want to get back at Sheng Teng? At first glance, it made no sense. He thought, I've already got my revenge plan ready. What's she trying to stir up now? Ding dong. The notification chimed again. This time, Luo Bing sent a photo. It was a wine glass, surrounded by hazy pink lighting, clearly taken in a bar. What's she doing acting crazy? Lin Shan shook his head, about to put the phone down, when suddenly, a thought struck him. Could this silly girl have broken down from the pain and run off to destroy herself? He had encountered girls like this before, dumped by their boyfriends, then trying to prove their worth by chasing men, only to regret it for the rest of their lives. If that was truly happening now, he couldn't stay out of it. After all, it was he who had told Luo Bing about Sheng Teng's betrayal. They were classmates, yes, but now they also had business dealings. He couldn't just stand by and watch her fall apart. Thinking this, Lin Shan quickly messaged back, where are you? Luo Bing immediately sent a location pin, Bent's Bar. It wasn't far from where he was. Sighing, Lin Shan exited the alternate world and hurriedly drove to Bent's Bar. Bent's Bar occupied the ground floor of a high-rise building, positioned in the mid-tier market, affordable enough for white-collar workers with decent income, yet exclusive enough to occasionally attract young heirs and socialites. When Lin Shan stepped inside, loud music hit his ears. Spotlights rotated wildly overhead, casting the entire bar in a suggestive, dreamlike haze. The air hung thick with perfume, alcohol, and the raw energy of men and women mingling, like a demon whispering temptation, urging people towards sin. In some shadowy corners, many men and women were indulging in unrestrained hormonal release, while countless newly acquainted couples held hands and eagerly left the bar. As soon as Lin Shan entered Bent's Bar, he immediately began searching for Luo Bing's figure. Finally, he spotted her beside a counter. Upon seeing her fiery outfit, Lin Shan couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The Luo Bing he had seen before always wore formal gowns, giving off an elegant, well-bred lady vibe. But now, she looked like a succubus, radiating endless charm capable of driving men to sin. At this moment, several men surrounded her. Clearly drunk, Luo Bing's eyes were unfocused, a faint smile lingering on her lips. One after another, men raised their glasses to toast her, and she accepted every drink without refusal. Lin Shan strode over and abruptly grabbed Luo Bing's hand. She startled slightly, turned her head, saw it was Lin Shan, and instantly flashed a seductive smile. Senior, you're here. Upon hearing that title, the others instantly became alert, glaring at Lin Shan. A bald, muscular man scowled and said, Hey, brother, don't you know the rule of first come, first served? Beautiful, come with me. I'll make sure you won't regret it. Another slick-haired pretty boy stepped forward, rolling up his sleeve to proudly display his fake Rolex GMT Master. Lin Shan snorted in disdain. He knew many broke losers pretending to be rich second-generation heirs would buy cheap replicas from Huiqiang Bai, dressed head to toe in counterfeit brands. After all, most girls weren't professional authenticators and could easily be deceived. Unwilling to waste words on these fools, Lin Shan pulled Luo Bing along to leave. She didn't resist, obediently allowing herself to be led away. But as Lin Shan walked out, a few troublemakers followed them out, including the bald gym rat brute. He quickly stepped in front of Lin Shan and growled menacingly. Kid, didn't you hear me just now? A crowd gathered around, watching with schadenfreude. Such a rare beauty. Did he really think he could just take her away so easily? Impossible. That's what they all thought. Lin Shan stared at the towering man before him. He wasn't short himself, but this brute stood nearly 2 meters tall, bald-headed, broad-shouldered, and powerfully built. In ancient times, this guy would definitely have been a fearsome general. Having such a man glaring at you with hostility was absolutely not a pleasant experience. Chapter 40, Devotion. Lin Shan glanced at him, pulled Luo Bing behind himself, and had no intention of wasting words with the man in front of him. He looked around quickly and spotted a piece of stone not far away, probably a broken fragment from a brick that had been chipped off and dropped on the ground. Lin Shan strode over, picked up the stone, then returned behind Luo Bing and raised his head, staring straight at the burly man. I don't want to waste time talking. If you'd like to spend tonight in the emergency room, by all means, keep blocking my way. With that, Lin Shan clenched the stone tightly in his hand, crushing it into powder. This wasn't ordinary sandstone. It was concrete, part of the bricks lining the green belt, though who broke it or how it ended up here remained unknown. The previously aggressive brute flinched visibly at this sight, shrinking back slightly, an oddly endearing contrast. He was drunk, yes, but not stupid. What he just witnessed made it clear beyond doubt. The guy in front of him was trouble. The bald, muscular man sheepishly stepped aside, silent now. The surrounding crowd watched Lin Shan with awe. Even iron palm skills in TV dramas can't be much stronger than that. No wonder he can walk around with such a beautiful girl. He's clearly a master. After stepping aside, the man even clasped his fists formally and said, "Brother, I'm a disciple of Yinghao Martial Arts Gym. My eyes failed me today. Please forgive my ignorance." Yinghao Martial Arts Gym? Lin Shan studied the man for a moment. So he was actually someone from the martial world. Lin Shan waved his hand. No harm done. Then he took Luo Bing's hand and left. Once they'd walked out of the crowd, Lin Shan noticed her phone flashing from within the pocket of her denim shorts. He told her, "You've got a call." Luo Bing, who moments before had seemed drowsy from drinking, suddenly snapped awake. She yanked her hand away from his and shouted, "Mind your own business." After drinking, she seemed to have shed all pretense. The poised, graceful young lady image vanished completely. Pouting, looking utterly miserable, Luo Bing fished the phone from her pocket and answered the call. She didn't turn on speaker, but Lin Shan, with his sharpened hearing, could still clearly hear the voice from the other end. "Where did you go? Why haven't you come back yet?" It was a middle-aged man's voice. Lin Shan recalled having heard it once before while following Luo Bing and Sheng Teng. That day, he learned why Sheng Teng had failed, because Luo Bing's family discipline was extremely strict. Now, hearing her father's words, Luo Bing's emotions suddenly collapsed. She screamed into the phone, "Do you know how old I am? I have my own life. I can make my own choices. I don't want to be controlled by you anymore." Then she hung up, and as if that weren't enough, hurled her phone down and smashed it against the ground. After destroying the phone, Luo Bing slumped onto the pavement, defeated. Lin Shan sighed inwardly, sat down opposite her. She looked up at him, then suddenly asked, "Is Zhongwan really better than me?" Lin Shan shook his head. "In body, appearance, background, personality, there isn't a single aspect where she surpasses you. The only thing might be that her hair is longer, but her vision and insight are painfully short." At his words, Luo Bing let out a bitter smile and sighed. "If that's true, then why does he still go after Zhongwan?" Lin Shan replied, "People who cheat don't do so because their partner isn't good enough. Think about those movie stars, beautiful women, yet their husbands still cheat or mess around. It's complicated. Don't question your worth. You're excellent. You and Sheng Teng simply aren't meant for each other." Some truths are simple, yet when one is caught in the midst of it all, clarity disappears. Without someone to pull them out, they sink deeper and deeper into the pit. Right now, Luo Bing felt suddenly awakened by Lin Shan's words. Her previously despondent expression lightened somewhat. A cool night breeze blew past, making Luo Bing shiver involuntarily. Seeing this, Lin Shan took off his shirt and draped it over her. "Thank you, senior." Luo Bing forced a faint smile. "Don't mention it. Let me take you home," Lin Shan said. If he hadn't shown up tonight, given Luo Bing's state, she would most likely have been taken away by that bald brute. And that man didn't seem like someone who'd treat a woman gently. But Luo Bing shook her head. "Senior, I don't want to go home. It's a bit cold outside. Can I go to your place?" At this moment, Lin Shan truly had no ulterior motives. He merely thought that since Luo Bing had just had a huge fight with her father, she probably couldn't face going home right now. If so, taking her back and talking some sense into her seemed only natural. With that in mind, he nodded. "All right, come to my place first. I'll make you a hot cup of tea. You can sit a while." He took Luo Bing's hand and led her to his car. Once inside, Luo Bing stared lifelessly out the window, her voice soft and melancholy. "Senior, can you tell me about you and Zhongwan?" This was once a wound Lin Shan could hardly bear to speak of, but as his life had now gotten back on track, he could face these painful memories with calm acceptance. Driving the car, Lin Shan recounted his past with Zhongwan in a steady, composed voice. When he finished, Luo Bing said, "Someone like you, who struggled so hard for life, truly deserves respect. That fool has no idea what she's lost." Hearing this, Lin Shan chuckled softly. Back then, he had done everything in his power to shield Zhongwan from the storms and pressures outside. He felt no guilt at all. After Lin Jiabao fell ill, the entire Lin family bore immense pressure, except Zhongwan, whose life remained unchanged. She still slept until noon every day, then indulged in afternoon tea, manicures, and binge-watching dramas. As for this matter, I have nothing to reproach myself for. By now, they had arrived. Lin Shan led Luo Bing into his apartment. His parents had lived here before, but Zhongwan constantly complained about the elderly couple. Eventually, they moved out and rented a place elsewhere. Now, Lin Shan lived here alone. The apartment wasn't large, 90 square meters, but it was neat and well organized. Once inside, Lin Shan went straight to boil water, telling Luo Bing to go ahead and rest in the guest room. A moment later, he heard her call out, "Senior, can you come in for a second?" "Coming." Lin Shan tore open a brand new towel and entered the room. But the instant he opened the door, a fragrant breeze swept over him, and in the next breath, a warm, trembling body flung itself into his arms. Lin Shan's heart pounded violently. Chapter 41. The Messenger Between Two Worlds. Lin Shan took a deep breath, using the last remnants of his rationality to push Luo Bing away. "We can't do this," he said. But Luo Bing immediately pressed herself against him again, her hands wandering to the most sensitive parts of his body. At that moment, the thread of reason in Lin Shan's mind snapped entirely, and he completely succumbed to Luo Bing's allure. Feeling the warmth beside her, Luo Bing curled up like a small animal seeking shelter, nestling back into Lin Shan's arms as she gently lifted her head to gaze at his sharply defined face. The real reason she had chosen Lin Shan was revenge. But after their intense encounter, she realized something within her heart had subtly changed. As Zhang Ailing once said, the path to a woman's heart runs through her vagina. After spending a long while in each other's embrace, Lin Shan murmured, "Luo Bing, having experienced a failed marriage, Lin Shan harbored some resistance toward intimate relationships. He had already given up on starting a family. One might even say he had become corrupted. But Luo Bing, as if knowing what he was about to say, covered his mouth with her palm. "You don't need to say it. Between us, this is purely physical, no emotions involved." Hearing her words, Lin Shan sighed inwardly, pulling her closer. "We're both people who've been hurt. If you ever need my help in the future, just say the word." 2 hours later, Luo Bing left Lin Shan's home fully dressed, while Lin Shan rose from the bed, supporting his sore waist with a wince. "Thank goodness I cultivated the Changchun art. My body has improved tremendously. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lasted through her wild antics." Though Luo Bing appeared elegant and dignified on the surface, in bed she was truly untamed. Just then, Lin Shan suddenly noticed an immense surge of true qi emerging from the jade pendant in his dantian, filling his entire sea of qi almost instantly. Lin Shan froze. In the 9 stages of martial cultivation, the first stage, blood moving, involves circulating blood and qi to fill the sea of qi. Once the sea is full, one can attempt to break through to the next realm. Normally, this stage required 5 years. Talented individuals could achieve it in 2. Xiao Xiao, for instance, had already filled her sea of qi. Lin Shan never expected his jade pendant possessed such power. But this wasn't bad at all. A faint smile crept across Lin Shan's lips as he lay back on the bed and entered the alternate world. The assault on Qingfeng camp was about to begin. Now that he had reached the peak of blood moving, he felt more confident. When he arrived in the alternate world, it was already night. Lin Shan decided to visit Xiaochang late at night. Upon hearing of Lin Shan's arrival, Xiaochang rushed over immediately. In recent days, Lin Shan hadn't shown up at all, and though Xiaochang tried not to worry, it was impossible to remain completely calm. "Honored consultant Lin, you've finally come. Tomorrow is the day we set out." Lin Shan had been keeping track of the time, but hadn't expected it to be so tight. Slightly embarrassed, he scratched his head. "Sorry, Mr. Xiao. I was tied up with some personal matters. I'll stay here tonight and leave with you tomorrow." "That works well." Xiaochang nodded. He feared Lin Shan might cause further complications, so this arrangement suited him perfectly. Thus, Lin Shan stayed overnight at the Xiao residence. By the next morning, the air felt heavy with tension. Xiaochang, Guyan, Lin Shan, Lin Ping, Xiao Xiao, Mu Qing, and others set off together. They rode the tall horses of the Xiao family. Since Lin Shan had no prior experience with horses, he made a bit of a fool of himself at first. Only with Xiao Xiao's help did he gradually grow accustomed to riding. The 5 rode side by side. Lin Ping remained unusually silent. Ever since Lin Shan's return, he hadn't spoken a word. After being defeated by Lin Shan, his personality seemed to change completely. He locked himself in his room every day, rarely interacting with anyone. Xiaochang said, "We'll first meet up outside the town. There are 1,500 troops stationed there. Once we reach the main road, we'll pause briefly. After our forces join, we'll march straight for Qingfeng camp." Lin Shan glanced back at his group, secretly puzzled why he didn't see the Grand Elder of Xinjian sect. That man was their true source of confidence. Without him present, Lin Shan couldn't help feeling uneasy. Mu Qing was exceptionally observant. Seeming to read Lin Shan's thoughts, she asked, "Brother Lin, are you wondering where our sect's Grand Elder has gone?" Lin Shan smiled and admitted openly, "Yes. Without the Grand Elder, I can't help but feel a little unsettled." Mu Qing explained, "The Grand Elder arrived 3 days ago. He should currently be with the county magistrate." "Brother Lin, rest assured," Lin Shan replied. "Thank you for letting me know." The other party was superior to him in both cultivation level and status, and the fact that he was willing to speak now was most likely due to Xiao Zhao's influence. The group arrived at the main road of the town, where 1,500 troops had already assembled. 1,500 might not sound like a lot, but seeing so many people gathered together was truly impressive. Their leader was the county warden of Sanwen County, a man of about 40 with a dark complexion, appearing quite mature and dependable. Upon seeing Xiaochang arrive, he immediately stepped forward to greet them. Chapter 42. Ambush. Xiaochang had purchased the position of a Ministry of Rights Assistant Director, a 6th-rank official, respectable in title though devoid of real authority. Yet in this rigid feudal hierarchy, status mattered immensely. During their earlier meal, even the county magistrate had insisted Xiaochang take the seat of honor. Naturally, the county captain of military affairs did not dare treat him lightly. Stepping forward, he said, "Assistant Director Xiao, the 1,500 troops have assembled. When shall we set out?" Lin Shan surveyed the soldiers. In truth, most were militia, farmers who trained occasionally and returned to their fields when needed. As for actual combat effectiveness, it was minimal. Still, they now appeared alert and spirited, standing straight and looking quite the part. Xiaochang remained modest, clasping his hands respectfully. "I know nothing of military matters. Captain, the decision is yours." Geng Zhong let out an inward sigh of relief. His greatest fear was interference from an unqualified civilian. That Xiaochang was willing to delegate was ideal. With Xiaochang's approval, Geng Zhong began directing the march. The roads here were narrow, so the formation split into 2 columns, slowly advancing like twin serpents winding through the land. Lin Shan obediently followed behind Xiaochang and the others. By noon, the troops halted to rest. They ate dry rations carried with them, then stood up and resumed their advance. At this moment, Xiao Chang approached Lin Shan. Master Lin, I'll trouble you shortly to serve as a scout and survey the surroundings. The army already had scouts, but they were ordinary soldiers. Compared to common men, martial artists possessed sharper senses. Lin Shan nodded immediately. Understood. Lin Ping would accompany Lin Shan. Both mounted horses and gradually pulled ahead of the main force. After riding a distance, Lin Ping suddenly said, Lin Shan, I apologize for my attitude toward you before. I was wrong. Lin Shan was taken aback. Apologies were the last thing he expected. Lin Ping was proud and hot-headed. Reconciliation hadn't even crossed his mind. Preferring peace over conflict, Lin Shan smiled. It's nothing. I understand completely. Don't give it another thought. With that misunderstanding cleared, their relationship eased somewhat. Then Lin Ping asked, Brother Lin, do you think this bandit suppression mission will succeed? Lin Shan assumed it was just small talk and replied casually. Shouldn't be much of an issue. The magistrate seems determined this time. He even invited a Chinai realm expert. Lin Ping chuckled. I don't see it that way. The magistrate is a fool. He made such a spectacle of this campaign. Not only the bandits at Qingfeng Fort, but even outlaws thousands of Liu Wei must have heard of our movements. How could Qingfeng possibly be unprepared? If these county officials truly had skill, they wouldn't have allowed Qingfeng Fort to thrive unchecked for so many years. Lin Shan studied Lin Ping intently. Was this fellow simply naive, or just reckless? To speak so boldly, even after their recent hostility, was dangerous. Even if Lin Shan were merely a servant of the Xiao family, reporting such words to Xiao Chang would bring serious consequences for Lin Ping. Lin Shan replied coolly. We're insignificant people. We follow the great ones. Do as we're told, no more, no less. Just then, from the corner of his eye, Lin Shan caught a fleeting shadow. He quickly moved to pursue. At that exact moment, a sudden gust of wind struck from behind. In an instant, clarity flashed through Lin Shan's mind. He shouted, Lin Ping, how daring you are. He spun around. Lin Ping had leapt from his horse, drawing his long sword midair, thrusting directly at Lin Shan. His eyes burned with ruthless intent, murder clear in his gaze. Seeing Lin Shan react, Lin Ping's expression darkened with frustration. His earlier reconciliation had been nothing but a ploy to lower Lin Shan's guard, making this ambush easier. Yet he hadn't anticipated that Lin Shan, a seasoned veteran of 30 years, would see through him so swiftly. From the very moment Lin Ping initiated the truce, something felt off. Though Lin Shan outwardly agreed, inwardly he never dropped his vigilance, enabling him to react instantly. Facing Lin Ping's surprise attack, Lin Shan chose not to evade. Instead, he abandoned his horse entirely and reached both palms straight toward the blade's edge. Lin Ping sneered, fool, seeking death. He assumed Lin Shan wasn't some body-forging cultivator to dare catch his sword barehanded. Though defeated before, Lin Ping later reasoned it was due to rashness. Lin Shan had simply exploited a brief lapse. In a true life-or-death struggle, he believed himself superior. But what happened next left Lin Ping utterly dumbfounded. Lin Shan clamped his right hand firmly around the blade's edge, then twisted hard. The force was overwhelming. With shock, Lin Ping realized Lin Shan's strength surpassed his own. This can't be possible. Lin Ping quickly pulled back his long sword, but Lin Shan pressed forward aggressively, seizing the advantage to pursue. At that moment, Lin Ping shouted, hurry up and attack. Are you just going to stand there watching? Ha ha ha. A deep, boisterous laugh came from behind Lin Shan. He turned his head and saw two men emerging from the bushes, and trailing behind them was a dense crowd of people. There's a traitor among us. Lin Shan instantly understood what had happened. The officials from Sanlin County had gravely underestimated Qingfeng Fort. Their every move must have been transparent to the fort's leader all along. Lin Ping was clearly an insider for Qingfeng Fort, but whether he had only recently joined or had long been embedded within the Xiao family remained unclear. Coming out with Lin Shan, he must have used some method unknown to Lin Shan to relay their position to the bandits. That's why the rebels had chosen to lie in wait here. Once Lin Shan was eliminated and with Lin Ping as their guide, they could silently close in on the main force and launch a devastating surprise attack. The contrast between the two sides was now obvious. The gentry of Sanlin County were indeed too arrogant. They had failed to treat Qingfeng Fort as a real threat. Pride before destruction, as the saying goes. I don't need to fight them here. My priority is to return immediately and warn Xiao Chang so they can prepare in time. Lin Shan planned to escape directly through the two-world passage, then reappear right beside Xiao Chang by selecting precise coordinates. But reality struck him hard almost instantly. Detected martial artists nearby, unable to activate the two-world passage. Please proceed to a secure location immediately, host. Cursing under his breath, Lin Shan had no choice but to charge toward Lin Ping once more. The reason he had been able to catch Lin Ping's blade earlier was because of a special pair of gloves he wore, made of some resilient material, possibly silk, a gift from Xiao Chang. Meanwhile, seeing Lin Shan rushing toward him, Lin Ping took a defensive stance, fully prepared for combat. But he never expected Lin Shan to suddenly change direction and run straight past him. Chapter 43, the battle begins early. Lin Ping was stunned. Two Mu-blood warriors from Qingfeng Fort witnessing this shouted loudly. That fellow is faking an attack. He never intended to fight you to the death. He only wants to escape. Quickly capture him, or all our efforts will be in vain. Only then did Lin Ping realize he had been tricked by Lin Shan. His face flushed red with embarrassment as he immediately gave chase. But the three of them had already lost the advantage. Lin Shan, being at the peak of the Mu-blood realm, was simply too fast for them to catch up with. After pursuing him for a stretch, they could do nothing but give up helplessly, watching as Lin Shan disappeared into the distance. After Lin Shan's figure vanished completely, the three men looked at each other wordlessly. One finally spoke up. Now what? Should we turn back? The other snapped. Fool. Turning back now would truly mean throwing away everything we've accomplished. We've come this far. Regardless of whether they find out or not, we must push forward. The chief will return soon enough. Once he arrives, we can easily crush these 1,500 men. What does it matter if that man escaped? Lin Ping's expression darkened, as if about to drip water. Hearing this, he immediately said, Then let's move quickly. Both men nodded, signaling their troops to advance. Meanwhile, Lin Shan sprinted with all his strength and returned to his unit before long. Seeing Lin Shan's disheveled state, the soldiers were startled. Without hesitation, Lin Shan went straight to Xiao Chong and the others. Geng Zhong reacted the fastest. Seeing Lin Shan's urgent expression, he asked immediately, "Brother Lin, has something gone wrong?" Lin Shan took a deep breath and lowered his voice. "Lin Ping has betrayed us. Right now, he's leading bandit troops straight toward us, over 500 strong. I don't know how many experts are among them." This sent shockwaves through everyone present. But Xiao Chong, a man well-versed in handling crises, made an immediate decision. "Geng Zhong, send someone to inform the magistrate's forces right away. Then gather our troops and go on the defensive. We wait for the magistrate to bring reinforcements." The distance between the two groups wasn't great. With the news relayed, they could arrive within half a day, even sooner for cultivators. Geng Zhong replied gravely, "Mr. Xiao, given the urgency, it's best that a cultivator delivers the message." Though Geng Zhong himself was a move-blood cultivator, as county lieutenant, he couldn't leave his post. His meaning was clear, someone from Xiao Chong's side should go. In truth, this was a relatively safe assignment. Even a fool could see that staying behind meant facing extreme danger, while delivering the message guaranteed safety, at least for the short term. Xiao Chong instinctively glanced toward his daughter, Xiao Xiao. Naturally, he hoped she would be spared this task. But before he could speak, Xiao Xiao said, "Father, let Brother Lin deliver the message. He's encountered those men firsthand and knows the situation better." Xiao Chong sighed inwardly, but knew his daughter was right. He turned to Lin Shan. "Brother Lin, I must trouble you with this journey. Here's a map." He pulled out a map showing two possible routes. Pointing to one location, he said, "Based on marching speed, the magistrate should be somewhere around here." Lin Shan nodded. "Understood. I'll leave at once." There was no time for hesitation at such a moment. Just then, Mu Qing took out a token, about the size of a palm, shaped like a sword, and handed it to Lin Shan. "Brother Lin, this is our Xinjiang sect's command token. With it, you may directly meet our great elder, Wu Jinghao." Lin Shan nodded and accepted the token. Xiao Chong said solemnly, "Brother Lin, all our lives depend on you. Be careful." Lin Shan clasped his fists. "I shall not fail in my mission." With that, he set off without delay. He had no choice but to give his all. After all, he and Xiao Chong were bound by shared interests. If Xiao Chong died here, all the hard work he'd put into building his life so far would be meaningless. After bidding farewell to the others, Lin Shan rushed down the road, disregarding his physical exhaustion. Half an hour later, he reached the spot marked on Xiao Chong's map, but there was no one stationed there. However, Lin Shan noticed numerous footprints along the road, so he followed them onward. Soon, he encountered scouts on patrol. Spotting him, they immediately called out sharply, "Halt! Who are you?" Lin Shan quickly responded, "I'm Lin Shan, retainer of the Xiao household. I bear urgent military intelligence for the commander." He waved the county lieutenant's insignia in his hand. The guards promptly came forward to greet him. Without stopping, Lin Shan headed straight for the central command tent. The magistrate of Sanwen County was Ling Hu Chang. In this world of martial cultivation, even civil officials like magistrates were expected to possess cultivation. Ling Hu Chang was a warrior of the Refined Bones realm. Ling Hu Chang and several other prominent figures from Sanwen County sat astride their horses, with a rather luxurious carriage trailing behind. Lin Shan knew that inside it must be Wu Jinghao, the great elder of Xinjiang sect. "Sir, Lin Shan, retainer of the Xiao household, has urgent military intelligence to report." Upon arrival, Lin Shan shouted loudly. His voice instantly drew everyone's attention. Ling Hu Chang had met Lin Shan before. Ling Hu Chang appeared to be in his 30s, clad in battle armor, yet his features were actually quite refined and elegant. Seeing Lin Shan, his eyes flickered briefly before he quickly asked, "Ah, Brother Lin, what is this urgent matter?" Lin Shan glanced around. Most people surrounding Ling Hu Chang belonged to the other three great families. At that moment, they looked at the disheveled Lin Shan with subtle mockery in their eyes. In truth, the four great families were far from united. On the contrary, hidden rivalries and conflicts ran deep among them. It was just that Xiao Chong's dominance had completely suppressed the other three families, leaving them no room to breathe. Lin Shan said, "Lin Ping within the Xiao estate is a spy for Qingfeng Fort. He has already led Qingfeng's forces toward us, and battle has already broken out. Master Xiao sent me to inform you. Sir, please send reinforcements immediately." Hearing this, Ling Hu Chang's expression turned grave. The heads of the other three families exchanged glances, but no one spoke up. Each seemed to be calculating their own interests. After a while, one of them finally said slowly, "Sending troops now may not be wise. If we rush over hastily, the enemy will have rested and prepared. Could this be a trap meant to lure our relief forces into an ambush?" Indeed, that's a valid point. These words immediately drew agreement from many others. Lin Shan inwardly sneered. No wonder these people could never accomplish anything. Here, at such a critical moment, they still schemed against one another. Lin Shan declared, "Sir, if Master Zhao's forces are wiped out by Qingfeng Fort, our chances here will vanish as well. We were destined to fight a major battle anyway. Why not simply start it now ahead of schedule?" Ling Hu Chang still gave no response. Lin Shan gradually lost patience. Suddenly, he turned and strode toward the carriage behind him. He pulled out Mu Qing's command token and said to the bearers, "Please announce to Great Elder Wu Jinghao." Chapter 44, Reinforcements. The carriage curtain was suddenly pulled open, and a middle-aged man in white martial attire leapt out. Towering and robust, with thick eyebrows and sharp eyes, the moment he appeared, an invisible pressure seemed to descend upon everyone present, making them instinctively shrink back. This was Wu Jinghao, the senior elder of Xinjiang sect, cultivator at the prenatal stage. In a small place like Sanwen County, someone at the prenatal stage was practically a local overlord. Wu Jinghao glanced at the token arrow in Lin Shan's hand and asked, "Are Mu Qing and Xiao Xiao both still there?" Lin Shan nodded. "Yes, they're both still in the group." Wu Jinghao gave a slight nod. "Good. It seems we have more traitors among us than I thought." If I'm not mistaken, son, he should be arriving soon. In that case, I'll go meet him myself. With that, Wu Jinghao turned to Ling Huchang and said, Brother Ling Hu, I must go rescue our younger sect members. I'll take my leave now. Without waiting for Ling Huchang's reply, Wu Jinghao turned and left. His speed was so fast that Lin Shan could barely see his movements. One moment there was a gust of wind, and then Wu Jinghao had vanished completely. This is the speed of a prenatal expert. Truly impressive. Lin Shan stared blankly in the direction Wu Jinghao had departed, lost in thought. Soon after, Ling Huchang, expressionless, barked out orders. All troops, advance immediately to reinforce Master Xiao. Then he turned to Lin Shan. Young man, I'll trouble you to lead the way. Lin Shan didn't actually want to get mixed up with these people. Earlier, he had deliberately bypassed Ling Huchang and gone straight to Wu Jinghao. Lin Shan knew full well this move probably offended Ling Hu, but he planned to quietly slip away behind Wu Jinghao, only for Ling Huchang to call him out directly. Lin Shan could only stiffen and reply, yes, sir. Then, taking the lead, Lin Shan ran forward. The other higher-ups exchanged glances, shrugged helplessly, and dismounted to follow behind him on foot. Another half-hour passed. By now, the sounds of battle echoed clearly from ahead. The back-and-forth journey had drained Lin Shan's strength significantly. He knew himself well. Though he was a body-refining cultivator, even such a warrior held no overwhelming advantage over ordinary people. If dozens of soldiers rushed him at once, they could wear him down and kill him through sheer numbers. So Lin Shan stopped short and told Ling Huchang, Sir, it's just ahead. Ling Huchang nodded, ordered the troops forward, while Lin Shan lingered at the rear, observing the battlefield situation. First and foremost, Wu Jinghao and Sun He, the chief bandit leader of Qingfeng bandits, stood out. The clash between two prenatal experts forced others to retreat, clearing a vast open space. Sun He looked surprisingly young, not yet 30, with strikingly handsome features. He wielded a long spear. Wu Jinghao, as senior elder of Xinjian sect, naturally fought with a longsword. Other cultivators fought individual duels, some winning, others losing. Lin Shan noticed that Lin Ping was currently battling Xiao Xiao. Her body bore multiple wounds, likely sustained during earlier defense. Meanwhile, Mu Qing clashed fiercely with a ruddy-faced middle-aged man. Bandits and imperial soldiers were locked in bloody combat, and surprisingly, the bandits seemed to hold the upper hand. Lin Shan wasn't particularly surprised by this. Most of these bandits had been hardened killers before joining Qingfeng Fort, whereas these soldiers were peasants until just today. Although outnumbering the bandits, the soldiers fought without coordination. Their numerical advantage became a liability instead. Until now, the tide had clearly favored one side. But with Ling Huchang's arrival and reinforcement, the deteriorating situation finally stabilized. Ling Huchang engaged a scholarly dressed man in battle, shouting, Sun He, you dare leave your base at Qingfeng? Today, this shall be your burial ground. Sun He laughed heartily. Ling Huchang, if I've come out, don't think I came unprepared. The world has already descended into chaos. Who still respects your imperial court? Sun He, you dare split your focus while fighting me. Wu Jinghao roared, slashing his sword through the air. Sword chi rained down like a storm towards Sun He, who quickly focused entirely on defense, no longer daring to speak to Ling Huchang. For a time, the field was filled only with battle cries. Lin Shan scavenged a dead soldier's clothes from the ground, picked up a blade, and edged his way toward Xiao Xiao. Wounded and weakened, Xiao Xiao was being driven back relentlessly by Lin Ping. She cried bitterly at him. Lin Ping, the Xiao family treated you with nothing but kindness. How could you betray us so shamelessly? Lin Ping sneered coldly. Kindness? I've served your Xiao family for 3 years, giving my all. Yet how did you treat me? Ever since that Lin Shan arrived, did you ever give me another friendly glance? If you show me no righteousness, don't expect loyalty in return. When Lin Shan heard these words, he couldn't help but rub his nose. He had truly misjudged this man. His petty heart was indeed narrow enough to betray the Xiao family just for personal revenge. By now, Lin Shan had circled silently behind Lin Ping. As Lin Ping slashed his sword downward, Xiao Xiao, already drained of strength, could no longer block. She was struck to the ground, her blade clattering away beside her. In that moment between life and death, Xiao Xiao showed no fear on her face, only a fierce, burning glare fixed upon Lin Ping. Lin Ping sneered coldly. Xiao Xiao, in your next life, open your eyes wider. What good is someone like him anyway? At that instant, Lin Shan had already slipped behind Lin Ping without a sound, and immediately retorted, I can kill you. With those words, he threw a punch, the most powerful technique from the Xiao Yuyang fist, open mountain break road. The force of the fist was nearly solid, and Lin Ping's expression changed drastically. But by the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late. Lin Shan's punch landed squarely on his back. A thunderous crack echoed as the ribs in Lin Ping's chest visibly bulged outward. His body flew through the air like a torn sack before crashing hard onto the ground, almost instantly lifeless. Xiao Xiao, who had believed her death was certain, was stunned by this sudden turn of events. When she saw Lin Shan, relief flooded her face. Brother Lin. Lin Shan quickly pulled her up and retreated to the rear. Xiao Chang was right there. Tears welled in his tiger-like eyes. He had been watching every move of the brutal duel between Lin Ping and Xiao Xiao. Though he longed to help, he wasn't a martial cultivator. All he could do was stand by helplessly. When he saw Lin Ping's sword descend, the world seemed to spin. Yet again, it was Lin Shan who saved Xiao Xiao. After pulling her back, Lin Shan asked urgently, You tend to your wounds first. Can you move? Xiao Xiao nodded, reaching into her waist pouch and chewed a pill to swallow. Most of Xiao Xiao's injuries were external, and aside from exhaustion, nothing seemed seriously wrong. Xiao Chang, eyes red with emotion, said to Lin Shan, I can never repay such kindness. Saving Xiao Xiao once before, and now saving her again. This debt of gratitude was beyond repayment. Lin Shan waved his hand dismissively. As the Lin family's guardian, this is only what I should do. Chapter 45. It's really great being the 6th elder. The battlefield was in chaos. Lin Shan spotted Gu Yan locked in combat with a bald, muscular man. Their fight evenly matched, but he couldn't find Mu Qing anywhere. After treating her injuries, Xiao Xiao walked over to Lin Shan and said, "Brother Lin, could I trouble you to go look for senior sister Mu? She led several enemies eastward earlier to protect us." Lin Shan nodded. I understand." With deep concern, Xiao Xiao pressed a bottle of pills into Lin Shan's hands. "Brother Lin, take some cheer-restoring pills." He accepted the bottle and symbolically swallowed one pill, though in truth, he didn't need it. His Dantian had nearly finished recovering its true energy already. From Xiao Xiao, Lin Shan later learned that all cultivation techniques and martial skills were divided into 4 major ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. Each major rank was further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. His Xiao Yuyang Fist, for instance, was classified as a middle-grade yellow-tier martial skill. But Lin Shan remained unclear about Chang Chun Gong. Logically speaking, given Lu Yun's status, if Chang Chun Gong were merely a lower-grade yellow-tier technique, Lin Shan would already have reason to be grateful. Yet over these past few days, Lin Shan had discovered that Chang Chun Gong possessed many advantages. For example, his recovery speed was noticeably faster than that of Xiao Xiao and others, a fact he'd noticed after sparring with Gu Yin and Xiao Xiao. Moreover, Chang Chun Gong offered various healing methods. Additionally, Chang Chun Gong seemed exceptionally powerful in concealing one's presence. This insight actually came from Gu Yin, who once failed to detect Lin Shan entering his courtyard while he was practicing this technique. It was only unfortunate that Chang Chun Gong lacked any chapter on bone forging cultivation. Lin Shan guessed Lu Yun probably didn't possess it either. Otherwise, given Lu Yun's character, there would have been no reason for him to keep it hidden. After taking the pill, Lin Shan quietly moved toward the eastern direction. Along the way, he saw scattered fights breaking out, but worried as he was about Mu Qing, he ignored them all. After advancing further, Lin Shan suddenly heard a lewd voice ahead. "Mu Qing of Xinjian sect, your reputation truly precedes you. You can really run. I wonder, when your legs wrap around a man, is it just as intoxicating?" Lin Shan immediately concealed himself nearby. Not far away, Mu Qing stood wielding her long sword, engaged in battle with an elaborately dressed man. The man also used a long sword, but this wasn't a one-on-one fight. He was accompanied by 3 Move Bludgeoning cultivators. Lin Shan noticed 2 corpses on the ground. Mu Qing had already slain 2 of the Move Bludgeoning fighters. The gap between Move Bludgeoning and Forge Bonjing cultivators wasn't insurmountable. Generally speaking, 10 Move Bludgeoning warriors could pose a serious threat to a single Forge Bonjing expert. If they fought without retreating, the higher-ranked cultivator might very well be overwhelmed and killed. At this moment, Mu Qing was already wounded in multiple places. In response to the man's vulgar taunts, she spat back furiously. "Zhao Ziyu, may you die a miserable death. If this matter gets exposed, your entire Zhao family will have no place left to bury their bones." Lin Shan inwardly exclaimed, "Asterisk what the hell?" Asterisk. Zhao Ziyu is no ordinary person. Among the 4 great families of Sanwen County, the Zhao family ranks second only to the Xiao family in power. And its young master, Zhao Ziyu, was a Forge Bonjing cultivator. Who could have imagined this guy had turned traitor? Zhao Ziyu laughed heartily. "Exactly. That's why I certainly won't let you escape. Once I capture you alive, I'll lock you in a secret chamber in my home and slowly break you in. You shameless bastard." Furious, Mu Qing intensified her assault. Lin Shan now realized clearly. Zhao Ziyu was no match for Mu Qing in actual strength. But his underlings absorbed much of the pressure for him, even sacrificing themselves when necessary. Just like now, Mu Qing slashed down one of Zhao Ziyu's subordinates with a single strike. Then, like a venomous snake, Zhao Ziyu suddenly thrust his sword forward, an attack Mu Qing couldn't evade. The blade pierced her chest. But Mu Qing's eyes flashed with ruthless determination. She dropped her sword entirely and struck a palm directly into Zhao Ziyu's chest. Now Lin Shan understood. Zhao Ziyu had used his subordinate as bait to land a killing blow, but Mu Qing had counterplayed his scheme perfectly, severely injuring him in return. "Bitch!" Zhao Ziyu cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. His 2 remaining men rushed forward instantly, trying to seize the opportunity to kill Mu Qing. But Mu Qing fought like a wild beast, taking 2 blade wounds herself before cutting down Zhao Ziyu's last 2 men. Fear surged in Zhao Ziyu's eyes. Yet when he saw Mu Qing finally collapse, utterly exhausted, plopping down onto the ground with helpless fury glaring at him, the panic vanished from his expression completely. He burst into laughter. "I thought you were truly invincible. Well then, how does it feel? Can't move anymore, can you?" Struggling, Zhao Ziyu rose to his feet and staggered drunkenly toward Mu Qing. Lin Shan sighed inwardly. If it were up to him, he truly wouldn't want to risk attacking a Forge Bonjing cultivator. Too much danger. But Zhao Ziyu was now on his last legs. It wasn't impossible to try. Lin Shan fully activated Chang Chun Gong and quietly crept closer. Just then, Zhao Ziyu sneered. "Mu Qing, they all think I'm only skilled in swordplay. In truth, my real strength lies in my hands. Recently, I acquired a mystery tier martial skill. Today, you'll be the first to experience it." As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand. Lin Shan saw a faint yellow glow gathering in his palm, condensing true energy into solid form. At that moment, Lin Shan sensed Zhao Ziyu had finally entered his attack range. The man seemed completely immersed in the joy of about to finish off Mu Qing, oblivious to anything unusual. "It's really great being the 6th elder," Lin Shan mused, thinking he might consider developing a career as an assassin from now on. At the very instant Zhao Ziyu's momentum reached its peak, and he was about to strike, Lin Shan struck first. Again, he used the most powerful move of Xiao Yuyang Fist, Kaoshan Palu. Zhao Ziyu actually managed a slight reaction. Unlike Lin Ping, he wasn't killed instantly by Lin Shan's ambush. But it was already too late. Before he could counter, Lin Shan's twin fists crashed onto his back. Spew. A violent spray of blood erupted from Zhao Ziyu's mouth as he flew a full zhong before crashing onto the ground with a thud. As a forge-bonjing cultivator, he still clung to life, but now he stared at Lin Shan with utter hatred in his eyes. You? But Lin Shan gave him no chance to speak. He strode forward in a few steps and beheaded Zhao Ziyu with a long knife. Mu Qing stared blankly at the scene, motionless until Lin Shan walked over to her, holding Zhao Ziyu's severed head. Only then did she finally snap back to reality. Lin Shan, thank you for saving my life. Lin Shan tossed Zhao Ziyu's head aside and stepped forward to help Mu Qing up. You're too kind. It was Xiao Xiao who told me about your situation and urged me to come quickly for support. Mu Qing was actually quite admirable. She had guided Lin Shan many times before, and without the command token she'd just given him moments ago, this reinforcement probably wouldn't have arrived so easily. Mu Qing smiled slightly, glancing at Zhao Ziyu's corpse. Brother Lin, search his body. You might find something useful. Chapter 46, Chui Xian Jing. When Lin Shan heard this, he asked, can you move on your own? Mu Qing was in a terrible state now, but she still insisted weakly, it's fine. I can stand by myself. Lin Shan thought to himself that there was indeed a difference between men and women, and it was natural for Mu Qing to resist his help. He didn't press further, instead turning to search Zhao Ziyu's body. Zhao had some gold on him, and the jade pendant he wore was clearly no ordinary item. Lin Shan pocketed them all. Besides these, there was also a secret manual on Zhao Ziyu's body. On its cover were 3 characters, Chui Xian Jing. Lin Shan flipped through it briefly, and his heart stirred. This was a martial skill of low-tier mystic rank, far superior to the Xiao Yuyang fist. He tucked it securely into his chest pouch, then turned around. Mu Qing was now taking medicinal pills for her injuries. Seeing that Lin Shan had finished looting, she said, Lin Shan, could you please take me back? But you're severely wounded. If we encounter anyone on the road, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you properly. Why don't you stay nearby for a while to recover? Once you've healed somewhat, we can set off again. Mu Qing hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. You have a point. She knew her current condition well. She wouldn't even survive an encounter with a bone-forging cultivator, let alone someone from the bloodlifting realm. Just as Lin Shan was about to look for a suitable place for Mu Qing to recuperate, urgent footsteps rang out from afar. Lin Shan quickly led Mu Qing up into a large tree and looked into the distance. A group of bandit soldiers came rushing frantically, appearing to be in full retreat. Pursuing them from farther behind were soldiers from Sanwen County. They shouted wildly, pressing their advantage after victory. Lin Shan and Mu Qing exchanged glances. It seems the battle has already been decided, Mu Qing murmured. Lin Shan nodded. With that, their plans changed. The two turned back along the path Lin Shan had come, and halfway through, they coincidentally met Xiao Xiao, who had come searching for them. When Xiao Xiao saw Mu Qing, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Sister. She rushed like the wind to Mu Qing's side and tightly embraced her. Sister, I'm so glad you're safe. Mu Qing gently stroked Xiao Xiao's long hair and smiled. I'm fine. Brother Lin is here too. Don't make us look foolish in front of others. Xiao Xiao stuck out her tongue playfully and looked at Lin Shan. Big brother Lin, thank you so much. Not only did you save me, but you brought Sister Mu back as well. Mu Qing shook her head. If not for brother Lin this time, I wouldn't have survived. He's our greatest benefactor. With that, she assumed a solemn expression and looked directly at Lin Shan. Brother Lin, once this matter is settled, Xiao Xiao and I will surely repay you greatly. Lin Shan casually replied, no need. We're all friends. Helping each other is only natural. He didn't insist on gratitude, but if Mu Qing truly wished to give him something in return, he wouldn't refuse it either. Then Mu Qing asked, Xiao Xiao, did the Grand Elder and Sun He reach a conclusion? Xiao Xiao sighed softly. Unfortunately, when Sun He saw his side losing, he fled. The Grand Elder chased after him for a distance, but returned shortly afterward. It seems he failed to kill Sun He. Hearing this, Mu Qing's face also showed regret. Xiao Xiao suddenly grabbed Mu Qing's hand. Enough, sister. Sun He's followers are either dead or injured. Qingfeng camp is finished. Let's go and rest first. Mu Qing nodded, then glanced at the cloth sack in Lin Shan's hand. Inside that sack was Zhao Ziyu's severed head. Mu Qing said, there's one more matter. The Zhao family, one of the 4 great clans, has betrayed us. This sack contains Zhao Ziyu's head. This must be decided by Magistrate Ling Hu. The trio proceeded toward the camp. Though there were many injured, everyone's expressions remained spirited. Xiao Chong had been waiting at the entrance of the camp and immediately walked over when he saw the 3 returning. Xiao Xiao quickly led Mu Qing away to tend to her injuries, while Xiao Chong looked at Lin Shan with deep emotion. Brother Lin, the magistrate just said, today's victory belongs primarily to you. If you hadn't uncovered Qingfeng camp's plot, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Elder Wu has praised you highly as well. Lin Shan personally held little affection for Ling Hu Chong. He found the man far too scheming. He raised the cloth sack in his hand and said, Big brother Xiao, there's another matter. This sack contains Zhao Ziyu's head. Lin Shan then recounted Zhao Ziyu's betrayal. Xiao Chong was utterly shocked. Without delay, he said, I'll take you to see Ling Hu Chong right away. The two hurried toward the central command area. At that moment, Ling Hu Chong was calmly assigning various tasks. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Lin Shan approaching, and suddenly broke into a smile. Everyone, our great hero has arrived. He disliked drawing attention to himself in matters like this. After all, the tallest tree stands most exposed to the wind. As for Ling Hu Chong, it was hard to tell what he truly had in mind. Lin Shan said, I can't claim any credit here. It's entirely thanks to the magistrate's wise command and everyone's brave efforts that we achieved victory today. I dare not take such praise. The moment he said this, many people around him immediately looked at him more favorably, and Xiao Chong secretly nodded in approval. This brother Lin is far more composed than Lin Ping. If it were Lin Ping, he'd probably be basking in glory by now. He wasn't a fool. He could clearly sense the subtle hostility Ling Hu Chong harbored. With his sharp mind, he quickly understood why. The Xiao family was simply too powerful. It had already become a threat to Magistrate Ling Hu Chang's authority. After politely declining the credit, Lin Shan brought up the matter at hand. He placed the cloth sack on the ground and untied it. revealing Zhao Ziyu's severed head. A wave of shocked gasps erupted from the crowd, and Ling Huchang narrowed his eyes. Lin Shan said, "Magistrate, Zhao Ziyu betrayed us. He secretly colluded with Qingfeng camp and conspired to attack Miss Mu Qing of Xinjian sect." Someone remarked, "Now that you mention it, I haven't seen anyone from the Zhao family in quite some time." Ling Huchang turned to an aide beside him and said, "Go check where the Zhao family members are." The man nodded and stepped away. Then Ling Huchang turned back to Lin Shan and said, "Brother Lin, you've once again uncovered a traitor, a tremendous achievement. Once this matter is settled, I will personally report your merits to the imperial court and request honors for you." Lin Shan merely offered another indifferent bow. "I dare not accept such praise. I am but a commoner. How could I possibly lay claim to these achievements?" With that, he quietly stepped behind Xiao Chong and fell silent. Let Xiao Chong deal with Ling Huchang. After a while, the man Ling Huchang had sent returned, his expression grim as he whispered into the magistrate's ear. A cold glint flashed in Ling Huchang's eyes as he addressed the crowd. "We've just received news. The entire Zhao family has fled. But though monks may run, their temple remains. The whole family couldn't have vanished overnight. I intend to send men back immediately to seize every last member of the Zhao household." Chapter 47, Confiscation. After finishing his words, Ling Huchang turned to Xiao Chong and said, "Mr. Xiao, I'd like you to handle this matter. What do you think?" Lin Shan's eyes flickered as he quickly grasped Ling Huchang's intention. He meant to send Xiao Chong away from here so that when they attacked Qingfeng Fort, all the credit would go to him alone. However, confiscating the Zhao family's assets promised considerable profit too, so Ling Huchang wasn't being entirely unreasonable. Xiao Chong, fully aware of these underhanded schemes, promptly clasped his fists and replied, "Very well, I shall take care of it then." With that, Xiao Chong returned to his own ranks, gathered his Xiao family men, took 200 soldiers, and departed from the main force. Xiao Xiao and Mu Qing rode inside a carriage while the others rode on horseback. Xiao Chong and Lin Shan led the group at the front. A contemplative expression remained on Xiao Chong's face. After a long while, he suddenly said to Lin Shan, "Although Ling Huchang is wary of the Xiao family's power, he probably won't make any further moves now." Lin Shan remained silent. Xiao Chong smiled and said, "Do you know why?" He pointed at himself with a helpless smile and said, "Because I can't cultivate. As long as I don't walk the martial path, I don't pose much of a threat to him. If I were a cultivator, things might not be so easy. I understand why Zhao Ziyu acted the way he did. If he hadn't done so, once Qingfeng Fort was eliminated, Ling Huchang would certainly suppress the Zhao family afterward." Lin Shan frowned. Even if Zhao Ziyu were a cultivator, the Zhao family has at least been outwardly loyal to the imperial court. Wouldn't doing this weaken Ling Huchang's own strength? Xiao Chong shook his head. "Lin Shan, you don't know everything. What Sun he just said was correct. The outside world is already in chaos. The kingdom of Wu has been torn apart by internal conflict for some time. This place is remote and backward, so rebel armies don't even bother attacking us, which allows us to remain peaceful. But now, smoke and fire rise throughout Wu. Many of these rebels used to be local aristocrats themselves. Local officials like Ling Huchang can't help but stay vigilant. And the more they try to prevent rebellion, the more they push people into revolting. Such is human nature." Lin Shan fell silent. Finally, Xiao Chong looked somewhat melancholy and murmured, "I wonder how much longer peace in Sanwen County will last." His face showed deep concern. The troops slowly advanced and soon returned to the town. Xiao Chong immediately sprang into action, dispatching men to completely surround the Zhao residence. As Ling Huchang had guessed, although several core male members of the Zhao family had fled, the elderly, women, and children still remained behind. Xiao Chong commanded his trusted men to search the entire mansion. Chest after chest of gold, silver, and jewels were carried out. All the remaining family members were herded into an open area. There were 50 to 60 female members of the Zhao household, about 30 some of whom were young, wives, concubines, maidservants, and daughters of the family. Now a chorus of birdsong turned into endless weeping, as they seemed to sense their impending fate. Soon, the Zhao residence was thoroughly ransacked from top to bottom. Seeing the piles of large chests scattered across the ground, Lin Shan couldn't help but whistle in amazement. Xiao Chong, however, remained calm. He strolled around the boxes, opened one, and found it packed full of silver ingots. He picked up one piece. The standard size was 10 taels each. After weighing it in his hand, Xiao Chong instructed the man beside him, "Distribute these silver pieces. Give one to every soldier outside." "Yes, sir." The man was a squad leader. Upon hearing Xiao Chong's order, his face lit up with ecstatic joy. "Many thanks, Mr. Xiao." After expressing gratitude, he hurried off with several soldiers to start buying. Xiao Chong explained to Lin Shan, "These soldiers fight hard for us. It wouldn't be right not to share something with them." Lin Shan nodded. Soldiers in this feudal era didn't have the same sense of duty as the soldiers in his previous world. Xiao Chong gestured toward the wealth piled up before them and said, "Lin Shan, pick whatever you want. Take 3 chests. There won't be any problem." Ling Huchang had clearly assigned this task to Xiao Chong as a trade, exchanging the Zhao family's assets for credit in destroying Qingfeng Fort. Essentially, Xiao Chong could dispose of almost all these valuables as he pleased. Of course, keeping everything for himself would look bad. He'd still need to set aside part of it to share with Ling Huchang and the other 3 major families. Lin Shan smiled and said, "In that case, I won't decline." In the end, Lin Shan selected 3 chests, 1 filled with gold, and 2 with jade ornaments and precious gems. Once Lin Shan had made his choice, Xiao Chong turned to Yin Ziwei and said, "Yin Ziwei, load these 3 chests onto a cart. Deliver them personally to Lin Shan's courtyard later. From now on, you no longer need to serve the Xiao family. You'll serve directly under Lin Shan." Yin Ziwei was overjoyed and responded eagerly, "Yes, Lord." For him, serving under Lin Shan would naturally be far easier. And even a fool could see that Lin Shan was on the rise. Being the first to stand by his side meant he was guaranteed future rewards. Grinning from ear to ear, Yin Ziwei hurried off to carry the chests. Xiao Chong then led Lin Shan to the place where the Zhao family's women were being held, joking, "Brother Lin, you've got someone running errands for you now." Yin Ziwei is fairly clever, but he's still a man after all. What do you think? Want to pick out a couple of women to serve you? Xiao Chong didn't bother lowering his voice, and all the women heard his words. At once, they lifted their heads to look at Lin Shan. When they saw Lin Shan's appearance and build, many of their eyes lit up. For these women, the best possible fate was being sent to the government brothel as courtesans. If Ling Huchang was cruel, he might just kill them outright. Compared to those two fates, serving under Lin Shan was nothing short of heaven. At this thought, many suddenly stared at Lin Shan with burning eagerness. Before Lin Shan could speak, one woman suddenly rushed forward and kowtowed before him, raising her face to look up and saying, "Esteemed sir, if you would have me, I willingly offer my service." Lin Shan looked down. The woman on the ground wore a long green dress, adorned with gold and silver ornaments, appearing to be about 24 or 25. Truly the most captivating age for a woman. Noticing Lin Shan's gaze upon her, she quickly shifted her shoulders, exposing patches of smooth, pale skin. With that first woman breaking the ice, the others cast aside their shame too, one after another kneeling on the ground and begging Lin Shan. The guards watching nearby cast envious glances at Lin Shan. Lin Shan gave Xiao Chong a helpless look. Xiao Chong merely grinned, enjoying the spectacle, and said teasingly, "Given how much Ling Huchang favors you, even if you took all of them away, he probably wouldn't care." "Yeah, right. Did he really think he was some kind of stud stallion?" Lin Shan shook his head. "Big brother Xiao, no need for that." Xiao Chong shrugged indifferently, scanning the crowd twice before saying to Lin Shan, "As for the wives and concubines of the Zhao family, it's probably best you don't get involved with them. Too much trouble. But the Zhao family's maidservants and lower servants are relatively clean in background. Your courtyard needs someone to manage it. Otherwise, over time, it'll become a mess." Lin Shan pondered and found it reasonable. After all, he wasn't planning to take advantage of anyone, just needed someone for housekeeping. With that thought, Lin Shan swept his gaze across the crowd. Chapter 48, Xiao Dai. In a corner, one girl stood out in particular. Among the women of the Zhao family, even the lowest maids wore clothes finer than those of ordinary households. But this girl wore a coarse gray tunic, too small for her frame, her face smeared with dirt, eyes dull and indifferent as she stood alone, seemingly uncaring about her own fate. At the very moment Lin Shan looked over, the girl appeared to sense it. She lifted her head and met Lin Shan's gaze. Just for an instant, her eyes flickered with something, a faint ripple of hope, a yearning for life. She was like a little animal fallen into water, waiting desperately for rescue. Lin Shan thought for a moment, then pointed at the girl. "Mr. Xiao, I'll take this one." He had his reasons. This girl seemed least entangled with the Zhao family. If he needed someone to manage the courtyard, someone like her would be ideal. Hearing this, Xiao Chong didn't ask further. He simply pointed at the girl and said, "Come here." The other women stared in disbelief when they saw Lin Shan choose such a wretched figure. The woman who had knelt before Lin Shan earlier spoke up. "Sir, Xiao Dai is frail and often ill. She can't even do proper work. And she's so ugly. Won't she dirty your eyes?" Lin Shan shrugged carelessly. "It doesn't matter. I don't care how beautiful my servant is." The girl called Xiao Dai seemed unable to believe she had been chosen. She glanced uncertainly at Xiao Chong, then finally confirmed that he was indeed pointing at her. Timidly, she rose and shuffled toward Lin Shan. Up close, her appearance was indeed hard to describe. A pale bluish birthmark covered nearly half her right cheek, unnoticeable from afar, but glaringly obvious up close. Xiao Dai stood about 165 centimeters tall, but was extremely thin, almost skeletal. Clearly, years of malnutrition. Xiao Chong sized her up, then gestured toward Lin Shan. "This is your new master now." Then, flipping through a stack of documents, he pulled out a deed of sale and handed it to Lin Shan. "Lin Shan, here's her contract. As for Yin Ziwei's, I'll give it to you once I return home." Yin Ziwei was a bonded servant sold to the Xiao family. Not only was he a servant, but any children he fathered would also serve the Xiao household. That was the status of a bond servant. But in this world, one couldn't say a bond servant necessarily lived worse than others. Yin Ziwei had food, shelter, and a monthly stipend under the Xiao family, already better off than many who struggled daily just to survive. If the Xiao family announced they were taking on servants, plenty would beg and plead to join. Lin Shan took the document and glanced through it casually. The girl's real name was Shun Dai. The contract detailed her origins. She was a local from Salmon County. Likely, her family had no grain left to feed her and could do nothing but sell her away. Lin Shan tucked the contract away and said to Xiao Chong, "Mr. Xiao, I sustained minor injuries during the recent battle. I should return and rest now." Xiao Chong quickly agreed. "Of course, go ahead." Lin Shan nodded and left the Xiao estate with Shun Dai. Meanwhile, Yin Ziwei cheerfully pulled a handcart behind Lin Shan all the way back to Lin Shan's courtyard. The courtyard had 3 small rooms. Lin Shan turned to Yin Ziwei first and said, "Old Yin, you'll continue living with the Xiao family. I'm rarely here. Just keep watch over this place for me." Yin Ziwei nodded repeatedly. "Yes, master." Now that his master was Lin Shan, he naturally changed his title. Then Lin Shan pulled out 3 taels of silver and gave them to Yin Ziwei. "Here, this is a reward for you." Yin Ziwei was ecstatic. Following Lin Shan was clearly the right choice. His generosity was incredible. Now even more motivated, Yin Ziwei carried the 3 large chests into Lin Shan's room, then respectfully backed out, closing the gate behind him. Next, Lin Shan turned to the flustered Shun Dai. "Shun Dai, I won't be here much. Your duties are simple. Keep this place clean and guard it well. As long as you serve faithfully, I may not make you rich and famous, but I promise you enough to eat and a safe place to live. That much I can guarantee." With that, Lin Shan pointed to one of the small rooms. "That will be your room from now on." Only then did Shun Dai slowly bow. "Thank you, master." Lin Shan nodded and pulled out 10 taels of silver, handing them to her. "Go buy yourself a couple of decent outfits. Don't embarrass me when you go out. Use the rest to buy rice and grain. Cook for yourself." Shun Dai took the 10 taels, and for a brief moment, a strange look flickered in her eyes. After that, Lin Shan paid her no more attention and returned to his room. He opened the 3 chests and began going through their contents. The more he examined, the happier he became. With these 3 boxes sold, I might just hit a modest goal. Eagerly, Lin Shan transferred all the items from the chests into his inventory bar, and then returned to the main world. He planned to immediately go find Luo Bing and have the items in these 3 boxes appraised. Lin Shan opened the door, only to see 2 men in black suits standing outside. As soon as they saw Lin Shan open the door, they said expressionlessly, "Are you Mr. Lin Shan?" Lin Shan frowned. "Who are you people?" These 2 men wore black suits and white gloves, had sturdy builds, and an imposing demeanor, very much like bodyguards. One of the men said, "Mr. Lin, my boss is Luo Chenglong. He'd like to have a word with you." Lin Shan raised his eyebrows. "Luo Chenglong? Is he Luo Bing's father?" One of the men in black nodded. Lin Shan knew that Luo Chenglong had always strictly monitored Luo Bing. Previously, Luo Bing had willingly submitted to her father's control, so it seemed that night of recklessness had indeed been discovered by Luo Chenglong. Well enough. After all, he was the one who had done it. There was nothing to fear from meeting him. With that thought, Lin Shan said, "Fine, let's go now." The 2 men in black looked stunned, clearly not expecting Lin Shan to be so cooperative. They gestured politely, and Lin Shan followed them downstairs, where a Maybach was parked, drawing the curious stares of many onlookers. Lin Shan got into the back seat, and one of the men in black drove the Maybach out of the residential compound. About 10 minutes later, the car entered a large building complex. Lin Shan took an elevator up to the outer chamber of a massive office. One of the bodyguards went in first, then came back out shortly after, waving his hand to signal that Lin Shan and the other man could enter. Only then did Lin Shan step into the office. The space spanned 400 to 500 square meters, complete with an indoor golf practice area, floor-to-ceiling windows, and a glass ceiling that allowed sunlight to stream directly into the room. The walls and floors were white, elegant, and minimalist. The office was furnished in traditional style, and Lin Shan noticed various classical Chinese pieces arranged throughout. At the far end of the office stood a middle-aged man in a Tang suit, eyeing Lin Shan. Lin Shan walked up calmly and evenly, stopping before him. "Director Luo, you wanted to see me?" Chapter 49. Who's threatening whom exactly? Luo Chenglong was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. Just now, he had imagined various scenarios for their meeting. Perhaps Lin Shan would be arrogant and defiant, emboldened by having taken Luo Bing's virginity. Or perhaps he'd be humble and fearful, begging for forgiveness. But he never expected Lin Shan to remain so calm, as if nothing had happened at all. After speaking, Lin Shan casually sat down across from Luo Chenglong, leaning slightly back in his chair, completely at ease. And in truth, there was no reason for him to feel pressured. Luo Chenglong did have influence, but right now, Lin Shan wasn't afraid of what the man could do to him. If they could talk reasonably, fine. But if Luo Chenglong got hostile, he wouldn't find Lin Shan an easy target. Luo Chenglong's eyes flickered, then he said, "Lin Shan, I want to thank you about the Shengtung matter. The kid hit it well, even I didn't catch on. As for your revenge plan, Luo Bing has told me everything, and I fully support it. In about half a month, Shengtung is hosting a banquet for many business partners, where he'll announce my investment. But I won't let that happen." Lin Shan shrugged. "No big deal. Luo Bing is my junior at school. I just couldn't stand seeing her treated like that. Though honestly, what came after wasn't something I anticipated." At this, Lin Shan's expression turned slightly awkward. After all, her father was sitting right in front of him. But Luo Chenglong remained composed, saying calmly, "After everything happened, I've reflected too. Perhaps my discipline over her was too strict. You young people, sometimes you act impulsively, it's only natural. But after the impulse passes, you must still return to reason." Lin Shan nodded silently, thinking to himself how rational this potential future father-in-law actually was. Then Luo Chenglong continued, "But Lin Shan, I don't mean any disrespect. I know your upbringings are vastly different. A moment of impulse is understandable, but afterward, I hope you two won't have further contact." Lin Shan's heart stirred. Here it comes. Following the script of every drama he'd ever seen, wasn't Luo Chenglong about to slap a check onto the table and say, "Take this money and leave my daughter"? Truthfully, Lin Shan didn't have deep feelings for Luo Bing, some sympathy sure. Otherwise, it was just a man's most basic instinct toward a beautiful woman. But he couldn't disengage now. Luo Bing had triggered the role of interworld messenger. Maintaining and increasing intimacy with her brought tangible benefits. So Lin Shan didn't reply immediately. He paused, as if considering carefully, then said, "Mr. Luo, I think this should really be up to Luo Bing. She's an adult. You should respect her decision." The moment those words left his mouth, Luo Chenglong's gaze sharpened, locking onto Lin Shan. But Lin Shan met his stare without flinching. Luo Chenglong spoke slowly. "I've looked into your background. Lately, you've somehow gotten hold of some things. Impressive. You've made decent money. But money like that, you might not be able to keep it." Lin Shan lazily stood up. "Mr. Luo, I just think, if you were willing to accept trash like Shengtung being with Luo Bing, then surely I'm not a problem at all. If Luo Bing says she never wants to see me again, I'll leave immediately. But if she does want to see me," he gave a faint smile. "No one can stop that." Luo Chenglong clenched his fists. "Lin Shan, are you threatening me?" Lin Shan chuckled. "Mr. Luo, threatening is too strong a word. Luo Bing should have that freedom. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." With that, Lin Shan turned to go. But just then, the black-suited bodyguard standing behind him suddenly lunged forward, grabbing for Lin Shan's shoulder. Lin Shan smirked coldly, twisted around, caught the man's wrist, and yanked it hard. Crack star. Ah! A scream tore through the empty office, echoing off the walls. Luo Chenglong's expression changed instantly. He shot up from his seat. This time, he couldn't stay calm. This bodyguard wasn't just anyone. He was a former soldier, a reconnaissance specialist, a man who'd killed before, highly trained in hand-to-hand combat. Yet in Lin Shan's hands, he'd been taken down in a single move? What the hell? This kid's always been ordinary. How does he have skills like this? Luo Chenglong thought he knew everything about Lin Shan. How could he possibly guess the existence of an interdimensional passage? Lin Shan stared coldly at Luo Chenglong. The guard's shrieks hadn't stopped. Lin Shan was still applying pressure. Soon, the man's arm would snap. Luo Chenglong quickly said, Lin Shan, my man was out of line. Please, do me a favor, let him go. I'll apologize for him. Seeing Luo Chenglong back down, Lin Shan finally released the guard. The man looked terrified, clutching his hand as he stumbled backward. Your men need discipline. Should have been taught a lesson properly. Mr. Luo, I'll pass on the lecture. Goodbye. Lin Shan waved casually and turned to leave. Luo Chenglong stared silently at Lin Shan's retreating figure, saying nothing for a long time. The guard continued gasping in pain. After a while, Luo Chenglong asked, Lao Wu, how good is this kid's skill? The bodyguard, known as Lao Wu, answered gravely. Mr. Luo, this man is definitely a trained expert. I can't be wrong. Frankly, it's best not to provoke him. I could feel it just now. He could have crippled me outright, but he held back. Luo Chenglong was visibly shaken. He sighed wryly. Well, that backfired. I meant to intimidate him, but ended up being intimidated myself. When did this kid pick up such skills? Could he have some master behind him? Perplexed, Luo Chenglong couldn't make sense of it. If Lin Shan truly had a powerful mentor, how could he have been so helpless before Shengtang? Lin Shan quickly left the building and headed straight for the hospital. Lin Xiaobao's condition had visibly improved these past few days. Despite undergoing chemotherapy, his spirit was strong. When Lin Shan entered the ward, he was chatting with the patient next door. Seeing Lin Shan arrive, Lin Xiaobao greeted him warmly and motioned for him to sit down. Then suddenly, he said, Ashen, Dr. Lu didn't seem too happy today. Speak of the devil, Lu Ying walked in wearing her white coat, her expression somewhat dark. But the moment she saw Lin Shan, a small smile flickered across her face. You're here. Lin Shan nodded and smiled. My dad mentioned you weren't in a great mood today. Lu Ying pouted. The promotion list came out, and sure enough, my name wasn't on it. Lin Shan chuckled. His time will be short. Both of them knew well that once the relevant authorities were ready, Hua Xiong would be finished, a grasshopper in autumn with no future. Lu Ying, the list is already posted. Teehee, congratulations me. Just then, Ruan Yin popped up at the doorway, smirking mockingly at Lu Ying. Chapter 50, From Joy to Misery. Lin Shan and Lu Ying exchanged a glance, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of their mouths. At this moment, Lu Ying didn't feel any real resentment. She simply thought, let you enjoy yourself just a little longer. With a calm expression, Lu Ying said, that's great. Congratulations. Ruan Yin was stunned. She hadn't expected this reaction from Lu Ying at all. Over the past year, they'd been locked in fierce competition for this promotion, both pushing themselves to the limit. Now that the matter had finally been decided, Ruan Yin had been eager to gloat in front of Lu Ying, but seeing how indifferent Lu Ying appeared, it was as if none of it mattered to her. Ruan Yin suddenly felt like she'd swallowed something foul. All the effort she'd poured into winning this, the time, the money, even enduring that nauseating man Hua Xiong, it all felt meaningless now, because Lu Ying clearly no longer cared. Refusing to give up, Ruan Yin said, Lu Ying, you've invested so much energy in this promotion. It really is a shame you didn't make it. But don't worry, there's always next year. Both Lu Ying and Lin Shan understood exactly what Ruan Yin was thinking. Lin Shan chimed in. Yeah, Lu Ying, don't lose heart. You can try again next year. Lu Ying couldn't help but find it amusing. She played along with a mock sigh. Yes, I'm absolutely devastated. I'll just have to wait until next year. Anyone could tell she was being sarcastic. Ruan Yin flushed red with embarrassment. Just then, Hua Xiong sauntered into the room and looked at Lu Ying, saying, Lu Ying, hard work isn't everything. Sometimes it's more important to build good relationships with your colleagues. In that regard, you're far behind Ruan Yin. At this point, Lu Ying didn't bother pretending anymore. She replied flatly, yes, Director Hua. I'm not as skilled as Ruan Yin when it comes to serving you. The moment those words left her mouth, Ruan Yin turned bright red and snapped angrily. Lu Ying, stop slandering me. You're just jealous. Lu Ying sneered coldly, ignoring them both, and turned to check on her patient's condition. Hua Xiong, watching Lu Ying's demeanor, grew furious. Only he knew how deeply Lu Ying had wanted that promotion. Yet now, not even a trace of sadness showed on her face. Enraged, Hua Xiong growled. Lu Ying, before I thought you were just bad at getting along with others, but now I see your character is truly despicable. I will report this to the entire hospital. Humph. As long as I'm here, you can forget about ever getting that title. Go reflect on yourself. Come talk to me only when you've finally understood. Hua Xiong wore a smug look. This wasn't an empty threat. On promotions, he did hold veto power. As long as Lu Ying remained in this hospital, there was no way around him. Hearing this, Lu Ying finally felt a surge of anger welling up inside, barely containable. Without Lin Shan uncovering Hua Xiong's crimes, she would have endured years of misery in the future. Thinking this, Lu Ying instinctively glanced at Lin Shan. Their eyes met, and they shared a quiet smile. Then Lin Shan turned to Hua Xiong and said calmly, Director Hua, the authority you hold isn't yours alone. It's given to you by the hospital, so you can make wise decisions. If you use that power for personal gain, be careful. It might come back to destroy you. Hua Xiong had long despised Lin Shan. If they weren't in the hospital right now, he'd already sent someone to beat the young man senseless. He'd spent so much time manipulating Lu Ying, only for Lin Shan to effortlessly snatch everything away. You little brat, I've done nothing wrong, so stop spouting nonsense. Lin Shan shrugged. I hope that's true, Director Hua. Cherish your current position, and do more for the hospital while you still can. No sooner had Lin Shan finished speaking than hurried footsteps echoed outside. Everyone in the ward turned toward the door, watching as a group of officials in black suits filed into the room one after another. Hua Xiong's heart skipped a beat. He knew full well that his earlier bravado was just for show, that if his misdeeds were exposed, he'd be finished. Seeing these men in uniform, fear gripped him completely. But as they say, what you fear most often comes to pass. One of the officials stepped forward, flashing an official document. Hua Xiong, we need you to come with us and assist in our investigation. Hua Xiong's face instantly turned deathly pale. All traces of his earlier arrogance vanished. After a dazed pause, he suddenly shouted, "On what grounds are you arresting me? I haven't committed any crime." "Security! Security!" he yelled frantically, but the guards remained rooted outside the door. Unless they were out of their minds, none would dare step in now. Lin Shan smiled slightly. "Director Hua, looks like you're not as pure as you claimed, after all." Hua Xiong froze at those words. A bolt of realization struck him. Eyes wide, he stared at Lin Shan and snarled, "You! It must be you, you little bastard. What the hell have you done?" Ruan Yin stared at Lin Shan in disbelief, while Lu Ying's eyes flickered with recognition. She was one who knew the truth, fully aware that Hua Xiong's downfall was indeed orchestrated by Lin Shan. She lowered her head slightly. Ruan Yin noticed the subtle shift in Lu Ying's expression, and instantly, her heart churned like stormy waves. It really was Lin Shan who pulled the strings? Good heavens, just how much influence does he have? As Hua Xiong's mistress, she knew very well that his hands were far from clean, but all those secrets had been locked away in Hua Xiong's private room. They shouldn't have been discovered. The only explanation was that Lin Shan had mobilized his connections to bring Hua Xiong down. Such power was beyond Ruan Yan's imagination. At this moment, Ruan Yan felt as if she had plunged into icy water. Who exactly had she made an enemy of? How utterly foolish she had been. No wonder Lu Ying didn't care at all. The reason was clear. She already knew Hua Xiong would soon be destroyed by Lin Shan, so there was no point in worrying. Ruan Yan broke out in cold sweat, not daring to look at Lu Ying or Lin Shan again. By now, Hua Xiong had completely lost control and lunged at Lin Shan. But Lin Shan, with his current skills, would never allow such a thing. He caught Hua Xiong's chubby hand, twisted it sharply, and pinned him down effortlessly. Then, leaning close to Hua Xiong's ear, Lin Shan whispered, "Yes, it was me who reported you. All your dirty deeds are already in the hands of the authorities. Enjoy the rest of your life behind bars." "Damn you, it really is you." Hua Xiong thrashed violently, but under Lin Shan's overwhelming strength, he couldn't budge. Calmly and courteously, Lin Shan handed Hua Xiong over to the officers and waved him off with a faint smile. Outside the ward, a crowd had gathered. As they watched Hua Xiong being taken away, most wore genuine expressions of joy. Lu Ying wasn't the only one oppressed by Hua Xiong. Anyone with even a shred of integrity could never walk the same path as him. Once Hua Xiong was led away, Ruan Yin trembled all over. She lifted her head toward Lu Ying and said, "Lu Ying, I'm so sorry. Please, accept my apology. I was blind and disrespectful earlier. Please don't hold it against me." Chapter 51, Fixing the Sewer Pipe. A strange emotion stirred within Lu Ying. She clearly understood that Ruan Yan's sudden change was because she had realized Hua Xiong's downfall was orchestrated by Lin Shan. She wasn't afraid of Lu Ying herself. She was afraid of Lin Shan. "I've got backing now too." Lu Ying used to look down on those who relied on connections, but now that she was one of them, she found the feeling incredibly satisfying. It really felt great to have someone powerful behind you. Over the past year, Ruan Yin had targeted Lu Ying in both obvious and subtle ways. Though Lu Ying wasn't petty or narrow-minded, she certainly didn't have the magnanimity to just forgive and forget so easily. So she replied coolly, "Dr. Ruan, you haven't done anything to offend me. You're overreacting." From Lu Ying's tone, Ruan Yin knew she still hadn't forgiven her. And honestly, if she were in Lu Ying's shoes, she wouldn't forgive either. Her gaze shifted to Lin Shan. "Lin brother, I really didn't mean to target Lu Ying. It was all because of Hua Xiong. You know he's the deputy director. I couldn't resist him. I was a victim too." Tears glistened in Ruan Yan's eyes, making her look fragile and pitiful, an act that might fool someone who didn't know the truth. But Lin Shan saw right through her. He knew she was a high-level manipulative woman, so he didn't engage. Instead, he said, "That's between the two of you. What do you want from me?" With that, he turned and sat beside Lin Jiabao, quietly peeling an apple. Seeing no one paid her any attention, Ruan Yin could only slink away in embarrassment. After Ruan Yin left, Lin Jiabao turned to his son. "Ashen, is it true about this Director Hua?" Lin Shan nodded softly. "Dad, he's done terrible things. I happened to get some evidence, so I reported him." Lin Jiabao said with satisfaction. "Vermin like that should be kicked out. If people like Dr. Lu were in charge, the hospital would be much better." Lu Ying blushed and murmured, "Uncle Lin, don't flatter me." Then, glancing at Lin Shan, she left the ward. Soon after, a message came from Lu Ying. "Seeing Hua Xiong being hauled away, I can't even describe how happy I am. Thank you, Lin Shan." Lin Shan smiled slightly and replied, "It's just what any law-abiding citizen should do. Having parasites like that in the hospital harms too many people." In her empty office, Lu Ying stared at her phone, her face showing hesitation. Finally, she gritted her teeth and continued typing. "Are you free tonight? I'll cook a full meal. Come over and try it." On the other end, Lin Shan's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't just a casual invitation. She was inviting him straight to her home. For a girl, that meant something entirely different. Home was a private, intimate space. It meant Lu Ying already saw him as someone trustworthy. She was making the move. How could he back down now? With that thought, Lin Shan replied, "Of course I'm free." When Lu Ying saw that message, she took a deep breath. She'd already taken the afternoon off. Now that Lin Shan had accepted, she immediately changed clothes and prepared to head to the market for a serious round of shopping to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, Chen Yuanying suddenly leaned over. "Ashen, are you chatting with Dr. Lu?" Lin Shan admitted openly, "Yes, Mom. Lu Ying invited me over for dinner tonight." Chen Yuanying was delighted. "That's wonderful. But Ashen, you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. Your Auntie Wu introduced a nice girl to me. When do you have time to meet her?" Auntie Wu was Chen Yuanying's close friend, a professional matchmaker with plenty of resources. Lin Shan dodged the question. "Let's talk about that later, Mom." Just then, a new message popped up, but this time, from Luo Bing. "Lin Shan, my apartment's sewer pipe seems broken. Are you free? Can you come take a look?" Lin Shan couldn't help but smile. On the other end, Luo Bing's face flushed red as she nervously clutched her phone, waiting for Lin Shan's reply. After losing her virginity and that wild night together, Luo Bing had returned home unable to sleep, her mind constantly drifting back to Lin Shan. In the end, she couldn't resist sending him this message. The reason didn't matter. As long as Lin Shan knew she wanted to see him, he would understand. Ding dong. Lin Shan replied quickly. Sure, send me your location. Luo Bing felt her heart pounding wildly. She sent her apartment complex's location to Lin Shan, then immediately jumped up to tidy herself. After receiving the location, Lin Shan stood up. Mom, Dad, I won't be eating here tonight. Then, Lin Shan took a taxi to the residential complex where Luo Bing lived. This residential complex was called Fenya Courtyard, a mid-to-high-end neighborhood. When Lin Shan arrived at the gate, the security guard only let him in after confirming with a phone call. Lin Shan made his way to Luo Bing's house. The neighborhood consisted of individual row houses, each standing separately. He rang the doorbell, which opened quickly. Luo Bing stood there wearing a loose, Dallunser ice silk pajama set. The fabric was so oversized that it exposed far more than it concealed. But Luo Bing didn't seem to care at all. She wanted precisely to flaunt her proudest assets right before Lin Shan's eyes. Lin Shan joked, "Where's the sewer pipe? Show me. If it leaks, it can be quite troublesome." Luo Bing blushed slightly and said, "You, come with me." They walked into the kitchen. After a quick look inside the cabinet, Lin Shan immediately realized the damage had been deliberately caused, but he chose not to expose her little ruse. Instead, he went through the motions, fixing the sewer pipe as if it were a real repair job. Luo Bing leaned against the doorway, watching silently. Once he finished, she shifted awkwardly and asked softly, "Do you have anything else going on? If you're free, maybe stay for afternoon tea?" Lin Shan smiled, fully aware of what she really meant. Much later, Luo Bing stirred slightly in Lin Shan's arms and murmured, "Lin Shan, have you already met my dad?" Lin Shan nodded. "Yes, this morning." "What did he say?" Lin Shan gently flicked her nose, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. "He handed me a check for 10 million yuan, telling me to stay away from his daughter." Pouting, Luo Bing asked, "Then did you agree?" Lin Shan quickly replied, "How could I? Not even 10 billion would make me agree." Chapter 52, The Whereabouts of the Changchun Manual. Although she knew Lin Shan was teasing, a sweet warmth still stirred in Luo Bing's heart. She pouted playfully, "All right already. So what did my dad actually say? He didn't give you too much trouble, did he?" She knew her father all too well. Lin Shan replied calmly, "It was fine. He did ask me to cut back on seeing you, but I refused. I told him that you're an independent person now, and you have the right to make your own choices. If you were to tell me to leave, I'd walk away immediately." Luo Bing blinked and asked, "And then what?" Lin Shan thought for a moment, then decided not to mention the conflict that had followed. Instead, he said, "After that, nothing much else was said." Subconsciously, Luo Bing sensed there might be more Lin Shan wasn't telling her, but she didn't press further. Instead, she changed the subject to the 3 jade artifacts Lin Shan had previously sent for auction. "Lin Shan, I've started spreading the word about those 3 jade pieces you sent. Some collectors are really interested. We should get a good price this time." This kind of market promotion was entirely Luo Bing's doing. After spending several years in this circle, she had indeed made connections with people who shared such interests. Whenever a valuable item appeared, she would notify them. "Then I really appreciate it. Also, I have some more jade and gold I want to sell off recently." Curious, Luo Bing asked, "Lin Shan, where exactly do you get all these things from? You don't look like one of those grave-digging folk at all." Lin Shan chuckled, "All dug up from home. I know selling so much at once might overwhelm the market, so I'll bring everything over in a few days. We can slowly release them as we go." Luo Bing nodded obediently. They tidied up a bit, and Luo Bing pulled out her tablet to browse the upcoming auction catalog, preparing in advance. Lin Shan, having nothing better to do, joined her in skimming through it. Then suddenly, something caught Lin Shan's attention, a rare ancient manuscript listed among the auction items. He instantly straightened his posture. He could clearly see that parts of the text bore striking similarities to the Changchun Manual. Some phrases were even identical. "Luo Bing, where did this manuscript come from?" Lin Shan asked urgently. Luo Bing was momentarily surprised, then replied, This manuscript was consigned by an elderly gentleman. He's very fond of traditional Chinese studies and has collected various materials on health cultivation. Things like this are treasured by enthusiasts, but dismissed as worthless paper by others. We accepted the book mostly out of respect for our past collaborations with the old man." Lin Shan pressed, "Are there any other sections? Can you show me?" Noticing the seriousness in Lin Shan's tone, Luo Bing quickly pulled up several photos. Lin Shan scanned them one by one, his heart pounding. These were indeed fragments of the Changchun cultivation technique. But the manuscript was severely incomplete, missing crucial parts even for the blood cleansing stage. This discovery shook Lin Shan deeply. What did this mean? There was a connection between the two worlds. In the main world, Lin Shan had attempted cultivating the Changchun Manual before, though progress had been slow compared to the other world, but it was possible. That meant cultivators must have existed, or still existed, in the main world. Seeing Lin Shan lost in thought, Luo Bing refrained from disturbing him. After a while, Lin Shan finally spoke. "Luo Bing, could you introduce me to this elderly gentleman? This manuscript is extremely important to me. I need to see if there are more pages." Revealing client information was a serious breach of privacy, yet Luo Bing barely hesitated. "Sure, I'll arrange it." "Thank you." Lin Shan leaned down and gently kissed Luo Bing on the forehead. Suddenly, Luo Bing's phone vibrated. Both of them looked over. The caller ID showed Sheng Teng. They exchanged knowing smiles, and finally, Luo Bing answered the call. "Baby, are you free tonight? Haven't seen you in days. I miss you. Let's have dinner together." Hearing Sheng Teng's voice, Luo Bing felt an instinctive wave of nausea. She mimed vomiting toward Lin Shan and replied, "Sorry, I can't. There's an important auction in 3 days, and I need to prepare thoroughly." "Oh, all right then." Sheng Teng hung up, frowning. Something about Luo Bing's tone felt off. Zhang Wan, sitting beside him, noticed the expression on his face and asked, "How was it?" Sheng Teng shook his head. "Says she's busy with work. Do you think she suspects anything?" Zhang Wan said, "Probably not. I've been close to her for a while now. She's not someone who can keep secrets. If Lin Shan had said anything, she would have blown up by now." Sheng Teng pulled Zhang Wan into his arms with a low chuckle. "Let's hope so." Meanwhile, Lin Shan bid farewell to Luo Bing. He still had to have dinner at Aunt Lu Ying's place later tonight. There were limits to how much fun one could get up to. Stepping onto the street, Chen Yuanying called again. Chen Yuanying said, Ashen, I've sent you that girl's business card. Add her quickly. Lin Shan sighed inwardly. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to dismiss his mother's good intentions. He opened his phone and added the other party on WeChat. The WeChat profile picture was a half-body shot with a somewhat influencer-style vibe. Hard to tell if it was really her or not. The other party quickly accepted the friend request. Lin Shan sent a message. Hello, I'm Lin Shan. Aunt Wu introduced us. After that, he began browsing through her Chan. Judging solely by her posts, her appearance was indeed pretty decent, maybe around a 7 out of 10. But in this age, beautifying filters were so intense that who knew what she'd actually look like in person. A few minutes later, she replied, Zhu. This was actually Lin Shan's first time doing something like matchmaking. Just as he was struggling over how to reply, she asked, You're divorced now, right? And unemployed too. Lin Shan couldn't help but awkwardly smile as he replied, Yes. The divorce trial will be starting soon. She continued, Then wouldn't the house and stuff have to be split with your ex-wife? Lin Shan responded, That likely depends on the final outcome of the case. Do you have a car? I have a Honda. I think we're not compatible. Let's just forget it. Lin Shan chuckled silently. This blind date had ended awfully fast, but it worked out fine. He didn't feel like dragging things out with her anyway. At least now, he could give his mother some sort of answer. It was already 4:30 p.m. Checking the time. He figured it was about right. Following the location Lu Ying had sent him, Lin Shan set off directly. At that moment, inside Lu Ying's rented apartment, she was busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. In the living room, a woman was holding Lu Ying's Hermes bag, gazing at it enviously. Ugh, Lu Ying, I'm so jealous of you. When will I ever meet such a rich guy? Chapter 53, Divorced and Unemployed. If Lin Shan had been here at this moment, he would have been too shocked to speak, because the woman talking with Lu Ying was none other than the woman who had just been chatting with him on WeChat. Zhu. 28 years old, Zhu couldn't be called old, but she had indeed passed a woman's prime. She wasn't a local and currently worked as an administrative staff member at a company, part of the monthly paycheck-to-paycheck crowd, so even at her age, she was still sharing an apartment with Lu Ying. Hearing this, Lu Ying blushed slightly as she bustled about in the kitchen, then said, Zhu, stop joking. We're just normal friends. Zhu gave a light snort, rolling her eyes skeptically. Friends? Lu Ying, how old are you? Still believe that nonsense? Can men and women ever be purely just friends? I don't buy it. He's sending you gifts like these. Can you seriously tell me he doesn't have feelings for you? Come on, tell me honestly, what's this guy like? What's his situation? Zhu wasn't from Qiantang City, but she wanted to stay there, so she'd always been on the lookout for a wealthy local man. Sure, some rich locals might be fools, but their parents weren't. And although she dated a few before and managed to squeeze some money out of them, whenever marriage came up, those men vanished overnight. Zhu was starting to feel anxious. Lu Ying gazed vaguely out the window. Well, how should I put it? I didn't expect him to actually be quite well off. Just recently, he was still worried about his father's medical bills, but all of a sudden, he seems to have plenty of money. It's kind of strange. How old is he? Lu Ying, 30. Has he ever been married? Lu Ying looked helplessly at Zhu, then finally admitted. He was married, but they divorced. His ex-wife was really awful. Hearing this, Zhu burst into laughter and stepped into the kitchen teasingly. TSK, already defending him now? Honestly, what's wrong with that ex-wife? With a man so rich, how could she let him go? If it were me, I'd tie down this long-term meal ticket no matter what. Lu Ying shook her head slightly, sighing inwardly. She already knew Zhu was materialistic and pragmatic. That much was clear, but she couldn't change her. And aside from that flaw, Zhu was an absolutely reliable friend, which was exactly why the two had managed to live together as roommates for so long. Enough about him. Isn't your admirer coming over for dinner soon? What do you really think about him? Him. At the mention of him, Zhu's expression turned somewhat helpless. She sighed lightly. Not a local, but his job's okay. Not bad, at least. I'll keep evaluating him. If there's no major issue, I might just settle for him. After speaking, she glanced meaningfully at Lu Ying. Inviting the suitor over for a meal today was like giving him a little taste of reward, enough to keep him happily hooked. But then it struck her. Compared to Lu Ying, she herself was suddenly the one who'd be discarded in a side-by-side comparison. What if her desperate admirer laid eyes on someone like Lu Ying and started getting other ideas? Forget it. Why worry about that? Lu Ying's big brother will definitely keep things under control. Meanwhile, maybe I should consider seeing if there's a way to get closer to this big brother myself. Lu Ying, don't blame me. You know, more money to go around, right? Just then, the doorbell rang. Lu Ying quickly turned to Zhu. Zhu, that's probably my friend. Can you open the door for me? Got it. Zhu quickly stood up and opened the door. The visitor was indeed Lin Shan. The moment Lin Shan saw Zhu, he froze slightly. This woman looked oddly familiar, but he couldn't quite recall where he'd seen her before. At the same time, Zhu took a full, sharp-eyed assessment of Lin Shan. In her mind, she thought, wearing only affordable clothes, no expensive accessories, doesn't look like a rich guy at all. But that Hermes bag is definitely genuine. So what's going on? Could he be some penniless loser pretending to be rich? Though her mind raced through countless possibilities, Zhu showed nothing on the surface. Instead, she greeted him warmly. Hello? Please come in, come in. Lin Shan smiled faintly and stepped into the apartment, glancing around. It was a 3-bedroom, 1 living room unit, roughly 70 square meters, perfect for a family of 3. The decor was simple and cozy, clean and tidy. Hearing footsteps, Lu Ying came out of the kitchen. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, a cooking apron around her waist, a spatula in hand. She looked incredibly gentle and domestic. Seeing Lin Shan had arrived, she quickly said, Lin Shan, have a seat. Dinner will be ready in a minute. Lin Shan chuckled. No rush, take your time. Lu Ying smiled sweetly and went back to the kitchen to finish up. After sitting down, Lin Shan noticed the woman across from him kept sizing him up. After a few more seconds, it suddenly hit him. Wasn't this woman the very one he'd just gone on a blind date with earlier? Yes, exactly. The photo had clearly been enhanced with filters and beauty effects, but the real person wasn't all that bad. She was at least a solid 6 out of 10. Still, it was obvious she was slightly past her youthful prime. Now this was awkward. Lin Shan hadn't expected his blind date to be Lu Ying's roommate. Zhu Zhu, of course, had no idea either. Lin Shan didn't post any selfies on his social media, so she had no clue that the rich guy sitting across from her was actually the one she'd just politely turned down. Hi there. I'm Lu Ying's roommate, Zhu Zhu. Zhu Zhu extended her hand enthusiastically, completely different from her online persona. Lin Shan reached out and shook it. Hello, I'm Lin Shan. Lin Shan. Zhu Zhu felt a sudden jolt. The name sounded familiar, though she couldn't quite place it. She glanced toward the kitchen. You're really lucky today. Lu Ying is an amazing cook. I've always said, even if she quits being a doctor, she could walk into any restaurant and become a star overnight. We've been roommates for a year now, and you're the first guy she's ever invited over for dinner. Really? Lin Shan looked at Lu Ying's back, a faint ripple stirring in his heart. Now that I think about it, plenty of guys chase after Lu Ying, but few are as generous as you. So, big brother, what do you do for work? Lin Shan paused, suddenly realizing what was going on. She was fishing for information about him. He smiled faintly. Right now, I'm basically unemployed. Zhu Zhu froze for a second, then forced a laugh. Ah, got it, I understand. Freelancer, right? Her suspicion toward Lin Shan's true identity only deepened. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Oh, that must be my friend, Zhu Zhu said quickly. She stood up and opened the door. A man stood outside holding a large bouquet of flowers. The moment he saw Zhu Zhu, he eagerly held them out. Zhu Zhu, these are for you. Zhu Zhu's expression remained cool as she took the flowers. Thanks. Come on in. The man stepped inside, and upon seeing Lin Shan, his face darkened noticeably. Chapter 54, Watching you show off in silence. Zhu Zhu, who is this guy? The man who arrived was named Zhao He. He had been pursuing Zhu Zhu for a while now. Though not a local of Qiantang City, he earned a decent salary and had the means to settle down here. Most importantly, he genuinely wanted to marry her. As she got older, Zhu Zhu had gradually come to terms with certain realities. She realized that a man like this might already be the best she could hope for, so she decided that after a little more observation, she would accept Zhao He. Hearing his question, she replied, Oh, he's a friend of my roommate. Upon realizing the man had no relation to Zhu Zhu, Zhao He's expression immediately softened. He sat down and friendly extended his hand toward Lin Shan. Hey there, nice to meet you. I'm Zhao He. Hello, Lin Shan. Lin Shan responded, shaking his hand. Zhao He gave him a strangely familiar feeling. It took Lin Shan a moment to realize, hadn't he once been exactly like this young man years ago, just stepping into society? Back then, Zhang Wan had also evaluated him like this. Would Zhu Zhu turn out to be another Zhang Wan? Seeing the affection in Zhao He's eyes as he looked at Zhu Zhu, Lin Shan sighed inwardly. He wondered whether this young man's sincere heart would end up broken, just like his own. Soon, Lu Ying brought out the remaining dishes. When Zhao He saw Lu Ying, he froze for a second. That was understandable. Any man with normal physiological functions would find it hard to resist Lu Ying's charm. Still, Zhao He quickly composed himself and didn't glance at her again. Once seated, Lu Ying kept serving food to Lin Shan. Zhu Zhu couldn't help but tease. Seriously, Lu Ying? Did we cook all this just for Lin Shan? Lu Ying blushed again. After eating for a while, they began looking for topics to chat about. Zhao He asked politely, Lin brother, what do you do for work these days? Lin Shan answered honestly, well, right now I'm jobless. Haven't found anything yet. Zhao He was taken aback. He glanced from Lu Ying to Lin Shan, clearly astonished. He could barely imagine someone like Lu Ying ever being interested in him. He didn't even dare look twice, because he knew someone like her was way out of his league. And Lin Shan was her friend? He had expected something like, I'm running my own startup, or I'm in sales. Never imagined the guy would bluntly say he was unemployed. He wasn't sure how to respond. What about you, Zhao He? What's your job? Lin Shan asked. Zhao He puffed out his chest proudly. Lin brother, I'm a programmer. Lin Shan chuckled slightly. Programmers make pretty good money, don't they? He used to be one himself, knew the field well. Truthfully, he was giving Zhao He a bit of encouragement. He remembered being young once, full of ambition. He didn't know what Zhu Zhu would become later, but for now, Zhao He seemed worth supporting. He was willing to step aside and let things unfold, especially since the kid hadn't tried to belittle him. Might as well give him a boost. Zhao He instantly felt a surge of superiority. It's okay, I work at a mid-sized company. My annual salary is around 40,000. I've also benefited from the talent introduction policy, probably buying a house in Qiantang next year. As he spoke, he glanced at Zhu Zhu. Those words were meant for her ears. And sure enough, after hearing this, Zhu Zhu's eyes lit up with a flicker of anticipation. Lin Shan said, that's truly impressive. To buy a home in Qiantang these days without family support, relying solely on yourself. Zhao He felt like he'd finally met someone who understood him. With emotion in his voice, he said, exactly. So many of my classmates are locals. They either got a house right after graduation or their families paid to set them up here. But I'm not behind. In a few more years, I'll definitely catch up with them. Lu Ying, listening, glanced at Lin Shan with a wistful look. She sensed a strange emotion stirring within him. Maybe he sees a reflection of his younger self. With Lin Shan subtly boosting his confidence, Zhao He began talking more, becoming increasingly interactive with Zhu Zhu. Since no one drank alcohol, the dinner wrapped up around 6:30. Then Zhao He suggested, it's still early. Why don't we go for a walk nearby? He turned to Zhu Zhu. Zhu Zhu, if there's any clothes you like, we can pick something up. We haven't gone shopping together in a long time. Thanks to Lin Shan's subtle support during dinner, Zhu Zhu felt much less resistant toward Zhao He now. At this moment, he even looked more appealing to her. She readily agreed to his suggestion, and neither Lin Shan nor Lu Ying objected. The four of them left the residential complex and strolled over to the nearby shopping complex. The shopping complex was quite large, with nearly the entire second floor occupied by clothing stores, including a Louis Vuitton boutique. As soon as they arrived on the second floor, Zhu Zhu's eyes were instantly drawn to the LV store. Seeing this, Zhao He gritted his teeth and said, Zhu, why don't we go inside and take a look? Zhu turned to him in slight surprise. LV is really expensive. Are you sure you're okay with that? Zhao He had already made up his mind. He decided that today would be the day he made his final move. It's fine. We can afford it once in a while. Touched deep down by his words, Zhu thought to herself, well, he's not bad. Maybe I should just accept him. She didn't refuse. The group walked into the LV store together. The display cases were filled with dazzling items, overwhelming at first glance. As Zhu wandered through the store, she stopped in front of a bracelet. The craftsmanship was exquisite. Wearing it would surely bring immense prestige. But the price? That was another story. 48,000 yuan. That was 5 months' worth of Zhu's salary. Lin Shan noticed Lu Ying's gaze also lingering on the same bracelet. After all, she was still a girl. Certain desires were unavoidable. When it came to beautiful jewelry like this, resistance was impossible. Silently, Lin Shan memorized the model number, thinking to himself that surprising Lu Ying with it later wasn't entirely out of the question. Seeing Zhu fixated on the piece, Zhao He's face paled slightly. Just as he was about to say something to dissuade her, a sales associate approached. These salespeople were sharp. They could immediately tell Zhao he was the one expected to pay. Humph, finally caught a sheep. There's no way I'm letting you get away. With a bright smile, the assistant said, Miss, your taste is excellent. This is our latest design, currently priced at 48,000 yuan. Why not try it on? It suits your Chi-Drew perfectly. At first, Zhu had been hesitant. She'd never received such an expensive gift before. But after hearing the saleswoman's flattery, she figured trying it on couldn't hurt. She took the bracelet and slipped it on, and the moment she did, she never wanted to take it off again. Chapter 55 Lin Shan steps in. The salesgirl immediately turned to Zhao He and said, Sir, your girlfriend looks absolutely stunning with this piece of jewelry. Then she looked at Zhu with envy and added, If I had a boyfriend like you, I'd be smiling in my sleep. She knew exactly how these suitors thought. With this combination of flattery and pressure, no man could resist. It was human nature for men to care about saving face. Even if they thought it was expensive, they'd still grit their teeth and buy it. Zhao He noticed Zhu remained silent. He knew that if he stepped up now, he might finally win her over, but it was just too damn expensive. Buying this would leave him broke for the entire year, not to mention he still needed to save for a house. His mind was torn in two, but in the end he clenched his jaw and said, Zhu, maybe we should go check out something else. The salesgirl rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, asterisk finally, a sensible one. No commission today, asterisk. A hint of disappointment flashed in Zhu's eyes, but she didn't say anything. She simply nodded, and the group of four began to leave, when suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey Zhu, is that really you? Everyone turned their heads. The man speaking was about 1.8 meters tall, with unusually fair skin, sharp and handsome features, a look straight out of an influencer's feed. He wore medium-length hair tied into a wolf tail, and had light stubble on his chin. Judging solely by appearance, he was undeniably charming, dressed with refined taste. Zhu's expression changed slightly. She replied coolly, Nothing much, just shopping. The man smiled faintly. When he spotted Lu Ying, his eyes lit up instantly. Lu Ying, you're here too. Long time no see. Why did you delete me from your WeChat? Lu Ying responded coldly, Nothing special. I just clean up my friend list every now and then. Lin Shan observed the man curiously. Ever since this man appeared, Zhao He's expression had darkened. A flicker of hostility flashed in his eyes as he glared at the newcomer and muttered, Yi Chao. Yi Chao was Zhu's ex-boyfriend, someone who came from a moderately wealthy family, and whose good looks made him extremely popular. After the initial spark faded, he noticed Lu Ying by Zhu's side, realized she was an even more stunning beauty, quickly switched targets, and broke up with Zhu. But Lu Ying had never shown any interest in him, so the matter fizzled out. Now, Yi Chao glanced at Zhao He with faint mockery in his eyes. He knew all about Zhao He, the so-called bootlicker. He had assumed that after being gone for a year, Zhao He might have moved up in status, but judging by the atmosphere right now, the guy still hadn't secured the position. Yi Chao patted Zhao He on the shoulder, smiling amiably on the surface while whispering near his ear, I've been gone for a whole damn year, yet you're still not official? Then you've already lost your chance. Then he raised his head toward Zhu and declared, Zhu, you like this piece, right? Wrap it up for me. Zhao He's face instantly turned deathly pale. He understood all too well the devastating impact Yi Chao had on him. After their breakup, Zhu had suffered terribly, almost unable to recover. Yi Chao was her idealized first love, the moonlight in her heart. All it would take was for Yi Chao to snap his fingers, and everything Zhao He had worked for would crumble into dust. Zhu's eyes softened instantly. Yi Chao saw that look and knew. She had never truly forgotten him. His expression grew even more smug. This kind of life was exactly what he lived for. Then turning to Lu Ying, he said, Lu Ying, I'll get one for you too. Truthfully, Lu Ying was his real target all along. He just hadn't had the opportunity before. Meeting her today was rare luck, and he wasn't going to let it slip. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan shook his head and said calmly, No need, brother. Whatever Lu Ying wants, I'll be the one to give it to her. Yi Chao froze, scanning Lin Shan up and down, and immediately frowned. In his eyes, although Lin Shan had a decent build, his clothes clearly marked him as no wealthy man. How could Lu Ying possibly be involved with someone like this? Must be another self-deluded bootlicker. Yi Chao chuckled coldly. Old man, don't say I didn't warn you. Don't go stretching beyond your means. This jewelry is just my pocket change for a few days, but for you, you'd probably have to starve yourself the entire year for it. Isn't worth it just for a momentary thrill. And besides, he added with a mocking smirk at Lu Ying, even if you want to give it, she might not even accept it. He assumed Lin Shan was just another delusional admirer, but the moment those words left his mouth, Lu Ying immediately shot back. If it's a gift from Lin Shan, I will accept it. But if it's from you, forget it. Yi Chao stood there stunned. Lin Shan merely smiled faintly, pulled out his bank card, and handed it to the salesgirl. Wrap up both pieces. The salesgirl nearly squealed with delight, and quickly rushed off with the bank card. Lin Shan watched Yi Chao and said, It's always more satisfying to spend your own money, isn't it? That was a direct jab at Yi Chao, just another spoiled second-generation kid propped up by his father's wealth. Yi Chao's face darkened ominously. He snorted once and turned on his heel, walking away. Soon, the salesgirl returned with 2 exquisitely packaged small bags, handing them to Lin Shan. Sir, these are your purchases. And here's your bank card. Thank you. Lin Shan slipped the card back into his wallet and immediately handed one of the small bags to Lu Ying. You said it yourself, that you'd accept anything I give you. This time, Lu Ying didn't hesitate for long before accepting the bag, a complex mix of emotions stirring within her heart. She had to admit it, she genuinely liked these things. She could resist them if they came from someone like Yi Chao, but when it was Lin Shan offering, she found herself completely unable to say no. As for the other bag, Lin Shan didn't hand it directly to Zhu Zhu. Instead, he passed it to Zhao He, who stood there looking utterly dejected. Brother, Lin Shan said. We just met today, but I feel like we really click. Funny thing, I used to be a programmer too, before I lost my job. Here, this is for you. Hope you find the girl you truly like, soon. Zhao He's eyes flickered. He looked at Lin Shan with deep gratitude. He understood perfectly well. Buying 2 was unnecessary. One of them was clearly just an afterthought. Right now, Zhao He felt immense relief that he hadn't mocked Lin Shan even once from the very beginning. What a fool, he'd almost been calling him a freeloader. This man wasn't some nobody. He was a genuine tycoon. Nearly 100,000 spent without so much as blinking. And he'd slapped Yi Chao right in the face doing it. Thanks, brother. Zhao He took the bag, feeling for the first time in Hangzhou a rare warmth of kindness. Then, he turned and held it out to Zhu Zhu. Zhu Zhu, this is my gift to you. Lin Shan let out a quiet sigh. He had seen it clearly earlier. Zhu Zhu's heart had wavered. At that moment, if Yi Chao had pressed his advantage, he would have surely won her over. By giving the bag to Zhao He, Lin Shan had wanted to give him one final chance to make his choice. And since Zhao He still chose Zhu Zhu, all that remained was to respect it and silently wish them well. Chapter 56. Ling Hu Chang's Invitation. Thoughts for the future. Zhu Zhu looked conflicted, but in the end she still took the bag from Zhao He's hands. Her eyes, however, kept lingering on Lin Shan. She couldn't help but wonder, if only she had been a little more patient at the beginning, had spoken to him a few more times, even if they couldn't have developed anything deeper, at least they might have become acquainted. Sai, who knew this big brother was so low-key, but since he's already paired up with Lu Ying, he probably wouldn't even look my way anyway. With a soft sigh, Zhu Zhu pushed these complicated feelings aside. The 4 returned to their lodgings, after which Zhao He and Lin Shan bid everyone farewell and left. Back home, Lin Shan immediately entered the alternate world. During his absence, Sanlin County had not been peaceful. Qingfeng Fort had finally become history. The reason Lin Shan had left for these past few days was precisely to lay low, to avoid leaving too deep an impression on Ling Huchang. He reappeared inside his bedroom. Before leaving, Lin Shan had specifically instructed Xiao Dai not to enter his room. Now, as he pushed open the door and stepped out, he froze, momentarily doubting whether he had entered the wrong place. Because everything was now spotlessly clean. His house was the typical earthen-walled dwelling common in feudal times, walls usually stained and uneven. Yet now the walls looked completely renewed, without a speck of dirt, almost like glazed tiles. The floor was immaculate as well. Everything was neatly arranged, and a faint, pleasant fragrance filled the air. Lin Shan walked into the courtyard. The same cleanliness greeted him there, the ground perfectly swept and pristine. Just then, the door of a side room opened, and Xiao Dai stepped out carrying a broom. Seeing Lin Shan, she gave a slightly awkward bow. Master. She wore different clothes now, still coarse cloth, but no longer torn. The birthmark on her face was clearly visible, yet she didn't seem to mind it at all. Her hair was tied back, openly exposing the mark. Lin Shan said, while I was away, you kept the courtyard very clean. Good job. Then he pulled out 3 taels of silver and handed it to her. I won't be here often. Take care of your food, clothing, and daily needs. If you need money for anything else, just let me know. Xiao Dai stared blankly at the silver pieces before her. At the Zhao household, she had never been treated like this. Though the Zhaos were wealthy, few among them were truly generous. Ever since she arrived, she'd hardly eaten a full meal, forced to perform the dirtiest and most exhausting labor. More than once, she'd felt that death might have been preferable, but the mission weighing upon her had prevented her from making that final decision. Shaking her head, Xiao Dai said, Thank you, master, but I still have plenty left over from what you gave me before. It will last me a long time. Seeing her response, Lin Shan didn't insist. Instead, he asked him, I've never asked before. Where are you from? Are there any other family members? Xiao Dai lowered her head. None, master. I came here fleeing famine. My family all died along the road. Lin Shan didn't doubt her. In this era, such stories were all too common. Turning, Lin Shan opened the courtyard gate. Not far away, Yin Ziwei sat under a makeshift shed, keeping watch as usual. Of course, nothing significant had happened during these days. Only occasional messages delivered by Xiao Chong, all of which Yin Ziwei had received. Seeing Lin Shan appear, Yin Ziwei quickly hurried over. Master, yesterday Elder Xiao sent a letter. He said old Master Lu couldn't come to see you himself, but he did send a message for you. Here it is. With that, he handed Lin Shan a letter. Lin Shan took it and eagerly tore it open. Previously, he had asked Xiao Chong to track down Lu Yun's whereabouts. Lin Shan had a quiet suspicion. Lu Yun couldn't be as ordinary as he claimed. So he'd asked Xiao Chong to investigate. And indeed, something strange had turned up. Lu Yun wasn't a native of the area. 30 years ago, he suddenly appeared in the region. No one knew who he was or what he had done before then. After arriving, he began healing the sick and gained tremendous fame. Lin Shan flipped through the letter, reading it quickly. Then he sighed quietly. Lu Yun had already guessed. Lin Shan was seeking the continuation of the Changchun Gong, the bone-forging chapter. But Lu Yun himself didn't have it either. He merely wrote that if fate brought them together, perhaps Lin Shan would one day find fragments of the lost manual. Such words were practically useless. Lin Shan went straight to Xiao Fu's residence. After a brief announcement, he was quickly ushered into the main hall where Xiao Chong waited. The The moment they saw each other, Xiao Chong smiled and said, "Brother Lin, many people have been wanting to meet you lately." Lin Shan had already seen the formal invitations from the other two great families among the letters Yin Ziwei handed him. The words were extremely courteous, earnestly hoping Lin Shan would grace them with his presence for a meal. But since he had already decided to cooperate with Xiao Chong, Lin Shan wouldn't entertain divided loyalties. This visit was not only about Lu Yun. He also had another matter to discuss with Xiao Chong. Making money. With chaos approaching, what kind of business would be most profitable in such turbulent times? Lin Shan believed arms trading would be an excellent venture. Back in his previous life, he possessed iron smelting technology far surpassing this world's, and industrialized assembly lines that greatly outperformed current methods. He planned to conduct this business with the imperial court. But naturally, he couldn't handle it alone. That's why he needed Xiao Chong's partnership. They sat down in the side hall. Before Lin Shan could speak, Xiao Chong said first, "Lin Shan, Lin Huchong has approached me many times recently. He hopes you'll take up the position of infantry commander in Sanwen County." Without hesitation, Lin Shan flatly refused. "Big brother Xiao, you know my situation. I'm rarely here. How could I possibly serve in such a role?" But after a moment's contemplation, Xiao Chong replied, "Actually, I hope you accept this post. Frankly, battles like those against Qingfeng Fort occur maybe once every few years. The day-to-day duties of an infantry commander will be handled by others anyway. Ling Huchang's intention is clearly to win you over, and I want you to accept, for two reasons." Xiao Chong raised a finger. First, though Ling Huchang is deep-minded, he ultimately values rules and order. While he harbors concerns toward us, he also seeks alliance. Appointing you as commander ties our Xiao family closer to him, thereby reducing his suspicions to some extent. And second, Xiao Chong's eyes flickered slightly. "Chaos is coming. Though I don't harbor grand ambitions, I do hope to protect myself and my family. The position of infantry commander allows one to cultivate loyal subordinates. Lin Shan, I hope you seize this opportunity to gather trustworthy people around you." Lin Shan immediately understood Xiao Chong's meaning and frowned. "If that's the case, I'll consider it." Chapter 57, Weapon Trade, Old Sixth Dinner Invitation. What Xiao Chong said made perfect sense. Moreover, if he wanted to do business with the government now, having an official title would certainly make things much smoother. Thinking this through, Lin Shan nodded and said, "Brother Xiao, if that's the case, I'll take the position of infantry squad leader." Xiao Chong was overjoyed. "Excellent. Then tomorrow, I'll go with you to Sanwen County. How about that?" Lin Shan nodded, then brought up his own matter. "Brother Xiao, there's something I'd like your advice on." Xiao Chong immediately adopted a serious and attentive expression. After spending these past days together, he had developed a basic understanding of Lin Shan. Lin wasn't someone who liked being indebted to others. He valued loyalty deeply, and once he owed someone a favor, he would go to great lengths to repay it. Therefore, Xiao Chong took whatever Lin Shan brought up very seriously. Lin Shan said, "The other day, while working alongside the soldiers, I noticed their armor and weapons were genuinely in shoddy condition. Brother Xiao, I have access to high-quality weaponry. Do you think we could establish a supply route with the local government?" Xiao Chong was stunned, staring blankly at Lin Shan. Lin Shan wasn't surprised by this reaction. He knew that in ancient times, weapon forging was nearly monopolized by the imperial court. Private blacksmiths could only produce arms when officially commissioned by the state. In those times, possessing armor or weapons without authorization was a grave crime. The look on Xiao Chong's face clearly showed he found it hard to believe that Lin Shan actually had a source for such weapons. After a long pause, Xiao Chong gave Lin Shan a complicated look, then stood up. "Brother Lin, let's discuss this inside my study." This matter was rather sensitive. Lin Shan nodded, and the two walked together towards Xiao Chong's study. Xiao Chong tightly shut the door, even checking the windows before sitting across from Lin Shan, his expression grave. "Brother, this isn't a joke. Where exactly are you getting these weapons?" As soon as he asked, Xiao Chong realized his bluntness. Lin Shan was a mysterious man, coming and going without a trace. This kind of questioning sounded more like an interrogation. He quickly added, "It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that for a deal like this, the volume has to be substantial. If it's only a small amount, it's not worth the risk." Lin Shan replied, "The volume will definitely be large, and my weapons are far superior in quality to the trash the government currently uses." Xiao Chong frowned, thinking for a moment, then said, "All right, brother. I trust you wouldn't bring this up without reason. If so, how about this? When we meet the county magistrate tomorrow, we bring along one of your samples. Let Ling Huchang see it before we decide anything." Lin Shan shook his head. "Tomorrow would be too rushed. Give me 7 days. I'll go get a sample, and then we can meet Ling Huchang together." Xiao Chong agreed with a nod. Afterward, Lin Shan bid Xiao Chong farewell and returned to the main world. Back in the main world, Lin Shan immediately called Old Zhang. "Hey Old Zhang, I've got something I need to ask you. Do you know any blacksmiths who can forge swords, knives, or armor?" On the other end, Zhang Ji paused, then thought for a moment before replying, "I don't personally know anyone like that. But remember that sixth uncle I mentioned last time? The old sixth uncle? He's really into this sort of thing. He might have people under him who can do it. When we go to have dinner with him tomorrow, you can ask him directly." Lin Shan slapped his forehead. Shuttling between two worlds left him overwhelmed with matters. He had nearly forgotten about the dinner invitation with sixth uncle. Right. See you tomorrow." After hanging up with Zhang Ji, Lin Shan checked their chat history and found the location Pin Zhang had sent earlier. Sixth uncle had chosen a suburban estate, something similar to a farmhouse retreat, located right by the river. Lin Shan had to return to the alternate world to inform Xiao Chong that he'd need to wait a little longer. The next day, at 4 in the afternoon, Lin Shan drove his beat-up Honda to the gathering spot. It took a full hour and a half of driving. Sixth uncle's private estate sat alongside the riverside highway. The journey offered beautiful scenery, and the area was nearly uninhabited, an ideal getaway. Upon arrival, he faced a large iron gate. Seeing a car approach, a guard emerged from a smaller side door and asked, "Name?" This club was exclusively for friends, with extremely tight security protocols. Lin Shan answered truthfully, "Lin Shan." The man flipped through a small notebook in his hand. then quickly changed his demeanor upon recognizing the name, becoming unusually deferential. "Ah, Mr. Lin, I'll open the gate right away." With that, he swung open the heavy iron gate. As he watched Lin Shan's old Honda drive in, he couldn't help but think to himself, after all these years guarding here, this is the first time someone's arrived in a car like that for dinner. Lin Shan paid no mind to the guard's silent judgment, parking his car in the designated lot. The private club was vast. After getting out of the car, Lin Shan saw several large ponds, a few anglers busy fishing. Beside them stood a restaurant, which Lin Shan was casually surveying. A female voice rang out from behind. "Hello, sir." Lin Shan turned around to see a young woman in a cheap how looking at him. This girl had both excellent looks and figure. Had she gone into live streaming, she probably could have earned quite a lot, but instead, she worked here as a server. "Hi. I'm here for dinner with Sixth Uncle, but I don't know which private room it is." The girl gave a sweet smile. "Please follow me." Lin Shan nodded and walked behind her. Sixth Uncle's restaurants were built on floating platforms, resting right on the surface of the ponds, an elegant and unique design. Eventually, the girl led Lin Shan into an antique-style private dining room. Zhang Ji was already there, and upon seeing Lin Shan, greeted, "Oh, you're here. Take a seat." Lin Shan sat down beside Zhang Ji and remarked, "Sixth Uncle really knows how to live. Even a single waitress out there puts 99% of online streamers to shame." Zhang Ji wore an expression as if to say, "You really haven't seen much." "Of course. I heard Sixth Uncle spent a cool 100 million setting this place up. That waitress who just escorted you? She earns 30,000 a month. Anyone working here isn't ordinary by any means." He chuckled. "If not for riding your coattails, I wouldn't even be able to get in myself." The two chatted casually for a while, when suddenly a slim man in a Tang suit entered the room. He was short and thin, yet his eyes were sharp and piercing. Dressed in a plain white Tang suit without any ornamentation, he was followed closely by a broad-shouldered, black-clad bodyguard. Zhang Ji whispered quickly, "That's Sixth Uncle." Then he stood up, saying, "Sixth Uncle, thank you so much for having us today." Sixth Uncle chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. This friend here, isn't he the one who delivered that live tiger to me before?" He looked directly at Lin Shan. Lin Shan rose to his feet and replied, "Yes, that was me, Sixth Uncle." Compared to Zhang Ji, Lin Shan's attitude wasn't as deferential. He carried himself with calm composure, neither arrogant nor subservient. Since beginning martial arts training, his mindset had shifted. He no longer felt inferior to anyone, because no matter whom he faced, he now possessed the power to flip the table. Chapter 58 Negotiating Cooperation. Old Lu smiled and said, "Brother Lin, your goods are truly top-notch. I especially had my chef take a look. He said it's rare these days to see tigers this big. Those claws and fangs were honed only in the wild, something captive-bred animals could never have." Lin Shan said, "You're too kind. Knowing you like this sort of thing, I brought another one today. It's in the trunk of my car, Sixth Brother. Want to take a look?" Old Lu immediately replied, "That'd be great. Little brother, since you respect me so much, stop calling me Sixth Uncle from now on. Just call me Sixth Brother, haha. I hate being called old." "Alright." Lin Shan stood up and walked out of the private room with Zhang Ji. On the way, Lin Shan remarked, "This Sixth Brother seems pretty easygoing." Zhang Ji chuckled. His name's Lu Yi. Used to be a real thug back in the day, whose hands aren't stained with a few lives. But now he's cleaned up, talking about traditional culture and health preservation, acting all benevolent. But if you really cross him, well, let's just say it won't end well. The two arrived at the back of Lin Shan's car and opened the trunk. Lin Shan had used refrigerators for storage. Seeing Lin Shan effortlessly lift one box after another, Zhang Ji exclaimed in disbelief, "I feel like you're going backwards in life. How do you still have such strength?" Lin Shan knew it was all thanks to practicing the Changchun Gong. He'd been harboring an idea to try teaching Changchun Gong to people like Zhang Ji. It had helped him immensely. Lin Shan said, "Health cultivation isn't entirely baseless. There's actually some truth to it. I've been practicing lately. After some time, I'll teach you. You really should take better care of your body." Zhang Ji froze, somewhat skeptical. "You're not kidding, are you?" In Zhang Ji's worldview, he didn't believe in anything related to health cultivation. Lin Shan simply smiled. Spotting a rock nearby, he picked it up without a word and crushed it in his hand. Zhang Ji stared, dumbfounded. "Holy shit. What's the difference between that and martial arts skills from wuxia novels?" Lin Shan said, "Exactly. I'll teach you later." Zhang Ji instantly became excited. Having grown up with Lin Shan, he'd always secretly dreamed of being a martial hero, imagining himself as the righteous warrior he'd seen on TV dramas. But as he grew older, he realized it was all fantasy, only to discover today that such miracles actually existed in his childhood friend. Curious, Zhang Ji asked, "Shan, how did you learn this?" Lin Shan replied, "I met an old master who took a liking to me and passed it down." "Old Zhang, not everything in novels is fake. There really are cultivation methods in this world." Thrilled and eager to learn, Zhang Ji followed Lin Shan back into the private room. In front of Old Lu, Lin Shan opened the case directly. Looking at the skin, meat, and internal organs inside, Old Lu narrowed his eyes, carefully inspecting the goods. After a moment, he slowly nodded. All excellent quality. Truly rare. Little brother, I'll take it all. As for price, I haven't even used up the last batch yet, but I'll still give you 2.5 million for the lot. How's that?" Lin Shan waved his hand. "Whatever Sixth Brother says." Old Lu laughed heartily. "Good. Straightforward guy. You're Lin Shan, right? From now on, you're my friend." Then Lu Yi called out, "Bring Xiaobai here." A female fawn outside the room promptly left in her high heels. Shortly after, Lin Shan saw a tall woman in business attire walk in. She had an exceptional figure, like a perfectly ripened peach, radiating an irresistible charm. Lin Shan and Zhang Ji exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. No wonder Lu Yi needs tiger penis so badly. Keeping such a seductive woman around would make anyone crave it. Lu Yi pointed at Lin Shan and said to Xiaobai, "Transfer 2.5 million to this young man." Lin Shan nudged Zhang Ji. "Old Zhang, transfer it to your account." Zhang Ji nodded and recited his bank card number. With the sale of the previous tiger penis and bones, plus this new tiger, combined with the 4 million from selling gold earlier, Lin Shan now had 8 million in cash. From a penniless nobody, he'd suddenly jumped straight into the ranks of the wealthy. Once money and goods were settled, Lu Yi invited Lin Shan and Zhang Ji to sit down and said, "This place doesn't operate publicly. Only close friends I trust come here. To discuss matters, or just to relax. You're not the only one who enjoys wild game delicacies, Lin Shan. In the future, if you've got goods, bring them straight to us." Lin Shan said, "That's perfect. I was worried no one would buy these things." He thought to himself that on his way back, he could contact Jing Tu and reach out to hunters nearby, get them organized, and buy everything they caught. Although he now had a decent amount of cash, Lin Shan wanted to establish some stable channels for consistent income. This was one option. Partnering with Xiao Chong in the weapon business was another. The group chatted casually about all sorts of things until around 2 in the afternoon, when a tall, thin middle-aged man in a tang suit walked into the room. Seeing Lu Yi drinking, he said, "Sixth Master, it's time for your massage." Lin Shan raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking to himself that Lu Yi truly took health preservation seriously if he had a massage every day. Seeing this, Lin Shan stood up and said, "In that case, sixth brother, we won't disturb you any longer. We'll take our leave." Lu Yi had drunk a bit too much, and, upon hearing this, tried to stop them. No need to rush. Why don't you two also have a massage? My master here has excellent technique." This was just polite talk, but Zhang Ji, possibly a little drunk himself, nodded and said, "Sure thing, sixth brother. Let me enjoy the same treatment as you." Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Zhang Ji to take him up on it, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled and said, "All right, let this little fatty enjoy a taste of good fortune." Then, turning to the middle-aged man, he said, "Old Huang, give my 2 young brothers here a massage too." Old Huang seemed reluctant, his expression clearly showing hesitation, but out of respect for Lu Yi, he nodded and said, "Fine, whatever you say, sixth master." This private room appeared to be Lu Ye's exclusive space. Behind a folding screen was a massage bed. Unconcerned about others watching, Lu Yi stripped off his upper clothes and lay down. The old guy was extremely thin, almost nothing but skin and bones left. After Lu Yi lay down, Old Huang stepped beside him, gently placed both hands on Lu Ye's back, and began slowly patting. As Old Huang continued massaging, Lu Yi occasionally let out a soft moan. Zhang Ji watched, thoroughly entertained, but Lin Shan frowned. He realized that this Old Huang was clearly harming people. Chapter 59, Conspiracy. Lin Shan watched for a moment, then said, "You're doing this wrong." Lu Yi, who had originally been lying with his eyes closed in relaxation, instantly opened them and turned to look at Lin Shan. The old master, Lao Huang, hearing this, frowned and glared at Lin Shan. "What did you say?" He suspected he must have misheard. How could this young kid be questioning him? "I said," Lin Shan replied calmly, "your method of massage is probably incorrect." Then he extended both hands and continued. "You kept pressing on Lu Ji's Tianqi and Ling Hu acupoints just now. But look at Lu Gu. His complexion is sallow, his eyes bloodshot, and his hands are dry and withered. It's clear he suffers from yang deficiency. Yet your technique stimulates his yang energy, which only makes things worse." Lu Yi, noticing that Lin Shan actually made sense, immediately turned to look at Lao Huang. Because of the brutal life he'd lived earlier, his body was severely damaged. Now that he'd gone legitimate, he'd become obsessed with health preservation. Lao Huang, the masseur, had been recommended by his adopted son. Truthfully, Lu Yi didn't understand much about it, but seeing how confident and skilled Lao Huang appeared, he simply went along with it. Perhaps due to psychological effect, he genuinely felt some improvement. But now, hearing Lin Shan speak so convincingly, doubt flickered in his eyes. Men like Lu Yi were naturally suspicious. A fleeting hint of panic flashed across Lao Huang's eyes before he forced himself to respond. "Nonsense. What do you know? You're just a kid. Don't listen to this brat, Boss Lu." "Nonsense." Lin Shan let out a cold chuckle, squinting at the man. "If it were someone else, I might have pretended not to see. But since it's Boss Lu, I can't just stand by and stay silent." "Boss Lu, tell me, haven't you felt a burning sensation in your lower abdomen every night lately?" Lu Yi's expression shifted sharply. He nodded slowly. That's right. He had thought it was a sign that the massage was working, that it was reviving his virility. Moreover, Lin Shan pressed on. "During the day, you've been restless, constantly thinking about sex, more than ever before. Am I correct?" A flash of sharp awareness lit up Lu Ye's eyes. Since youth, he'd always enjoyed women. As he aged, his body could no longer support such indulgences. But recently, he'd felt as though he'd regressed to his younger days. He'd attributed this entirely to his new health regimen. Slowly, Lu Yi rose from the massage table and turned to face Lao Huang. Brother Lin speaks the truth. At this moment, sweat had begun to bead on Lao Huang's forehead, though he still tried to remain composed. Lin Shan continued. "You might think all of this is thanks to health cultivation, but that's not the case. You already suffer from deficient yang. Forcibly stimulating yang energy only depletes your vital foundation. Sure, you may enjoy nights of pleasure for the next 2 years, but soon, you'll fall gravely ill." One of the black-suited bodyguards nearby suddenly grabbed Lao Huang by the shoulder. Lao Huang flinched violently, staring desperately at Lu Yi. "Boss Lu, don't believe his lies. These are all baseless fabrications." Lu Yi's gaze wavered slightly, but he said nothing. Lin Shan went on. "Boss Lu, I'm speaking only because you treat me like a friend. If you trust me, let me give you a massage instead. I won't claim instant results, but at least you'll feel better. Tell me, haven't your kidney areas been sore lately?" Lu Yi blushed slightly. Recently, he'd been rather busy, so his back had indeed taken a toll. He looked at Lin Shan with surprise. "Brother Lin, you actually understand this too?" It was all thanks to the Changchun Gong, but Lin Shan merely smiled. "I know a little. Boss Lu, care to give it a try?" Though they hadn't known each other long, Lu Yi sensed Lin Shan wasn't one to boast empty words. After a moment's thought, he nodded. "All right then, I'll trouble you, Brother Lin." With that, he lay back down on the massage table. Meanwhile, Lao Huang was now firmly restrained by the bodyguard, sweat dripping steadily from his brow. Zhang Ji, watching from the side, was utterly stunned. Lin Shan stepped calmly to Lu Ye's side, placed both hands on his waist, and activated the Changchun Gong. Immediately, Lu Yi felt a warm, soothing sensation spreading through his lower back, extremely pleasant. The persistent aches of recent days eased significantly. Then, Lin Shan began rhythmic tapping and pressure. Lu Yi closed his eyes tightly. Though he didn't understand the intricacies, just this brief session convinced him. Lin Shan hadn't lied. Lao Huang truly had something to hide. After about 15 minutes, Lin Shan withdrew his hands. All right, boss Lu done. Lu Yi stood up, sighing in amazement. In my entire life, I've never experienced such skillful hands. Brother Lin, with talent like yours, you'll never lack for food or clothes. You flatter me, boss Lu. I can come by and massage you anytime. That would be perfect. Lu Yi nodded happily, then turned to look at Lao Huang, who stood drenched in sweat. The smile on Lu Ye's face vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling glint of killing intent. Zhang Ji couldn't help trembling all over, while Lin Shan remained extremely calm. He had seen blood before. Lu Yi, witnessing this scene, grew even more astonished. This kid really has guts. As the thought crossed his mind, Lu Yi asked, Old Huang, who put you up to this? Old Huang's body continued to tremble as he stammered. Sixth master, maybe my skills are just inadequate, but I truly didn't mean any harm. Lu Yi shook his head. Was it Old Three who told you to do this? Years ago, Lu Yi had suffered internal injuries that left him unable to have children, so he took in 3 adopted sons. The eldest had already died, leaving only 2 behind. Old Three was his 3rd adopted son, the very one who had recommended Old Huang. Before Old Huang could speak, bang! The door to the private room burst open with a tremendous crash, and a dozen or so men brandishing cleavers surged inside in a chaotic swarm. At the front was a burly, fierce-looking man. Upon entering, he sneered cruelly. Dad, your son's here to send you to the afterlife. Lin Shan never expected that coming for a simple meal would land him right in the middle of a power struggle. Seeing Zhang Ji still standing there dazed, Lin Shan quickly yanked him behind himself and snapped, Old Zhang, stay back. A cleaver came slashing down toward Lin Shan's head. He shifted his feet swiftly, dodging the blow, then drove a punch straight into the attacker's abdomen. The burly thug flew backward from the impact, crashing hard into the wall. This sudden, powerful move stunned everyone in the room. Lu Yi and his bodyguard stared at Lin Shan in shock. Old Three immediately raised an arm, halting his men, then eyed Lin Shan suspiciously. Who the hell are you? Before Lin Shan could respond, Lu Yi cut in coldly. Old Three, I always knew you were a wolf in sheep's clothing. Now you're trying to kill me? Old Three let out a hollow chuckle. Dad, you've been sitting on this throne too long. Everyone's tired of waiting. And trust me, you've got plenty of people who want you dead besides me. Chapter 60, A True Expert. Lu Yi's eyes gleamed coldly. At this moment, Lin Shan clearly sensed the killing intent radiating from the man. Lu Yi was like a crouching tiger. Though his claws remained sheathed, that didn't mean he was weak. Lu Yi said in a frigid voice, Old Three, it depends on whether you have the stomach for this. Betrayed by his adopted son, yet Lu Yi remained remarkably calm. No cursing fate, no shouting in rage. Old Three sighed deeply and said, Dad, over the years, many have claimed you're getting old. But to me, you're still the same man. Even now, at this point, you still refuse to accept your fate. After speaking, Old Three suddenly turned to Lin Shan and said, Brother, we have no quarrel. This matter doesn't involve you. If you leave right now, once everything's settled, I'll hand over 10 million with both hands. He had been plotting this day for years, slowly infiltrating Lu Ye's security circle, planting women to whisper into Lu Ye's ear at night, finally seizing what he thought was a perfect opportunity. He believed nothing could go wrong. Yet Lin Shan had become an unexpected variable. Just from watching Lin Shan's earlier move, Old Three instantly realized this man was no ordinary person. At his level of power, he understood the world wasn't as mundane as most believed. There were people who possessed abilities beyond normal men, like the martial heroes from wuxia novels. Lu Yi chuckled. Old Three, 10 million is rather stingy. After all the time you've spent under me, is this how I taught you? Brother Lin, if you save my life today, I'll offer 30 million myself, with both hands. In that instant, both sides turned their eyes to Lin Shan. Lin Shan frowned slightly. From just a glance, he had already counted 17 of Old Three's men remaining, excluding the one he'd thrown aside. Each one fierce and menacing, clearly seasoned fighters. With his current cultivation, holding them off wouldn't be difficult. The real challenge lay in also protecting Zhang Ji. Lin Shan didn't hesitate long. Almost immediately, he decided to help Lu Yi. The reason was simple. Killing one's adoptive father. Such an act would be despised even in the underworld, let alone in today's society governed by law. These gangsters all sought legitimacy. No matter how sincere Old Three sounded now, promising him 10 million. Once Lin Shan left and Old Three fully absorbed Lu Ye's empire, he'd turn around and eliminate Lin Shan to cover his tracks. Lin Shan saw through this clearly, and so did Zhang Ji. He whispered urgently into Lin Shan's ear. Shan, he sounds reasonable now, but if he really kills Sixth Master, we'll be next. Zhang Ji's heart was pounding. He was genuinely an ordinary man. Until today, he thought scenes like this existed only in movies. Seeing Lin Shan and Zhang Ji whispering, Lu Ye's eyes flickered. He added, Brother Lin, Xiaopang, if you two have witnessed this son killing his own father, do you really think he'll spare either of you? Truly a crafty old fox. With just a few words, he effortlessly shattered all of Old Three's efforts. In truth, Lu Yi wasn't as composed inside as he appeared. Having seen Lin Shan's earlier display, he knew without a doubt that Lin Shan was indeed an expert. His bodyguards were skilled, but still within the realm of ordinary humans. They could fight their way out, but protecting him while doing so would be far more difficult. In his youth, he had been a killing machine, but age had caught up, and years of comfort and privilege had dulled his edge. If he wanted to survive today, he needed Lin Shan on his side. Old Three growled, I keep my word. I won't lift a finger against you. But men of their age understood. One thing promises lacked was substance. Lin Shan turned to Zhang Ji. When things break loose, you jump out the window first. Their target is 6th Master. They probably won't bother with you. Zhang Ji nodded. Then Lin Shan said to Old 3, I need a little more time to think. Old 3 snapped. You better decide quickly. So both factions waited, tense, silent, for Lin Shan's answer. In truth, Lin Shan had never intended to join either side. He was stalling for time. 15 minutes passed before Old 3 finally realized he had been tricked. His fury exploded. You dare play me? Brothers, cut him to pieces. At Old 3's roar, the knife-wielding men surged forward. Go! Lin Shan shoved Zhang Ji and braced himself against the 3 attackers rushing at him. The private room was narrow, meaning only a few opponents could engage at once, a blessing for Lin Shan. He noticed Lu Ye's bodyguards blocking the way ahead, while Lu Ye himself had grabbed a wooden stool. Lin Shan reached out with a sweeping motion, first disarming one man. The moment his hand clamped down on the man's wrist, a pained cry erupted as if the bones had shattered, and naturally, he could no longer hold onto the knife. After seizing the blade, Lin Shan deflected the next attacker's strike, then launched a powerful kick into another man's lower abdomen. That man flew backward as if hit by a car. The 3 men crowded behind him were sent tumbling along with him, crashing to the floor. With just that single move, everyone present was left stunned. Lin Shan stood before them, brandishing the machete, radiating an aura of one man holds the pass. 10,000 cannot break through. King hell, this is too damn cool. Zhang Ji, who had been crouched by the windowsill ready to flee, completely forgot about escaping as he stared in awe at Lin Shan's commanding presence. Seeing morale among his men plummet to rock bottom, Old 3 knew they were finished unless they took down Lin Shan immediately. Without hesitation, he grabbed his own knife and stepped forward, shouting, kill him. 2 of his closest men followed right behind. As soon as Old 3 entered the fray, Lin Shan sensed something different. The man moved with light, practiced steps, clearly trained. But that was all it amounted to. Against Lin Shan, he was still utterly powerless. Because Lin Shan was simply too fast. He darted forward in a flash. Old 3 only saw a blur before a searing pain exploded in his gut. Lin Shan's fist had already landed. Old 3 retched violently, instantly drained of strength, collapsing to the ground as he stared up at Lin Shan in disbelief. The other 2 men had been charging in, but seeing their boss go down so easily, they hesitated mid-step. Lu Yi and his bodyguard stood there, emotions mixed. They had braced themselves for a brutal fight, yet this crisis had been effortlessly defused by Lin Shan. Just then, loud footsteps rang out from outside. 6th Master. Alongside the footsteps came numerous shouts. Lin Shan knew at once. Lu Ye's reinforcements had arrived. Over 100 men poured in from outside. Old 3 turned pale, let out a self-mocking laugh, and looked at Lin Shan. Never thought I'd end up falling at your hands. His followers' faces turned deathly white. At that moment, Lu Yi called out, drop your weapons. What's happened today? I will not pursue it. Chapter 61 Befriending Lu Yi. These words shattered the last line of defense in these people's hearts. Without any hesitation, they dropped their weapons and turned to look at Lu Yi. Then, the people outside rushed in, seized all of them, and dragged them away. Meanwhile, Old 3 was also subdued by Lu Ye's bodyguard and brought before him. Old 3, do you have anything to say? Lu Yi asked slowly. Old 3 replied with a blank expression. Victory belongs to the conqueror, defeat to the conquered. A muscle in Lu Ye's face twitched. This adopted son had once been the child of his sworn brother. With no heir of his own blood, deep down, Lu Yi had secretly raised him as his successor, yet he never expected such a betrayal. Lu Yi remained silent for a long time before finally saying, everything I have is yours eventually. Why be in such a hurry? Old 3 shook his head. Dad, I, and my men, couldn't wait anymore. Whether the next leader would be second brother or me, you never made it clear. Of course, people began to think too much. Now that I've been caught, it's better this way. At least second brother won't need to worry anymore. Lin Shan sensed Lu Ye's expression instantly darken. Many people were watching around them, yet Lu Yi said nothing. No one dared to act on Old 3 without permission. After a long pause, Lu Yi finally said, Old Wu, take him away and keep him securely guarded. Old Wu was Lu Ye's bodyguard. Upon hearing this, he quickly responded, yes, boss, then escorted Old 3 out. Just then, an excited voice suddenly came from outside. Dad. Lin Shan turned to see a tall, middle-aged man rush in, seemingly in his 30s. Seeing that Lu Yi was unharmed, tears immediately welled up in his eyes as he knelt before Lu Yi. Dad, thank goodness you're safe. As soon as I found out about Old 3's despicable act, I came right away. That bastard, less than a pig or dog. Lu Yi looked at his second son, his eyes revealing a complex emotion. He spoke softly. I'm fine. You're busy. Go back to your work. Second brother hesitated slightly. Dad, let me stay here and keep you company. Lu Yi gave a faint smile. I've weathered countless storms in my life. What? Are you afraid I might be frightened? Go on. With that, second brother reluctantly rose. All right, Dad, and slowly left the room. After second brother had gone, a deep weariness showed on Lu Ye's face. He waved his hand. You all go now. Everyone present left the private room. Zhang Ji and Lin Shan exchanged glances and started to leave too. They originally wanted to talk to Lu Yi about the blacksmith matter, but given what had just happened, it clearly wasn't the right moment. Perhaps they could visit again some other time. But as the two reached the door, Lu Yi called out, Brother Lin, little fat, don't be in such a rush to leave. Stay a while longer and keep this old man company. Since Lu Yi said so, Lin Shan and Zhang Ji had no choice but to remain. The vast room was now left with only the 3 of them. Fortunately, the bodyguard Old Wu returned shortly. Lu Yi asked, did Old 3 say anything? Old Wu shook his head. Lu Yi sighed lightly, then suddenly said, earlier, second brother lingered because he wanted to see how I deal with Old 3. Deep down, he must be hoping Old 3 dies. Lin Shan and Zhang Ji remained silent. This involved internal power shifts within Lu Ye's circle, something two outsiders like themselves shouldn't comment on. After speaking, Lu Ye let out a soft laugh and said to Lin Shan, "Brother Lin, you must think this is quite a spectacle." Lin Shan shook his head. "Sixth brother, when you run a big business, such incidents are inevitable. Just try not to take it too hard." Lu Ye sighed. "Yes, after all, taking care of oneself is most important. Brother Lin, thank you sincerely today. If it weren't for you, I definitely would have died here. Like I said earlier, 30 million, not a penny less. From now on, you'll be my lifesaver. Whatever you ask of me, I will do it." Such a promise carried immense weight. The sum of 30 million was certainly tempting to Lin Shan. Yet, he quickly thought of Xiao Chang's matter. If he took the full 30 million, Lu Ye wouldn't refuse, but their relationship would become diluted, turning into a mere transaction. If he truly wanted to befriend Lu Ye as a friend, he couldn't accept it all. Thinking thus, Lin Shan spoke, "Sixth brother, I consider you a friend. Saying things like that makes me feel like you're treating me as just another hired hand." Lu Ye studied Lin Shan deeply. He naturally understood what Lin Shan meant. This kid is extraordinary. 30 million, saying no so easily? I didn't have that kind of self-control back in my day. And on top of that, such skill in combat. I really must build a solid friendship with him. Lu Ye nodded and laughed heartily. "Huh. Yes, you're right. I was being foolish, brother. Since you say so, let me give you 10 million instead, just as team money. I hope this time you won't refuse." Lin Shan knew when to stop while ahead and nodded, saying, "Then I'll take your kindness, big brother." The private room instantly filled with warmth and cheerfulness. Even old Wu's gaze toward Lin Shan now carried a hint of closeness. Lu Ye said, "Meeting you today, my younger brother, truly makes me happy. Don't go anywhere else for lunch tomorrow. Stay here with me." Lin Shan replied, "I'd be honored to accept." Lu Ye hurriedly stood up and walked outside, instructing the waiter, "Go prepare the finest banquet you can. At noon tomorrow, I'm drinking with my newly met brother here until neither of us can hold any more." The waiter nodded and quickly ran off. At this moment, Lin Shan felt it was appropriate to bring up his matter and said, "Brother, actually there's something I'd like to trouble you with." Lu Ye waved his hand generously. "Speak freely." Lin Shan smiled slightly and said, "Big brother, I've always had a fascination with ancient swords, armor, and helmets. I heard you know some craftsmen who can forge these items. I was hoping you could introduce me to them." Upon hearing this, Lu Ye said, "Is that all? I thought it was something serious. A couple years ago, I was into those things too, so I hired a few people, claim to use ancient techniques. I still keep them around. I'll inform them right away. Whenever you have time, just pay them a visit." Having said that, Lu Ye immediately made a call in front of Lin Shan, then handed over the contact information of the craftsman. This resolved one of Lin Shan's long-standing concerns. Afterward, the group chatted casually in the private room until late into the night. Lin Shan returned to his guest room. The guest rooms here were designed to the highest hotel standards, luxurious and extravagant. Inside the room, a woman was already waiting for him. Seeing the confusion on Lin Shan's face, she asked, "Boss Lin, don't you like me?" Without expression, Lin Shan pulled the blanket over her and said, "You're very charming, but I just don't care for this kind of thing. It's fine. I'll explain to sixth brother. He won't blame you." Hearing Lin Shan say this, the woman didn't insist further. She quietly dressed and left. Thus, Lin Shan slept peacefully through the entire night. The next morning, he left early, taking a stroll around the estate. When he returned, he saw Zhang Ji walking in with dark circles under his eyes. Lin Shan grinned and said, "Old Zhang, looks like you had quite a busy night." Zhang Ji chuckled, "What didn't you?" Lin Shan shook his head. Zhang Ji, familiar with Lin Shan's character, expected nothing less. Jokingly, he said, "I don't have your self-control. When something's offered on a silver platter, how could I possibly refuse?" The two exchanged a few words when Xiao Bai, the young man who had transferred money to Lin Shan the other day, approached gracefully. Seeing them, he said, "Brother Shan, Brother Zhang, Sixth Master sent me to invite you both for a meal." Lin Shan nodded, following Xiao Bai back to the same private room as yesterday. Although yesterday's fight had overturned all the furniture, everything had been restored perfectly. The chaos from the previous day was completely erased. No trace remained of the violent incident that had taken place. As Lin Shan entered, he was surprised to find the room packed with people, each displaying different expressions. As soon as they saw Lin Shan walk in, they all rose simultaneously. Lu Ye also stood up, laughing heartily. "Haha, here comes my savior." Lin Shan quickly responded, "Sixth brother, you flatter me." Lu Ye warmly approached Lin Shan, guiding him to the main seat before firmly pushing him down onto it. Then, addressing the others, he said, "These brothers here are my business partners, and some of the younger ones I've helped along the way. We're all close brothers. When they heard about my incident, they insisted on coming to see me, so I figured I should at least treat them to a meal. They're also quite curious about my savior, so let me introduce you all properly." Then, turning back to the crowd, Lu Ye announced, "Everyone, this is Brother Lin, the man who saved my life. Since you're all here today, get to know him. From now on, if Brother Lin ever needs anything, I hope each of you will grant me this favor and show him respect." At this point, Lin Shan fully understood. Everyone present today was already part of Lu Ye's circle, either someone he had helped or someone deeply tied to him by interest. Lu Ye was deliberately expanding Lin Shan's network. Everyone was extremely enthusiastic, repeatedly saying, of course, and one by one came forward to add Lin Shan on WeChat. Sitting there, Lin Shan felt a sense of unreality. Just days ago, any one of these people would have been unapproachable to him. Yet now, they were lining up to connect with him. After the introductions were done, the dinner continued. One after another, people came to toast Lin Shan. In the end, Lin Shan had no choice but to use his inner energy to expel the alcohol from his body, narrowly avoiding an embarrassing scene. Lu Ye was already quite drunk, leaning on Lin Shan's shoulder and saying, "Look at this, everyone. My brother here isn't just skilled in martial arts. His alcohol tolerance is incredible too. He's down 2 gene already and still acts like nothing happened." That drinking session didn't end until 3 in the afternoon. Lin Shan held up fine, but Zhang Ji had completely passed out. Lin Shan had no choice but to stay behind and keep him company while he sobered up. After helping Zhang Ji back into his room and onto the bed, Zhang Ji lay there sighing. Ah Shan, you've really made it now. Just now, the guy sitting beside me. You know who he was? Lin Shan frowned slightly, recalling. The man next to Zhang Ji was bald with a long scar across his head, yet seemed rather amiable. Who? Zhang Ji rolled over, bleary-eyed, and said, remember that club I always go to, Li Du Club? Lin Shan nodded. Yeah, I know it. It's a pretty big place. That's right, Zhang Ji went on. I know the owner. I remember clearly. One day, the owner actually knelt before that bald-headed elder brother right where he sat today. Back then, that guy wasn't nearly this friendly. Ah Shan, every single person at that dinner today is a big shot. This time, we really saved face. Lin Shan smiled faintly. We're just getting started. Zhang Ji rubbed his face with both hands, then looked at Lin Shan with complicated emotions. Ah Shan, I don't know what you've been through these past few days, but you're definitely different now. Your brother's genuinely happy for you. A warm feeling surged through Lin Shan. Ever since his divorce, without a doubt, Zhang Ji had been the one who helped him the most. He would never forget this kindness. Lin Shan patted Zhang Ji's shoulder and said, Old Zhang, I owe you real gratitude these days. From now on, we'll make money together, brothers. Zhang Ji chuckled, then closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. He slept straight through until the next day. Meanwhile, eager about the blacksmiths, Lin Shan went straight to their workshop the day after bidding farewell to Lu Yi. It was still in the suburbs. Following the navigation for quite a while, Lin Shan finally arrived at several low, humble bungalows. A sign at the entrance read, Home Ho Workshop. He walked in and immediately bumped into a long-haired man wearing work clothes. The man looked at Lin Shan and asked, Who are you looking for? Lin Shan replied, I'm here by Master Six's introduction. I'd like to take a look at some weapons, armor, and such. The man instantly understood. Oh, you must be Brother Shan. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Gung Hao, just call me Old Gung. Clearly, Lu Yi had already informed Gung Hao beforehand. Lin Shan glanced around. Inside the shed, several swords and blades were hanging up. He stepped in. Most of the weapons resembled those seen on television. Picking up a wild goose feather saber, Lin Shan swung it casually twice, then asked, Old Gung, do you think modern-made blades like these are sharper, or were the old ones sharper? Without hesitation, Gung Hao replied, They're not comparable at all. Taking the saber from Lin Shan's hand, he added, This blade here would have been considered a divine weapon in ancient times. But this kind of saber? I can churn out over a dozen a day. Chapter 62 Modern Swords and Knives. Lin Shan instantly understood. It must have been Lu Ye's doing, arranging this person to win him over. The girl on the bed was like a dewy, blooming flower, waiting to be plucked. Yet Lin Shan still restrained himself and said, I appreciate your kindness, and 6 brothers too, but I'll pass. It wasn't that he was particularly noble or had exceptional self-control. Hadn't he already fallen for Luo Bing before? It was simply that this girl was someone he'd just met. He couldn't bring himself to do something like this with a complete stranger. Hearing Lin Shan decline, the woman on the bed grew flustered, adjusting her sitting posture as the blanket slowly slid down, leaving nothing to the imagination. Director Lin, don't you like me? Lin Shan calmly pulled the blanket back up to cover her and said, You're very attractive, truly, but I just don't like doing things this way. Don't worry, I'll explain it to 6 brother. He won't blame you. Hearing that, the woman didn't insist further. She quietly dressed and left the room. And so, Lin Shan slept through the night peacefully. The next morning, Lin Shan left early, taking a walk around the estate. When he returned, he happened to see Zhang Ji with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Lin Shan chuckled. Old Zhang, looks like you had quite the busy night. Zhang Ji grinned slyly. What didn't you? Lin Shan shook his head. Zhang Ji knew Lin Shan well enough and expected this result. He joked, I sure don't have your discipline. When something's handed to you on a silver platter, why wouldn't you take it? The two chatted for a bit when Xiao Bai, the same one who had transferred money to Lin Shan the other day, approached gracefully. Seeing them, she said, Brother Shan, Brother Zhang, 6th uncle sent me to invite you both to dinner. Lin Shan nodded and followed behind Xiao Bai, returning once again to the private dining room from the previous day. Although the furniture inside had been overturned during yesterday's brawl, everything now looked perfectly restored. All traces of yesterday's chaos had been cleaned away, making it impossible to tell a violent incident had occurred here just a day earlier. As Lin Shan entered the room, he was surprised to find it already filled with people, each with a different expression on their face. Upon seeing Lin Shan enter, they all rose simultaneously. Lu Yi stood up too, laughing heartily. Haha, my savior has arrived. Lin Shan quickly replied, 6th brother, you're too kind. I can't accept such praise. Lu Yi warmly walked over to Lin Shan, guided him to the main seat, then firmly pushed him down into it before announcing, Everyone, this younger brother here is my savior. Now that we're all gathered, I want to introduce him properly. These brothers are my business partners, or younger ones I've helped along the way. We're all close like family. When they heard about my trouble, they insisted on coming to check on me. So naturally, I had to treat them to a meal. And since they were so curious about the man who saved my life, I figured it was time for an introduction. Then, turning to the others, Lu Yi continued, Everyone, this is Brother Lin, the man who saved my life. Since we're all here today, let's get acquainted. From now on, if Brother Lin ever needs anything, I hope each of you will give me the courtesy of lending him a hand. At this point, Lin Shan fully grasped the situation. Everyone present today belonged to Lu Ye's network of interests, either previously helped by him, or deeply entangled in mutual benefits. Lu Yi was clearly using this gathering to expand Lin Shan's connections. The guests were extremely enthusiastic, repeating, of course, absolutely, one after another, then taking turns adding Lin Shan on WeChat. Sitting there, Lin Shan felt a surreal sense of disbelief. Just days ago, any one of these people would have been beyond his reach. Yet now, they were queuing up to connect with him. After everyone had finished adding him, the banquet resumed. Toast after toast came Lin Shan's way. Eventually, he had no choice but to use his inner chi to expel the alcohol from his body. narrowly avoiding embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was already quite drunk. Leaning heavily on Lin Shan's shoulder, he declared to the crowd, "Look at this brother of mine. Not only is he incredibly skilled, but his drinking capacity is unmatched too. He's down nearly 2 gin of liquor and still acts like nothing happened." In the end, the feast stretched on until 3 in the afternoon. Lin Shan held up fine, but Zhang Ji was completely passed out. So Lin Shan decided to stay behind and keep him company while he sobered up. Helping Zhang Ji back to his room, Lin Shan laid him on the bed. Zhang Ji rolled over and sighed. "Ashen, you've really made it now. You know the guy who was sitting next to me just now?" Lin Shan frowned, trying to recall. The man beside Zhang Ji had been bald, with a noticeable scar across his head, but otherwise seemed quite friendly. "Who?" Zhang Ji rolled onto his side, bleary-eyed, and said, "Do you remember that place I always go to? Li Wei Club?" Zhang Ji said, "Yeah, I know the owner of that place. I remember it clearly. One day, that owner was kneeling right in front of the bald guy who sat next to me today. Back then, this bald brother wasn't nearly this friendly. Ashen, every single person at today's banquet is a big shot. This time, we've truly saved face." Lin Shan smiled faintly. "This is just the beginning." Zhang Ji rubbed his face with both hands, then looked at Lin Shan with a complicated expression. "Ashen, I don't know what you've been through these past days, but you're definitely different now. I'm genuinely happy for you, brother." A warm feeling spread through Lin Shan's heart. Since his divorce, without a doubt, Zhang Ji had been the one who helped him the most. He would never forget this debt of gratitude. Lin Shan patted Zhang Ji on the shoulder and said, "Old Zhang, I really need to properly thank you these days. From now on, you and I, we'll make money together, brother." Zhang Ji chuckled happily, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. Zhang Ji slept straight through until the next day, while Lin Shan, eager to meet the blacksmith, said his goodbyes to Lu Yi the following morning and headed directly to the smithy. It was still out in the suburbs. Following navigation for quite some time, Lin Shan finally arrived at a cluster of low, single-story houses. At the entrance hung a sign that read Hong Ho Workshop. He walked in and immediately bumped into a long-haired man wearing work overalls. Seeing Lin Shan, the man asked, "Who are you looking for?" Lin Shan replied, "I was sent by Sixth Uncle. I came to check out some weapons and armor here." The man instantly understood. "Oh, you must be Brother Shan. Hi, I'm Gung Hao, you can call me Lao Gong." Clearly, Lu Yi had already informed Gung Hao in advance. Lin Shan glanced around. He could see several swords and blades hanging inside the shed. He stepped in. Most of the blades resembled styles seen on TV dramas. Lin Shan picked up a swallowtail saber and casually swung it twice before asking, "Lao Gong, do you think modern swords are sharper, or were the old ones sharper?" Without hesitation, Gung Hao replied, "There's no comparison between the two." He took the saber from Lin Shan's hand. Back in ancient times, this blade would have been considered a divine weapon. But nowadays, I can pump out over a dozen like this in a single day. Chapter 63 Huge Profits. Lin Shan listened with great interest and replied, "So what you're saying is that efficiency has gone up?" Gung Hao nodded. "Exactly. Technology has advanced. Many things that were impossible before can now be done. Output has increased dramatically. Knives like this used to be forged by only a handful of craftsmen, but now they can be mass-produced. Nowadays, though, most people buy these things just to show off. Don't take it the wrong way when I say this, but if you actually want to slash someone, a watermelon knife is good enough." Lin Shan burst out laughing. In fact, he had already seen how powerful those watermelon knives were. They were common at Lu Ye's estate. Lin Shan asked, "Lao Gong, are our current watermelon knives more durable than the swords and blades used in ancient armies?" Gung Hao was clearly an expert. He answered without even pausing to think. Durability-wise, they're about the same. The real problem when slashing people is getting caught in bone. That really wears down the blade. Then there's armor penetration. Watermelon knives aren't good for piercing armor. That's similar to Japanese katana. Back then, samurai didn't wear much armor, so katanas became popular. They're sharp, but lack toughness and perform terribly against armor. Even 6S watermelon knives will dull after cutting 7 or 8 people and need replacing. But most ancient swords and blades were about the same. Lin Shan recalled the soldiers from the other world. He remembered they mostly wore leather armor, mixed with bits of iron. Noticing Lin Shan deep in thought, Gung Hao asked, "Shanji, do you want these weapons for actual combat, or just for looks?" Lin Shan shrugged. "I want both, effective for fighting and good looking. Lao Gong, make me replicas of standard-issue military weapons from ancient times, swords, spears, lances. First, give me one prototype of each type. What's the rough cost?" Gung Hao looked completely relaxed. "Cost isn't high at all. Take the knife in your hand, for example. The materials cost around 30 to 40 yuan. 6Ye keeps paying my salary anyway. He's been supporting me for years while I've been idle and bored. So tell me, Shanji, how many do you want?" Lin Shan thought for a moment. Maybe 1 or 2,000 for the first order. Zhang Ji and Gung Hao both froze in shock. Then Gung Hao said, "Shanji, you're something else. Who knew there'd still be a group that big in this era? Walking around slashing people with such knives? It's almost retro." Zhang Ji added, "Hey Shan, why do you need so many knives? Do you even have that many underlings?" Since Lin Shan couldn't reveal the interworld passage, he could only answer mysteriously, "They're not for my own men. I have other uses." "Lao Gong, how long will making these take?" Gung Hao said, "They'll be ready by tomorrow. 1 knife, 1 sword, 1 spear. How does that sound, Shanji?" Lin Shan nodded. "Fine. What about a set of armor?" Gung Hao said, "There are many kinds of armor, half body, chest only, or full suits. They're quite different. Just the kind regular foot soldiers used back then." Gung Hao replied, "The weapons are no problem, ready by tomorrow. But the armor might take a little longer. It's been ages since I last made any." Lin Shan nodded. He didn't plan to leave, instead staying nearby to watch Gung Hao work. Most of the time, Gung Hao was operating machinery. This was the power of industrialization. By early next morning, Lin Shan's requested items were ready. A short knife, a battle sword, and a long spear, all styled in an antique fashion. Lin Shan took the 3 weapons to an empty room and told Zhang Ji to wait for him. Then he brought the 3 weapons into the other world. Xiao Dai had grown somewhat accustomed to her unpredictable master. As soon as Lin Shan arrived, he went straight to find Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong examined the 3 weapons carefully, then slowly nodded. These look far better than what the county troops use. But what will the selling price be? Before coming here, Lin Shan had thoroughly questioned Gung Hao about the actual material cost of these weapons, excluding labor. Gung Hao's answer, around 50 yuan for swords and knives. Spears were much cheaper, just over 20 yuan, because they used less iron, though the shafts were more expensive. In this world, Lin Shan had previously asked Xiao Chong. Common swords and knives were priced at 1 tael of silver. But since silver wasn't valuable in the main world, Lin Shan wanted payment in gold. 1 tael of gold equaled 10 taels of silver, equivalent to 10 swords or knives. 10 swords, minus labor costs, amounted to only 500 yuan, but 1 tael of gold was worth as much as 35,000 yuan. This wasn't just outrageous profit, it was madness. Now, facing Xiao Chong's question, Lin Shan paused briefly before replying. Out there, ordinary weapons sell for at least 1 tael of silver per piece. Mine are clearly superior in quality, but I won't raise the price. If needed, I might even go slightly lower. Xiao Chong said upon hearing this. In that case, we can talk. Lin Shan, I'll be straight with you. We definitely need to give some share to Ling Hu Chong if we're going to do this business. As things grow later on, we'll have to see profits too, because there are simply too many people eyeing this opportunity. Lin Shan had long been mentally prepared for this point and slowly nodded. I understand. That's fine. Good. Since that's settled, let's go see Ling Hu Chong now. Xiao Chong ordered his men to prepare horses, then summoned Guyan, and the 3 of them rode off towards Sanwen County's Yamen. On the way, Lin Shan noticed many refugees passing by. Seeing the look of confusion in Lin Shan's eyes, Xiao Chong sighed softly. This year is a disaster year, poor harvests everywhere. I've heard locust plagues have broken out in neighboring prefectures as well. That's why so many common folk have become displaced. Sanwen wasn't ever much of a place before, but under these circumstances, it's actually become relatively good. Lin Shan remained silent. Although the other world had powerful martial cultivators, they offered little help to ordinary people. Once a disaster year came, countless families would be shattered. The group spent about an hour traveling before arriving at Sanwen County's walled town. Compared to a regular village or market town, the biggest difference was the low wall surrounding it, and there were far more pedestrians around. Xiao Chong led Lin Shan into the county yamen and informed the bailiffs of their identity. Upon learning who Xiao Chong was, the bailiff immediately went to announce their arrival. Soon after, a scholar-like man hurried out from within the yamen, saw Xiao Chong, and quickly greeted. Master Xiao, your presence is an honor. Please come in, please come in. The scholar escorted the 3 inside, all the way to the back hall, where Ling Hu Chong was already waiting. Dressed in official robes, he immediately stepped forward when he saw the trio approach. Brother Xiao, I've been waiting quite some time for you. Then turning to Lin Shan, he asked, Younger brother Lin, have you made your decision regarding the constable position? Lin Shan clasped his fists respectfully. Since His Excellency has honored me with such trust, I am willing to take up the post of constable. Chapter 64, Ling Hu Chang's suggestion. Ling Hu Chong smiled. That would be excellent. I'll send someone shortly to escort you to the camp. Seeing that Lin Shan's appointment as a squad leader had been settled, Xiao Chong slowly spoke up. Director Ling Hu, the reason Lin Shan and I came today is actually to discuss another matter with you. Ling Hu Chong turned to Lin Shan curiously. What might that be? Lin Shan calmly brought forward several weapons he had concealed behind his back, unwrapped the long cloth covering them, and placed them on the table. A hint of confusion flickered in Ling Hu Chang's eyes, but he did not speak first, waiting instead for Lin Shan to explain. These weapons were all forged by my men, Lin Shan said. In fact, I'd like to propose doing business with the government in this regard. Ling Hu Chong was visibly surprised. When did he acquire such men? Since Ling Hu Chong had decided to appoint Lin Shan as squad leader, he naturally had investigated Lin Shan's background. He knew that Lin Shan had arrived unexpectedly in Sanwen County, claiming to be a traveling merchant. Ling Hu Chong picked up each weapon one by one for inspection. As he examined them, he realized their quality was outstanding, certainly far superior to the equipment currently used by his county soldiers. He narrowed his eyes at Lin Shan. I never expected Brother Lin to have subordinates with such skills. I've always been curious. Exactly who are you, Brother Lin? Lin Shan sighed. Sir, my hometown was long ago destroyed by war. I can hardly even remember what it looked like. Since then, I've merely been a merchant. Ling Hu Chong did not press further, instead asking, Brother, how much do you sell these weapons for? Lin Shan pointed at the swords and knives. 1 tael of silver per blade. Spears go for 700 coins. That price is fair, and judging by the quality, these weapons surpass those of my county troops by far. Brother Lin, may I ask, if I needed 1,000 of these spears made, how long would it take? He picked up a spear and gently stroked its shaft. In ancient armies, the most commonly used weapon among foot soldiers was the spear. Simple in design, when formed into ranks and thrust forward together, even the most clumsy recruits could become effective fighters after minimal training. Swords and blades, on the other hand, were only useful in close combat. Lin Shan calculated briefly before replying. 1,000 spears. About 1 month. A month in this world equated to just over a day in the main world. In Gung Hao's workshop, he wasn't working alone. Many people were contributing, so producing 1,000 within a month in the main world was entirely feasible. 1 month. Ling Hu Chong was even more astonished. He gave Lin Shan a meaningful look. It seems Brother Lin's business operations are far larger than I imagined. Gazing down at the spear in his hand, Ling Hu Chong truly felt tempted. The world was growing increasingly unstable, and turmoil was spreading ever deeper. They were currently located in Gaodang Prefecture of the Wu Kingdom. Xine Prefecture, which bordered Gaodang, had already seen large-scale rebel uprisings. The imperial court appeared ineffective in quelling the rebellion, and there was a real possibility the rebels might spill into Gaodang. Without a capable and well-equipped local force, they would be at a severe disadvantage. Ling Hu Chong said slowly, I would very much like to do business with you, brother. But I must be honest, the Imperial Treasury is stretched thin. Even if we accept delivery, payment may have to be delayed for some time. This was something Xiao Chong had already explained to Lin Shan. It was common in this world, just like undertaking municipal construction projects in the main world, initial investments often had to be fronted. Lin Shan nodded. Naturally, I understand. However, I do have one request. When settling accounts, I want payment in gold. I won't accept silver or copper coins. Ling Huchong replied. That shouldn't be too difficult to arrange. However, Lin Shan, the weapons for the Sanwen County troops aren't purchased directly by our county office. We must follow instructions from the prefectural government. Your weapons are indeed of excellent quality. If you're interested, I can personally accompany you to the prefectural capital to speak with the magistrate. But you should know, it's not straightforward. There are complications. His expression grew slightly serious as he continued. Previously, the entire arms procurement business for the prefecture has always been managed by the Lin Shan sect. Lin Shan? Lin Shan had never heard the name before, but from the name alone, it sounded like a martial sect. Beside him, Xiao Chong let out a soft "oh." So it's them handling that business. Seeing Lin Shan's questioning glance, Xiao Chong explained, Lin Shan is one of the major local sects in Gaodang Prefecture. Its master is a powerhouse at the Shentin Jing level. Alongside Xinjian sect, they are the two strongest factions in the entire region. Ling Huchong said, exactly. Because of Lin Shan, no one else has been able to touch this business. Brother Lin, since your workshop wants to enter this trade, my advice is this. Go big, don't go small. You'll offend Lin Shan either way. Now that you already have a good relationship with Xinjian sect, and given that Xinjian and Lin Shan remain opposed to each other, the former has long coveted this business. In fact, you should consider discussing this directly with Xinjian sect. This intricate balance of power was unknown even to Xiao Chong. Indeed, those in official circles possessed information channels far beyond what ordinary people could access. Lin Shan sincerely said, thank you, sir, for your guidance. Ling Huchong waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. If such fine weapons could be supplied across the entire Gaodang Prefecture, it would be a blessing for all its people. As a local magistrate, recommending you is simply my duty. Although Ling Huchong himself couldn't make the final decision on this matter, this visit had at least provided Lin Shan and the others with some crucial information. Lin Shan exchanged a glance with Xiao Chong. Originally, they had planned to offer Ling Huchong a 2/10 share of the profits, but now that Ling Huchong's influence wasn't as great as they'd assumed, that 2/10 would naturally need adjusting. Lin Shan spoke up, Sir, we'll still need your help in facilitating this matter. I'm willing to give you 1/10 of the profits from the weapon sales. Hearing this, Ling Huchong quickly shook his head. There's no need for that. In truth, I can't offer much real assistance here. My role is merely to mention it to the prefect. Even if you approach Xinjian sect directly, they could advocate for you just as well. I appreciate the gesture, but it would be better to let Xinjian sect take that share. With a faint, knowing smile, he added, though their appetite might be considerably larger. Lin Shan sighed helplessly. If they have a Shentin Jing expert on their side, it's only natural they'd take the lion's share. The profit margin from arms trading was substantial, letting them have a bit more wouldn't hurt. Lin Shan could accept that. Shortly after, Ling Huchong dispatched someone to escort Lin Shan to the camp. It was merely a formality. Xiao Chong had already arranged for people to handle the rest of the logistics. After leaving Sanwen County town, the two returned to the Xiao family residence and immediately sought out Xiao Xiao, explaining their purpose. Lin Shan wished to pay a visit to the Xinjian sect. Chapter 65, The Kindness of Xinjian Sect. After hearing this, Xiao Xiao blinked and said, then let's depart now. My senior sister told me before I left that I must find an opportunity to invite Brother Lin up the mountain. Although Xiao Xiao had been away from the sect for a long time and was delighted being with her father, she knew that once one walked the martial path, cultivation advancement remained the most important thing. Thus, she decided to return to Xinjian sect immediately. The journey to Xinjian sect would take 3 days by horse. However, Xiao Chong, as head of the household, couldn't leave easily, so this trip would be made only by Xiao Xiao and Lin Shan. They traveled for 3 days until arriving beneath a vast mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Shan could already see the magnificent pavilions and towers atop the peak. Built into the mountain, Xinjian sect appeared majestic and imposing. At the base stood a massive gate, a 3-zhang-tall stone slab engraved with 3 large red characters. Xinjian sect. Looking at the monument, Xiao Xiao wore a hint of pride on her face as she turned to Lin Shan and said, Brother Lin, this is Xinjian sect. 2 disciples guarding the gate spotted Xiao Xiao and called out excitedly, Junior sister, you're back. Xiao Xiao waved back, Senior brothers, I'm back. The 2 disciples hurried down and immediately began asking her how she'd been, fussing over her. Lin Shan smiled quietly to the side. It took them a while to remember there was someone else present. One finally asked, Xiao Xiao, who's this? Xiao Xiao introduced him. Senior brother, this is Lin Shan, our Xiao family's protector. He has urgent matters to discuss with the sect master. Upon hearing the name, Lin Shan, both disciples looked slightly surprised. One of them turned to Lin Shan and said, so you are Brother Lin, the man who saved senior sister Mu Qing. Apparently, his deeds had already spread throughout Xinjian sect. So this Mu Qing truly is an upright person, Lin Shan thought inwardly. Most people wouldn't publicize such an embarrassing event as being rescued, especially not someone like Mu Qing, a bone-forging realm cultivator. That is indeed me, Lin Shan replied modestly, giving a respectful salute with cupped hands. A guest has arrived. We've neglected proper courtesy. The 2 disciples quickly returned the bow, then took care of the horses before leading the 2 to the front hall, where tea was served. Lin Shan and Xiao Xiao waited in the main hall for a short while before Mu Qing arrived briskly, greeting Lin Shan with a hearty smile. Brother Lin, long time no see, how have you been? Lin Shan rose and said, Miss Mu, I've come uninvited today because there's a matter I wish to discuss with the sect master. He had always been straightforward by nature. Fortunately, Mu Qing shared that same temperament and didn't find Lin Shan's directness offensive. She sat beside him and said, please speak freely, Brother Lin. Lin Shan removed the weapon from his back, unwrapped the cloth covering it, and pointed at it as he said, I have a group of brothers skilled in forging weapons. I'd like to start a business supplying arms to Gaodang Prefecture, but Ling Huchang advised me this trade is currently monopolized by Guling Mountain here. That's why I've come to you. Mu Qing's eyes lit up. She picked up the weapon on the table, examined it closely, and nodded. The quality is far superior to anything from Guling Mountain. Lin Shan, I won't hide anything from you. We've long desired to enter this trade ourselves. But nearly all the artisans are under Guling Mountain. Training new ones takes time and can't be accomplished overnight. Your proposal aligns perfectly with Xinjian's sect's ambitions. Finally, we have a chance to break in. I'll go right now and summon the sect master and elder Da to discuss this properly. Then I shall await your return, said Lin Shan. He hadn't expected things to progress so smoothly. After Mu Qing left for the inner chambers, Xiao Xiao beside him whispered, Brother Lin, Grandmaster is a kind man. When you meet him, just don't forget proper etiquette. Lin Shan nodded. This wait took a bit longer. The sect master of Xinjian sect was named Yin Bin, one of only 2 Shintin Jing masters in the sect, alongside Wu Jinghao, both extremely busy with sect affairs or deep in cultivation. They couldn't possibly appear instantly whenever Lin Shan wished. After about an hour and a half, Lin Shan suddenly sensed a powerful oppressive aura approaching. He quickly stood as Wu Jinghao entered with an elderly man whose appearance radiated kindness and benevolence. This man was naturally sect master Yin Bin himself. Lin Shan lowered his head respectfully. Lin Shan greets the sect master and elder Da. Yin Bin chuckled warmly. Young friend Lin, no need for such formality. You saved Xiao Xiao first, then Mu Qing. You're practically a great benefactor of Xinjian sect. Mu Qing already informed me of your purpose. We've long wanted to enter this arms trade. You've truly come at just the right moment, like offering a pillow to someone struggling to sleep. Lin Shan replied. Still, the effort will fall to the sect master. Why don't you examine my wares first? Yin Bin nodded, picked up the weapon, and examined it carefully. After a moment, he said, the craftsmanship far surpasses anything from Guling Mountain. Taking this to the magistrate's table, he set the weapon down and asked, Young Lin, what are the production costs for such items? Lin Shan gave the same answer as before. After hearing him out, Yin Bin's eyes showed even greater satisfaction. The quality is superior to theirs, yet the price remains comparable. Even if the magistrate personally wishes to award the contract to Guling Mountain, he won't be able to silence public opinion. Then Yin Bin turned to Wu Jinghao. Elder Wu, what are your thoughts? Wu Jinghao smiled. Master Yin, since we've decided to enter this trade, we should begin immediately. I suggest sending a letter to the prefect at once. I'll personally make the trip to the provincial capital. Yin Bin replied. If you're willing to go yourself, that would be ideal. At this point, Lin Shan remained silent. He knew his place. His cultivation level was only at the blood movement stage, too low to participate in their discussions. In this strange world, strength was ultimately what mattered most. After Yin Bin and Wu Jinghao finished consulting, Yin Bin asked again, Young Lin, can you also produce armor? Lin Shan answered, Of course, master. I can return right away and bring a sample. We have lamellar armor for regular soldiers, as well as full plate armor. Given the importance of the matter, Yin Bin didn't bother with pleasantries. Then I must trouble you with this journey. Lin Shan acted without hesitation, rising immediately. I'll go now. With Xiao Xiao accompanying him, Lin Shan returned to the foot of the mountain, mounted his horse, and left. Once out of sight, he tied the horse securely and returned to the main world. In the main world, Gung Hao was busy. 3 people were working together in the workshop. Lin Shan saw a suit of lamellar armor already hanging on a rack. The 3 were now forging a complete set of heavy plate armor. This couldn't be rushed, so Lin Shan had no choice but to wait. Gung Hao knew how urgent Lin Shan's request was, so they didn't rest that night, working overtime nonstop. By the next day, they finally completed the full suit of armor. The design closely resembled the Mountain Wind armor of the Tang dynasty. As soon as Lin Shan obtained it, he quickly slipped into a small room and returned to the other world. Chapter 66, Awaiting Good News. After returning to the alien world, Lin Shan galloped back to Xinjian sect. Perhaps due to something Yin Bin had said, the disciples of Xinjian sect now treated Lin Shan with even greater respect. The guarding disciples, upon seeing him, immediately led him up the mountain. Yin Bin had been waiting for Lin Shan these past few days. Upon hearing of his arrival, he promptly came to the main hall with Wu Jinghao. Lin Shan immediately took out the lamellar armor and full body armor. The two examined the 2 sets of armor, marveling at them. The craftsmanship and materials used in this armor far surpass anything from Guling Mountain. Lin Shan, what are the costs for producing these 2 types? Lin Shan replied, same price as those from Guling Mountain. Hearing this, Yin Bin stroked his beard and smiled. At the same price, but with vastly superior quality, even if Guling Mountain had some connections, they wouldn't be able to resist widespread demand. A set of lamellar armor from Guling Mountain cost about 10 taels of silver, while full body armor skyrocketed to 100 taels per set. Yet with modern manufacturing techniques, the cost for lamellar armor was merely 100 yuan and around 2,000 yuan for full body armor. Still a huge profit margin, and Lin Shan actually hoped for more orders. Wu Jinghao took away the 2 sets of armor, then turned to Yin Bin and said, Sect Master, we must act swiftly. I'll head to the provincial capital right away to build momentum. Yin Bin nodded, be cautious. Once Guling Mountain learns of this, they won't let it go easily. Keep me informed by letter if anything comes up. Wu Jinghao bowed slightly. Yes, Sect Master. Then he looked at Lin Shan, offering a friendly smile. Young friend Lin, I shall take my leave first to handle matters in the capital. This matter is crucial and won't be settled quickly, but rest assured, once there's news, our Xinjian sect will notify you immediately. Lin Shan clasped his hands together. I appreciate the effort, senior elder. Wu Jinghao waved dismissively. No need for thanks. It's we of Xinjian sect who should thank you. We've long wanted to enter this trade, but lacked skilled craftsmen. Since you're here now, why not stay with us for a while? I'll have Mu Qing show you around properly. Moreover, you may choose any one Xin level martial technique from our sect's scripture pavilion. No need to hold back. You're an honored guest of our Xinjian sect. With that, Wu Jinghao turned and left the hall. Lin Shan could clearly sense the goodwill from Xinjian sect, though he knew such kindness wasn't baseless. He had saved Xiao Xiao, then saved Mu Qing, and now brought them advanced weaponry, proving his immense value. Without these contributions, Xinjian sect would never have shown him such favor. After Wu Jinghao left, Yin Bin slowly said, "Young friend Lin, since you've decided to cooperate with our Xinjian sect, it's best we clarify how profits will be shared up front, so misunderstandings don't arise later." Lin Shan replied, "Your suggestion aligns perfectly with mine. I am like a drifting duckweed, without support in Gaoding Prefecture. That I can do this business depends entirely on Xinjian sect. Please, sect master, name your terms." Yin Bin silently thought to himself that Lin Shan was indeed sensible. Had someone clueless come instead, he'd have to waste much effort explaining. This young man is quite talented. Only pity he seems rather old. Still, I see he's deeply entangled with the Xiao family and holds status with the authorities. Getting him to join our sect is unlikely. Yin Bin briefly considered recruiting Lin Shan into Xinjian sect, but after brief contemplation, gave up on the idea. Instead, he said, "Young friend Lin, our Xinjian sect will take 40%, the remaining 60 will be yours. As for smoothing relations and handling officials, all that will be handled by us. You and your people need only focus on crafting the weapons properly. How does that sound?" Lin Shan raised his eyebrows slightly, visibly surprised. Before coming, Xiao Chong had warned him to prepare mentally. Ling Huchang also mentioned that Xinjian sect might ask for too large a share. So Lin Shan's mental bottom line had been setting 60% for Xinjian sect. Never did he expect Yin Bin to ask for only 40. This was truly beyond his expectations. Seems this sect master Yin is indeed a fair-minded person. Seeing Lin Shan remain silent, Yin Bin mistakenly thought he was dissatisfied with the split, and a flicker of displeasure arose in his heart. Offering just 40% was already generous, considering Lin Shan's past ties with the sect and their urgency to participate in this business, which was precisely why they were giving him 60. But Lin Shan's next words quickly dispelled Yin Bin's doubts. Lin Shan said, "Considering the effort Xinjian sect must expend running errands and dealing with future troubles, taking only 40% makes me feel deeply uncomfortable. Why don't we split it 50-50? What do you think, sect master?" Yin Bin looked at Lin Shan meaningfully and chuckled. "Though young friend Lin has great magnanimity. In that case, I shan't stand on ceremony. Let it be 50-50 then." Both parties understood each other perfectly. Each walked away satisfied. After reaching the agreement, Yin Bin grew even more amiable toward Lin Shan. He called for a disciple and instructed him to show Lin Shan around Xinjian sect for 2 full days. In truth, Lin Shan wasn't particularly interested in Xinjian sect, but not wanting to offend Yin Bin, he still followed the disciple and toured the sect over those 2 days. 2 days later, Lin Shan bid farewell to Yin Bin and returned to the Xiao family residence. Back at the manor, he recounted everything that had happened to Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong nodded and said, "Lin Shan, your decision to voluntarily give up an extra 10% share was excellent. Had it remained at 40%, Xinjian sect might not have thought much of it at first. But over time, when they recall the enormous profits from Guling Mountain, resentment could have quietly grown, leading to many unpleasant situations later on. That was precisely why Lin Shan had chosen to cede an additional 10%. Afterward, Lin Shan returned to the main world. His next auction would soon begin. Previously, Lin Shan had seen fragments of the Changchun manual and had asked Luo Bing to help contact the original owner. He wanted to meet in person. Luo Bing had already sent word back. The other party agreed to the meeting, and he needed to go quickly. Upon returning to the workshop, Lin Shan instructed Gung Hao not to halt production, produce 1,000 sets each of lamellar armor and full body armor, plus another 1,000 spear shafts. Having given his orders, Lin Shan made his way back to the city's auction house. Entering the hall, he contacted Luo Bing and waited by the entrance. Soon, Luo Bing arrived gracefully. Today, she wore a pale yellow dress, her long hair tied back with a white silk ribbon, restoring her usual dignified and elegant aura. Who would have imagined she also possessed such a wild side? As soon as they met, Lin Shan asked, "Luo Bing, is the buyer willing to meet me?" Luo Bing, deeply attentive to Lin Shan's matters, nodded. "Yes, senior brother, the elderly gentleman is waiting inside the private viewing room. I'll take you there." Good. Lin Shan's heart burned with excitement. He had already felt the benefits of the Changchun manual. He must seize every possible clue leading to its completion. Following Luo Bing, Lin Shan arrived at a private chamber and came face to face with the seller of the fragmentary Changchun manual. Chapter 67 The Trail of the Changchun Manual, Lin Wei's Origins. Lin Shan clasped his hands and said, "Sir, Luo Bing has probably already told you why I'm here. This martial art is extremely important to me. Could you please tell me where the other fragments might be? I will certainly reward you handsomely." The old man had white hair and beard, appearing at least 90 years old, yet his eyes were sharp and clear, nothing like the dull gaze common in the elderly. He studied Lin Shan for a moment before asking slowly, "Are you a practitioner of ancient martial arts?" "Ancient martial arts?" Lin Shan frowned, but then realized that perhaps ancient martial artist was simply how people in this world referred to cultivators. Nothing strange about it, so he nodded directly. "Yes, I have some basic understanding. In fact, I'm currently cultivating the fragment you possess." "So it is as I thought." The old man sighed lightly. "I obtained this fragment purely by chance, but sadly, despite spending my entire life on it, I never managed to cross that threshold and become a true ancient martial artist. Oh, young man, seeing as I'm already half in the grave, I figured it'd be better to exchange it for something more tangible. That's why I've put it up for sale. Tell you what, I'll give you everything I know about how I got this fragment, if you pay me 2 million. Luo Bing frowned and turned to Lin Shan. "Brother Lin, this fragment probably isn't worth that much." The old man chuckled and glanced at her. "Little Bing, worried about wasting your boyfriend's money? Haha, you don't understand this sort of thing. To someone who needs it, no price is too high." Lin Shan raised his hand slightly to stop her, then said, "The elder is right. If this information costs 2 million, I'm willing to pay. Sir, I'll transfer the money to you right now. Good. Straightforward, exactly how I like it. We have a deal. The old man quickly rattled off an account number, and Lin Shan didn't hesitate. He transferred the 2 million immediately. When the old man saw the confirmation on his phone, his eyes narrowed in satisfaction. He nodded and said, "You're a sincere young man. Since you've been honest, I won't play any tricks. I'll now tell you the story of how I came upon this fragment." A distant look flickered in his eyes, and after a pause, he began slowly. It must have been about 20 years ago. At that time, I was still practicing traditional martial arts and had even fought a few times. Pretty strong among ordinary folks, but I knew compared to real martial artists, I was nothing. One day, I was returning home from the mountains. As I passed by a patch of tall grass, I heard heavy, labored breathing. I've always been bold, so instead of walking away, I went over to take a look, and there I found a man lying on the ground, covered in blood. He was barely clinging to life, breathing out, but not able to breathe in. He looked at me, trying to speak, but when he opened his mouth, only blood poured out. I gave him first aid right away, but deep down, I knew there was no saving him. Sure enough, he didn't last long and died shortly after. I searched his body. Lin Shan suddenly understood. So the Changchun manual fragment came from this dead man. Exactly as expected, the old man continued. That's where I found the fragment. Aside from that, there was nothing else on him that could reveal his identity. Hearing this, Luo Bing couldn't help but complain. You might as well have said nothing at all. It gives us no leads whatsoever. The old man chuckled. Bing Bing, don't rush me. There was a tattoo on the man's wrist. After all these years, I still remember it clearly. It was 2 snakes biting each other's tails. Ever heard of the Ouroboros? Lin Shan's heart jolted violently. An overwhelming sense of absurd fate washed over him. Ouroboros. He wasn't unfamiliar with it. Lin Wei had worn an Ouroboros jade pendant since childhood. It seemed to be proof of her identity. The friend of Lin Xiaobao who brought her to the family remained a mystery to this day. Lin Xiaobao had never revealed anything about him. Suppressing his emotions, Lin Shan asked, "Elder, could you draw that tattoo for me now?" The old man nodded. "Of course. Even though decades have passed, every detail of that moment remains vivid in my memory. I'll draw it for you right away." With that, the old man sketched a design onto a piece of white paper. As Lin Shan stared at the drawing, his certainty deepened. The 2 Ouroboros were identical. Normally, such a symbol didn't feature horns on the snake's head, but both Lin Wei's jade pendant and the image the old man drew clearly showed horns. Fate truly worked in mysterious ways. The Changchun manual was now somehow tied to Lin Wei's origins. After finishing the sketch, the old man looked up at Lin Shan. "Young man, that's all I know." Lin Shan nodded slowly. "Thank you, elder. This information is truly worth 2 million. The old man rose with a smile. "Then I've done my part. I'll take my leave now." With that, he walked out of the private room. Inside, Luo Bing watched Lin Shan, who remained deep in thought, unsure of what to say. Lin Shan snapped back to reality and said to Luo Bing, "Bing Bing, I won't be attending the rest of the auction. Once you have the results, just transfer the money to the same card as before." Luo Bing obediently nodded, her eyes betraying a hint of longing as she asked, "Senior, are you free tonight?" Lin Shan smiled gently and stroked her long hair. "Whenever you need me, I'll always be free." The double meaning hit home immediately, turning Luo Bing bright red. She shot him an annoyed glance afterward. After saying goodbye to Luo Bing, Lin Shan left the auction hall and went straight to the hospital. It was time to get to the bottom of Lin Wei's story, from Lin Xiaobao himself. Lin Shan entered the Bingfang, where Lin Xiaobao's complexion had noticeably improved. He would probably be discharged soon. Chen Yuanying and Lin Xiaobao quickly gestured for Lin Shan to sit down. After some casual small talk, Lin Shan shifted gears and said, "Dad, can you tell me about Lin Wei's biological father?" Lin Xiaobao had been smiling warmly, but at that moment, his expression froze. His gaze turned unusually serious as he looked at Lin Shan and asked, "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Lin Shan replied, "I've run into something recently, something that might be connected to Lin Wei's origins. I figured I should know now, so we're not caught off guard later." Lin Xiaobao fell into a long silence. Chen Yuanying remained silent, watching the two of them. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Xiaobao let out a deep sigh. "All right, it's about time I told you anyway. Lin Wei, her background isn't ordinary. Her father, he wasn't an ordinary man." Lin Shan had already suspected as much. If it was tied to the Changchun manual, how could it possibly involve an ordinary person? He didn't press further, patiently waiting for Lin Xiaobao to continue. Lin Xiaobao's eyes grew distant, lost in memory. "It was back then. I was only in my 20s, hadn't married your mother yet. I was working odd jobs outside. The drun wasn't like it is today. I remember one night after my shift, walking back through an alley, I got mugged. I was stubborn back then, didn't want to give up the money I'd worked so hard for. One of the thugs stabbed me. At that moment, I thought I was going to die." Chapter 68, Lin Wei's birthday. But then Lin Wei's father suddenly appeared. The moment he showed up, he took down all the kidnappers. I thanked him, but he didn't respond to me at all. That was when I noticed, he was covered in blood, his clothes torn and ragged. No wonder Lin Wei is so beautiful. Her biological father was incredibly handsome. Today's celebrities can't compare to him at all. He seemed lost in thought. No matter what I said, he ignored me completely. Then, suddenly, he collapsed and passed out. So I brought him back to my rented apartment. Lin Shan asked, "Dad, most people would have called the police in that situation. You didn't call them?" Lin Xiaobao shook his head. "I did consider calling the police at first, but then I thought, given his condition, he might have been involved in something serious. If I called the authorities, I might end up getting him into more trouble. So I decided against it and just let him sleep." Soon after, the man woke up. Perhaps they simply had an instant connection, but Lin Xiaobao and Lin Wei's father became friends. Lin Wei's father was named Lin He, a mysterious man who rarely spoke about himself. In truth, he and Lin Xiaobao hadn't met many times. Their last meeting was when he entrusted Lin Wei to Lin Xiaobao's care. That was about all Lin Xiaobao knew about the man. Come to think of it, tomorrow is Lin Wei's birthday. She'll be coming over. Sean, You should come too. It's been a long time since we've had the whole family together. Lin Shan nodded, then ordered a birthday cake online. He'd bought 2 designer bags earlier. One was for Lin Wei, still waiting at home. The next morning, Lin Shan arrived early at the bakery, picked up the cake, and drove toward Qiantang University, where Lin Wei was studying. After leaving the hospital yesterday, he had visited Luo Bing. After deducting fees, the 3 jade pendants brought him exactly 10 million yuan. He'd then spent some affectionate time with Luo Bing before finally managing to leave. Qiantang University, a nationally renowned institution, had several campuses. Lin Wei was at the Yichuan campus. Campus security was strict. Visitors from other schools had to apply in advance to enter. Lin Shan parked nearby on the roadside and called Lin Wei. On the 3rd ring, she answered, Wei, I'm right outside the school waiting for you. Are you done with class? Yeah, brother, I just finished. I'm coming now. Wait for me a second. No problem. Take your time. Lin Shan hung up, got out of the car, and took a breath of fresh air. Young men and women strolled by, radiating youthful energy. Lin Shan couldn't help but recall his own college days. Those years when he felt so full of ambition and pride. Brother, just as Lin Shan was lost in memory, Lin Wei's voice rang out from behind. He turned around to see Lin Wei standing side by side with 2 other young women. Though not quite as stunning as Lin Wei, both girls were still striking, easily scoring 7 or 8 out of 10. Lin Wei smiled. Brother, let me introduce my roommates, Su Yuhong and Kong Sichao. Su Yuhong had soft, flowing long hair and a gentle, quiet demeanor, the perfect image of a well-behaved girl. Kong Sichao, on the other hand, sported a short, neat haircut and seemed much more outgoing. Kong Sichao waved enthusiastically. Hi, Lin Wei talks about you all the time in our dorm. Nice to meet you. Please treat me kindly. Nice to meet you too. I appreciate you taking care of Lin Wei. Lin Wei immediately protested. Brother, listen to you, making me sound like a helpless kid. In the dorm, it's usually me taking care of them. Kong Sichao laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around Lin Wei. Big brother Lin, she's telling the truth. We all look up to her as our leader. Without her, our dorm would be no better than a pigsty. We owe her big time. Lin Wei rolled her eyes playfully. All right, enough flattery. I need to go to the hospital now. Got it. Don't forget tonight, okay? We've prepared a birthday surprise for you too. Kong Sichao stuck out her tongue, grinning mischievously. Hearing this, Lin Shan turned to Lin Wei. Wei, do you have plans tonight? Lin Wei hesitated slightly, glancing at him. Well, Sichao invited some classmates to celebrate my birthday together. In previous years, Lin Wei always celebrated birthdays with family. But now that Lin Jiabao was ill, this birthday carried extra weight. She really should stay with family. But in the end, she was still young, longing to spend time with peers. Lin Shan sensed her dilemma and quickly said, That's perfectly fine. You young people should spend time together. I'll just drop you off later, okay? Lin Wei's face instantly lit up with a smile. She then got into Lin Shan's car, and the two drove away. After Lin Shan left, Su Yuhong suddenly chuckled softly. Lin Wei's brother is such a bumpkin. That old Honda, no idea how ancient that thing is. Kong Sichao frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. In the car, Lin Shan brought up Lin Wei's student life. Are there any boys in your class chasing after you? Lin Shan suddenly asked this question. Lin Wei looked a bit awkward and pouted. Sort of, I guess. Lin Shan chuckled. My sister is so outstanding. Unless all the guys at your school are blind, how could no one be pursuing you? Lin Wei's looks and figure were undeniably top tier. A girl like her would naturally attract intense attention the moment she stepped onto campus. Considering their family situation, even though he knew Lin Wei wasn't the type to look down on someone for being poor, Lin Shan still said, when it comes to finding a partner, character matters most. As for money, as long as it's enough to get by, that's what counts. Lin Wei let out a soft laugh. Brother, are you afraid I'll become someone's kept woman? Lin Shan smiled wryly. Not exactly. Things were tough for our family recently, but now it's different. From now on, you probably won't have to worry about money anymore. As he said this, while waiting at a red light, Lin Shan took out his phone and directly transferred 200,000 yuan to Lin Wei. Hearing the notification tone, Lin Wei picked up her phone with confusion. When she saw the message confirming the 200,000 had arrived, she stared at Lin Shan in disbelief. Brother, why did you send me so much money? Lin Shan affectionately ruffled her hair. I told you, those past days were hard, and I dragged you through it too. But now things are different. I'm earning money. Consider this 200,000 your pocket money. You're grown up now, you have your own expenses. Don't hold back, spend wherever you need to. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. Lin Wei's expression grew complex. She quietly nodded, then suddenly said, Brother, you've suffered a lot, haven't you? Lin Shan thought back over his recent experiences and replied lightly, Not really, just some small things. Chapter 69, A Dangerous Person. The two of them arrived at Lin Jiabao's hospital room. When Lin Jiabao saw Lin Wei enter, his face lit up with deep joy. Lin Shan had already prepared the birthday cake. They were in a VIP ward, so the space was large. Although Lin Jiabao couldn't leave the hospital, he was already able to move around freely. He got out of bed as Lin Shan placed the cake on the table, inserted the candles, and lit them. Lin Wei wore a little crown, beaming with happiness. Chen Yuanying watched the scene, continuously wiping away tears. Lin Jiabao said, You old woman, it's such a happy day today. Why are you crying all the time? What kind of nonsense is this? Chen Yuanying wiped her tears and replied, I'm just too happy. Then she sighed softly. If only Wanner hadn't turned out the way she did, how wonderful it would be for our whole family to be together and happy. Lin Jiabao glanced at the expressionless Lin Shan, shook his head, and said, Old woman, stop thinking about that person. She's never truly been one of us. Now that Ashen has separated from her, I say it's a good thing. Who knows what troubles might have come if things dragged on any longer. He was a clear-headed man, unwilling to mention Zhang Wan again and upset Lin Shan. Lin Shan said, That's right. She's never been one of us. Mom, don't think about her anymore. We should just live our own lives well. Chen Yuanying nodded repeatedly. Yes, you're right, son. I won't think about her anymore. Then Lin Shan patted Lin Wei gently. Wei, make a wish. Lin Wei obediently nodded, pressed her palms together, closed her eyes, and whispered, "I wish Dad gets better soon, and that our family can always stay healthy." After speaking, she gently blew out the candles. Seeing this, Lin Shan handed her a gift he had prepared earlier. Wei Wei, this is your birthday present. Thank you, brother. Lin Wei smiled sweetly and tore open the wrapping in front of Lin Shan. When she saw the logo, she was startled. Hermes. Lin Shan asked, "Do you like it?" Lin Wei opened the bag and, once she saw the full design, naturally fell in love with it immediately. But she still asked, "Brother, isn't this quite expensive?" "Didn't I tell you? Our family has money now. Buying a bag like this means nothing. Use it. You should have a bag of your own by now." When they first arrived, Lin Shan noticed both Su Yuhong and Kong Sichao each carried their own backpacks, but Lin Wei had nothing. "Thank you, brother." Lin Wei smiled, then placed her personal belongings into the new bag. Next came the cake cutting. After eating for a while, Chen Yuanying suddenly said, "Ashen, how did that matchmaking date go? The one Annie Wu introduced to you last time." Lin Wei heard this, and, though her mouth kept chewing cake, her ears perked up instantly. Lin Shan thought of Zhu Zhu and casually replied, "Oh, when she found out I'm divorced and unemployed, she said we weren't suitable. Besides, I think she already has a boyfriend now." "I see." Chen Yuanying looked disappointed, then earnestly advised, "Ashen, I don't fully understand what you're doing now, but a man still needs a steady job. Wandering around all day, what kind of life is that? Maybe start with something simple, like being a security guard." Lin Jiabao couldn't help rolling his eyes. "Enough. You old woman really don't know better. Ashen's bringing in hundreds of thousands at a time. That's real ability. And you want him to be a security guard? Have you gone mad?" Chen Yuanying immediately fell silent. Lin Shan understood that his mother was simply bound by traditional ideas, so he didn't get impatient. Instead, he said, "Mom, I'm working on serious things. In a couple of days, I'll probably start a business with Zhangji, maybe open a restaurant or something." "That's good, that's good." Chen Yuanying nodded repeatedly, then said, "Ashen, making money is important, but a man still needs to marry and have children. You're no spring chicken anymore. I'll ask Annie Wu to introduce more girls to you. Also, what about that Dr. Lu? I think you should give it a try. Though, she's awfully pretty, might attract unwanted attention." Lin Shan responded politely to each suggestion. Just then, someone knocked on the ward door. A voice came from outside. "May I come in?" It was Lu Ying's voice. Hearing it, Chen Yuanying proudly whispered to Lin Shan, "I called Dr. Lu over." In her mind, she was creating an opportunity for Lin Shan. Lin Shan could only smile wryly as Chen Yuanying stood up, opened the door, and welcomed Lu Ying inside. She then urged Lin Shan, "Ashen, what are you standing there for? Quickly, cut a piece of cake for Dr. Lu." Lin Shan muttered, "Oh, cut a piece of cake," and handed it to Lu Ying. Lu Ying smiled faintly, said, "Thank you," then turned to Lin Wei and said, "Wei Wei, happy birthday." Lin Wei gave a smile, but it seemed strained. "Thank you, Sister Ying." Lu Ying's brows furrowed slightly. Women are highly sensitive, and she could feel that Lin Wei seemed less close to her than before. She even sensed a faint, barely perceptible hostility. She couldn't figure it out at all. "I didn't do anything to upset her, did I?" After Lu Ying arrived, the atmosphere had turned somewhat cooler. Once the cake was finished, Lu Ying left the ward together with Lin Shan. As they walked, Lu Ying said, "Your uncle is doing very well. Unless something unexpected happens, he should be discharged next week." Lin Shan sincerely replied, "Thank you so much for your care during this time. Once he's out, I'll have my mom prepare a full table of dishes. You absolutely must come over." Lu Ying smiled sweetly. "That sounds great. I won't hesitate to accept." They chatted about a few other things. After Hua Xiong's downfall, the hospital's atmosphere had changed significantly, and quite a few people had left as a result. Ru Yin, for example. The newly appointed vice president was known for his integrity. "Although the Dricheng evaluations need to start over, I believe, given my capabilities, I'll have no problem passing." "That's good to hear." Seeing Lu Ying so confident, Lin Shan felt genuinely happy for her. Lu Ying had other duties waiting, so after a brief conversation, she left. Lin Shan returned to the ward and spent time chatting with his family until around 4 in the afternoon. Noticing the time, he turned to Lin Wei and said, "Wei Wei, it's about time. I'll take you back to school now." Lin Wei nodded. The two of them left the hospital, and Lin Wei sent Lin Shan a location pin. "Brother, just drop me off here," she said. Lin Shan glanced down. The name of the place was Shanju Rongfu, a fairly upscale restaurant, not the kind of place an ordinary student could easily afford. He couldn't help but ask, "Wei Wei, this restaurant is quite fancy. Who's treating?" Lin Wei didn't seem to find anything unusual and answered, "Su Yuhong." "Then her family must be pretty well off." "Well," Lin Wei frowned. Just then, they arrived. Lin Shan spotted Su Yuhong waving at them by the roadside. "Lin Wei, you're finally here. Shen Yinma is already here too." Chapter 70, Shen Yinma. Shen Yinma. At the sound of that name, Lin Shan immediately frowned. He certainly hadn't forgotten this person. A while ago, Lin Wei had tried to help him relieve stress by communicating with a boy named Shen Yinma, but that Shen Yinma clearly had ulterior motives. Upon hearing the name, Lin Wei also frowned. Lin Shan calmly pulled the car over and asked, "Wei Wei, are you still in contact with this Shen Yinma?" Lin Wei knew Lin Shan was aware of everything about Shen Yinma. Before, she'd only pretended not to know. Hearing her brother's question, she quickly shook her head. "No, brother. I didn't even know he'd come." Since their last misunderstanding, although Shen Yinma still occasionally showed up around her, Lin Wei had largely ignored him. "I'll go down with you and see what's going on." Lin Shan turned off the engine and stepped out of the car. Waiting for him were Su Yuhong, Kong Sichao, and a man who looked about 20 years old. The man stood roughly 1 meter 85 tall, about Lin Shan's height, with a somewhat slim build, medium-length hair, and fair, delicate skin. His appearance was striking, clearly someone who'd grown up in privilege, dressed entirely in designer labels. Lin Shan understood immediately. This must be Shen Yinma. Although it was their first meeting, the moment Shen Yinma saw Lin Shan, he recognized who he was facing and his expression grew slightly awkward. Lin Shan smiled and said, "Wei Wei, I'll join you all for dinner." Lin Wei couldn't have been happier and quickly nodded. Great, brother. Su Yuhong looked uncomfortable at this. She glanced at Shun Yinma, who chuckled. The more the merrier, it'll be livelier this way. But Lin Wei didn't spare Shun Yinma any dignity and said directly, Shun Yinma, as far as I remember, I didn't invite you. The guy truly had thick skin. Even after such a blunt remark, he merely smiled faintly. Su Yuhong chimed in. Wei, today's meal is mainly sponsored by old Shun. Otherwise, how could we afford a place like Shanju Rongfu? He wanted to surprise you, so he didn't mention it earlier. Lin Wei tightly furrowed her brows. She wanted to turn around and leave right then, but everyone, her friends and classmates, had already arrived. Walking out now would be too disrespectful to them. Shun Yinma exploited exactly this psychological pressure, saying, Lin Wei, everyone's here. Let's go upstairs. Helplessly, Lin Wei could only nod. The group entered Shanju Rongfu. The decor was exceptionally upscale. They ascended to a private room on the second floor. A round table inside already seated 6 girls. Aside from Lin Shan and Shun Yinma, there were no other men present. Lin Shan glanced at Shun Yinma and thought to himself, if he hadn't come, this scene wouldn't have been much different from an imperial concubine selection. Once everyone was seated, several of the girls stared curiously at Lin Shan. Noticing this, Lin Wei introduced him. This is my older brother. Lin Shan gave a slight nod toward everyone, a quiet greeting. Shun Yinma quickly signaled for the dishes to be served. Su Yuhong remarked, this private room is one of Shanju Rongfu's VIP rooms. The minimum spend is 10,000 yuan. Without Shun Yinma's connections, we wouldn't even be able to book this place. Without Shun Yinma, we'd probably never get to eat in a restaurant like this. The girls began praising Shun Yinma. After modestly deflecting a few compliments, Shun Yinma suddenly stood up and said, I'll go check on the food. But as he left, he shot Su Yuhong a knowing look. She immediately stood as well, saying, I need to use the restroom. With that, the two stepped outside the private room. Shun Yinma glanced at the closed door and frowned, asking Su Yuhong, Yuhong, who exactly is Lin Wei's older brother? Su Yuhong shook her head. I heard from Lin Wei that he isn't her biological brother. She was adopted by the Lin family. Shun Yinma sneered coldly. Now I understand why Lin Wei shows no interest in anyone else. It seems she actually has feelings for her brother. Su Yuhong gasped, covering her mouth. How could that be? No way. Shun Yinma chuckled softly. You don't understand. The way Lin Wei looks at him, I know it well. Only a woman in love looks at a man like that. I was just puzzled earlier, but now it makes sense. They aren't blood related. That explains everything. Her brother probably isn't doing too well in life, is he? A trace of disdain appeared on Su Yuhong's face. Lin Wei had mentioned some details about Lin Shan in the dormitory, so she was fairly familiar with his current situation. Yeah, he's divorced, currently unemployed, an idle drifter. No comparison to you at all. Honestly, Lin Wei must have lost her mind. Shun Yinma narrowed his eyes slightly and gave a gentle nod. Then, one after the other, they returned to the private room. After returning to the private room, Shun Yinma sat down, picked up his wine glass, and said to Lin Shan, Big brother, let me offer you a drink. You're our senior after all. So, what are you doing these days, big brother? The other girls immediately turned their curious gazes toward Lin Shan. Lin Shan replied calmly, Oh, I don't have a job right now. Just tinkering with some things at home. Shun Yinma said indifferently, I see. Taking some time to adjust isn't bad. What did you do before, big brother? Lin Shan sensed this kid wasn't being sincere, but he was feeling confident now and decided to play along. I was a programmer before. What? A programmer? One of my friends runs a company in that field, and I've invested a bit with him. Big brother, should I ask around and help you find something? Want to give it a try? Lin Shan shook his head. No need. I'm fine just as I am. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but roll their eyes internally. You're a grown man. Aren't you supposed to be looking for a job instead of planning to just lie around like this forever? Shun Yinma chuckled lightly. Big brother, don't mind me saying, but there'll be plenty of times ahead when you'll need money. You really should look for work eventually. Can't always rely on Wei Wei to support the household, can you? Lin Wei frowned immediately. Beside her, Su Yuhong chimed in. Yeah, big brother, don't feel embarrassed. Shun Yinma is a classmate. He can help make an introduction. Lin Shan still smiled and shook his head. Really no need. Shun Yinma even put on an exaggerated expression of regret, sighing. All right then. Since big brother insists, I won't push it. But if you ever need anything, feel free to contact me anytime. Now let's eat. I propose we start by toasting Lin Wei. With that, Shun Yinma raised his glass toward Lin Wei and said, Lin Wei, happy birthday. As the saying goes, one doesn't slap a smiling face. In this situation, Lin Wei couldn't very well embarrass him, so she raised her glass and said, Thank you. The others echoed with birthday wishes. After finishing the toast, Shun Yinma clapped his hands and announced, Bring it in. Chapter 71 Free Meal. The private room door opened, and 2 waiters pushed in a food cart carrying a 5-tiered cake. This cake was nearly a meter tall, a dark chocolate masterpiece adorned with an array of delicate pastries. Shun Yinma stood up and said, Lin Wei, cut the cake. Lin Wei's expression turned awkward. She rose and asked, Shun Yinma, how much does this cake, and tonight's dinner, cost? In his heart, Shun Yinma thought, even if you knew, what could you do? Could you possibly afford it? Even if she could pay, he wouldn't let her. He had experience with girls like Lin Wei. They weren't materialistic, but precisely because of that, he needed to make them feel indebted first. Only then could he proceed smoothly. So he waved casually. It's nothing, just a small amount. As long as you're happy. The surrounding girls looked envious. Even Su Yuhong's eyes flickered with jealousy. One girl said, Wei Wei, you don't know. The bakery that made this cake is one of Chintang City's most famous private chefs. They say their business is so booming you can't get an order even if you have money. A cake this big must cost at least 10,000 yuan. For college students, spending 10,000 yuan on a birthday cake was unimaginably extravagant. Shun Yinma was thoroughly pleased by their reactions. Su Yuhong nudged Lin Wei. Lin Wei, go cut the cake already. A birthday treat like this must be a first in your life. Shun Yinma really went all out. Shun Yinma added meaningfully. Lin Wei, I hope I can be part of every one of your birthdays from now on. Lin Wei remained coldly indifferent. Just then, another man in a suit entered from outside the room. He held a bottle of wine, walked straight to Shun Yinma, and said, "Mr. Shun, why didn't you give us a heads up you were coming? This bottle is on the house. Have fun tonight." Shun Yinma took the red wine. "Thanks." Then the man in the suit left. Seeing that Lin Wei still hadn't moved, Lin Shan spoke up. Wei, everyone means well. Go ahead and cut the cake." Hearing Lin Shan speak, Lin Wei reluctantly got up and finally cut the cake. Shun Yinma watched, gritting his teeth in frustration. At that moment, a girl beside him looked at the wine bottle in Shun Yinma's hand and said, "Shun Yinma, isn't this Bordeaux estate wine?" Shun Yinma lifted the bottle lightly and said casually, "Oh, yes, a 2012 vintage. Heh, the owner here is my dad's friend, so they always send over a bottle when we come to dine." With that, he grabbed the corkscrew. "Everyone, have a taste, it's really quite good." Just then, the manager who had left earlier returned, appearing anxious. Shun Yinma noticed and asked, "Manager Yang, something else?" "Oh, nothing. I just came to check in." Manager Yang replied vaguely, but his eyes kept darting toward Lin Shan. Finally, recognition flashed across his face. He quickly turned and hurried back out. No one paid much attention to the brief interruption. Around him, people began flattering Shun Yinma, and he swelled with pride. Glancing at Lin Shan, he declared, "That's why men need to work hard and earn money. If you care about someone, you should be able to give them a good life." Everyone exchanged meaningful looks toward Lin Shan. This time, they all clearly understood. Shun Yinma was mocking Lin Shan. Lin Wei immediately snapped, putting down her chopsticks. "Shun Yinma, what exactly are you trying to say?" "Ah, Wei, I think your classmate has a point." Lin Shan reached over and gently restrained her, smiling slightly as he glanced at Shun Yinma. A mere kid like this wasn't worth his full attention anymore. Let him have his moment. Later, maybe he'd find someone to scare the boy a little, teach him to stay away. Just then, the door opened again and another person walked in. This man clearly wasn't a waiter. He was dressed too casually, walking in as if entering his own home. He looked about 40, with a sharp, short haircut. Seeing him, Shun Yinma blinked in surprise. "Uncle Wang, why are you here today?" "Oh, it's you, Xiaoshen." The middle-aged man responded absent-mindedly, his eyes fixed entirely on Lin Shan. Shun Yinma eagerly pulled the man forward. "Let me introduce everyone. This is Mr. Wang, owner of Shanzhurong Manor, practically raised me." Mr. Wang wore an awkward yet polite smile, pulled his arm free from Shun Yinma, and walked directly to Lin Shan. Bending slightly, he said respectfully, "Brother Shan, it really is you. When you came in, I thought I must have mistaken someone else." Shun Yinma's mouth fell open into an O shape, his hand frozen midair. He couldn't believe his ears. Brother Shan. Mr. Wang actually called Lin Wei's older brother Brother Shan. Shun Yinma knew full well just how powerful Mr. Wang really was. The wildly popular Shanzhurong Manor was merely one of his smallest ventures. Someone of his stature rarely showed up in person. Claiming his father was friends with Mr. Wang had been nothing more than a way to save face. In truth, his father was practically insignificant compared to the man. The others were equally stunned. From Shun Yinma's earlier remarks, they'd understood who this Mr. Wang was. But why would such an influential figure address Lin Wei's older brother as Brother Shan? That kind of deference bordered on humility. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be a jobless freeloader? What was going on? Lin Shan furrowed his brows. The man before him looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place him. He said, "Hello. Sorry, have we met before?" Mr. Wang chuckled. "Brother Shan, we dined together at 6th Master's private club before. We even exchanged WeChat contacts back then." Oh. Lin Shan suddenly remembered. He did recall this man now, though he'd been seated far back at the time and hadn't made much of an impression. He quickly stood up. "Apologies, Mr. Wang." "Not at all. Mr. Wang smiled broadly. "Brother Shan, if you're coming to dine today, why didn't you let me know? I could have arranged everything for you." Lin Shan pointed toward Shun Yinma. "It's my younger sister's birthday today. Her classmate organized this party. I'm just here tagging along for the fun." Mr. Wang raised his eyebrows and glanced at Lin Wei. "No wonder I felt so drawn to come here today. There's a birthday star among us. I can't let this good fortune pass without taking part." He turned to the nearby waiter and ordered, "Add our signature dishes to this room. Bring 2 bottles from my personal wine cabinet, and waive the entire bill. Put it on my tab." "Understood, boss." The waiter nodded quickly and stepped out. They were waiving the entire bill. Everyone turned their gazes in unison toward Lin Shan. Shun Yinma's expression was utterly devastated, while Mr. Wang paid them no mind whatsoever. Instead, he said to Lin Shan, "Brother Shan, later I'll personally toast to your table." Chapter 72, The Aftermath of the Changchun Cultivation Technique, Breaking Through to Bone Tempering. "All right, thank you." Lin Shan also maintained his courtesy. Soon, the waiter brought 2 bottles of red wine and opened them at Manager Wang's instruction. Manager Wang poured himself a full glass, then generously filled Lin Shan's cup as well. He said, "Brother Shan, I'll drink it all. Just take yours however you like." "Manager Wang, just call me Lin Shan," Lin Shan replied. "You're being too formal." With that, he raised his glass. After they clinked glasses, Lin Shan downed his entire drink in one go. This Manager Wang's name was Wangda. It took Lin Shan a moment to recall his name. Wangda was highly socially intelligent. After greeting everyone, he didn't stay long, smiling as he bid farewell and making sure to give others face. But everyone knew this was purely because of Lin Shan. If Lin Shan hadn't been there, someone at Manager Wang's level wouldn't have bothered acknowledging such small fry. After Wangda left, the private room fell into temporary silence. Only course after luxurious course continued to be served. In comparison, the dishes ordered by Shun Yinma now seemed rather cheap. Seeing no one reaching for their chopsticks, Lin Shan prompted, "Why are you all just sitting there? Eat up, otherwise, the food will get cold and won't taste good." Only after Lin Shan spoke did the group snap back to reality and pick up their chopsticks. Shun Yinma dejectedly picked at his food, racking his brain over and over again. But he simply couldn't remember anyone named Lin Shan. Who exactly was this person? Just then, Su Yuhong suddenly said, "Big brother Lin, Actually, I've been teaching myself programming recently, but there are many things I don't understand. Could I add your WeChat? I'd like to ask you some questions sometimes. Hearing this, the other women immediately regretted not thinking of this excuse sooner. Shin Yinma glanced at Su Yuhong with subtle disdain. Damn it, you little slut are quick to latch on. Lin Shan understood her intentions perfectly, but considering Lin Wei's feelings, he didn't refuse. Taking out his phone, he said, sure, no problem. Su Yuhong quickly stepped forward and added Lin Shan on WeChat. The other girls followed in a rush, each using the exact same excuse. Lin Wei rolled her eyes repeatedly and muttered, I never knew you all suddenly became so interested in programming. Shin Yinma had lost all interest in livening up the atmosphere. Toward the end, he simply announced he had something to do and left early. Lin Shan then joined the group as they departed. On the way, a cluster of girls surrounded him, asking questions non-stop. Finally managing to break free from them, Lin Shan walked Lin Wei to the school gate. Lin Wei said, Brother, tonight you really stole the spotlight. Judging by their looks, they almost wanted to eat you alive. Lin Shan chuckled lightly, completely missing the faint hint of jealousy in her tone. Wei, may I take a look at the jade pendant you've worn since childhood? Noticing Lin Shan's unusually serious tone, Lin Wei quickly unclasped the pendant from around her neck and handed it over. Lin Shan examined it. The jade was smooth and warm, clearly of exceptional quality, depicting two tail-biting serpents with lifelike detail. As he turned the pendant over in his hands, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. The true energy within his dantian began flowing involuntarily toward the pendant. Alarmed, uncertain what might happen, Lin Shan instantly severed the connection between his energy and the pendant. He played with the pendant a few more times, then said to Lin Wei, Wei, could I borrow this jade pendant for a few days? Lin Wei blinked and said, Brother, if you want to use it, just take it. Alright then, I'll head off. You rest well. Lin Shan waved goodbye to Lin Wei and got into his Honda. Meanwhile, Lin Wei entered the campus with Su Yuhong and Kong Sichao. Su Yuhong couldn't stop staring at Lin Wei's Hermes bag, enviously saying, Wei, is this bag a birthday gift from Big Brother Lin? Lin Wei nodded. Su Yuhong said wistfully, but didn't you say your brother had just gone through a divorce and was unemployed? How can he afford such expensive things, and why hide it from me? Lin Wei replied coolly, my brother made a bit of money recently, but it's not that much. Though naive, Lin Wei wasn't stupid. She had already sensed that Su Yuhong hadn't acted particularly honorably today, so she distanced herself accordingly. But Su Yuhong didn't seem to care. On the other side, Lin Shan returned home and placed the jade pendant in his palm, examining it closely. He cautiously sent a small amount of true energy into it. The pendant, like a starving creature, greedily absorbed every drop. Just as Lin Shan felt he couldn't sustain it any longer, the pendant suddenly shot out a golden ray of light that shot straight into his forehead. Then Lin Shan suddenly felt an influx of information in his mind. He quickly reviewed it and was stunned to realize this was the subsequent cultivation method of the Changchun cultivation technique, though it only went up to the Shanqian Jing, with nothing beyond that. Still, this discovery filled Lin Shan with wild excitement. With this, he could now attempt to break through to the bone tempering stage. Lin Shan left for his room in the alternate world and began meditating to prepare for the breakthrough. The process lasted a full day. When he opened his eyes the next morning, his aura had grown significantly stronger. Just moments ago, he had successfully broken through into the bone tempering realm. After the breakthrough, Lin Shan stepped out of the house and first visited the Xiao residence, only to learn there was still no news. He then returned to his courtyard and shifted back to the main world. Back in the main world, his phone beeped with a notification. Lin Shan picked it up and saw a message from Su Yuhong. Brother Lin, the programming textbook I'm using now is this one. Could you take a look and tell me if it's good? Also, do you have any other recommendations? Then, Su Yuhong sent a photo. In the picture, a copy of Programming for Beginners lay on her thigh. She was wearing black stockings, looking extremely alluring. Damn, great book. Lin Shan casually replied with a brief message. Su Yuhong responded again. Brother Lin, are you free this Saturday? I'd like to invite you for coffee and ask you some questions about programming. Lin Shan stared at his phone, his emotions tangled. A female college student actively pursuing him. This was something he wouldn't have dared dream of before. Is this what being wealthy feels like? Lin Shan shook his head wryly. Truthfully, with the two worlds messenger system now in place, he didn't mind having more women around. After all, it would be mutually beneficial. But on one hand, Su Yuhong was Lin Wei's classmate. Getting involved might make Lin Wei uncomfortable. On the other hand, while Su Yuhong wasn't unattractive, Lin Shan felt she still fell short of an 80-point beauty standard. After some thought, he replied, Sorry, I'm busy this week. Let's catch up another time. Su Yuhong wasn't giving up yet. She messaged again. When will you be free then? Chapter 73 Lin's Pawn Shop. This time, Lin Shan didn't reply at all. Later, Lin Shan came to the other world. The matter he had been pondering before could now be put into action. He decided to officially open a trading firm in Sanwen County, specializing in acquiring all kinds of rare treasures and curiosities. He had previously shared this decision with Xiao Chong, who strongly approved. Lin Shan also asked him to help find a few suitable people. The last time he returned, Xiao Chong told him the people were already found. They just needed a little time to arrive. By now, they should be nearly here. This time, as Lin Shan stepped out of the house and saw Xiao Dai sweeping the ground, he said, Xiao Dai, come with me. Xiao Dai dazedly responded with an, oh, and followed behind Lin Shan. Then, as Lin Shan walked out the gate, Yin Ziwei was still waiting outside. He took his duties seriously and faithfully. Lin Shan said, Old Yin, come with me too. He had new arrangements for both of them. Lin Shan led them to Xiao Fu's residence. After announcing their arrival, Xiao Chong quickly appeared in the hall, followed by a tall, thin middle-aged man with a neat mustache, clearly a sharp and clever fellow. Xiao Chong pointed to the man and said, Lin Shan, this is manager Han Jing. He used to be a well-known pawn shop manager in the neighboring county, an extremely keen eye, I tell you. Hearing this, Lin Shan said, Manager Han, I'll be counting on you from now on. Has Xiao brother already explained everything to you? Han Jin nodded. Yes, he has. 10 taels per month, haha. Back at my old pawn shop, I only made 5 taels. Your generosity, master, is admirable. I'll certainly work hard. His trading firm wasn't large yet, mainly focused on collecting antiques and rare items. Good. I'll go to the agency now and hire a few clerks. Then everyone can clean up the shop. We'll start business right away. Lin Shan chose a location on the most bustling street in Sanwen County. After opening this business, he planned to fully move his residence to the county town. Turning to Yin Ziwei and Xiao Dai, Lin Shan said, from now on, we'll be moving into the county town. Yin Ziwei was thrilled. Moving to the town symbolized upward mobility for him. But Xiao Dai looked confused and asked, what about our house here? Lin Shan smiled. We'll just return this courtyard to the agency. Come on, let's get going. Then, Lin Shan borrowed a carriage from Xiao Fu's estate, and the group set off for the county town. The shop location had already been selected by Lin Shan earlier. It was a 2-story building facing the street, with a signboard above reading, Lin's Pawn Shop. After that, Lin Shan went to the hiring agency and picked 3 smart-looking assistants. With everything now ready, Lin's Pawn Shop officially opened. Lin Shan also purchased a courtyard in Sanwen County as his personal residence, while Yin Ziwei moved directly into the pawn shop. The opening of Lin's Pawn Shop passed quietly, barely noticed by anyone. Lin Shan deliberately kept it low-key, so he hadn't informed others. Had he advertised widely, given his current standing in Sanwen County, the opening day would have surely drawn a big crowd. The awkward truth, however, was that for 3 whole days after opening, not only had there been no business, but not even a single person had entered to take a look. Manager Han felt enormous pressure. He was drawing a monthly salary of 10 taels, yet hadn't closed a single deal. It was quite embarrassing. He was eager to prove his expertise to the master, but even the cleverest cook couldn't make a meal without rice. Lin Shan, on the other hand, remained calm. With nothing urgent happening in the main world, he spent most of his time in this world. Right now, he held a book recommended by Luo Bing, one about identifying antiques. Since entering this line of work, he figured he should learn something. Besides, since cultivating the Changchun technique, Lin Shan had discovered his memory had improved dramatically. Studying such books now came twice as easily. Lin Shan could stay composed, but manager Han couldn't keep his cool anymore. He approached Lin Shan and quietly suggested, Master, should we reach out to some wealthy families in the county? Perhaps ask them to lend us some visibility. Lin Shan smiled and replied, no need, manager Han. In our trade, sometimes you don't open at all, but once you do, you can live off it for half a year. Don't feel awkward. Tell you what. Lin Shan thought for a moment and said, put up a sign saying our pawn shop will exchange 1 tael of gold for 12 taels of silver. Han Jin froze, giving Lin Shan a strange look. In this world, the usual exchange rate was 10 taels of silver for 1 tael of gold. But in the modern world, things were vastly different. 1 gram of gold cost over 700 yuan, while 1 gram of silver was only around 7 yuan, a 100-fold difference. To Lin Shan, this was a guaranteed profitable transaction. But Han Jin couldn't comprehend it. Well then, perhaps the young master wants to attract customers this way. He reasoned with himself. Understood, sir. I'll spread the word immediately. And the effect of this approach was immediately evident. After Han Jin spread the news, within just an hour, a middle-aged man walked in cautiously, looking around him with curiosity. Finally, a customer had arrived. Han Jin eagerly stepped forward and asked, honored guest, what would you like to pawn? The man quickly shook his head and said, I'm not here to pawn anything. I heard that here, 1 tael of gold can be exchanged for 12 taels of silver. Is that true? Han Jin's face instantly fell. He glanced back at Lin Shan and, swallowing hard, replied, that's correct. How much would the honored guest like to exchange? The man carefully dug out a small piece of gold from his belt and said, here are 3 taels. Please take a look. Seeing this as his first real transaction, Lin Shan walked over, hands behind his back. Han Jin took the small golden piece, weighed it in his hand, gave it a light bite, then nodded to Lin Shan. Master, the purity is good. Lin Shan said, then exchange it for him. Understood. Han Jin nodded, went behind the counter, took out 36 taels of silver, placed them into a cloth bag, and handed it to the man, saying, here are your 36 taels of silver. Please check. The man looked incredulous at the bag in his hands. He actually pulled out a small scale from his chest, weighed the silver, and upon confirming the amount was correct, grinned and said, it really is. Thank you. With that, he turned and left the pawn shop. Word quickly spread after this first incident. One by one, several more people came to exchange gold, and Lin's pawn shop finally began to see some foot traffic. One afternoon 7 days later, Lin Shan was lying on a reclining chair, sipping tea while reading a book. Han Jin sat nearby, listlessly flipping through the ledger. In these past few days, they had taken in a total of 30 taels of gold, but nothing else. Just then, a thin, dark-skinned man walked in through the door. He looked like someone from a poor household, but Han Jin didn't look down on him. Many who came to pawn shops were peasants who had dug something up from the soil. Though they might appear destitute, the items they carried could sometimes bring great surprises. Han Jin put down the ledger and asked politely, honored guest, what would you like to sell? The man spoke up, I'd like to sell a piece of wood. Chapter 70 for the first deal. Seeing a guest had arrived, Lin Shan also stood up and walked over to the side of the old farmer. Han Jin asked, have you brought the item? The old farmer nodded, pointing toward the door. It's here outside. Then let me take a look first. Han Jin stepped out of the house and saw an ox cart parked outside. On it lay a piece of timber. When Han Jin laid eyes on the wood, a sharp glint instantly flashed in his eyes. Lin Shan didn't know the origin of this timber, but he clearly noticed Han Jin's reaction. Certain types of wood could indeed be extremely valuable, such as agarwood, golden silk nanmu, or rosewood. Yet with Lin Shan's current level of expertise, he couldn't identify what kind of wood this was. The log was nearly 3 meters long and about 1 meter wide, quite thick and substantial. Han Jin approached the timber, inspected it carefully, then turned to the farmer and asked, where did this wood come from? The old man appeared hesitant and nervous as he replied, it was passed down from my father. He said if life ever became unbearable, I should sell this piece. At this point, he immediately stopped himself. Han Jin narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "Brother, do you even know what kind of wood this is?" The farmer shook his head. "I don't know, but my father said this wood is very valuable." Han Jin chuckled and stroked the timber. "Well, calling it valuable isn't wrong. This here is Wangwali rosewood." Upon hearing this, Lin Shan also looked at the timber with curiosity. In his original world, Wangwali wood was perpetually in short supply. Its value largely depended on market demand. If someone urgently needed it and you happened to have it, they'd willingly pay far above market price. Moreover, this piece was solid timber, suitable for any carving or crafting. A hint of joy flickered across the farmer's face, but Han Jin abruptly shifted tone. "But in my opinion, your family's piece has likely been sitting around for 30 years already. While your father was alive, he knew how to maintain it. But after his passing, no one cared for it. The condition has severely deteriorated compared to its prime." Lin Shan didn't understand terms like condition or aesthetic quality, but he knew Han Jin was now deliberately using this as leverage to lower the price. After a brief silence, the farmer said firmly, "You don't need to tell me all that nonsense. Just tell me straight. How much will you offer for this log?" Han Jin put on a show of great difficulty, frowning deeply as if deep in thought. After a long pause, he finally raised his head. "At most, I can go up to 100 taels of silver." The old farmer immediately scowled. No, I won't sell." Han Jin remained calm, replying coolly, "If you go elsewhere, no one will give you even this price. Let me ask you, before leaving home this morning, didn't you remove insects from the surface? Deep inside, the wood is probably riddled with holes. 100 taels is already far beyond its worth. And honestly, I can't make the final decision. It needs approval from my employer. Old brother, I suggest you be satisfied." With that, he gestured toward Lin Shan. Lin Shan understood at once. This was a cue for him to play along. He gave a light cough and said, 100 taels for such a broken-down piece of wood? Han, the shopkeeper, while I do have some money, it didn't just fall from the sky. Spending it like this feels unreasonable." Han Jin wore an expression of utmost sincerity. "Master, our pawnshop is newly opened and lacks reputation. Acquiring this brother's timber would count as our first real transaction." Lin Shan waved his hand impatiently. Fine. This time, I'll leave it to you. If he wants to sell, let him. If not, forget it. But don't keep blocking our entrance with that cart. It's in the way." With that, he turned and returned to the shop. Han Jin silently praised his employer's acting skills as divine, then turned back to the farmer. "Old brother, you've seen it yourself. Once you leave here, there won't be another chance like this." The farmer's face twisted with pain. "When my father passed away, he told me this wood could sell for at least 1,000 taels." Han Jin sighed. "True, it might have been worth that back then. But so many years have passed, and without proper care, this timber is no longer fit for high-quality use. It's difficult. I've said all I can. If you still want to try elsewhere, then by all means go ahead." He turned to walk back into the room. Instantly, the farmer panicked, reaching out to grab Han Jin's arm. All right. I'll sell. Triumph surged in Han Jin's heart, but he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he shook his head. "My employer may still feel uneasy about it. I'll need to persuade him. Wait here." Leaving the farmer behind, he returned to the shop and went through to the back room to find Lin Shan. Now, at last, he let a grin of pure delight spread across his face. "Master, this time we're going to make a huge profit." Lin Shan smiled faintly. Lately, he had noticed clearly that Han Jin wanted to prove himself, but until now, he simply hadn't had the opportunity. Han Jin said excitedly, "This Wangwali is in excellent condition. So rare to find something this thick and solid. The old farmer's father must have been a connoisseur. This is truly a family treasure. If we resell it, making 700 or 800 taels of silver will be effortless." Lin Shan replied, "There's no rush to sell it just yet. First, store it in the warehouse. I might have other uses for it later." Han Jin immediately responded, "Yes, master." Then he went to the counter and retrieved 100 taels of silver before calling out 3 shop boys to help carry the Wangwali log into the warehouse. With that, Lin's pawnshop had officially completed its very first transaction. Afterward, Lin Shan spent another month in this strange world, reading books and drinking tea each day. Exactly 1 month later, news finally arrived from Xiaochang. The Xinjian sect had secured the necessary connections. The prefect had agreed to meet. Now, Lin Shan needed to travel to the provincial capital to see him. "This time, I won't accompany you," Xiaochang said as he sat across from Lin Shan inside Xiao Mansion, discussing the upcoming journey. The Xinjian sect naturally has a foothold in the capital city. When you arrive, just head directly to their location. Xiaochang looked somewhat worried as he continued. "This trip to the provincial capital may not go smoothly. The Guling sect now knows about you. I'm afraid they might take action." Lin Shan said with some surprise. "Do they dare go that far?" Although this world possessed supernatural powers, generally speaking, sect members still had to respect the authority of civil officials. Besides, this meeting had been personally requested by the prefect himself. Xiaochang gave a bitter smile. Blocking someone's financial path is like killing their parents. Who knows what they might do? I think it'd be better if Guyan accompanied you." Lin Shan shook his head. "That won't be necessary. If Guyan leaves, Xiao Manor will be left vulnerable. We must remain cautious. I'll proceed carefully and travel in disguise." Xiaochang still looked uneasy. At that moment, a servant suddenly came rushing in to announce, "Master, senior apprentice sister Mu Qing from the Xinjian sect has arrived." Xiaochang quickly said, "Bring her in at once." He and Lin Shan stepped out of the main hall and met Mu Qing at the front gate. As always, she stood there with bold and commanding grace. Chapter 75, Traces of Demons. When she saw Lin Shan, she smiled brightly and patted the long sword hanging at her waist. "Brother Lin, the sect specially sent me to escort you to the provincial capital." The Xinjian sect truly handled matters with care. They had considered exactly what Xiaochang had thought of and immediately dispatched Mu Qing to protect Lin Shan. Lin Shan chuckled. "Just moments ago, Mr. Xiao was saying I might be targeted by people from Guling Mountain on the journey, and then you arrived." Mu Qing's expression turned serious. She nodded and said, Mr. Xiao is absolutely right. Truthfully, the prefect is very pleased with your products. But Guling Mountain has monopolized this trade for many years, entangling all levels in their web of interests. They can't simply replace it outright. You need to go there yourself. This journey won't be easy. Guling Mountain will certainly make a move against you. These were words Yin Bin had personally told her before she left. Brother Lin, my suggestion is that we depart immediately. The sooner, the better, Mu Qing added. Lin Shan had no objections. He borrowed a horse from the Xiao family and set off toward the provincial capital without delay. They traveled in silence, and 3 days later, the two arrived at a desolate wilderness. This world differed from the main realm. Here, vast uninhabited regions still existed, teeming with wild beasts and extremely dangerous. It was now deep into the night. Lin Shan and Mu Qing had lit a campfire in the wild, taking a brief rest. Lin Shan, you rest first. Wake me up in the dead of night. Lin Shan fiddled with the firewood, puzzled. Mu Qing, why don't we travel through the night? Why stop? Now that he was a bone-forging cultivator, his energy far surpassed that of ordinary people. Although these past 3 days had been non-stop travel, he hardly felt fatigued. He could have easily continued. Mu Qing gazed into the flames, her face grave. There are some things you don't know yet. We're about to enter the territory where demons roam. Demons? Lin Shan frowned. Did demons even exist in this world? Seeing his expression, Mu Qing realized her suspicion was correct. She knew that the person who had guided Lin Shan onto the martial path was merely a physician with modest abilities, certainly not someone who would inform him about the secrets of the cultivation world. Indeed, he was completely unaware of such basic knowledge. Lin Shan stretched out his hands, gesturing as he asked, do these demons look like the ones in folk tales? Beast heads with human bodies? Mu Qing couldn't help but smile. Yes, such demons do exist. Where should I begin? She lifted her gaze to the night sky and spoke slowly. About 10,000 years ago, there were no cultivators in this world. One day, the sky suddenly turned blood red, and a crimson moon appeared. 9 stone tablets descended from the heavens, each obtained by 9 different individuals. Martial arts techniques were gradually deciphered from these tablets. The tablets changed hands repeatedly over time, and each person who studied them uncovered different cultivation methods. Lin Shan listened intently. This was precisely the downside of having no master or sect. Such fundamental knowledge was entirely unknown to him. So the origin of martial cultivation came from celestial stone tablets. Alongside these tablets, many demons also appeared in our world. These demons were born with immense power and, like humans, capable of cultivation. Over the past 10,000 years, countless wars have erupted between humanity and demons. In our state of Wu, both sides maintain a fragile peace, each holding their own territories and forbidden from intruding into the other's domain. This time, I wanted to take a shortcut, so we'll be skirting along the edge of demon lands. I see. Lin Shan pondered Mu Qing's words and asked, then where are those 9 stone tablets now? Mu Qing smiled. Most of the 9 tablets are held by the most powerful factions. These groups lie far beyond the borders of Wu. I don't know much about them either. If you grow strong enough in the future to leave Wu, you'll naturally uncover these secrets yourself. Let's just focus on what's ahead for now, Lin Shan said with a faint smile, finally realizing how vast the outside world truly was. Compared to it, Wu was but a tiny speck. Neither noticed that while they conversed, a grayish mist had begun forming at the edge of the forest. At first, the mist hung dense and unmoving, but gradually, as if alive, it began creeping deeper into the woods. As Mu Qing continued explaining various basics of the cultivation world, just as the mist drew near, Lin Shan suddenly felt a strange unease well up within him. Instinctively, he looked up and blurted out, Mu Qing, something's wrong with the gray mist around us. Mu Qing reacted instantly, leaping to her feet and scanning the surrounding fog. Then she shouted, who's there? A shrill, piercing voice emerged from the mist. You've crossed the boundary. Mu Qing stood her ground, unafraid, and sneered. Nonsense. This is still human territory in Gaoting Prefecture. What are you hiding for? Hearing this, the mist around them slowly dissipated, and Lin Shan saw a small figure appear before them. By the firelight, he got a clear look at the creature. It was about a meter tall, its head resembling that of a rat, with 2 tiny eyes constantly darting around. So this was a demon. Its appearance truly matched the word demon perfectly. The rat examined the two of them, then suddenly spoke. I am Shu Bailing, Underlord Hu III of Tsiping Mountain. Who are you? Mu Qing pulled out the Xinjian sect's insignia and waved it. Xinjian sect, Mu Qing. Never heard of it. Shu Bailing snorted. Mu Qing wasn't one to back down easily and shot back immediately. Well, I've never heard of you either. This isn't even your Tsiping Mountain's domain. I'm roasting by the fire. What's it to you? Shu Bailing grew furious, the few whiskers on his mouth bristling upright, but could do nothing against Mu Qing and snapped. Humph. You'd better behave yourselves. With that, he turned and left. After Shu Bailing had gone, Mu Qing said, that was a demon. Lord Hu III of Tsiping Mountain is an elder demon at the Shantin Jing level, very cunning. Lin Shan nodded lightly and asked, Mu Qing, have you ever killed a demon? At this, a trace of pride appeared on Mu Qing's face as she replied, 3 years ago, I slew a bone-forging realm demon. It broke the rules, ran into human territory, and slaughtered civilians. I caught it and killed it. Compared to humans, do demons have any advantages? Lin Shan asked again. Mu Qing's expression turned cold and grim, as if recalling that past battle. After a pause, she said, demons naturally possess far stronger physiques than humans. Though they rarely use martial techniques, each has a unique innate ability, some of which are extremely troublesome. The reason I won back then was only because that demon was already injured. I just got lucky. Chapter 76, Enemy Traces. When fighting against monsters, you must never harbor illusions of Jiaoxing. Once the battle begins, it's a life or death struggle. In the future, if you ever face a demon, be extremely cautious. Mu Qing patiently instructed. The reason she had chosen to rest here for one night was precisely because there might not be another chance to rest properly in the days ahead. Wandering along the fringes of Swaiping Mountain's territory, they might encounter attacks from demons, but similarly, if anyone from Guling Mountain came this way, they would face the same danger. Lin Shan saw no issue with Mu Qing's decision. The two rested well through the night and set off again the next morning. But what Lin Shan didn't know was that just an hour after he and Mu Qing left the campsite, two men arrived exactly where they had stood moments before. These two men were tall and broad-shouldered, their skin bronzed and bodies radiating immense strength. Guling Mountain practiced a body cultivation technique, and its disciples were typically mighty warriors of such builds. One of them carried a massive sword as wide as a door panel. He crouched beside the remains of Lin Shan's campfire, examined it closely, then said to his companion, "They left less than an hour ago. If we pursue now, catching up won't be difficult." The other man spoke nervously. "Senior brother, I've heard that Mu Qing is extremely formidable. Just the two of us, will we be enough?" These two disciples from Guling Mountain were named Shikai and Wang Jinkong. Shikai had reached the bone-forging realm and was also the one who deduced Lin Shan's departure time. Shikai glanced at his junior brother, clearly displeased. "Brother, you're boosting others' morale while undermining our own. Yes, Mu Qing has some skill, but do you really think I'd fear her?" As for that Lin Shan, barely a few years into martial cultivation, and his mentor was just a village doctor. Humph, if even someone like that overwhelms you, you've no business remaining in Guling Mountain at all. Before setting out, they had thoroughly investigated Lin Shan's background. Mu Qing needed no introduction. She was the most outstanding young disciple of Xinjian sect. But Shikai wasn't inferior either. His body forging technique was already quite accomplished, and his giant blade wielded thunderous force. Senior brother's prowess I've long admired. I only hope I don't end up dragging you down this time. Wang Jinkong forced a nervous laugh. Shikai snorted, "Don't worry. This time, our sect has full confidence. We've brought in an outside ally. With his help, success is guaranteed." Wang Jinkong looked around curiously, frowning. "An ally? Senior brother, who else is coming to this place?" Disciples of both Guling Mountain and Xinjian sect at the bone forging level usually had their own duties. Moving them covertly often couldn't escape the enemy's notice. Xinjian sect had calculated that Guling Mountain could likely send only one cultivator of that rank, so they sent only Mu Qing in response. This, you'll find out soon enough. Shikai suddenly pulled out a coil of sandalwood incense from his robes, placed it on the ground, and lit it. The smoke coiled into thick tendrils, drifting toward the distance. Shikai remained silent, as if waiting for something. Roughly half an hour passed. Then, a voice suddenly echoed through the clearing. "TSK, TSK, TSK. You finally came. If you delayed any longer, I'd have run off myself." Wang Jinkong jumped in fright and whirled around, to see a fox-headed, humanoid demon standing nearby. He immediately shifted into a defensive stance and shouted, "Senior brother, a demon." But Shikai firmly pressed down on his shoulder, then turned to the fox demon and asked, "Are you Hu Qilong?" The fox demon nodded. "That's me. So, who is it you want killed this time?" Wang Jinkong froze in shock, staring back and forth between Hu Qilong and his senior brother, words caught in his throat. Seeing this, Hu Qilong smirked. "Your foolish junior brother seems to have something on his mind." Finally, Wang Jinkong couldn't hold back any longer. He looked at Shikai and whispered, "Senior brother, collaborating with a demon. If word gets out, we're both finished." Hu Qilong chuckled. "But it was your Guling Mountain who sought me out first." Shirkai's eyes darkened with deep calculation as he replied slowly, "Junior brother, the world isn't simply black and white. When the Eve are great enough, even humans and demons can join hands. Isn't that right, brother Hu?" The fox demon's eyes crinkled into slits of amusement. Exactly. I've committed grave crimes in Swaiping Mountain. I can't stay there any longer. And yet Guling Mountain is willing to take me out of Gaoding Prefecture. Helping you with a small task like this is only fair." Wang Jinkong turned pale, but under his senior brother's firm gaze, he dared say no more. Slowly, Hu Qilong stepped closer. Shikai, though speaking of alliance, kept his body tensed, ready to react at any moment. Hu Qilong noticed, but didn't care. Instead, he asked, "Brother Shir, who exactly are we targeting this time?" Shikai said, "Xinjian sect, Mu Qing." Upon hearing the name, Hu Qilong's eyes lit up. He licked his lips and said, "This woman, I've seen her before. Last time, I'd intended to capture her and have my way with her at leisure, but unfortunately, she got away. Shir brother, let me make this clear. This woman is mine." Shikai replied expressionlessly, "As long as you subdue Mu Qing, she's yours. But after you're done, you must kill her to eliminate any witness." Hu Qilong nodded eagerly, as if Mu Qing were already helpless and lying right before him. "You Fengxian, rest assured on that count. Then let's get moving. We need to catch up as soon as possible." Shikai pointed in the direction Lin Shan and Mu Qing had taken. By nightfall, Mu Qing suddenly stopped in a forest and turned around. Seeing this, Lin Shan asked, "What's wrong, Mu Qing?" Mu Qing's expression was somewhat grave as she slowly said, "We're being followed." Lin Shan raised his brows and asked, "How do you know?" Mu Qing didn't elaborate much, merely saying, "I left certain measures along the way, so I can sense when someone's trailing us." "So what do you plan to do?" Lin Shan remained fairly calm. The truth was simple. He had reached the bone-forging realm, but he hadn't told Mu Qing. This was his hidden ace, a matter of life and death he wouldn't disclose to anyone. A flash of killing intent flickered in Mu Qing's eyes as she said to Lin Shan, "Being tailed is always a nuisance. Now that I know, we're out in the open while they remain in shadow. I intend to find a good spot to set an ambush and eliminate these pursuers once and for all. After that, we can march openly straight to the prefectural city." Lin Shan couldn't help but marvel at the woman's boldness, but then again, upon reflection, Mu Qing's strategy was indeed sound. Never one to be timid by nature, and now being at the bone-forging realm, he immediately said, "I have no objections. I'll leave everything in your hands." Mu Qing glanced around and declared, "This place looks perfect." Chapter 77, Hunter and Prey. Lin Shan agreed immediately. Then Mu Qing began setting up traps. However, ordinary mechanisms were of little use against martial cultivators. Mu Qing's idea was simple. Use some decoy traps to draw their attention, then strike suddenly and reduce their numbers. With time pressing, Mu Qing set only a few basic traps before dragging Lin Shan into a shallow pit. He pulled out a pill and said to Lin Shan, "Take this. It will weaken your aura so they won't detect you." Lin Shan took the pill and swallowed it at once. Then the two waited in silence. All around, the sounds of insects filled the night air. Lin Shan sat with a calm mind, eyes half closed. Just then, he sensed something amiss. Kai and his two companions had already entered the forest. Wang Jinkong asked, "Senior brother, we must be getting close now, right?" Kai nodded. "Yes, very close." They advanced cautiously, knowing full well they might encounter Mu Qing at any moment. Suddenly Hu Qilong said, "What if she already knows you've been following her? We want to kill them, but they probably want to kill us too." Kai frowned. "Impossible. My tracking technique is extremely covert. Mu Qing couldn't possibly have noticed." Upon hearing this, Hu Qilong smirked quietly. Underground, Lin Shan and Mu Qing exchanged glances. So there were three of them. As for their strength, that remained to be seen. Now the arrow was knocked. There was no turning back. Mu Qing slightly raised her hand. When it fell, they would strike. When Kai's group was just 5 meters away from their ambush point, Hu Qilong suddenly shrieked, "Wait, something's wrong." Mu Qing reacted instantly. Almost as soon as Hu Qilong cried out, she triggered the mechanism. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the pitch-black forest, sharp whistling sounds cut through the air as several wooden arrows, sharpened to deadly points, shot toward Kai. The sudden attack caught them off guard. Kai remained relatively calm, but Wang Jinkong panicked. "Don't move," Kai shouted, throwing himself in front of Wang Jinkong. He drew the massive sword from his back and smashed apart the 3 incoming arrows. But then another rush of wind came from behind. He hadn't finished yet. Kai had to turn around to defend against the rear assault. At that very instant, Lin Shan and Mu Qing burst out of the ground. "Die!" Mu Qing let out a long cry, launching herself like an arrow loosed from a bow straight at Kai. Meanwhile, in the darkness, Lin Shan clearly saw the faces of the 3 enemies, and couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. The Guling sect has actually colluded with demons. Meeting Hu Qilong's gaze, Lin Shan saw the other grinning with amusement, as if eyeing prey in its final struggles. But Lin Shan ignored him, instead charging at the nearest target, Wang Jinkong. Wang Jinkong was already nervous. After turning with Kai, he turned again at the sound of new attackers behind him, only to see Lin Shan's fist hurtling toward his face. In recent days, while appearing idle at the pawn shop reading books and drinking tea, Lin Shan had secretly cultivated martial techniques. Among them was the heart-shattering fist, a low-tier dark-rank skill. Wang Jinkong crossed his arms in front of his chest to block the blow, but how could a mere blood-boiling realm cultivator withstand a bone-forging realm opponent head-on, especially under ambush? The chi he hastily gathered offered no resistance. Lin Shan's fist shattered his arms and crashed into his chest with full force. The impact caved in Wang Jinkong's ribcage. There was no chance of survival. His body flew backward and thudded lifelessly onto the ground, utterly still. "Ah!" Kai roared in fury. Though Mu Qing's slash hadn't killed him, it left a deep, bloody gash across his chest that wouldn't stop bleeding. Mu Qing quickly shifted her footing, retreating to stand beside Lin Shan. The 4 survivors now faced each other in tense standoff. Kai glared at Lin Shan, teeth clenched. "So you've already broken through to the bone-forging realm?" Lin Shan had attacked with full power earlier. His cultivation level could no longer be hidden. Lin Shan gave a cold smile and turned to Mu Qing. "Mu Qing, I didn't mean to conceal my strength." Mu Qing inwardly marveled at Lin Shan's depth of calculation, but being a straightforward person, she simply shook her head. "It doesn't matter." Then she fixed her gaze on Hu Qilong. Kai, your Guling sect has truly degenerated, allying yourselves with demons?" Kai's expression darkened like storm clouds. "As long as we kill all of you, no one will ever know." Hu Qilong, however, kept his eyes on Mu Qing. "Mu Qing, do you remember me?" Hu Qilong, 3 years ago, we met once. Back then, you managed to escape. But these past 3 years, I've thought of you often." As he spoke, the fox's tongue continuously licked his lips, even drooling slightly, making him utterly repulsive. Mu Qing said coldly, "Today, I will definitely kill you." In truth, the situation wasn't favorable. Hu Qilong was no stranger to Mu Qing. He was well known as an exceptionally powerful opponent at the bone-forging level. And Kai was an old-timer from Guling sect, ranking just as high within their sect as Mu Qing did in Xinjian sect. Lin Shan naturally saw this as well, but as for fear, he felt little. Hu Qilong shrieked, "Come on then, fight!" With that, he lunged at Mu Qing. He had no weapon, but long claws, each a foot in length, extended from his fingers, sharp as blades, and he began clashing fiercely with Mu Qing. Meanwhile, Kai narrowed his eyes at Lin Shan, slowly raising the massive sword in his hand. Lin Shan quietly put on the gloves gifted by Xiao Chong. Kai said, "Hey kid, if you're willing to join our Guling sect, I can spare your life. But only if you personally kill Mu Qing. You're running this pawn shop business just to make money, right? That part is easy. Hand over your goods to us, and we'll give you 30% of the profits." Who could have imagined that at such a critical moment, Kai would actually start negotiating a deal? Lin Shan saw through it immediately. The current situation was 2 against 2. Although Kai held some advantage, victory wasn't guaranteed. So he wanted to first pacify Lin Shan, allowing himself to focus entirely on Mu Qing. Once Mu Qing died, Lin Shan would be completely at their mercy anyway. Mu Qing frowned, about to speak, but Lin Shan cut in. "Big guy, looks like you've only grown fat, not smarter. Do you really think I believe such nonsense? Bring it on, let's see what you've got." Looking for death, Kai roared, suddenly dashing forward with explosive speed, lifting his enormous sword high as he delivered a heavy, forceful downward slash. Against such a power-focused opponent, it was best not to meet strength with strength, so Lin Shan immediately chose to evade. But at that instant, a sly glint flashed in Sher Kai's eyes, the speed of his giant sword increasing yet again. Chapter 78, A Life or Death Struggle. But Lin Shan was extremely cautious, narrowly avoiding Sher Kai's sword strike at the last moment. In truth, Lin Shan clearly understood his current advantage. Sher Kai was injured. The wound was deep, reaching the bone, and still bleeding continuously. Sher Kai's strength would inevitably weaken over time, and the longer the battle dragged on, the more severe the impact would become. All Lin Shan needed to do was stall Sher Kai, waiting until that injury took full effect. That would be the moment he truly struck back. Sher Kai naturally realized this as well. He couldn't afford to let things continue, so he became desperate to force Lin Shan into a decisive confrontation while he was still in good condition. But Lin Shan wouldn't give him that chance at all. He kept evading Sher Kai's attacks. Though his massive sword carried overwhelming power, it became difficult to wield effectively against an opponent with high speed. Damn it! What's going on? How is this brat so fast? Sher Kai could tell Lin Shan hadn't practiced any dedicated movement technique. The speed came purely from natural physical talent. That made him even more frustrated. They were both at the bone-tempering stage. Was Lin Shan just born gifted? After failing to break through with brute force, Sher Kai resorted to taunting. Kid, is all you can do run away? Lin Shan knew exactly what the other was trying to do. He didn't even flinch emotionally and replied coldly. That wound must be getting more painful by now. Let's see how much blood you have left to spill. Enraged, Sher Kai roared. Do you really think I can't kill you like this? With those words, Sher Kai suddenly slammed his great sword into the ground, clenched his fists at his waist, and let out a low growl. Lin Shan saw veins bulging across Sher Kai's face, his whole body seeming to swell in size. Lin Shan's heart tensed. He knew immediately that the opponent had activated some secret art. Brat die. The transformation happened in the blink of an eye. Sher Kai seized his great sword again and charged forward, his speed now noticeably faster. Murder filled Sher Kai's eyes. This time, he had activated a forbidden technique from Guling's sect, a method that temporarily boosted strength and speed at tremendous cost, possibly even damaging his future potential. But right now, he had no other choice. Swinging his massive sword wildly, Sher Kai unleashed wave after wave of sword wind that completely surrounded Lin Shan. To his shock, Lin Shan realized these gusts actually restricted his movements. This was a mid-level mysterious tier martial skill from Guling's sect, Frenzied Whirlwind. It was perfectly suited for his weapon, the greatsword. Having paid such a heavy price, Sher Kai finally forced Lin Shan into direct combat. Seeing escape impossible, Lin Shan smirked and said, Do you really think you can beat me in a straight fight? Facing the sweeping greatsword, Lin Shan suddenly threw a punch, striking the flat side of the blade. Sher Kai was stunned. The kid was insanely bold. If his punch lacked even a bit of strength or was slightly off target, he'd have been cut clean in half. Yet Lin Shan had pulled it off. As Sher Kai's sword crashed into the ground, Lin Shan didn't retreat. Instead, he stomped on the blade, launched himself upward, and drove a flying fist toward Sher Kai. Sher Kai quickly raised his sword in an upward slash, but Lin Shan twisted like a butterfly. His feet touched the edge of the blade, and he sprang away, once again evading the attack. After 2 rounds of direct confrontation, Sher Kai's heart sank to the depths. He realized he had gravely underestimated Lin Shan's power. This guy's master is supposed to be a doctor. How does he possess such combat ability? What kind of cultivation technique does he even use? Sher Kai couldn't make sense of it. Now Lin Shan had seized the initiative and began pressing forward. With fists leading the way, he closed in and engaged Sher Kai in close-quarters combat. This rendered Sher Kai's greatsword largely useless. Sher Kai thought quickly. Abandoning his sword entirely, he matched Lin Shan blow for blow with bare fists. Their fists crashed into each other relentlessly, exchanging over a dozen solid hits. Sher Kai was already wounded. This kind of head-on collision only aggravated his injury. He spat several mouthfuls of blood and stared at Lin Shan in disbelief. Lin Shan wasn't unscathed either. Sharp pain throbbed where he'd been hit. But he knew Sher Kai was far worse off. At this point, it had become a battle of trading injuries. I didn't expect you to have such skills. I have to admit, the sect vastly underestimated you, Sher Kai said, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze slowly hardened with determination. In that case, you absolutely cannot be allowed to leave here alive. The instant those words left Sher Kai's lips, Lin Shan tensed every nerve. The next second, Sher Kai shot forward like an arrow. His fists wreathed in a faint yellow glow. He charged at Lin Shan with utter resolve. Lin Shan couldn't dodge. He poured all his energy into running Changchun Gong and met the assault head-on with Cui Xinjin. The clash was like 2 locomotives colliding. With a thunderous boom, both figures were blasted backward. Lin Shan felt searing pain erupt in his palms. He lifted his hands. They were still trembling uncontrollably. Sher Kai's fate was even worse. Blood poured continuously from his mouth as he propped himself up on his upper body, staring at Lin Shan with a trace of despair in his eyes. Lin Shan took several deep breaths and slowly rose to his feet. Sher Kai had already lost all ability to move. He had become the final victor. Expressionless, Lin Shan walked toward Sher Kai step by step. At last, Sher Kai panicked and cried out, Hu Qilong! Hu Qilong! The battlefield where Hu Qilong fought Mu Qing was gradually moving away from here. Hearing Sher Kai's plea for help, Hu Qilong glanced over with a flicker of surprise. This useless wretch can't even handle an unknown nobody. Hu Qilong flew into a rage. With Sher Kai defeated, he now found himself in an awkward position. If he turned back to rescue him, there was a good chance he wouldn't make it in time. He didn't know Lin Shan's condition. If Lin Shan was still in good shape, then he'd be facing 2 enemies alone. Even if he did manage to save him, Sher Kai would be combat ineffective anyway. The choice was clear. Hu Qilong's eyes flashed, then he turned and fled. But Mu Qing's combat experience was vast. Upon hearing Sher Kai's voice, though surprised by Lin Shan's strength, he immediately realized Hu Qilong might attempt to escape. You think you can leave? Not so easily. Mu Qing charged forward with his sword, sticking to Hu Qilong like a persistent plaster. On the other side, Lin Shan approached Sher Kai. In his final moments, Shirkai finally gave in to fear and begged, "Don't kill me. Take me out alive. My sect will pay any price to spare my life." But Lin Shan ignored him completely. He reached out with both hands, gripped Shirkai's neck, twisted slightly, and snapped it. After killing Shirkai, Lin Shan let out a long breath. Though victorious, he too had sustained injuries in a fierce battle. But this was no time to rest. Lin Shan quickly crept toward the place where Hu Qilong and Mu Qing were fighting. By now, their battle had reached a fever pitch, flashing blades and swords, two figures blurring into afterimages. "Mu Qing, do you really intend to fight me to the death? Even if you manage to kill me, I'll take one of you with me." Chapter 79, Hu Qilong's Secret. Mu Qing stood unflinching, her voice icy. "You dare try." Though Mu Qing was a woman, her fierce temperament far surpassed that of 99 out of 100 men. Threats like these did not frighten her. In fact, they only fueled her determination. At this moment, she had already resolved to take Hu Qilong down with her, even if it meant death. It was also because Hu Qilong's tongue had been too vile. His obscene words had long since ignited Mu Qing's fury. No matter the cost, she was determined to end him. After Lin Shan arrived, he didn't immediately intervene, instead positioning himself just outside the combat circle between the two. This distance was delicate. Hu Qilong couldn't directly attack Lin Shan due to Mu Qing's interference, but Lin Shan could step in at any moment and immediately affect the battle. Thus, though Lin Shan hadn't thrown a single punch yet, his presence exerted immense pressure on Hu Qilong. After continuing the fight with Mu Qing for a while longer, Hu Qilong was already drenched in sweat, unable to let his guard down even slightly. He knew clearly, if this went on, he would die. Suddenly, a flash crossed his eyes, and he shouted, "Wait, Mu Qing, let's stop here. I'll tell you a secret about Elder Hu San, but I also have a treasure I'm willing to hand over." Mu Qing stepped back. She didn't care much for treasures, but a secret concerning Elder Hu San? That piqued her interest. Seeing her hesitate, Hu Qilong took several deep breaths before speaking. "Do you know why I allied with Guling Mountain?" Mu Qing frowned. "Speak plainly. I've no time for riddles." Hu Qilong stiffened, inwardly furious, but the situation left him powerless. He swallowed his pride and said bitterly, "Elder Hu San is near death." At this, Mu Qing's eyebrows shot up. Demons and monsters were different from humans. Their natural lifespans were far longer. A peak Shantanjing cultivator among humans might live only 200 years, but demons and monsters could live 5 centuries. That longevity granted them vast experience. Mu Qing replied coldly, "Elder Hu San is 450 years old. He should still have 50 years left." That was true originally, Hu Qilong admitted. But a century ago, he fought your Xinjiang sect's former sect leader. He suffered a grave hidden injury in that battle, one that drastically shortened his lifespan. My secret is tied to this. If you let me go, I'll reveal it. I guarantee it's extremely valuable, but you both must swear an oath. Hu Qilong was desperate. As a demon, he well understood the binding power of oaths. But he had no choice. Mu Qing was fierce, yet people like her often kept their word, even when dealing with demons. Mu Qing frowned. A secret concerning Elder Hu San linked to a battle with a Shantanjing expert. It had to be significant. She hesitated, silent for a long moment before asking, "Is it because you secretly stole Elder Hu San's secret, fearing he'd come after you, that you fled and sought refuge with Guling Mountain?" Hu Qilong couldn't hide his shock. He then openly nodded. "Exactly. You're sharp, Mu Qing. I disrespected you earlier. I apologize. I'll even kneel if needed. Just let me go, and I promise, you won't regret hearing this secret." His expression seemed utterly sincere. Lin Shan turned to Mu Qing and said gravely, "Mu Qing, the decision is yours." Mu Qing studied Hu Qilong. There was little hesitation on her face as she slowly shook her head. "Letting you go means countless innocents will die by your hands. Then, I, Mu Qing, would become the greatest sinner. I can never allow you to leave. Hu Qilong, this place will be your tomb." Realizing he still couldn't sway her, Hu Qilong finally gave up, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Fine. If you refuse the polite offer, then taste the punishment." With that, Hu Qilong launched into a furious charge. The two clashed again. This time, fighting like a cornered beast, his attacks were ferocious, but Mu Qing still denied him any real advantage. After resting briefly, Lin Shan now joined the fray, helping surround Hu Qilong. Poor Hu Qilong, though a standout among his peers, was ultimately overwhelmed by the combined assault of Lin Shan and Mu Qing. In the end, Mu Qing's sword swept clean through, severing his head. Of course, Mu Qing wasn't unscathed. Her martial robes were torn and bloodied, wounds covering her body, blood flowing freely. After killing Hu Qilong, Mu Qing collapsed weakly to the ground. Lin Shan quickly rushed over and supported her. "Are you alright?" Pale and weakened, Mu Qing shook her head slightly. "I'll be fine, Lin Shan. First find a hidden place. We need to rest and recover." Lin Shan nodded and was about to help Mu Qing leave when she said, "Wait, search their bodies, see if they left anything behind." Hearing this, Lin Shan first rummaged through Hu Qilong's backpack. There was nothing particularly valuable, except for one Jingmei looking small box that caught his attention. He tucked it away and then set fire to Hu Qilong's corpse. Next, he searched the bodies of Wang Jinkong and Shirkai. On them were only a few pieces of silver coin and some common wound healing medicines. No martial arts manuals or techniques were found, which left Lin Shan somewhat disappointed. After collecting the spoils, Lin Shan helped Mu Qing into a nearby cave and said, "They didn't have much of value on them. Shirkai's sword was too conspicuous, so I didn't bring it. Only Hu Qilong had this small box. I don't know what's inside." With that, Lin Shan took out the little box. He had no intention of keeping it for himself. The credit for this battle belonged mostly to Mu Qing, so whatever was inside should be shared with her. Mu Qing looked at the box curiously and said, "Lin Shan, open it and see." Lin Shan opened the box as told. Inside lay an orange bead, about the size of a baby's fist. Mu Qing examined it closely but couldn't identify its origin. She shook her head and said, "I don't know what this is. We'll have the sect leader take a look once we return." Afterward, they treated their wounds. Since Mu Qing was a woman, Lin Shan stepped outside to tend to his own injuries and did not come back in. Instead, he said, Mu Qing, my injuries are much lighter than yours. I'll just keep watch outside. Call me if anything comes up. A warm feeling stirred in Mu Qing's heart, and she found herself developing a subtle fondness for Lin Shan. She finished tending to her wounds in peace, then began meditating to recover. Meanwhile, Lin Shan wandered around nearby. When night fell, Mu Qing opened her eyes and called out, Lin Shan, are you there? Chapter 80, The Secret Treasure. Lin Shan immediately replied, I'm here. I've prepared some food for you and left it at the entrance. Also, I found a small lake to the east. You can go there later to wash up. Mu Qing responded softly, a strange feeling rising in her heart. Back then, Lin Shan had saved her life, and she had always been deeply grateful for that. Earlier, she had thrown herself completely into danger. Her only thought had been that even if she died here, as long as Lin Shan escaped, it would be worth it. But now, Lin Shan had surprised her. This time, they were truly comrades in arms, bound by life and death. And after getting injured, Lin Shan's deliberate effort to keep his distance only increased Mu Qing's sulgan toward him. Mu Qing stood up and walked to the cave entrance, where she saw some roasted meat placed neatly on a stone. She took it and began eating hungrily. This was exactly when her body needed nourishment most. After finishing her meal, Mu Qing looked down at her disheveled appearance and frowned slightly. She was, after all, a woman. Although she had traveled light this time, she still carried an extra set of clothes for emergencies. Now, she picked up the bundle containing her clothes and slowly walked out of the cave. Lin Shan, who had been keeping watch from atop a nearby tree, jumped down upon seeing her emerge and asked, How are you feeling now? Much better, Mu Qing replied calmly. No serious issues remain. Just need some rest over the next few days. It won't affect our journey. Then, hesitating slightly, she added, Lin Shan, I'd like to go to that lake to freshen up. Lin Shan smiled. Understood. I'll keep watch from a distance. We're in the wilderness. It's unlikely anyone else will come around. Thank you. After thanking him, Mu Qing headed toward the lake Lin Shan had indicated and removed her clothes. Her body exuded a powerful presence, different from the delicate frame of ordinary women, but rather than seem unnatural, it possessed a wild, untamed beauty. Her skin was as white as snow, though marked with numerous wounds. As Mu Qing ran her fingers over them, she let out a soft sigh. She loved beauty too, but having chosen the path of a martial artist, such scars were unavoidable. Fortunately, there were healing ointments that could gradually fade them away. After thoroughly washing off the blood and changing into clean clothes, Mu Qing quietly left the lake. Lin Shan waited nearby on a large tree. Seeing that she was done, he jumped down. They decided to return to the cave to rest briefly before setting off again toward the prefectural capital. Inside the cave, Lin Shan took out the small box once more and retrieved the mysterious bead. Mu Qing reached out and said, Lin Shan, let me take a look. Lin Shan handed it to her without hesitation. After examining it for a moment, Mu Qing said, Let me try infusing some qi into it. Maybe something will happen. Since neither knew what the bead truly was, Lin Shan warned cautiously, Be careful. Mu Qing nodded. Gradually, she began channeling her inner energy, and change came quickly. A faint yellow mist began to rise from the bead. Unaware of its nature, Lin Shan immediately held his breath, though he couldn't avoid inhaling a trace. More and more yellow smoke emerged. Lin Shan urgently said, Mu Qing, stop sending in your qi. But Mu Qing looked panicked. I already stopped. The yellow smoke rapidly filled the entire cave. Lin Shan realized that even with his breath held, the vapor was eerily seeping into his body through his pores. At the same time, something changed. Lin Shan felt as though his flesh was being sliced by knives, waves of excruciating pain spreading through him. Yet, he could also sense his physical body growing stronger. But an awkward side effect soon appeared. He felt intense heat building in his lower abdomen, accompanied by a desire unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Just then, their eyes met. Mu Qing's gaze was dazed. Clearly, both were experiencing the same overwhelming state. One night passed, and the two lay close together. Eventually, Lin Shan felt he should be the one to speak first. You don't need to say anything. Mu Qing interrupted swiftly. Quietly, she sat up and dressed herself, then turned to Lin Shan and said, We're martial artists. We live freely, unbound by convention. I know this wasn't your intention. Let's just forget what happened today, and never speak of it to anyone. Lin Shan's emotions churned. Why did every woman he encountered lately act this way? Determined not to make him responsible. Was this good or bad? At that moment, a new surge of energy welled up from Lin Shan's dantian, flooding every inch of his body. His physical strength surged once again to an even greater level. A voice echoed within his mind. System, Mu Qing successfully acquired. Mu Qing's overall score, 83. Mu Qing's intimacy level, 60. The host may choose to pursue female targets with a comprehensive score of 80 or above to increase intimacy. Higher intimacy unlocks greater rewards. When intimacy reaches 100, the target will become a two-realm envoy and can travel between realms alongside the host. Mu Qing had now become the second woman Lin Shan had successfully pursued, after Luo Bing. Compared to Luo Bing, however, Mu Qing's overall score was only 83. To be fair, her looks were indeed not quite as striking as Luo Bing's, but she possessed a unique charm of her own. Lin Shan dressed himself again. After what had just happened, the atmosphere between them grew even more awkward. Trying to break the silence, Lin Shan said, It seems that bead must have enhanced our physical bodies. How do you feel? Mu Qing smoothed her hair and nodded. Yes, I feel it too. My body has become noticeably stronger. Lin Shan hesitated for a moment, then finally said, Mu Qing, I know saying this now might sound empty or insincere, but, in the future, if there's anything you need me to help with, I'll make sure to do it for you. Mu Qing looked at Lin Shan with complex emotions. She realized that the man before her wasn't just speaking casually. This was a genuine promise, an acknowledgement that he was willing to accept responsibility. She found herself smiling inwardly. Lin Shan was her first man, Before this, she had often imagined what kind of circumstances would lead her to meet her first lover. Never had she expected it to happen like this. I accept, Mu Qing said. If I ever need your help in the future, I won't hesitate. But for now, let's get moving toward the prefectural capital. They packed their belongings and left the cave. With no pursuers behind them, their journey proceeded smoothly. Roughly 10 days later, they arrived just outside the prefectural city. Chapter 81, The Prefect. Compared to the county town, the prefectural capital of Gaodang was far more magnificent. The city wall stood 3 zhang high, with 4 gates to the east, west, south, and north. Guards patrolled each gate, questioning those entering and leaving. When Lin Shan and Mu Qing reached the city entrance and revealed their identities, they were immediately allowed in. This was the most prosperous city Lin Shan had seen since arriving in this strange world. Inside the walls, from major roads crisscrossed the city, thronged with pedestrians. Shops lined both sides of every street, offering everything one could want. After entering the city, Lin Shan and Mu Qing made straight for Xinjian sect's local outpost. Wu Jinghao was currently stationed here. The two arrived at the compound. Xinjian sect's prefecture outpost was laid out somewhat like a face. Above the main gate hung a signboard inscribed with the 3 characters, Xinjian sect. When the guard at the door saw Mu Qing approach, he called out instantly, "Senior apprentice, Sister Mu." The two walked into the compound and rested briefly in the parlor. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed through the hall, and Wu Jinghao appeared. Seeing that both of them were unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief before asking, "Did anything happen on your journey?" Mu Qing nodded and recounted everything they had experienced along the way, but deliberately omitted the part about obtaining the pearl. After listening, Wu Jinghao flew into a rage. That damned Guling Mountain. How dare they collude with Hu San Taoya? Then he chuckled. But what they didn't expect was that Lin Shan has already reached the bone-forging realm. They tried to steal a chicken but lost their knife instead. One sure Kai dead. Serves him right. He was deeply astonished inside. He knew very well that Lin Shan hadn't been cultivating for long. Yet in such a short time, he had advanced to the bone-forging realm. Such talent was extraordinary. The sect master originally thought Lin Shan was too old and lacked potential. But now it seems we were all mistaken. With such potential, he's worth properly befriending. After returning, I should discuss this matter with the sect master again. In his heart, Wu Jinghao had already decided he wanted to bring Lin Shan into the Xinjian sect. He rose and said, "You've had a long journey. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I'll take you both to meet the prefect." Nothing significant happened that night. The next morning at dawn, Lin Shan and Mu Qing changed into fresh robes and followed Wu Jinghao toward the prefect's office. Along the way, Wu Jinghao explained, "The prefect of Gaodang, Zhu Daotian, has served here for 30 years. He's a Shantan Jing cultivator. Over the years, he's worked hard to balance various factions, quite skilled indeed. Compared to other regions of Wu Kingdom, Gaodang remains relatively peaceful, thanks largely to Prefect Zhu's deft handling. However, recently there have been frequent uprisings within Gaodang, so demand for weapons has surged. When you meet the prefect later, be careful with your words. Only speak when asked, and don't say anything wrong." Wu Jinghao treated the meeting with Zhu Daotian as extremely important, repeatedly warning Lin Shan and Mu Qing. Entering the government compound, the 3 were escorted directly to the rear hall. A moment later, the attendant returned after announcing them and said, "His Excellency permits your entry." Only then did the trio step into the rear hall. Inside sat 2 men. The one in the central seat wore official robes, his cheeks somewhat sunken, projecting an aura of natural authority. This was Zhu Daotian, prefect of Gaodang. The other man sat to the left, broad-shouldered and muscular, his expression dark and sinister. When Wu Jinghao saw this man, his face instantly darkened. At that moment, Zhu Daotian turned to Lin Shan and said, "You are Lin Shan?" Lin Shan bowed respectfully without showing subservience. "I am indeed Lin Shan." Zhu Daotian gave a slight nod. The weapons you supplied were of excellent quality. Gaodang currently needs a batch of armor. I intend to entrust this task to you. 2,000 sets of lamellar armor, 200 suits of iron armor. The design will follow the samples you submitted." To everyone's surprise, the matter was decided on the spot. At that moment, the man sitting nearby suddenly spoke up. "This order is urgent. Boy, how long will it take you? Don't go delaying the prefect's affairs." Lin Shan frowned and looked at the man. He could sense the other was a Shinten Jing expert, but with Wu Jinghao by his side, he felt no fear. He asked, "Who exactly are you?" The man snorted. "I am Zhang Shun, senior elder of Guling Mountain." So this fellow was from Guling Mountain. Lin Shan ignored him and turned instead toward Prefect Zhu. "Your Excellency, half a year will suffice." Zhu Daotian clearly seemed surprised. He asked back, "That fast?" Zhang Shun scoffed openly. "Arrogant whelp, boasting nonsense. Can you really finish in just 6 months?" By the standards of ordinary craftsmen in this world, this quantity of armor was a massive undertaking. For example, even Guling Mountain's people would require a full year to produce 2,000 sets of lamellar armor. Lin Shan glanced at Zhang Shun and replied bluntly, "Just because you can't do it doesn't mean my people can't. Your Excellency, the deadline is 6 months. Zhu Daotian narrowed his eyes and said, "This matter is of great importance. No joking around. Lin Shan, if you truly can deliver these armors within half a year, then all future military supplies for Gaodang will be entrusted to you. But let me make one thing clear. If you fail to deliver when the time comes, don't expect mercy. I'll deal with you according to the law." When Zhang Shun heard that Zhu Daotian intended to give all future military contracts to Lin Shan, he immediately panicked and blurted out, "Your Excellency, this brat is just spouting nonsense. Don't believe a word he says." But Zhu Daotian replied, "Whether he's bluffing or not will become clear in half a year. There's no more discussion needed on this matter." Though both were cultivators of the Xiantian realm, Zhu Daotian was the highest-ranking official in Gaodang, wielding ultimate authority. With him having spoken so definitively, Zhang Shun could only shut his mouth. Finally, Zhu Daotian turned to Lin Shan and said, "Lin Shan, I'll be waiting for your good news." With that, he rose and left the hall. Zhang Shun, still furious, glared at Lin Shan and spat. Boy, you've got 6 months left. Better spend it arranging your final affairs. Once Zhu Daotian had departed, Wu Jinghao no longer needed to save face for the host. He said directly, Zhang Shun, you should go back and start making arrangements for Shirkai's funeral. Zhang Shun's expression instantly darkened. He knew full well that Shirkai had gone to intercept and assassinate Lin Shan and Mu Qing. Now seeing that Lin Shan and Mu Qing had safely arrived, Shirkai's fate was obvious. Wu Jinghao's words now confirmed it outright. Zhang Shun's eyelid twitched uncontrollably as he hissed coldly. We'll see about that. With that, he stormed out of the room. After he left, Mu Qing asked, puzzled, Senior Elder, why didn't we report their collusion between Guling Mountain and Huchilong? Wu Jinghao gave a light sigh and shook his head. Mu Qing, many things aren't so simple. We have no concrete evidence, only hearsay. The prefect wouldn't act on mere accusations. It's better to pretend ignorance for now. When we obtain solid proof later, we can strike without delay. Having said that, Wu Jinghao turned to Lin Shan. Lin Shan, time is short. Head back to Sanwen County now and begin production at once. Chapter 82 Division of Labor. Wu Jinghao was a man of decisive action. After the group returned to Xinjian Sec's outpost, he immediately began packing to leave. He had some matters to attend to and thus departed first. Lin Shan and Mu Qing had just arrived and had nothing much to pack, so they waited in the courtyard. Lin Shan asked, Mu Qing, what about the matter with that bead? Aren't we going to mention it? Earlier, the two of them hadn't reached any agreement on this issue. Mu Qing's face looked somewhat awkward as she shook her head. Let's not speak of the bead. Since it's already disappeared, there's no use dwelling on it. Besides, this matter involves old Master Hu. The more we talk about it, the more I fear this old demon might turn his attention toward us. Lin Shan simply responded with an oh, asking no further questions, though he still felt somewhat strange inside. Meanwhile, Mu Qing couldn't bring herself to look directly at Lin Shan. The reasons she gave sounded perfectly reasonable, but her true thoughts were completely different. If she revealed the truth about the bead, Wu Jinghao would certainly press for where it had gone. That could lead straight to the hazy night between her and Lin Shan. This secret, Mu Qing didn't want anyone else to know. This was why she hadn't told Wu Jinghao about the bead at all. When Wu Jinghao returned, the three of them immediately set off back to Sanwen County. Wu Jinghao spoke up, Lin Shan, this matter is extremely serious. I've already sent word to the sect master. For the next half year, I'll be stationed here in Sanwen County to ensure no interference from those of Guling Mountain. That would be perfect. Lin Shan couldn't have been happier. With Wu Jinghao present, everything would be absolutely secure. On their way here, to avoid attracting attention, he and Mu Qing had taken countless detours and back roads. But now, with Wu Jinghao accompanying them, such discretion wasn't necessary. They galloped swiftly along the main highways, making rapid progress. In just 5 short days, they arrived back in Sanwen County. Xiao Chong had been eagerly waiting. As soon as the trio arrived, he rushed out to greet them and hosted a welcoming banquet at the Xiao residence. Once everyone was seated, Lin Shan asked, Brother Xiao, how did the matter I entrusted you with go? Xiao Chong's expression turned grave as he nodded. I found people, but so far only 5. You know how rare craftsmen are. Upon hearing this, Wu Jinghao frowned and looked at Lin Shan. Lin Shan, does this mean you're only starting to recruit workers now for your workshop? If that were true, then Lin Shan wasn't just ruining himself. He'd also dragged the Xinjian sect into disaster. This time, the sect had used many connections for this assignment, expecting substantial future returns from this business. If anything went wrong, the Xinjian sect would truly lose both its investment and reputation, suffering enormous losses. This matter absolutely couldn't fail. So even though Lin Shan had good relations with the sect, Wu Jinghao's tone was now quite stern. Lin Shan naturally understood what he meant and quickly replied, Elder Wu, you misunderstand. My workshop isn't located here. My workshop will handle the iron forging work, but assembly doesn't require highly skilled artisans. I'll delegate that part to others. Only then did Wu Jinghao's expression soften slightly. That's better. We must not make any mistakes. Begin immediately. The workshop was located within the Xiao family estate. Shortly after, Lin Shan returned once more to the main world, drove his car straight to the workshop, and briefed Gung Hao on the upcoming tasks. When Gung Hao heard the request for 2,000 sets of lamellar armor and 200 suits of iron armor, he froze for a moment before giving a thumbs up. Bro, you're amazing. Anyone would think you're preparing for war. These things actually aren't hard to make since the materials are ready. We just need some minor processing. Lin Shan said, all I need from you is the processing. As for the tedious work of assembly, I'll assign that to others. Got it. Gung Hao nodded. Lin Shan urged, now, produce some raw materials first. Alright bro, just wait a second. With that, Gung Hao plunged into the workshop and got to work. Lin Shan noticed that Gung Hao genuinely loved blacksmithing. In barely 2 hours, Gung Hao emerged, carrying several baskets of raw materials. Lin Shan pretended to load them into his vehicle, but in reality, he placed everything directly into his inventory and returned to the main world. 3 days had passed in the main world. Though unspoken, Wu Jinghao and the others were growing anxious. As soon as Lin Shan arrived at the workshop, Wu Jinghao, who had received word, came rushing over and saw the several baskets of prepared raw materials Lin Shan had brought. The worry on Wu Jinghao's face eased considerably. Then, Lin Shan handed the raw materials to several craftsmen at the workshop and instructed, follow the diagrams and assemble these lamellar armors properly. The workers hastily agreed. Afterward, Lin Shan did not leave, but remained in the main world. With the 2 remaining baskets of raw materials, 10 suits of lamellar armor were quickly assembled. Seeing this, Wu Jinghao finally breathed a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a broad smile. At this rate, completing 2,000 suits of lamellar armor within half a year would be effortless. On another front, Lin Shan asked Gung how to recruit more workers to process materials, ensuring both ends of the operation could keep pace smoothly. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Soon, 5 months passed, and the workshop finished the task ahead of schedule. 2,000 suits of lamellar armor and 200 suits of iron armor were now complete. Wu Jinghao gazed at the crates upon crates of armor, grinning from ear to ear as he said to Lin Shan, "With these, we'll dominate the entire weapon trade across Gaoting Prefecture in the future." Excellent, Lin Shan, well done. He had stayed at the Shao residence for these 5 months, yet still had no idea where Lin Shan's actual workshop was located. Though curious, he reasoned that as long as Lin Shan delivered the goods, it didn't really matter. Lin Shan said, "Elder Wu, if that's settled, let's arrange to transport the shipment as soon as possible." Wu Jinghao nodded and spent a day assembling a caravan. This time, official government banners were attached to the carriages, signaling clearly that any attack on them would be an act of defiance against the authorities. Even so, Wu Jinghao believed Guling Mountain might still dare such a risk, so he remained cautious throughout the journey. Nevertheless, the group arrived safely at the prefectural capital. Wu Jinghao went straight to meet Zhu Daotian. When Zhu learned that Lin Shan had already completed forging all the armor, he was stunned and hurried outside the government office to inspect it himself. Zhu opened one of the crates and saw the armor inside. He picked up a suit and examined it closely, then nodded approvingly. "Good, very good. Lin Shan, you've done well." Chapter 83. I will not succumb to beauty. Zhu Daotian was clearly very satisfied. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he immediately summoned government craftsmen to inspect each piece of armor. As the armor was carried into the warehouse, Zhu Daotian's smile grew even brighter. These armors were of exceptional quality, far surpassing anything from Guling's sect. "Lin Shan, come inside and sit for a while." His attitude toward Lin Shan had become notably more amiable. The group entered the back hall. After they sat down, Zhu Daotian chuckled and said, "Lin Shan, the quality of this batch of armor exceeds my expectations by far. Excellent. The total price for this shipment is 20,000 taels of silver. You requested gold instead, so that will be 2,000 taels of gold. I will personally oversee this matter. You can rest assured. At most within a month, I'll deliver the payment to you." Doing business with the authorities, whether in the primary world or this one, never meant immediate cash settlements. Zhu Daotian's promised payment timeline was actually quite good. Back in the primary world, such terms would make countless contractors shed tears of joy. Yet Lin Shan knew all of this stemmed solely from the superior quality of his goods. Remaining humble and composed, Lin Shan rose slightly and said, "This humble servant thanks your excellency, the prefect." "No need to be so formal, sit down. Moving forward, I'll need another batch, about 10,000 long spears, priced at 1 tael of silver per spear. Lin Shan, can you handle it?" Lin Shan smiled faintly. "Same as before, half a year, prefect." "Good." Zhu Daotian appeared immensely pleased. "With you around, there's no need to worry about Gaoting Prefecture's military supplies in the future." After leaving the prefectural office, Lin Shan checked into an inn near Xinjiang sect. That night, deep in the hours when everyone slept, Lin Shan suddenly sensed something amiss. He quickly sat up and turned toward the door, where a voice came from outside. "This humble maiden is Yi Chuanjin of Guling sect. Forgive me for visiting so late and disturbing you. May I ask if Brother Lin has time now?" Her voice was sweet and seductive, almost bone-melting. Even without seeing her face, just hearing that voice could stir wild fantasies in any man. A midnight visit from someone of Guling's sect. Nothing good could come of it. Though curious about what kind of woman produced such a voice, Lin Shan still refused. "I'm afraid I'm not convenient right now." Outside Lin Shan's room stood a ravishing young lady, purple-haired, large eyes captivating enough to steal hearts. Upon hearing his reply, she paused momentarily, then forced a slight smile. But that's hardly proper hospitality. Without waiting, she pushed the door open and walked right in. When Lin Shan finally saw Yi Chuanjin clearly, he couldn't help but feel a momentary shock. He'd met quite a few women recently, but in terms of sheer beauty, only Lin Wei and Lu Ying could rival her. Lu Ying and Lin Wei were undoubtedly beautiful, but their beauty was natural, unembellished. This woman, however, was extravagantly dressed, actively displaying herself, exuding an intensely aggressive allure. Still, Lin Shan only hesitated briefly. Having seen too many beauties lately, he built up some immunity. He didn't stand up, merely sitting on the bed and asking, "Guling's sect and I aren't exactly on friendly terms. What brings you here?" Yi Chuanjin didn't answer directly. Instead, she glanced around the room and said lightly, "Brother Lin, when guests arrive, not even a cup of tea is offered?" Lin Shan chuckled dryly, completely unimpressed by her act. "Cut the pretense. With your Guling sect, guest is the last word I'd use. Enemy fits better. I'm sure plenty back at your sect would love nothing more than to tear me limb from limb. Enough talk. Say what you need to say, or get out. I don't want Xinjiang sect misunderstanding anything." Yet Yi Chuanjin's smile remained unchanged. Slowly, she said, "There were misunderstandings before, because we underestimated your value, Brother Lin. But now we realize our mistake. I've come sincerely, and this sincerity will certainly satisfy you." Before Lin Shan could refuse, she continued, "I know Xinjiang sect gives you 50% share. We offer you 70%. That's point 1. Point 2. We formally invite you to join Guling sect as an honored retainer, ranking directly beneath only our elders." Lin Shan listened impassively. Seeing his expressionless face, Yi Chuanjin clenched her teeth slightly, then added, "And finally, I know you're still unmarried. If Brother Lin doesn't find me unworthy, this humble servant would willingly devote herself to serving you henceforth." Now Lin Shan truly felt surprised. This woman was at the bone-forging realm, and with her looks, figure, she was absolutely top tier. For Guling's sect to offer up such a woman, they were indeed pulling out all the stops. Yet Lin Shan wasn't tempted at all. He understood too well the sinister intentions hidden behind this gesture. The past conflicts between them were deep and couldn't simply be erased by a few words. The fact that Guling's sect was now willing to swallow their pride meant the situation had already been decided. Their attempt to win him over was most likely still aimed at uncovering the source of his goods. Once they found out, they would naturally eliminate him without hesitation. Guling's sect was absolutely capable of such treachery. The terms they offered seemed generous, but in reality, they were like a poisoned apple. If he fell for it, he wouldn't enjoy those benefits for long. After finishing her words, Yi Chuanjin seductively added, Brother Lin, tonight is such a beautiful night. This humble maiden finds it hard to sleep alone. Why don't I just stay here? Lin Shan inwardly groaned in distress. Late at night, an exquisite beauty staring at you with such temptation, clearly hinting she's willing to stay, truly. Yet Lin Shan firmly shook his head and said, My bond with Xinjian's sect runs deep, a connection no mere offer from your Guling sect could ever match. Besides, your sect acts in shadows and deceit. How could a true man walk beside you? Young lady, please have some self-respect. I will not succumb to beauty. If you don't leave now, then I shall. Spoken well. Suddenly, Mu Qing's voice rang out from the side. She stepped out from the darkness, wearing a look of contempt as she glared at Yi Chuanjin. Yi Chuanjin, when did you become a prostitute? Has Guling's sect turned into a brothel? That was a vicious insult. Lin Shan glanced between the two women, sensing they might have had prior conflict. Yi Chuanjin's expression instantly turned icy cold. She calmly replied, Mu Qing, watch your tongue. She didn't engage further with Mu Qing, but instead fixed her gaze on Lin Shan. Brother Lin, Guling's sect's promise stands forever. Should the day come when you change your mind, feel free to contact us anytime. With that, she turned and left. Mu Qing watched her retreating figure with cold disdain before turning back to Lin Shan, opening her mouth as if to say something, then hesitating. Lin Shan quickly reassured her, Don't worry, I'd never believe their lies. Chapter 84, Honorary Guest of Xinjian Sect. Mu Qing's expression softened slightly as he spoke. Guling Mountain has ulterior motives. If you agree to their terms, they'll scheme against you endlessly. Lin Shan said, I naturally understand this, so there's no way I'd ever accept their offer. By the way, it's so late, what brings you here? At this, Mu Qing couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. In truth, Wu Jinghao had sent him. Upon learning that Yi Chuanjin had arrived in the prefectural capital, Wu Jinghao suspected she might come looking for Lin Shan, and thus instructed Mu Qing to come check. But he couldn't say that outright. In the end, Mu Qing could only awkwardly mutter, Just wanted to ask if you're settling in well here. Lin Shan saw through it, but didn't call it out, instead smoothly going along with Mu Qing's excuse. This place is quite nice. Nothing feels uncomfortable at all. Mu Qing, who exactly is this Yi Chuanjin? From what you've said, it sounds like you have some history with her. At the mention of Yi Chuanjin, Mu Qing's face twisted into an expression of disdain before slowly recounting her past deeds. After listening, Lin Shan understood. This Yi Chuanjin from Guling Mountain was something like a public relations officer from his former world, the one who usually handled dealings with other sects and government officials. And frankly, women did possess certain natural advantages in such roles, something impossible to deny. Thinking back on Yi Chuanjin's appearance and figure, even though Lin Shan clearly knew she represented a trap laid by Guling Mountain, his heart still stirred uncontrollably. Only upon a woman like her could the saying, to die beneath the peony is to die as a fortunate ghost, truly apply. Lin Shan, since nothing else is going on, I'll be taking my leave now, said Mu Qing. Lin Shan nodded, bidding him farewell. Once Mu Qing had gone, Lin Shan lay down on his bed and resumed cultivation. The next morning, before Lin Shan had even left his room, Mu Qing arrived early at Wu Jinghao's study. Inside the study, Wu Jinghao wore a solemn expression as he asked, what did Lin Shan talk about with Yi Chuanjin yesterday? Mu Qing repeated everything he'd overheard. When Wu Jinghao heard how Lin Shan had sternly rejected Yi Chuanjin's proposal, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Looks like I didn't place my trust wrongly after all. Still, if he really had cooperated with Guling Mountain, he'd regret it later. Mu Qing remained silent. Watching Wu Jinghao lost in thought, she hesitated a moment before finally speaking up. Senior Elder, should we show more respect toward Lin Shan? He's already reached the bone-forging realm. His cultivation speed has never been seen before in our Xinjian sect's history. Words like genius no longer suffice to describe him. And on top of that, he controls such a thriving business. Wu Jinghao gave her an approving glance and said, You're absolutely right, Mu Qing. In previous years, Mu Qing had focused solely on cultivation without much interest in politics. But since the Xinjian sect regarded her as a future successor, seeing her now begin to consider such strategic matters brought Wu Jinghao great satisfaction. He continued, I've been thinking about this too. Since Guling Mountain offered Lin Shan an honorary guest position, we should do the same. I intend to speak with Lin Shan and formally invite him to join our Xinjian sect as an honorary guest. That would be ideal. Hearing that Wu Jinghao already had plans in motion, Mu Qing felt relieved. Shortly afterward, none of them lingered long in the prefectural capital. They quickly returned to Sanwen County. It was around this time that Wu Jinghao sought out Lin Shan and extended the invitation to become Xinjian sect's honorary guest. The role of honorary guest is similar to the position you once held as protector in Shao Manor. We won't burden you with many tasks. Most of the time, you'll remain free to act as you please. Additionally, you'll enjoy significant privileges. You'll have authority to allocate part of our sect's resources across Gaodang Prefecture. Lastly, you may access our Scripture Pavilion library. Aside from a few techniques passed exclusively to the senior elder and sect master, you can read any cultivation manual you wish, though nothing may be taken outside the pavilion. Wu Jinghao carefully outlined the benefits of the position. Lin Shan didn't hesitate long before replying. Senior elder, I'm willing to join. He had long been aligned with Xinjian sect's interests. Strengthening that bond was a natural progression. In fact, Lin Shan had been waiting for this opportunity. Excellent. A few days from now, I'll return with your official token of appointment. For now, I must go back and inform the sect master that everything has been settled. With that, Wu Jinghao and Mu Qing took their leave. Lin Shan then went to his Lin pawn shop to review the earnings from recent months. Over nearly half a year, aside from a single rosewood log acquired early on, the pawn shop hadn't brought in many remarkable items. The main gains were around 30 taels of gold. Han Jin had also collected various gems and jewels. While their value in the original world wasn't guaranteed, in this foreign world, they wouldn't lose worth. So Lin Shan allowed Han Jin full discretion in handling them. After waiting for another month, Wu Jinghao visited once again. This time, besides bringing Lin Shan's official token as an honorary guest, he also brought the payment from Gaodang Prefecture, 1,000 taels of gold. The escort team carrying the gold was personally led by Wu Jinghao, arriving all the way at Lin Shan's pawnshop in Sanwen County. Inside the warehouse, Wu Jinghao opened the chests, and golden light filled the entire room. Gazing at the neatly shaped ingots stacked before him, Lin Shan's lips curved into a slight smile. Wu Jinghao said, "Brother Lin, after deducting costs, we'll split what remains 50-50. Now Wu Jinghao had changed how he addressed Lin Shan too. Just over a year ago, he had looked down upon Lin Shan from a position of superiority, but now they treated each other as equals. Lin Shan didn't stand on ceremony. He mentally calculated the figures, then replied, "Senior elder, cost should be around 200 taels of gold." Wu Jinghao nodded. He knew the market price as well. Lin Shan's estimate was definitely not inflated. In fact, one could say that Xinjian sect was gaining quite an advantage. Very well, then I'll take 400 taels, and the rest will be yours. With that, Wu Jinghao directed his men to divide the gold into 2 portions. After handing one share to Lin Shan, he bid farewell and left. Once Wu Jinghao had gone, Lin Shan took all the gold and returned to the main world. At this moment, he was still inside Gung Hao's workshop. Gung Hao and several others were hard at work when suddenly Lin Shan appeared. Gung Hao removed his goggles and said, "Brother Shan, you're here." Lin Shan gave a slight nod and asked, "The raw materials must be nearly used up by now, right?" Gung Hao did a quick mental calculation before replying, "Yeah, pretty much. All the stockpiled supplies from these past years have been completely used up these last few days." Lin Shan said, "Then go buy a new batch. Just get it reimbursed through me." "Got it." Gung Hao nodded in agreement. After settling matters with Gung Hao, Lin Shan drove off toward the courthouse. The most urgent matter awaiting him on this trip back was the opening of his divorce case. Chapter 85, The Trial. Lin Shan arrived at the courthouse and immediately dialed Hong Wang's number. "Hong Wang, I'm already at the entrance. Have you arrived?" Lin Shan took this trial very seriously, so he had come 2 hours early. "I'm here too. Wait for me at the entrance." Hearing this, Lin Shan waited at the gate for a short while before seeing Hong Wang rush out with his bag in hand. The two entered the lobby and sat down. Hong Wang opened his bag and told Lin Shan, "I've gathered complete evidence. The medical reports are ready, and I also asked some friends to retrieve surveillance footage. We've obtained substantial proof of their secret meetings. Plus, I've also secured evidence of Zhang Wan transferring your joint assets. Everything is under control now." Hong Wang looked extremely confident. "In this trial, she won't get a single penny from you. After that, we'll make her pay you compensation." As for Lin Shan, it wasn't about the money. He didn't care much about the amount anymore. But when it came to Zhang Wan, even 1 yuan was too much to let her have. Right was right, wrong was wrong. Lin Shan then took the documents Hong Wang prepared and began going through them, silently nodding in approval. Zhang Ji's recommendation had been spot on. Hong Wang was absolutely reliable. As he considered his future career development, legal consultation like this would definitely be essential. After this matter concluded, they could collaborate more closely. They waited a bit longer before Zhang Ji showed up. Lin Shan hadn't specifically notified him, but Zhang Ji remembered the date well. After glancing at Lin Shan, he grinned and said, "Just came to see the show. When I see that woman's face later, I'm sure I'll burst out laughing." Everyone chuckled. Shortly afterward, Zhang Wan, Sheng Teng, and a lawyer dressed in a sharp suit walked into the building. Both sides noticed each other instantly. Lin Shan stood up, eyes narrowed. Zhang Wan and Sheng Teng stared back with cold sneers. No words were exchanged. Zhang Wan's group sat down at a distance. Soon after, it was time for the trial to begin. They all entered the courtroom. At the judge's signal, the lawyer representing Zhang Wan began speaking. "My client and Lin Shan agreed upon divorce. According to the law, assets should be split equally. Currently, Lin Shan still possesses 1 residential property, 1 vehicle, and a certain amount of cash. He should promptly carry out asset division." Sheng Teng and Zhang Wan stared at Lin Shan emotionlessly. In their minds, this outcome was guaranteed. Yes, they committed adultery, but without concrete evidence from Lin Shan, what could he possibly do? And most importantly, Sheng Teng glanced up at the judge and gave a faint smile. The judge returned a subtle look. The exchange was discreet, but Lin Shan noticed it instantly. While Zhang Wan's lawyer continued explaining the marital situation, Lin Shan leaned over and whispered to Hong Wang, "That judge seems to know Sheng Teng." Hong Wang's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly calmed himself. "Even if they know each other, it won't change much. We have solid evidence. If the judge dares to act unfairly, we can appeal. He'll be held accountable too." Once the opposing lawyer finished, the judge turned toward Lin Shan's side. "Lin Shan, do you have anything to say?" Upon hearing this, Hong Wang immediately stood up. "I will speak on behalf of my client." Lin Shan and Zhang Ji crossed their arms, ready to enjoy Hong Wang's performance. Hong Wang declared, "First, I must clarify that Zhang Wan's statements do not reflect the facts. In reality, Zhang Wan has been having an extramarital affair with a man named Sheng Teng since 2 years ago. Furthermore, the child born during her marriage to Lin Shan is not biologically his. Regarding this, I present a DNA test report as evidence. This report clearly shows there is no biological relationship between the child and Lin Shan, but confirms a direct parent-child relationship between the child and Sheng Teng. In addition, I also possess video evidence from 2 years ago showing Sheng Teng and Zhang Wan checking into a hotel together. With that, Hong Wang submitted the evidence. This devastating combination left Zhang Wan and Sheng Teng utterly stunned. They stared at Lin Shan in disbelief. Zhang Wan flushed red. "Impossible. It can't be." She simply couldn't understand how Lin Shan had obtained all this information. Seeing this, Lin Shan spoke directly. "Did you really think your filthy secrets were perfectly hidden? Zhang Wan, this is only the beginning. I may not be rich, but you won't take a single cent from me." Zhang Wan's face turned pale, then flushed, then pale again, but she stubbornly shot back. "Lin Shan, don't get cocky. So what if I cheated on you? Your money will still be split with me." That was the infuriating truth in divorce cases. Even when one party was clearly at fault, they might still receive a portion of the assets. After reviewing the submitted materials, the judge above felt speechless. With such overwhelming evidence, how could he possibly show bias? He glanced at Sheng Teng and announced, "We will now take a temporary recess." Then he swiftly left the courtroom. Seeing this, Sheng Teng's eyes flickered with a strange glint. He quickly left the courtroom. When Lin Shan saw both of them leave, he knew they must be off to conduct some underhanded deal. This matter weighed heavily on him, not because of the money, but because of his pride. Pride came first. He absolutely would not allow anything to go wrong. He stepped outside, pondered for a moment, then dialed Liu Ye's number. "Hey, sixth brother. Oh, it's Lin Shan. Haha, when are you free to come by and visit?" Lin Shan said, "Sixth brother, I'll definitely come another day. Right now, there's something I need to ask for your help with." Then, Lin Shan told Liu Yi everything about his situation with Zhang Wan. After listening, Liu Yi was furious. How dare such a slut exist? No man could stomach this. Lin Shan continued, "Sixth brother, I truly don't care about the money, but I can't swallow this humiliation. Not a single cent of my money should go to her. The problem is, the judge in this trial seems to have some connection with that bastard of hers. I'm afraid they're making secret arrangements. Could you please put in a word?" Lin Shan wouldn't have resorted to this unless absolutely necessary, but he had no choice. Sheng Teng was clearly playing dirty, so he had to respond in kind. Liu Yi agreed without hesitation. "No problem. Don't worry, if I can't handle something this small, I wouldn't deserve to be called your brother." With that, he hung up. Meanwhile, Sheng Teng and the judge were in a secluded corner. Sheng Teng spoke coldly. "I don't care how you do it. You will make this work for me." The judge looked distressed. "Brother, how can I possibly fix this? The evidence he presented, it's rock solid. Do you know how formidable that lawyer standing beside him is? Hong Wang. He specializes in divorce cases. If I show even a hint of bias, he'll file an appeal immediately, and I'll be the one who ends up punished." They didn't notice that Lin Shan had quietly approached and was now standing nearby. Chapter 86. Leaving with nothing but the clothes on his back. With Lin Shan's current level of cultivation at the bone-tempering stage, he could clearly hear every word of their conversation. When Sheng Teng heard the judge refuse him, he felt nothing but disdain. Deep down, he knew it wasn't really about fear. It was simply because his offer hadn't been high enough. "You should be satisfied already. I've given you nearly 200,000 already. You have to make this happen for me." Sheng Teng wasn't someone who let others push him around. The judge's expression immediately turned sour. "If that's how you're going to talk," he replied, "then I'll just return your money. This isn't really about the money at all. If you didn't have those pieces of evidence, everything would be easy to handle. But now that they exist, I can't rule as we discussed earlier. There'd be serious consequences." Sheng Teng scowled, then raised a hand. "Fine. Tonight, let's meet up again. I'll give you another 20,000 then." Even as he said this number, Sheng Teng winced inwardly. Despite his outward appearance of wealth and success, his company was actually operating in a dangerously precarious state. With too many business ventures stretching his cash flow thin, he couldn't afford to spend recklessly anymore. Yet when he recalled Lin Shan's fearless attitude just moments ago, anger surged within him. No matter what it took, he was determined to crush Lin Shan, to teach him a lesson and settle the score once and for all. Country bumpkin who's never seen real power. You really think some so-called evidence can stand against me? I'll show you exactly what influence means. A faint smirk flickered across Sheng Teng's lips, and the judge, upon hearing this news sum, felt his resolve waver. Gritting his teeth, he finally relented. "All right, if it's like this, then I'll try. I'm going all in." Neither of them realized that Lin Shan had quietly recorded their entire conversation, just in case. Once the deal was sealed, Sheng Teng smiled broadly. "Good. Help me out on this, and there'll be plenty of rewards waiting for you in the future." The judge only gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. "After doing something like this, who knows if I'll even keep my job? Sigh. If I end up unemployed, you better take care of me." Sheng Teng grinned casually. "Of course, naturally. Don't worry about a thing." Their transaction was now complete. Sheng Teng straightened his suit jacket, walked out full of confidence, while the judge remained standing where he was, sighing heavily. He well understood that favoring Sheng Teng would bring endless trouble later, but the amount Sheng Teng offered was undeniably tempting. Sigh. For now, I can only move forward step by step and see how things go. If more connections needed to be used later, then he'd just have to use them. Just as he was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced down and instantly paled. The caller was a highly influential figure within the judicial system, someone whose status made it nearly impossible for them to ever call someone like him directly. The judge took a deep breath before answering, but as soon as he heard the words from the other end, his face went completely ashen. He quickly stammered, "That's absolutely not true. How could such a thing happen? Rest assured, I will follow the law exactly as it stands." The call ended abruptly. The judge stood frozen, utterly dazed. After a long silence, he rubbed his face hard and muttered to himself, "Damn it. If you really had access to someone like that, why would you even be in this situation?" He couldn't make sense of it. If Lin Shan truly had such powerful backing, how dared Sheng Teng go this far? Shit, that bastard almost got me killed. No way. I can't take the money. Not even 200,000. Immediately, he called his wife. "Hey honey, return that 20,000 Sheng Teng transferred to you. Give it back to him right away. That damn guy is trying to set me up." Only after handling this did the judge return to the courtroom. Seeing this, Lin Shan promptly re-entered as well. He knew, Liu Ye's phone call must have worked. Both parties took their seats once more. Zhang Wan looked anxiously toward Sheng Teng, who gave her a calm smile, and said, "It's taken care of. No problem." Zhang Wan brightened instantly, cooing playfully, "You're amazing." On the other side, Lin Shan sat down. Hong Wang leaned over and whispered, "How did it go?" Lin Shan replied softly, "Sheng Teng just stepped out and met with this judge. I recorded their entire conversation. He already paid 20,000 before, but now that he sees we have evidence, he's planning to add another 20,000. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Ji and Hong Wang cursed loudly. Then Hong Wang burst out furiously, "No problem. We're not powerless here either. If he dares to pull anything, we'll file for reconsideration and make sure he regrets it." Lin Shan chuckled lightly. Won't be necessary. He went to this judge? I went straight to the person above the judge. Don't worry. He won't dare do anything reckless. These few simple words sent shockwaves through Hong Wang's mind. So Lin Shan had connections like that? Zhang Ji was a smart man and immediately realized what had happened. You called Sixth Master? Lin Shan nodded, confirming Zhang Ji's guess. Hong Wang was well aware of Lu Ye's influence. He chuckled and said, good. They think they can pull strings? As if we can't. Let's see whose connections are stronger. After the judge sat down, he shot a cold glance at Sheng Teng. That single look sent a chill through Sheng Teng's heart. Then, turning to Lin Shan, the judge said, please continue. His demeanor now was nothing short of kind and gentle, completely different from how he had acted earlier. Such a drastic change would even make a fool suspicious. Sheng Teng stared at Lin Shan in shock and disbelief. What's going on? Could it be that this guy also pulled some connections? It was the only explanation he could come up with, but how? He knew Lin Shan's background clearly. He shouldn't have any ties within the system at all. As Hong Wang finished recounting the facts, the judge declared flatly, the court rules that Lin Shan shall not pay any property to Zhang Wan. The moment those words were spoken, Zhang Wan and Sheng Teng's faces turned as black as soot. Lin Shan cheerfully walked up to them, hands in his pockets, shaking his head. I told you, I won't give you a single cent. I'd rather give it to a stray dog on the street than let you have it. Zhang Wan's face flushed red once again, but finally, she shrugged indifferently. Fine by me. I wouldn't take your money anyway. It'd feel dirty to use. Keep it for yourself. You know how much I earn every month now. Zhang Ji chimed in from the side. Even when you're someone's pet dog, making a little cash is still an achievement. Sheng Teng exploded in rage, pointing at Zhang Ji. You fat bastard, watch your mouth. Zhang Ji grinned mockingly. A reckless character like him wasn't afraid of Sheng Teng at all. He sneered, what? Did something wrong and don't want others talking about it? Pretty boy, say it to my face. Go ahead, hit me. With his build, he wasn't scared of Sheng Teng one bit. At that moment, Lin Shan turned to Hong Wang beside him and said, Lawyer Hong, you can file the new lawsuit now. Chapter 87. This is just the beginning. In the midst of their fury, Sheng Teng and Zhang Wan froze upon hearing these words, instinctively asking, lawsuit? What lawsuit? Hong Wang stepped forward. My client is filing a lawsuit against the two of you, adultery during marriage, and giving birth to a child that doesn't belong to him. Sheng Teng grew even angrier, but this was still a courthouse, so he couldn't act out as he wished. He could only point at Lin Shan and snarl threateningly, Lin Shan, you just wait. Lin Shan smiled. No need to wait. Bring it on. I'm ready for whatever you've got. With that, he walked away confidently. Hong Wang and Zhang Ji followed closely behind. They strolled all the way to the parking lot. Soon after, Sheng Teng led Zhang Wan out as well. When Sheng Teng's driver saw his boss approaching, he quickly stepped out of the car to greet him. Boss Sheng. Then he noticed Sheng Teng's face was dark, almost dripping with rage. Sheng Teng glanced at his driver and suddenly remembered. He had once sent this very man to insult Lin Shan. Why not repeat the trick? Lowering his voice, he said to his driver, Ah-san, see that kid over there? Sheng Teng pointed at Lin Shan. The driver grinned immediately. Of course I know him, boss. Didn't I just beat him up not long ago? That guy's such a coward. At the time, I was actually hoping I'd get some paid vacation time for it. A sneer played on the driver's face. Back then, when Lin Shan had tried to attack Sheng Teng in a fit of anger, it was this driver who stopped him. Afterward, Sheng Teng had rewarded him with 3,000 yuan. That's right, him exactly, Sheng Teng said. Ah-san, I'll give you 400,000 yuan. I want you to beat him up again. Make it brutal. Don't worry if you injure him. If you get locked up, I'll give you 30,000 every year. And if I don't pay up, you can just name me directly. The driver was stunned. He drove for Sheng Teng and earned 8,000 a month. To save that amount of money on his own would take 4 or 5 years. But now, all he needed to do was beat up that kid once and he'd have it. He quickly became tempted. Looking at Lin Shan, the man no longer saw a person, only walking stacks of cash. He wasn't stupid though. He confirmed with Sheng Teng. Boss Sheng, you're really giving me 400,000? Sheng Teng growled coldly. That's right. I'll transfer 20,000 right now. Once you've beaten him, the other 20 will follow immediately. If you hurt him, I'll hire a lawyer for you. Even if you go to jail, you'll still get 30,000 a year. With that, Sheng Teng pulled out his phone and transferred 20,000 on the spot. The driver saw the notification message and immediately replied, Don't worry, boss. I'll beat the crap out of this kid and get your revenge. With those words, he charged toward Lin Shan aggressively. Lin Shan had clearly heard every word they said. He watched the driver approach with cold indifference. The humiliation from that day was still fresh in his mind. If the man hadn't shown up, it would have been fine. But now he dared come after him again. Then he couldn't blame Lin Shan for what came next. Seeing the driver's imposing build, Hong Wang felt a bit uneasy and said, Director Lin, this guy seems pretty hostile. Zhang Ji, however, sneered. Relax. You've got Director Lin here. This insignificant nobody. We can handle him easily. The driver reached Lin Shan and sneered. I don't like the look of you. From now on, every time I see you, I'll beat you. With that, he threw a punch straight at Lin Shan's face. As the saying goes, never hit someone in the face. It meant he intended to humiliate Lin Shan. But Lin Shan didn't flinch or dodge. He simply raised his right arm to block. Sheng Teng's driver was indeed huge, and his fist looked intimidating. But the moment it struck Lin Shan's forearm, Hong Wang and Zhang Ji both clearly heard a snap sound. It was the sound of bones breaking. Immediately afterward, the driver, who had just moments ago been roaring with aggression, let out a shriek. Ah! Cradling his hand, he staggered backward, screaming, My hand! My hand! Hong Wang and Zhang Ji looked closer and saw that the man's 5 fingers were twisted into grotesque angles, all clearly broken. Lin Shan shook his head slightly. You're something else. You're the one attacking me, yet now you're lying on the ground pretending to be hurt. Not even a professional scam artist would go this far. The driver stared at Lin Shan as if seeing a ghost. His earlier arrogance vanished completely. Now he cowered like a mouse before a cat. Lin Shan squatted down and looked the man in the eye. I actually preferred you when you were acting all invincible. So, Want to call the police? The driver swallowed hard. He didn't dare respond. He turned his head to look at Sheng Tong, whose eyes were wide open, staring as if he'd seen a ghost. Just now I clearly saw Ah-san throw a punch. Even if Lin Shan blocked it with his hand, there's no way Ah-san should end up like this. Is this bastard trying to fool me? Sheng Tong immediately suspected his driver. Then he saw the driver's 5 fingers, grotesquely twisted, something impossible to fake. Sheng Tong felt that everything today was unnervingly strange. The driver scrambled to his feet, visibly shaken, and said to Sheng Tong, "Boss, let's go." He's not normal. A chill ran down Sheng Tong's spine. The 3 of them quickly got into the car and left. Lin Shan watched them drive off and called out, "Sheng Tong, Zhang Wan, this is just the beginning. We'll see who wins in the end." An unexplained cold shiver ran through Sheng Tong and Zhang Wan, as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. They didn't dare stay any longer and fled immediately. Since the driver was injured and couldn't drive, Sheng Tong had to take the wheel himself. He cast one last glance at Lin Shan before they sped away from the parking lot. Shortly after, Sheng Tong took the driver to the hospital. The diagnosis confirmed that all 5 fingers were broken, requiring a long recovery period. The driver looked pitifully at Sheng Tong, who snapped, "Don't look at me like that. Just rest at home. I'll keep paying your salary." The driver silently cursed in his heart. I went to beat someone up for you and ended up like this, yet you won't even give me extra compensation. But then he remembered, he'd still gotten 20,000 yuan. Sighing inwardly, he knew he had no choice but to accept his fate. Neither of them considered reporting it to the police. The parking lot had surveillance cameras, and the footage clearly showed that Lin Shan hadn't even raised a hand in retaliation. Sheng Tong walked out of the hospital burdened with worry. Zhang Wan, waiting in the car, asked, "How is it?" Sheng Tong waved his hand grimly. "This bastard seems like a completely different person now. What the hell is going on? Today, that judge clearly promised to help me, but suddenly backed out." Just then, his phone beeped. He quickly checked. It was a bank notification. 20,000 yuan had been refunded to him. Sheng Tong's heart sank. That 20,000 was exactly what he had transferred to the judge's wife. Now she was sending it back, clearly cutting ties with him. Chapter 88, Luo Bing's Trouble. Sheng Tong had originally arranged to have dinner with the judge tonight, but now he couldn't wait any longer. He made a phone call immediately, and the moment it connected, he snapped, "What the hell are you doing?" On the other end, the judge was just as furious, snapping back, "You're asking me what I'm doing? No, let me ask you. What the hell do you think you're playing at? Do you even know who that person is? Do you know who just called me moments ago?" Sheng Tong, listen carefully. I can die if I want, but don't you drag me down with you. The money's already been returned to you. From now on, we're even. No more debts between us. With that, he hung up. Sheng Tong stared blankly at his phone, bewildered, then cursed. What the hell is going on here? Although it was only a brief exchange, the information revealed left Sheng Tong deeply unsettled. Lin Shan had clearly pulled some strings, but how? He couldn't comprehend it. What kind of connections could someone like Lin Shan possibly have? He felt events spiraling beyond his control, and the sensation unnerved him completely. In just a few days, how had Lin Shan changed so drastically? First there was Ah-san's bizarre condition, and now this sudden influence. Beside him, Zhang Wan watched Sheng Tong, lost in thought, and sensed something was wrong. Hesitantly, she asked, "Sheng Tong, what did the judge mean?" Sheng Tong snapped back to reality, looked at Zhang Wan's face, and suddenly felt an inexplicable wave of disgust. He regretted everything. He didn't respond. At that moment, both of them silently recalled Lin Shan's parting words before leaving. This is only the beginning. Meanwhile, Lin Shan had left together with Zhang Zihongwei. Later, Zhang Ji transferred all the assets Lin Shan had entrusted to him. The total amount came to 30 million yuan. As for the 3 suitcases of items previously given to Luo Bing, some had already been liquidated, contributing to the current sum. In addition, Lin Shan still held 420 taels of gold from merchandise payments, and another 100 taels of gold received by Lin Pawnshop remained untouched. Geng Hao's workshop would require further expenses later, but aside from that, no other major expenditures were expected. Before parting, Zhang Ji patted Lin Shan on the shoulder, eyeing Lin Shan's beat-up Honda, and saying, "You're a wealthy man now. You should start enjoying life. Upgrade your car, get a better house. When Dad gets out, you should give him a fresh environment, right?" Lin Shan nodded slightly, seriously considering Zhang Ji's suggestion. But before that, Lin Shan decided to first visit Luo Bing, to deliver the 500 taels of gold, and perhaps discuss some other antique-related knowledge. He called Luo Bing immediately, and she picked up right away. They agreed to meet in the underground parking lot of the auction house. Lin Shan drove straight there and waited near the entrance. He hadn't been waiting long, when suddenly, he heard Luo Bing's voice echoing from the elevator lobby. "What do you think you're doing?" Her voice sounded panicked. Hearing it, Lin Shan rushed over immediately, and saw 2 men forcibly dragging Luo Bing inside the lobby. Seeing this, Lin Shan stepped forward sharply. "Let go." He positioned himself in front of Luo Bing, shoved the 2 men away with force, sending them tumbling to the ground. They shouted angrily, "Don't run. Give us back our money." They scrambled to their feet, attempting to lunge at Luo Bing again, but Lin Shan stood like an iron wall blocking their path. Their hands pushed against him, yet he didn't budge an inch. Then, with a surge of inner energy, Lin Shan sent them crashing backward onto the floor once more. "Can't you hear me?" Lin Shan roared, his voice terrifying. The 2 men stared at him, utterly dazed and trembling with fear. Satisfied they were cowed, Lin Shan turned to Luo Bing and asked, "What happened?" Luo Bing looked heartbroken as she glanced at the 2 men and explained, "They came to me earlier asking for an appraisal of an antique. I offered them 20,000 yuan. They sold it privately to someone else. But yesterday, at the auction, that same piece was sold for over 1 million. So, now Lin Shan understood. The 2 men growled resentfully. "You made us lose 80,000. You compensate us." Clearly unaccustomed to such confrontations, Luo Bing remained silent. Lin Shan spoke calmly. "Antique appraisal is always like this. Some people believe it's worth that much, others don't. You should have known this before coming. Now that someone else resold it for a higher price, shouldn't you be chasing them instead of her? Picking on the weakest target, huh? His words rendered the two men speechless. Truthfully, they had indeed been targeting the easier prey. Normally, Luo Bing would have been easy to manipulate. But now that Lin Shan was here, the two men knew they wouldn't gain anything and exchanged glances. Fine, we won't press this, one of them said. They stood up to leave, but at that moment, Lin Shan said, hold on. You may be willing to let it go, but I'm not done with you yet. The two froze. One of them said, what do you want? There are cameras everywhere here. He sounded nervous. Just moments ago, Lin Shan had thrown both of them to the ground with a single move. It was unnerving. Luo Bing also tried to calm him down. Lin Shan, let it go. She had never dealt with something like this before, though she'd heard similar stories. But Lin Shan shook his head firmly. No, we can't just let this slide. This was clearly aimed at you. You appraised it at 20,000, and then it's immediately resold through someone else for over $1 million. Lin Shan narrowed his eyes at the two men and asked, I want to know, how exactly did you find out it sold for over $1 million? The two looked at each other, unsure. Finally, one said, someone sent us a text message, even included a photo. Let me see it. Lin Shan's tone left no room for refusal as he held out his hand. The two didn't dare argue. They obediently handed over their phones. Lin Shan glanced at the screen. It was a multimedia message. The content read, did you get scammed? Sold this item for just 20,000? Now it's fetched over $1 million at auction. Attached was a photo, and this photo was suspicious. It showed the backstage interface of Luo Bing's auction house, revealing the final sale price of the item. Lin Shan showed the image to Luo Bing, then said, this photo seems off. Is this really your auction house's internal system? Luo Bing examined it closely and nodded in shock. Yes, this is our backstage system. She wasn't stupid. She instantly realized someone from within the auction house had leaked this information to these two men. Lin Shan turned back to them. Who did you finally sell this antique to? Chapter 89. The idea of starting a business. The man who had been speaking shook his head. I really don't know. That person was wearing a mask and a hat. Impossible to identify. Brother, I'm not lying to you. It's true. Judging by his expression, he didn't seem to be faking it. Lin Shan waved his hand dismissively. All right, get going. But if I ever catch you harassing my friend again. Lin Shan instinctively reached for a stone to squeeze, but naturally there were no such things in the elevator lobby. In the end, he simply raised his fist, about the size of a sandbag, and clenched it tightly, the cracking sound of bones echoing sharply. If you ever mess with my friend again, you'll regret it. Understood, sir. We'd never dare again. Both men still felt sore in their backs and quickly helped each other up before hurrying away without looking back. After they left, Lin Shan turned to Luo Bing. Looks like someone is deliberately targeting you. Luo Bing had already regained her composure and said calmly. This kind of scheming happens everywhere. The buyer may have disguised himself, but as long as I check who originally brought that antique in, I should still find some clues. After dealing with her own matters, Luo Bing gave a bright smile and said, by the way, Lin Shan, what did you come here for? Lin Shan reached out and gently brushed Luo Bing's long hair. What? Can't I visit you unless I have something important? I just wanted to chat, to care about your work and life. You saw it yourself. If I hadn't happened to show up just now, who knows what those two scumbags might have done. Thinking back to the scene earlier, Luo Bing shuddered inwardly. Just then, the elevator doors opened abruptly, and two security guards rushed out. Seeing that Luo Bing was unharmed, both let out sighs of relief. Manager Luo, we're glad you're all right. Who were those two just now? Luo Bing replied calmly. It's nothing, Uncle Security. Just some business disputes. No need to investigate them. I'll handle it myself. Seeing this, the two guards immediately showered Lin Shan with endless thanks. Actually, the auction house's security was quite good. The guards had seen the assault on surveillance and rushed over immediately. Without Lin Shan's intervention, Luo Bing probably wouldn't have been seriously hurt, but she would have ended up in an awkward situation. A strange feeling stirred in Luo Bing's heart. It was such a coincidence that Lin Shan appeared right when she was in trouble. Was there really such a mysterious fate at play? Lin Shan suggested grabbing a cup of coffee nearby, and Luo Bing nodded in agreement. They went to a small cafe near the auction hall. After sitting down, Lin Shan said, Luo Bing, first off, thank you. Those 3 boxes I gave you. You've sold quite a bit already, haven't you? Luo Bing shook her head. Those items are all high quality. But when too much floods the market at once, prices get driven down. So I can only sell them gradually. Wait, don't tell me you have more goods already. Even as she said it, Luo Bing thought it sounded unrealistic. The last batch Lin Shan provided equaled a full month's inventory of the auction house. Where could he possibly have gotten another supply? But to her surprise, Lin Shan simply nodded. That's right. I do have more. I've got 25 kilograms of gold. Luo Bing stared at him blankly for a long moment before finally laughing bitterly. I'm starting to suspect you've opened a gold mine. Of course, she knew that was impossible. After thinking it over, Luo Bing asked cautiously, Lin Shan, have you ever considered that with all these resources in your hands, you could actually start your own business? Lin Shan blinked, instinctively asking, start my own business? What exactly do you mean? Luo Bing said, you could establish a trading company, enter the antiques, precious metals, and gemstone industry. With your supply, you could make a name for yourself quickly. And as for that gold, selling it raw like this is kind of a waste. Once you've built up some connections, you could find a master craftsman to custom make jewelry and similar pieces. Wealthy clients love these kinds of items. Once she started, Luo Bing couldn't stop. She continued excitedly. And as you gain repeat customers, you could even venture into pawn shop business, buying valuables from others, buying low here and selling high there, pocketing the margin. Her words struck Lin Shan like lightning. That's right. I have access to resources from another world. Why wouldn't I do this? Lin Shan exclaimed joyfully. Your mind works so much better than mine. I never thought of this. With that, he leaned over and kissed her small hand. Though they had touched intimately many times before, being so bold in public made Luo Bing blush deeply. Grinning happily, Lin Shan said, if I really open a company someday, I'll definitely invite you to help me run it. Luo Bing smiled lightly. Well, that's not impossible. I'll just have to see if your salary offer is enough to win me over. Lin Shan suddenly grabbed Luo Bing's small hand with a mischievous grin. I've already given you my entire self. Don't you think that's chinged enough? Blushing, Luo Bing didn't pull her hand away. Instead, she subtly moved her fingers in his grasp. Lin Shan's heart stirred. He looked up and saw her eyes shimmering like spring waters among peach blossoms. He instantly understood. Lin Shan whispered, Bing Bing, don't go to work this afternoon. Let's find a hotel and take some rest. Luo Bing's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, but she gently agreed. Shortly after, Lin Shan paid the bill and left the cafe, checking into a room at a nearby hotel. After a wild interlude, they lay entwined together. Just then, a sudden voice rang out in Lin Shan's mind. Luo Bing's affection level increased to 70, rewarding host with 1 physical enhancement. As the system announcement faded, Lin Shan felt a sharp pain ripple through his muscles, a sensation eerily similar to what he'd experienced after being intimate with Mu Qing. Feeling Lin Shan tense abruptly, Luo Bing looked at him with concern. Lin Shan, are you alright? The pain gradually subsided. Lin Shan opened his eyes and shook his head with a chuckle. I'm fine now. I'll take a shower. If you've got time, come with me to buy a car. My old one really needs replacing. Luo Bing obediently nodded. With Lin Shan, she had discovered true pleasure as a woman, and above all, he gave her an unparalleled sense of security. Wasn't that exactly what people longed for in life? Lin Shan got up, washed off the sweat brought on by the intense pain, and left the hotel with Luo Bing. On the way, Luo Bing asked, Lin Shan, what kind of car are you planning to buy? Lin Shan laughed and said, I want to feel young again, probably going to get a sports car, but I don't want any foreign brands anymore. Recently BYD released a supercar called Yangwang U9. That's the one I'm going for. Chapter 90, An Unexpected Encounter with a Former Boss. Luo Bing blinked, slightly bewildered. Does BYD even have supercars? Lin Shan smiled. He wasn't surprised. After all, to most people, the BYD brand was still associated with affordability. But in reality, BYD had its own premium lineup, Yangwang. The Yangwang U9 was a newly launched supercar, unveiled just this past February. Lin Shan had been eyeing it for a while. Originally, he considered models like the Panamera, Maybach, and Mercedes G-Class. But after much thought, he decided to support a domestic product instead. Another reason was that he genuinely liked the car's design and specs. Yeah, their Yangwang series is dedicated to high-end models. The look of this car is amazing, and I really like the configuration too. You'll see what I mean in a moment. Luo Bing smiled. If you're into it, then it must be something special. Lin Shan drove straight to the BYD 4S store. He'd already called ahead. The dealership did have one in stock. About half an hour later, they arrived. Lin Shan parked the car and walked toward the bright, spacious showroom with Luo Bing. Huh? Isn't that Lin Shan? Suddenly, a man's voice rang out from behind him. Lin Shan turned and saw a balding, middle-aged man arm in arm with a woman in her 20s. Both stared at Lin Shan in mild surprise. Lin Shan's brows furrowed. Miao Hongxin. Miao Hongxin had been Lin Shan's direct supervisor at his previous company, and a complete piece of work. Every day, Miao demanded overtime from Lin Shan without any compensation. Back then, Lin Shan had vulnerabilities. He had family responsibilities and a mortgage. Too afraid to resist, he allowed Miao to exploit him endlessly. At first, Lin Shan thought enduring might earn him some goodwill. But when the layoff order came down, he found himself on the list, one of the very first names. Later, Miao had even cried in front of him, claiming that senior leadership had made the call and there was nothing he could do. Lin Shan had actually believed him, at first. It wasn't until later, during a dinner with colleagues, that he found out the truth. The layoff list had been personally drawn up by Miao himself. This bastard, 40 years old, clueless about technical work, had climbed to a mid-level management role solely through flattery and sycophancy. And precisely because Lin Shan was such a technical expert, Miao felt threatened. If Lin Shan rose too high, Miao would be exposed. Never thought I'd run into you here, Miao sneered. I heard life hasn't been easy since you got laid off. What? Can you even afford to visit a 4S store now? Planning to buy a car to drive for ride-hailing? Beside him, the woman chimed in. The economy isn't great these days. Jobs are hard to find. Lin Shan, maybe becoming a ride-hailing driver for now would be a good temporary solution. After that, send me your resume. I can help refer you to some companies. Though you know, at your age, landing a technical position isn't exactly easy. She sighed dramatically, feigning sympathy and helplessness. Luo Bing caught the mockery in their tone. Her brows knitted together, hostility rising within her. She linked her arm through Lin Shan's, showing intimacy and silently declaring that she stood firmly beside him. Seeing this, Lin Shan gave a faint smile. Then he looked at the pair and said, life is tough these days. Yes, I'm here to look at cars. Miao Hongxin, we've got nothing to talk about. Goodbye. With that, Lin Shan walked straight into the showroom. BYD sales staff were swamped these days. After a major price drop, certain models were selling like hotcakes, and the showroom was packed with customers. So crowded that no salesperson immediately approached them. Finally, one sales rep became available and hurried over upon spotting new guests. But just then, Miao suddenly stepped in front of Lin Shan. You attend to me first. I want to buy a top-tier Celian. The BYD Celian was part of BYD's Ocean series. To be fair, few BYD vehicles cost over 200,000 yuan, but the Celian was one of them, a sleek sedan with elegant lines, almost sporty coupe-like styling. At those words, the sales rep's eyes lit up slightly. Lately, most customers came to buy the BYD Qin for around 80,000 yuan. High-end purchases like the Celian were rare. The salesperson glanced hesitantly at Lin Shan and forced a smile. Sir, Lin Shan waved indifferently. It's fine. Serve him first. Miao Hongxin, seizing the advantage, added smugly. Thanks, Lin Shan. But you're just buying a Qin. No need for a dedicated salesperson anyway. You probably already looked it up online. 80,000 or so, great cost-performance ratio. Pretty good, actually. Fits your status perfectly. Lin Shan remained calm, but Luo Bing could no longer stand by and watch her man be humiliated. She spoke up sharply. Stop acting so high and mighty. Are you really that rich? Buying a Celian makes you wealthy now. Miao Hongxin eyed Luo Bing's figure and stunning looks, a greedy glint flashing in his eyes. What the hell? I heard Lin Shan got divorced by his wife, even lost his house. Where did he manage to scam such a woman from? He doesn't seem like the charming type. Feeling annoyed, Miao sneered aloud. Heh, buying a Celian doesn't make me rich, sure, but at least I'm better off than some guy who can barely keep up with his mortgage. Lin Shan frowned. Having endured enough, he was growing impatient. The more he restrained himself, the more insolent they became. Finally losing patience, he fixed Miao with a cold stare. You've gone far enough. Don't push your luck. I didn't want to stoop to your level, but now you're getting cocky? Who the hell do you think you are, acting all superior in front of me? Both Miao Hongxin and Lin Jejia froze in shock. Every time they'd bullied Lin Shan before, he had always responded with silence and submission. They'd grown used to it. Now, seeing him fight back so suddenly left them momentarily stunned. You. Before Miao could retort, Lin Shan turned directly to the sales rep and said firmly, I came here to buy the new Yangwang U9. If possible, I'll pay in full right now. I'm giving you 5 seconds to decide. Serve me, or serve him. The salesperson blinked, as if struck by lightning, but his professional instincts kicked in instantly. A wild excitement lit up his face as he hurried toward Lin Shan. Sir, I'll show you the car right away. Nearby, Miao Hongxin was so furious his mouth twisted sideways. Lin Shan, really? Just to spite me, you're lying like this? Do you even know how much the Yangwang U9 costs? How dare you ask for it? And you, he snapped at the salesperson. Don't you look at him? Does he look like someone who can afford it? Pay in full. Come on. Chapter 91, fully paid in full. Mi Haosen's mocking laughter echoed throughout the entire hall, drawing a crowd. Lin Jejia sneered even more contemptuously. Lin Shan, have you gone crazy? Can you even scrape together 10,000 yuan right now? The salesperson had originally been ecstatic inside, but upon hearing what the two of them said and glancing at Lin Shan's plain attire, he began to hesitate. Could this guy be here just to make fun of him? After a moment's pause, the salesman said, Sir, there's a store policy. If you wish to see the Yangwang U9, we need to verify your financial standing first. Well, such a rule did exist, but it was rarely brought up because it could come off as insulting. If someone truly wealthy heard this kind of demand, they'd likely turn around and leave immediately. But this salesman didn't think Lin Shan looked rich at all, so he brought it up deliberately, hoping Lin Shan would back down. Who would have guessed that Lin Shan simply replied coolly, no problem at all. Then, he pulled out his phone, opened online banking, and showed the balance on one of his bank cards to the salesman. Let's keep it simple. This should be enough, right? The salesman stood with his mouth slightly agape, muttering under his breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. He was counting the digits after the decimal point. When he finished, he realized there were exactly 8 digits after the decimal. Today was going to be incredibly profitable. His eyes instantly lit up. At that moment, Lin Shan wasn't just a customer in his eyes. He was nothing short of a money god. Sorry. Honored guest, please follow me this way. His attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turnaround, perfectly embodying what it meant to be a sycophant. As he led Lin Shan away, he made sure to glance coldly at Mi Haosen and Lin Jejia and say, you two may browse as you like. He was trying to salvage some favor in Lin Shan's eyes. He knew his earlier request for financial verification had damaged his image, so now he seized the chance to look down on Mi and Lin. How is this possible? Mi Haosen and Lin Jejia stood frozen, staring as Lin Shan walked away. How could he possibly have so much money? Mi Haosen wore an expression of intense anguish. The once powerless Lin Shan, whom he had bullied freely, had suddenly risen from the ashes. What they didn't know was that while they were insulting him earlier, Lin Shan had already recorded the entire scene on his phone. During the test drive, he secretly sent the video to Mi Haosen's wife. When Lin Shan first discovered the truth behind his layoff, he had considered revenge. He managed to get hold of Mi Haosen's wife's phone number and planned to gather evidence. But later, overwhelmed by daily survival struggles, he had forgotten about it. Now that fate had brought them together again, Lin Shan didn't mind settling old scores. Lu Bing, noticing Lin Shan fiddling with his phone, asked curiously, what are you sending? Lin Shan glanced back at Mi Haosen and Lin Jejia, still dumbfounded where they stood, and said, nothing much. Just sent the video of these two walking hand in hand to that guy's wife. Lu Bing froze for a second, then burst into laughter. Nice. Haha. I wonder if she'll show up here any minute to start a fight. Lin Shan said, don't worry, we'll have quite the show soon. Lin Shan knew very well that Mi Haosen's wife was a fierce woman. Once she found out her husband was cheating with a mistress, she'd go completely berserk. It wouldn't be long before this 4S store erupted into a full-blown catfight. The salesman, walking ahead, pretended not to hear anything. Finally, he led Lin Shan to the Yangwang U9 and smiled politely. Honored guest, this is the Yangwang U9. May I take a moment to introduce it to you? Although Lin Shan had already seen plenty of information online, he nodded anyway. Seeing this, the salesman began. This car is 4,966 millimeters long, 2,029 millimeters wide, 1,295 millimeters high, with a wheelbase of 2,900 millimeters. There are 3 available colors: lunar silver, argyle purple, and vermilion red. However, currently our store only has argyle purple in stock. But personally, I think this color suits you and your girlfriend perfectly. Both of you carry yourselves with such noble elegance. It was a timely compliment, well placed. Lin Shan looked at the sleek coupe in front of him, thinking to himself, expensive things are expensive for a reason. This quality radiated pure wealth straight at him. The salesman quickly added, Sir, feel free to sit inside and experience the interior. Lin Shan didn't hesitate. He opened the door and got in. The sensation of the seats was entirely different, luxuriously comfortable, a world apart from his beat-up old car. Lin Shan never agonized much over purchases. Once his mind was made up, he didn't waste time doubting. Stepping out of the car, he said, all right, I'll take this one. Let me see what optional features are available. Coming right up, the salesperson eagerly handed a form to Lin Shan, who selected a few additional features and then returned the sheet, saying, that's it. Calculate the total. The salesman took the form with excitement, bowing slightly. Honored guest, please take a moment to rest in the VIP area. I'll be right back. With that, he led Lin Shan and Lu Bing to the VIP lounge, prepared coffee and snacks for them, and then left. Just then, a woman's shrill scream erupted from the entrance. Mi Haosen, you good-for-nothing bastard. How do you explain this? Hearing the name, Lin Shan and Luo Bing exchanged knowing smiles. They set down their coffee cups simultaneously and turned to look. At the main door, a large, burly woman had grabbed Mi Haosen by the collar and was shouting furiously at him. Mi Haosen, thin as a bamboo pole, looked pathetically weak compared to his wife. She held him like a chicken ready for plucking. Wait, honey, let me explain. It's not what you think. What's there to explain? Her face twisted with grief and rage. She threw a flurry of punches at Mi Haosen. Lin Jejia beside him didn't escape either. The woman went straight into a 1 versus 2 brawl. Lin Shan couldn't help but smirk. The 4S store staff soon stepped in, unable to watch any longer, pulling the two apart. At that moment, the salesman returned and handed Lin Shan the form. Sir, based on your selections, the total comes to 1.87 million yuan. If you choose installment payment, I can offer you various preferential deals. There were indeed many incentives for financing a car purchase. But Lin Shan found it troublesome. He replied simply, forget it. I'll pay in full. When someone was already buying a Yangwang U9, what more could the salesman insist on? His smile only widened. Great. Here are some complimentary gifts and perks I've arranged for you. Please take a look. He handed Lin Shan another sheet listing various freebies. Lin Shan nodded and accepted it. Shortly after, the salesman came back with a POS machine. Lin Shan swiped his card without hesitation. Fully paid in full. Chapter 92, Premium Chicken Bloodstone, teaming up with hunters. The farce finally ended thanks to the 4S store calling the police, who came and took away Yu Hongxin and his 2 companions. That guy probably never imagined, right up until his divorce, that Lin Shan had sent the video directly to his wife. After Lin Shan completed the payment, the salesperson informed him of the car delivery time. Since Lin Shan's order was the first transaction for this store, and because he specifically requested expedited processing, the vehicle would be ready in just 3 days. Lin Shan could then come directly to pick it up. Lin Shan nodded and left the store with Luo Bing. Luo Bing had tried to persuade Lin Shan to visit her home, but Lin Shan remained clear-headed about such matters. Fooling around was one thing, but it couldn't go on indefinitely. He knew there had to be limits. Not today, he said. I still need to go out and make money. Otherwise, how will I afford to hire you properly in the future? Fine. Luo Bing didn't press further. After seeing her off, Lin Shan went to Geng Hao's workshop. The workshop employed 6 workers in total. Geng Hao earned a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, while the others received 7,000. Previously, Lu Yi had been covering these wages, but Lin Shan had already called Lu Yi to inform him that starting next month, he would take over responsibility for their pay. Lu Yi didn't mind at all and let Lin Shan handle things as he saw fit. Over the past couple of days, Geng Hao had contacted previous suppliers and purchased 200,000 yuan worth of raw materials. He now laid each invoice carefully before Lin Shan, who examined them meticulously. Lin Shan greatly appreciated Geng Hao's character. He was straightforward and genuine. But appreciation aside, when it came to money, carelessness wasn't an option. If he managed things too loosely, even someone as honest as Geng Hao might gradually develop bigger demands, making future management troublesome. After reviewing all the invoices, Lin Shan collected them neatly and said, all right, from now on, use the money from that card for expenses, including your salaries. Once it runs out, let me know. But every single expenditure must come with payment proof and documentation. Got it. Geng Hao, a man without ulterior motives, immediately agreed. Then Lin Shan instructed Geng Hao to bring out all the goods. The workshop already had a small truck. Lin Shan loaded everything onto it himself, then told Geng Hao, Old Geng, keep the processing going steadily, don't stop. There'll likely be more orders coming. Understood, Brother Shan. Geng Hao nodded firmly, accepting the task. After driving the truck a short distance, Lin Shan transferred all the cargo into his inventory and stored them in his warehouse in the other world, placing all the processed materials inside. His little workshop had now expanded to 20 people, and everything was progressing smoothly and growing steadily. With the workshop matters settled, Lin Shan strolled leisurely down the street toward his pawnshop. Passers-by along the way bowed or greeted him respectfully. Nowadays, Lin Shan held considerable status in Sanwen County. Officially, he was a district chief, and ever since he began trading, he regularly distributed grain and offered charitable rice porridge to the poor, earning himself an excellent reputation. This idea had originally come from Han Jin, who pointed out that for a pawnshop owner, reputation was paramount. Another key reason for his popularity was Lin Shan's policy of exchanging 10 taels of silver for 1 tael of gold, a tangible benefit that many locals had directly benefited from. As a result, Lin Shan enjoyed widespread acclaim across Sanwen County. Entering the pawnshop, he found Han Jin behind the counter, reviewing account books. Upon seeing Lin Shan arrive, Han Jin quickly came forward. Master, you're here. Lin Shan nodded. Any business activity lately? Han Jin handed over the ledger. It's all recorded here, master. Lin Shan flipped through the pages, nodding in satisfaction. Then he said, bring me that piece of chicken bloodstone to examine. If there was one standout acquisition Han Jin had made recently, it was a piece of chicken bloodstone, completely natural. Like presenting a treasure, Han Jin hurriedly fetched the stone from storage. The raw chicken bloodstone was roughly the size of a baby's head, exceptionally pure. Lin Shan had read extensively and seen many rare items by now, sharpening his eye for value. With just one glance, he recognized its worth. This chicken bloodstone could easily sell for several thousand yuan per gram. Han Jin looked momentarily dazed. Master, what do you mean exactly? Lin Shan waved dismissively, indicating it wasn't important. Han Jin had purchased this piece for 100 taels of gold, an absurdly high price, which made him uneasy. But now, seeing Lin Shan's reaction, he realized he hadn't made a mistake after all. As Lin Shan was reviewing recent acquisitions, a shop assistant suddenly called from outside. Master, someone's asking for you at the door. Says his name is Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu? Lin Shan smiled. Ah yes, I arranged to meet him. Bring him in. The shop assistant acknowledged and quickly went out. Soon, Zheng Yu and his two brothers entered nervously. The Lin pawn shop was decorated with understated luxury and exceptional cleanliness, a result of Xiao Dai's hard work. In contrast, Zheng Yu's group was covered in dirt, clearly out of place in this pristine environment. Behind Zheng Yu, a dark-skinned boy stepped in. Zheng Tu, the youth whom Lin Shan had once rescued. Still young, Zheng Tu didn't yet understand the unspoken rules of adults. Upon seeing Lin Shan, he immediately called out, "My benefactor." Lin Shan smiled gently in response. He turned to the nearby shop assistant and said, "Invite them to be seated and serve tea." The assistant dared not be negligent. He respectfully ushered them into seats and served fragrant tea. After everyone was seated, Lin Shan spoke first. "Zheng Yu, I've invited you here today to discuss something. I hope you can help me get in touch with all the hunters nearby. From now on, whatever game you catch will be sold through me. I guarantee that my prices will be higher than the market rate." Zheng Yu and his brothers looked at one another in surprise. Finally, Zheng Yu stood up and said, "Benefactor, that's naturally no problem. We trust your integrity completely. As for contacting other local hunters, I'll certainly try, though I can't promise they'll all agree to cooperate. The reason I'm here today is because we've hunted a sika deer. I've brought it along for you." With that, he turned to Zheng Tu. "Son, bring the sika deer inside for our benefactor." "Got it." Zheng Tu hurried out and returned shortly, carrying the deer over his shoulder. It had been properly dressed, so there was no blood dripping. Lin Shan examined the sika deer carefully. Its appearance was excellent. Only a single arrow had struck its head, indicating extremely precise archery. The most valuable part of a sika deer was its musk. This substance had long been prized by nobles and officials throughout history, extremely rare and precious. Additionally, the deer's blood and meat were also highly desirable. At Sixth Master's Club, there would surely be many willing to pay a high price for such items. Lin Shan turned directly to Han Jin and said, "Manager Han, go fetch 100 taels of silver." Upon hearing this amount, Zheng Yu and his brothers were utterly stunned. Chapter 93, Master Jin the Goldsmith, fated to cross paths. Zheng Yu shook his head repeatedly. "Benefactor, there's no need for so much." Lin Shan chuckled lightly, waving it off. "It doesn't matter. Consider it a gesture of goodwill toward your trade. Since I've offered, just accept it." Han Jin could only sigh inwardly at his employer's vast wealth. Obediently Yu Chu 100 taels of silver and placing them into Zheng Yu's hands. Staring at the gleaming coins, Zheng Yu remained dazed. This was the first time in his life he had ever seen so much silver. Zheng Tu, still young and puzzled, said, "Father, if the benefactor tells us to take it, why not just accept?" Zheng Yu touched his son's head with a complicated expression, emotions churning deep inside. Who would have imagined that the stranger he once met in the forest would become the greatest patron of his life? Not only had this man saved his life, but whether or not he could prosper in the future and change his family's fate now also seemed to rest upon Lin Shan's shoulders. "In that case, we sincerely thank you, benefactor," Zheng Yu said, bowing deeply to Lin Shan before departing with his brother and son. After Zheng Yu left, Lin Shan turned to Han Jin. "Manager Han, in these coming days, I'd like you to keep an eye out for something. A master craftsman who works with jewelry, preferably skilled in both gold and jade work. If he can do both, even better. The pay will be exceptionally generous. Please look into it." Han Jin, having worked in this very trade before, should have some connections. Upon hearing this, Han Jin smiled. "Master, what a coincidence. I know of a craftsman whose family has served the imperial household for generations. Their techniques are closely guarded secrets. If we could get this man to work for us, our jewelry would be unmatched. Such a talented artisan exists." Lin Shan frowned slightly. It wasn't about being unable to pay. It was more that someone this skilled likely wouldn't care much for money. He asked directly, "Surely a person like that wouldn't be interested in mere coins?" Han Jin looked slightly troubled. "Master, the man lives right here in Sanwen County. Why don't we go see him in person?" Lin Shan nodded. His usual style was decisive and swift. He instructed Han Jin to arrange matters at the shop briefly, then the two set off from the pawn shop. On the way, Han Jin filled Lin Shan in on what he knew about the master craftsman. The old artisan's name was Jin Buhuan, already in his 50s, which in ancient times was usually retirement age. He had a son, but the boy had been frail and sickly since childhood. As they spoke, they arrived at Jin Buhuan's residence. Lin Shan looked up. Goodness, the plaque above the gate hung even higher than the one at his own pawn shop, with red walls enclosing a grand courtyard. This certainly didn't look like the home of someone short on money. Lin Shan sighed quietly and gestured for Han Jin to knock. After Han Jin knocked, a servant peeped out. Seeing it was Han Jin, he looked surprised. "Oh, it's Manager Han. What brings you here?" Han Jin smiled. "Please inform Master Jin I'm here on important business." Han Jin hadn't exaggerated. He truly did know Jin Buhuan well. The servant nodded, closed the door, and returned shortly after to let them in. The servant's face was gloomy, as if burdened by bad mood. Lin Shan noticed that all three servants they passed along the way wore similarly grim expressions. The entire compound felt heavy with a murky atmosphere, as though something unfortunate had occurred. Han Jin, being extremely perceptive, had noticed the same things. Cautiously, he asked, "Young sir, has something happened in your household?" Perhaps because Han Jin and Jin Buhuan had genuinely been close before, the servant lowered his guard. He shook his head. "Manager Han, you know my young master has suffered from asthma since childhood. For years, we've taken great care, but a few days ago something went wrong, and his condition worsened suddenly. Our master has consulted many physicians, but none have helped. His temper hasn't been good lately. If he says anything harsh later, please don't take offense." How could I?" Han Jin waved dismissively. They entered the main hall and waited. After a long while, Lin Shan finally heard footsteps approaching. A middle-aged man dressed in a yellow brocade robe, his hair streaked with gray, walked in. Seeing Han Jin, he frowned. "Old Han, what is it? Speak quickly." Before Han Jin could answer, Lin Shan rose first. "Master Jin, your son is suffering from an asthma attack. Jin Buhuan's brows knitted together. Who are you? His mood was clearly poor. Each word seemed packed with hidden explosives. I am Lin Shan, Lin Shan replied. But before he could continue, Jin Buhuan cut him off. I know who you are. The new owner of that pawn shop, aren't you? You've come here looking for me to make jewelry for you. I'm busy right now. Leave. Speak, and point toward the gate, directly issuing a dismissal. Han Jin immediately felt embarrassed and was about to retort, but Lin Shan gently placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. Then, turning to Jin Buhuan, Lin Shan said, That's not it. I've come today regarding your son. Master Jin, do you know that some years ago, Xiao Chang's daughter, the young mistress of Xiao Manor, was critically injured, and someone saved her? That person was none other than me. Jin Buhuan's eyes lit up instantly. In this era, information traveled far more slowly than in the main world, so a person's reputation didn't spread easily. Most importantly, after that one incident, Lin Shan hadn't shown his skills again, so people talked about him for a while, then gradually forgot. It was just like celebrity hype in later times. You had to keep stirring the pot to maintain public attention. Thus, although Jin Buhuan knew such a person existed, he didn't know the exact name. And because his son's illness had flared up suddenly, he hadn't yet had time to search carefully. Han Jin silently admired his employer. Truly my master, straight to old Jin's weak spot. Heh, now that his son is involved, won't he be begging us for help? Jin Buhuan's attitude indeed shifted 180 degrees. He quickly said, So it's Mr. Lin. This old man failed to recognize a great figure. Please forgive my rudeness. As Jin Buhuan was about to say more polite words, a servant rushed in hurriedly, shouting, Master, Master, the young master has stopped coughing. Upon hearing this, Jin Buhuan was overjoyed. Without even sparing a glance at Lin Shan or Han Jin, he hurried straight toward the back chambers. Lin Shan and Han Jin exchanged glances and followed behind. Soon, they arrived at a small courtyard and saw an old man with a white beard walking out from a room. As Lin Shan entered, he met the old man face to face. When both clearly saw each other's features, they exclaimed simultaneously, You're? The white-bearded elder standing before them was none other than Zhuaheng, the physician Lin Shan had encountered at Xiao Manor. Back then, this old man had mocked and belittled Lin Shan at every turn, only to be dismissed by Xiao Chang. Who would have thought they'd meet again here? Chapter 94, The Miracle Asthma Remedy. At first, both men were slightly confused, but they quickly recognized each other. Zhuaheng's expression immediately darkened. He had long regarded the previous incident as the greatest humiliation of his life, and now running into Lin Shan brought back those unpleasant memories, causing his face to turn grim. Lin Shan, on the other hand, wore an amused smile. This old man was a classic example of someone who knew just enough to occasionally stumble upon success, like a blind cat catching a dead rat. But most of the time, he likely only delayed proper treatment. However, Zhuaheng now spoke with confidence, since he had temporarily stabilized Jin Buhuan's son. Master Jin, since you've already hired another physician, I'll take my leave now. Jin Buhuan, in his 50s, was shrewd and perceptive. He instantly saw the tension between Zhuaheng and Lin Shan. If Zhuaheng hadn't made progress with his son, it wouldn't have mattered, but now that Zhuaheng's treatment had clearly shown results, he didn't dare slight him. Quickly, he grabbed Zhuaheng's arm. Old Master Zhuah, what are you saying? This young man isn't a physician at all. You know my trade, don't you? He recently opened a pawn shop and wants me to craft some jewelry for him. With that, he gave Lin Shan a meaningful look, silently urging him to play along. Ah, such is the heart of a parent. Lin Shan sighed inwardly and nodded. That's right, exactly as he said. Jin Buhuan shot Lin Shan a grateful glance. At this moment, he couldn't afford to offend anyone. Although Lin Shan hadn't yet demonstrated his medical skills, Jin had long heard stories about Xiao Chang. Originally, he planned to seek out the famous doctor who cured Xiao Xiao. Now, that doctor had come to him uninvited. He could hardly contain his joy. As for Zhuaheng, since his treatment was already showing effects, Jin dared not alienate him either. Hearing Jin's explanation, Zhuaheng's face softened slightly. Adopting the air of a seasoned elder, he lectured Lin Shan. That's better, young man. Stick to something you're good at, and live your life properly. Don't go around interfering and delaying others' treatments. Lin Shan narrowed his eyes. These were different times. His status had changed. Back when he was nobody, enduring verbal insults might have been bearable, but now Han Jin was standing right beside him. If he simply took this abuse, how could he command respect among his subordinates later? How would he maintain authority? Just then, sensing Lin Shan was about to react, Jin Buhuan hastily stepped in. Young man, once my son recovers further, I'll personally visit your shop and make you 2 fine gold pieces. How does that sound? Han Jin tugged at Lin Shan's sleeve, motioning him aside. Quietly, he asked, Boss, do you have some history with that old man? Lin Shan didn't hide it, recounting the whole story between him and Zhuaheng. After listening, Han Jin shook his head. Boss, why waste your energy on someone like that? Right now, old Jin values his son's life above all else. If you lose your temper now, sure, you regain face, but any chance of future cooperation with Jin becomes nearly impossible. I suggest we endure it for now. There'll be plenty of time later to settle the score. Lin Shan looked on approvingly. This underling was thoughtful, not only protecting him from embarrassment, but also offering a strategic way out. Being around clever people definitely had its advantages. Lin Shan nodded. You're right. That's exactly what I was thinking. Han Jin added a timely compliment. The boss is such a broad mind. Old Jin will surely appreciate it deep down. Unwilling to argue further with Zhuaheng, Lin Shan turned to Jin Buhuan. Master Jin, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. I eagerly await your visit. Jin Buhuan knew Lin Shan was giving him face and felt deeply grateful. Bowing, he replied, Once my son is well, I will certainly pay you a personal visit. With that, Lin Shan left the Jin residence. But before departing, he instructed Han Jin to stay behind. Remain here. If anything happens to Master Jin's son again, run straight to the pawn shop and get me. I'll handle it. Han Jin was stunned. So Lin Shan truly understood medicine after all. What an extraordinary boss he had. From their recent interactions, Han Jin had come to understand the basics of Lin Shan's background, a guest advisor of Xinjiang sect, commander of the infantry in Sanwen County, a truly influential figure. Yes, boss. At the slightest sign of trouble, I'll return at once. After giving his orders, Lin Shan returned to the pawnshop, swiftly retreated to his room, and shifted back to the main world. He went downstairs to the pharmacy and purchased an emergency asthma inhaler. Then, he returned to the other world and resumed waiting behind the counter, pretending to read a book. By evening, just as the apprentices were about to close up, Han Jin burst through the door, panting heavily. Boss, bad news. Master Jin's son has fallen ill again. At these words, Lin Shan shot to his feet, ignored Han Jin, and dashed straight toward the Jin household. The Jin residence was barely over 1,000 meters from the pawnshop. At Lin Shan's current pace, he arrived in just a minute or two. Bursting into the courtyard of the Jin household, he saw Jin Buhuan pacing back and forth with a look of deep anguish, nearly on the verge of tears. When Jin Buhuan spotted Lin Shan entering, it was as if a drowning man had seized his final lifeline. He rushed forward, grabbed Lin Shan's hand, and dropped to his knees right there. Mr. Lin, I beg you, save my son. Lin Shan said grimly. Take me to him. Fortunately, Jin Buhuan still retained some clarity of mind. He immediately pulled Lin Shan into a small side room, where they found Zhua Heng beside the bed, frantic like an ant on a hot pan, muttering endlessly. How could this happen? How could this happen? In his hands, he clutched a pile of crushed herbs. On the bed lay a frail son, deathly pale, breathing with rapid, labored gasps. Zhua Heng snapped back to awareness, shoving the crushed herbs toward the Shan's nostrils while repeating, just smell it a little longer, it'll get better soon. It'll work. But the Shaman only struggled harder to breathe upon inhaling the herbs. Jin Buhuan clenched his fists, wanting to speak, but afraid of interfering. After all, Zhua Heng had succeeded earlier. Seeing the Shaman now barely able to draw breath, Lin Shan could no longer stand by. He quickly stepped forward, shoved Zhua Heng aside, then took out the asthma inhaler and sprayed it directly into the Shaman's mouth. The effect was immediate. The boy's heavy breathing subsided sharply, his expression gradually calming. Though fear still lingered on his face, he was regaining stability. Jin Buhuan wept with overwhelming joy, while Zhua Heng sat dazed on the floor, staring blankly at Lin Shan. After a while, the Shaman had fully calmed down. He glanced curiously at the bottle in Lin Shan's hand, but first offered a respectful bow. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Chapter 95. Jin Buhuan's sincere change of heart. The young man had just returned from the brink of death, his face smeared with snot and drool, yet he still managed to speak with a certain composure. Lin Shan nodded inwardly. Jin Buhuan certainly had raised his son well. Lin Shan said, It's all right. Zhua Heng, who had been sitting on the ground in a daze, kept muttering to himself. How could this happen? How could this happen? Then, catching sight of the special medicine in Lin Shan's hand, he suddenly asked, What is that medicine? Lin Shan hadn't even intended to respond, but to his surprise, Zhua Heng abruptly jumped up from the floor and lunged for the vial. However, Lin Shan was now a bone-forging realm martial artist. If something in his hand could be snatched so easily by an old man, he might as well kill himself on the spot. With a slight flick of his wrist, he sent Zhua Heng tumbling back onto the ground. Frowning, Lin Shan said, Old man, have you gone mad? Then, looking down at the herb lying on the floor, Lin Shan picked it up and sniffed it cautiously. A pungent odor shot straight into his brain, making him exclaim, You claim to be a physician. Don't you know asthma patients are most sensitive to strong, irritating smells? To stuff this herb up his nose, you're practically taking lives carelessly. Zhua Heng replied in a hollow voice, But the book says this herb is effective against asthma. Lin Shan shook his head lightly and said calmly, Don't you know? Believing everything in books is worse than having no books at all. Zhua Heng shuddered violently, then began murmuring those words over and over again, head bowed. Believing everything in books is worse than having no books. After a long silence, he let out a bitter laugh and rose to his feet. I've spent decades buried in medical texts, yet one sentence from you has shattered my entire understanding. He looked as if he had aged 10 years in moments, utterly deflated and defeated. Even though Jin Buhuan now clearly saw that his son's violent reaction earlier was caused by inhaling that very herb, he couldn't bring himself to blame Zhua Heng any further. Zhua Heng lifted his head and looked at Lin Shan. Thank you, young friend, for your harsh scolding. Without it, I might have spent my entire life trapped in arrogance, unaware of how many more lives I'd recklessly endanger. Lin Shan remained silent. Though the old man had been insufferable, now that he truly recognized his mistake, Lin Shan saw no need to press further. He was someone who would soften when met with humility, but never yield to force. Then Zhua Heng turned to Jin Buhuan and said, Master Jin, my medical skills are shallow. I nearly caused the death of your son. I am deeply sorry. Jin Buhuan opened his mouth slightly. It was only because his son was unharmed that he could remain so calm. Had anything gone wrong, he wouldn't have been able to stay composed. But as for comforting Zhua Heng, he wasn't magnanimous enough for that. Instead, he simply gave a formal bow, the meaning clear enough. I won't hold this against you. You may leave now. Don't stay here and disgrace yourself. With a soft sigh, Zhua Heng turned and walked away slowly, leaving behind a desolate and broken silhouette. After Zhua Heng left, Han Jin came panting into the room. The back-and-forth journey had worn him out completely. Seeing the young master of the Jin family perfectly safe, he immediately understood that his employer had succeeded, and his admiration deepened. Once Zhua Heng had departed, Jin Buhuan stepped before Lin Shan and made a deep, formal bow. Many thanks, Brother Lin, for saving my son's life. Lin Shan waved his hand dismissively, then handed the vial of medicine to Jin Buhuan's son. Next time your asthma acts up, just spray this into your mouth twice. The young Jin heir curiously examined the small bottle in his hand and nodded. Thank you, benefactor. Seeing this, Jin Buhuan said, Brother Lin, such miraculous medicine must surely come at great cost. I've prepared 10 taels of gold as payment. What do you think? A faint smile played on Lin Shan's lips as he shook his head. Master Jean, you should know better than anyone why I came here. Jean Buhuan chuckled warmly. I see. Then 3 days from now, I will come to your place with my son and give you the answer you're looking for. In that case, I'll await your arrival. Lin Shan clasped his fists in salute, then left the Jean residence together with Han Jin. On their way back, Han Jin kept marveling aloud at Lin Shan's medical skill. Lin Shan, however, felt no pride. He knew clearly that he was merely riding on the achievements of modern medicine. Later that day, the two returned to the pawn shop. 5 days afterward, true to his word, Jean Buhuan arrived with his son. His son's name was Jean Fulai, perhaps named so cheerfully precisely because he had been weak and sickly since childhood. After they were seated, Jean Buhuan went straight to the point. Boss Lin, what kind of jewelry did you have in mind? Lin Shan had already learned about this from Luo Bing earlier. Currently, the most popular jewelry items on the market were mostly bracelets, rings, and earrings. In his previous world, headdresses had been the favorite among nobles and officials, but in this primary world, such headpieces were too conspicuous and cumbersome to wear. Though they still existed, they had evolved into much simpler forms. Lin Shan said, Master Jean, how about making me a pair of earrings first? He also wanted to test Jean Buhuan's skill. It wasn't uncommon for someone's reputation to exceed their actual ability. Jean Buhuan immediately replied, no problem at all. However, I don't see a suitable furnace here. If you'll allow, I'll need to go back home to work on it. Lin Shan said, of course. How much gold will you need? 2 taels will be sufficient, Jean Buhuan answered. Lin Shan promptly instructed Han Jin to bring the gold. After Jean Buhuan received it, he told Lin Shan, Boss Lin, in 10 days' time, I'll deliver the earrings to you. Hearing this, Lin Shan took out another vial of the special medicine for asthma and handed it to Jean Fulai, saying, young Master Jean, this is for you. Once you finish this bottle, contact me immediately. Jean Fulai quickly expressed his gratitude. Jean Buhuan looked at his son and said to Lin Shan, to be honest, Boss Lin, my son's craftsmanship actually surpasses mine. It's just unfortunate that he suffers from this asthma. If only his condition could be completely cured, his future prospects would be limitless. Lin Shan naturally understood what Jean Buhuan was implying. He was subtly suggesting that if Lin Shan could cure Jean Fulai's asthma, even after Jean Buhuan's passing, Lin would still have a valuable partner in Jean Fulai. But this matter was difficult. After all, Lin Shan wasn't a real doctor, and there were no proper medical instruments available here. He didn't dare to attempt any radical treatment on Jean Fulai, so he simply replied, the young master's illness has lasted far too long. For now, we can only alleviate it. I'll continue thinking of solutions, but please don't worry, Master Jean. In that case, thank you very much. Jean Buhuan thanked Lin Shan profusely once again before leaving with his son. At noon 10 days later, Jean Buhuan arrived right on schedule and placed a pair of golden earrings before him. Though Lin Shan still lacked the expertise to appraise fine jewelry, he possessed a basic sense of aesthetics. Yet these earrings struck him with an almost breathtaking beauty. Carefully picking them up, he murmured an excuse and quickly retreated into the room, returning to the main world. Chapter 96, Luo Bing's Surprise, Boundless Trading. After returning to the main world, Lin Shan first called Luo Bing. Bing, I found an old craftsman who made a pair of earrings for me. But my eye isn't very good. Could you take a look at them for me? Are you free now? At that moment, Luo Bing was inside the auction house. Hearing Lin Shan's words, she immediately replied, sure, I'm right here at the auction hall. Bring the items over, and I'll check them out for you. All right. Receiving Luo Bing's affirmative response, Lin Shan promptly drove toward the auction house. His new car hadn't arrived yet, so he was still using his beat-up Honda. When he arrived, Luo Bing was already waiting for him in the elevator lobby. What was that saying again? A woman who truly loves you will never make you wait. Upon meeting, Lin Shan took out the golden earrings crafted by Jean Buhuan from his jacket and placed them before Luo Bing. The moment Luo Bing saw the earrings, her eyes widened slightly in shock. Her expression turned strangely intense, one resembling a seasoned gourmand suddenly presented with an extravagant feast, or a long-imprisoned lecher encountering a breathtaking beauty. Without bothering to speak to Lin Shan, she snatched up the earrings resting in his palm, admiration flooding her features. So there really are masters like this. Lin Shan, I've worked at this auction house for 3 years now, seen countless pairs of earrings, but this one could easily rank among the top 3. Look at these textures, these intricate carvings and hollowed details. Machines simply can't replicate such craftsmanship. Only a master artisan, decades immersed in their craft, could produce something like this. People always say machines surpass humans, but machine-made items lack soul. Only when a craftsman pours their heart and soul into creation does it achieve this kind of breathtaking beauty. Luo Bing gazed at the earrings, unable to put them down. A thought flickered through Lin Shan's mind, and he asked, if that's the case, then these earrings must be quite valuable? Snapping back to reality, Luo Bing gave Lin Shan an apologetic little smile, stuck out her tongue playfully, and gently returned the earrings to his hand. Yes, in terms of materials, they probably use around 2 taels of gold, not excessive. To achieve this level of detail, some waste during production is unavoidable. Judging by the quality of the finished piece, even if you sold them outright to a regular jewelry store, you'd easily get several 10,000 yuan. She smiled brightly and added, of course, don't do something that foolish. I noticed the craftsmanship bears certain techniques reminiscent of imperial court styles. You could definitely leverage that for marketing. If promoted well, they could fetch over 100,000 easily. Hearing this, Lin Shan felt completely reassured. Jean Buhuan indeed had real skill. Then, Lin Shan extended his palm toward Luo Bing and said with a grin, Bing, these earrings are yours. Luo Bing froze, staring at him blankly. Lin Shan took her hand, placing the earrings firmly into her palm, then said, I can tell you love them. Money can be earned anywhere, but how often do you come across something you genuinely adore? Her eyes instantly shimmered with emotion as she gazed at Lin Shan, smitten. Then Lin Shan picked up the earrings and replaced her current pair with the new ones. At that moment, Luo Bing didn't care whether someone in the surveillance room might see. She threw herself directly into Lin Shan's arms. Were they not in public, no doubt another passionate encounter would have unfolded right then. Lin Shan himself felt a stirring warmth. Ever since he began practicing martial arts, he felt like he'd returned to his teenage or early 20s years, his energy seemingly endless. But remembering he still had business to attend to, he merely patted Luo Bing gently on the back and said, Bing Bing, I'm planning to find a place soon and set up a company. I've even decided on the name, Boundless Trading. Boundless Trading. Luo Bing repeated the name softly, then laughed. That's a great name. Sounds powerful. Perhaps only Lin Shan himself knew the true meaning behind that name. His business had no boundaries, because he operated across 2 worlds. Once Luo Bing's intimacy with him reached 100 in the future, maybe he could even take her to see the other world. Luo Bing said, then once you get things set up, I'll come work for you. Great. I'll contact you when it's ready. Lin Shan playfully tapped Luo Bing's nose, and she reluctantly bid him farewell. After parting ways with Luo Bing, Lin Shan called Zhang Ji and arranged to meet him at a nearby cafe for a chat. About half an hour later, Zhang Ji arrived at the cafe as agreed. After sitting down, Lin Shan got straight to the point. Old Zhang, I'm planning to start a company recently. Zhang Ji didn't appear surprised at all upon hearing this. Instead, he chuckled and said, with all the bizarre and extraordinary things you have, it's much better to run your own company than keep selling through channels where others just exploit you. Much more convenient. Lin Shan chuckled. The company's business scope will be very broad. I'll sell jewelry, precious metals, all sorts of rare and unusual items. Here's how my model works. First, I'll list the items I already have on the company's homepage. Then, we can take on commissions. Some customers might want something particularly unusual, like Lu Yi wanting tiger penis. We can accept those requests, find what they're looking for within a set time frame, and complete the transaction. Zhang Ji listened intently and slowly asked, Ashen, if I may ask, what quality goods do you currently have on hand? Lin Shan recited like a treasure list. Right now in my warehouse, there's a full slab of rosewood, some jade pieces, gold artifacts, antiques, calligraphy and paintings, though not by famous masters. In addition, I've got various wild animals, as well as ginseng and other tonic herbs and medicinal plants. These were all items the Lin pawn shop had collected over recent days. Zhang Ji suddenly understood. Then we can also run a pawn business, goods flowing in and out. Lin Shan nodded. Exactly. Old Zhang, I want to ask you, would you like to take a share? Lin Shan had absolute confidence this venture would make money, but he didn't want to promise anything outright. Remembering Zhang Ji's past help, he wanted to give something back, but still left the decision up to Zhang Ji. If Zhang Ji chose not to invest, Lin Shan could always find an excuse later to give him some money. Zhang Ji well understood Lin Shan's intentions, deeply moved, yet quickly switched to his usual carefree demeanor. Of course, how could I possibly pass up such a clearly profitable opportunity? Let's first check out some locations. Once we've handled both interior and exterior renovations and see the budget, then I'll decide exactly how much to put in. Great. Bringing Zhang Ji aboard served 2 purposes, repaying past kindness and utilizing Zhang Ji's connections, which actually proved useful in matters like these. Once the decision was made, Zhang Ji immediately began contacting people in his circle to search for suitable premises. Initially, they didn't need a large space. 300 to 400 square meters would be more than enough, mostly used to display their merchandise. Chapter 97. Picking up the car, Lu Ying's vacation. Finding a venue wasn't urgent, so after briefly discussing the basic requirements, the two went their separate ways. 2 days later, a message came from the 4S store. Lin Shan could now pick up his new car. As soon as he received the news, Lin Shan headed straight to the dealership. Amid much fuss and attention from the staff, he took delivery of his brand new vehicle and even exchanged WeChat contacts with several female sales reps. Lin Shan quickly completed the license plate transfer process, then dropped off his old Honda at a used car dealer. Driving his shiny new car, Lin Shan arrived at the hospital. Inside the ward, Lin Jiabao was already bald. He had voluntarily shaved off all his hair before chemotherapy. His current test results looked very promising. After sitting down, Lin Shan chatted casually with Chun Yuanying and Lin Jiabao, though he didn't mention his new car. Older generations always tended to lecture endlessly about such things. Coincidentally, not long after Lin Shan arrived, Lu Ying strolled into the ward. Chun Yuanying teased her. Dr. Lu, didn't you just make your rounds 15 minutes ago? Lu Ying's face turned slightly red, and she mumbled something, too shy to respond. Lin Shan stood up and asked, how have you been lately? Any troubles on your mind? Lu Ying smiled softly. Hua Xiong's gone. What problems could I possibly have now? I'm about to go on vacation, heading back to Ninghai for a while. Lu Ying's hometown was Ninghai City, right next to Qiantang, not far at all. How are you getting there? High-speed rail or plane? This short distance? No way I'm flying. I'll just take the bullet train. She pulled out her phone to search, but immediately frowned. It turned out her trip coincided with the National Day holiday, and all the high-speed train tickets were already sold out. Seeing her furrowed brows, Lin Shan joked. Ah, the National Day holiday's here. Of course the train tickets are all gone by now, right? Lu Ying sighed lightly. Yeah, I completely forgot to buy a ticket earlier. Looks like I'll have to squeeze onto a long-distance bus instead. Chun Yuanying, overhearing this, glanced at Lin Shan and said, what long-distance bus? Let Ashan drive you back. He doesn't have anything going on anyway, just wandering around doing nothing. The bus will be filthy. Let him take you. Though her words sounded harsh, she was actually trying to create an opportunity for her son. Lin Shan's heart stirred. He felt it was time to move their relationship forward. When dating someone, you can't stay stuck in the friend zone forever. If you do, that's exactly what you'll become in their eyes. You need to seize the right moments to develop things. So Lin Shan quickly said, exactly. Lu Ying, let me drive you back. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? By instinct, Lu Ying hesitated to impose on others. But Lin Shan insisted, don't be shy. It's settled. I'll use this chance to get out and breathe some fresh air. When should we leave? Seeing that Lin Shan had made up his mind, Lu Ying didn't refuse any further. Instead, she said, well, How about 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow? Perfect. Then I'll pick you up at 10 sharp. And just like that, the plan was set. On the appointed morning, Lin Shan drove his new car to Lu Ying's residence. The journey itself attracted quite a bit of attention. The Yangwang U9 looked like a supercar, yet bore the BYD logo, creating a striking contrast. The security guard at the entrance of Lu Ying's residential compound stared blankly at Lin Shan's car. After parking, Lin Shan checked the time. It was 9:50. He walked over to the foot of Lu Ying's apartment building and sent her a message letting her know he had arrived. Right on time at 10 o'clock, Lu Ying came downstairs. She wore a pure white dress today, and on her feet, still the same simple pair of white canvas shoes. She looked like an angel descended into the mortal world, pure and radiant. She wheeled a suitcase behind her, and following closely behind her was Zhu. When Zhu saw Lin Shan, she waved enthusiastically. Lin Shan meeting again. She had officially started dating Zhao He, but she remained warmly friendly toward Lin Shan. Lu Ying explained, Lin Shan, Zhu happens to be going to Huaya City. It's along the way, so I said I'd give her a ride. No problem at all. Lin Shan walked over to Lu Ying and naturally took her suitcase. Lu Ying didn't show the slightest hesitation or resistance. Watching this, Zhu thought to herself, Lu Ying, you still told me there's nothing between you two? But you're clearly already used to Lin Shan's affectionate gestures. In truth, Lu Ying herself hadn't even noticed these small details. The three of them chatted as they walked toward Lin Shan's new car. Seeing the supercar in front of them, both Lu Ying and Zhu were taken aback. Zhu asked, Lin Shan, did you get a new car? Lin Shan nodded. Yeah, the previous car just wasn't quite suitable anymore. Zhu flattered him. True, that car no longer matched your status. But still. Zhu looked puzzled at the BYD in front of her. I didn't even know BYD made models like this. Isn't BYD all about cost performance? Lin Shan, how much did this car cost? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lin Shan replied casually. Over $1 million. Give or take. He only gave a rough figure, but even that made Zhu gasp in shock. $1 million. Her eyes were filled with confusion. With that kind of money, you could buy a Porsche or a Maybach, and yet you bought an electric car. I'll never understand the taste of the rich. Lin Shan chuckled lightly. I just prefer electric cars. Besides, supporting domestic brands feels good. Come on, let's get going. Lin Shan opened the door, and after the two women got in, Zhu immediately exclaimed, sure enough, the one definitive feature of expensive things made by the wealthy is their price. This ride really does feel different. Lu Ying, feeling the luxurious comfort, experienced a strange emotion rising within her. Glancing at Lin Shan, she had always known he was wealthy, but she hadn't expected that spending over $1 million on a car would be so nonchalant for him. Then Lin Shan started the engine, and the car glided smoothly out of the neighborhood. When they arrived at Zhu's destination, Huaya City, she had come specifically to meet Zhao He for their date. Zhao He was already waiting by the roadside, and as the car pulled up beside him, Lin Shan rolled down the window. Zhao He stared in disbelief at the vehicle, exclaiming in admiration, Bro Lin, isn't this the BYD Yangwang U9? Man, you're something else. Indeed, men tended to know their stuff when it came to cars. Lin Shan nodded slightly. After a brief hesitation, Zhao He took a box from his backpack and handed it to Lin Shan. Bro Lin, thanks again for having my back at the shop the other day. I picked out a bottle later, don't know if you'll like it, but I wanted to give it to you. Lin Shan glanced at Zhao He with mild surprise, thinking to himself, this kid sure knows how to handle people. Chapter 98, The Blind Date Setup. The last time Lin Shan had helped Zhao He out of an awkward situation and even gifted his girlfriend a handbag, it was out of simple kindness. Now Zhao He's return gift was clearly meant as repayment. Though Lin Shan didn't need to look to know this gift could never compare in value to what he'd given. The mere fact that Zhao He bothered to reciprocate showed a level of awareness far beyond most people. Many would have taken the favor and felt smug about it, but Zhao He's gesture changed the nature of their relationship. Now they could truly be called friends. If Zhao He or Zhu ever invited him for a meal in the future, Lin Shan wouldn't decline, provided he had no other commitments. In Zhao He's eyes, Lin Shan saw a genuine glimmer of gratitude. Back then, his help had been spontaneous, yet it preserved the young man's dignity. Thinking this, Lin Shan turned to Lu Ying and said, Lu Ying, take it for me. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Lu Ying nodded belatedly and accepted the box from Zhao He. Lin Shan glanced at it. A bottle of Matai, a special Dragon Year limited edition, worth about 4,000 yuan on the market. For Zhao He, this was already a remarkably generous gift. Lin Shan said to Zhao He, thanks, Zhao. I'm heading back to Ninghai with Lu Ying now. We'll catch up again when we have time. Sure thing, brother Shan. Zhao He replied eagerly. When handing over the gift, he'd been nervous, afraid Lin Shan might refuse it. Now, finally, he could breathe easy. Watching Lin Shan's car disappear into the distance, Zhao He sighed softly and said to Zhu, do you think brother Shan really sees me as a friend? Zhu rolled her eyes and said, if you hadn't given this gift, at best we'd just be acquaintances in his eyes. But now, there's a chance. Slow and steady, we keep interacting with him over time, and real connections will grow. He's our benefactor. As long as we hold on to this opportunity, even if we just get the scraps he leaves behind, it'll secure us a lifetime of comfort. Zhao He said sincerely, Zhu, I'm so glad you came up with this idea. I never would have thought of it myself. Apparently, the idea to give a gift had been Zhu's. Proudly, Zhu replied, most of your work is with computers. When it comes to human relationships, you still have a lot to learn. But don't worry, I'll teach you step by step. Hearing this, Zhao He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Zhu, laughing. With a capable partner like you, I must have struck gold. Unaware of the couple's affectionate exchange, Lin Shan was speeding down the road, soon merging onto the highway. It was 2 days before the National Day holiday, so traffic wasn't too heavy yet. During the actual holiday, driving on the highway might end up slower than riding a bicycle. After more than an hour on the highway, Lin Shan exited as directed by the navigation Lu Ying had sent. Ninghai City bordered Qiantang City and boasted a strong economy, second only to Qiantang within the province and ranked among the nation's economically powerful cities. This wasn't Lin Shan's first visit to Ninghai. He'd been here several times before for business trips and vacations. The address Lu Ying had sent was located in the outskirts of Ninghai. Much of this area remained rural, though even the countryside here was quite prosperous. Driving along the national highway, rows of villa-style townhouses lined both sides, most 4 or 5 stories tall. Lu Ying's home was in a village called Xin Kue Village. As Lin Shan drove into the village, he said, "Lu Ying, navigation's useless from here. You'll have to guide me." Lu Ying gave a soft hum and began directing him through the narrow village lanes. Occasionally, locals stared curiously at Lin Shan's car. The U9's striking design inevitably drew attention. "There, that one." Lin Shan suddenly pointed to a 3-story house nearby. The small house looked aged, its red exterior paint faded in many places, revealing the dark gray concrete beneath. A fence surrounded a small courtyard of about 50 square meters, where vegetables and fruit trees were planted. The front door was tightly shut. Lu Ying said, "Lin Shan, let me get out first. I'll open the gate for you." Lin Shan nodded, stopped the car, and waited as Lu Ying opened the courtyard gate. He then drove inside. It was just past 10:30. Lu Ying said, "Lin Shan, stay and have a meal with us." Lin Shan had come partly to strengthen his connection with Lu Ying, so he immediately agreed. "Sure, I won't stand on ceremony." Lu Ying smiled brightly. Just then, the main door of her house opened, and a middle-aged woman wearing an apron stepped out. Short and slightly plump, her features still bore a faint resemblance to Lu Ying. There was no doubt, this was Lu Ying's mother. Lu Ying had previously told Lin Shan about her family background. Her father had passed away from illness when she was very young, and her mother had raised her alone without remarrying. As a result, Lu Ying deeply cherished and Xintung her mother. Her mother's name was Zheng Hong. "Ying, you're back." Zheng Hong broke into a smile upon seeing Lu Ying, but the moment her eyes fell on Lin Shan standing beside her, her expression stiffened slightly. Noticing this, Lu Ying quickly said, "Mom, this is my friend, Lin Shan. I couldn't get a high-speed rail ticket, so Lin Shan kindly drove me back." "Oh." Zheng Hong first sized Lin Shan up, then shifted her gaze to his car. The instant she spotted the BYD logo, her warmth faded even further. She didn't recognize the Yangwang U9. All she knew was that BYD cars were generally cheap. Weren't those the vehicles most commonly used by ride-hailing drivers? Zheng Hong forced a laugh and said, "Well, since you're here, stay for a meal. Ying, your third aunt will be coming over later, and she's bringing along a young man. He's in great condition. You two should get to know each other." Lin Shan raised an eyebrow. What perfect timing. He'd come to drop off Lu Ying for the first time and walk straight into a blind date setup. Still, this wasn't unusual at all. Children who worked away from home rarely returned, sometimes only a handful of days each year. So elders often seized these brief opportunities to arrange matchmaking meetings. Lu Ying's displeasure was evident on her face. She glanced at her mother with mild irritation and said, "Mom, I've told you many times, don't set me up on blind dates." Yet beneath her anger, there was a hint of nervousness in her voice. Instinctively, she stole a glance at Lin Shan. Deep down, without even realizing it herself, that tiny flicker of anxiety came from her fear that Lin Shan might misunderstand. Lin Shan, however, didn't think much of it. After all, he and Lu Ying weren't officially in a relationship yet, and this was just a date arranged by Zheng Hong. It wasn't as if Lu Ying had sought it out herself. Seeing her daughter's sharp tone, Zheng Hong replied firmly, "I'm doing this for your own good. Enough now, come inside." Chapter 99, the whole family joins in. Lu Ying walked into the house in low spirits. As Lin Shan glanced around upon entering, he noticed that the interior decoration of Lu Ying's home appeared somewhat outdated, yet extremely tidy. Clearly, Zheng Hong was someone who valued cleanliness and was diligent. So far, Lin Shan felt there wasn't much wrong with Zheng Hong's character. She seemed to have some hostility toward him, but that was normal. An ordinary middle-aged woman wouldn't naturally recognize a car like the Yangwang U9. Since he had brought her daughter back, she probably misunderstood the relationship between him and Lu Ying. The fact that she hadn't openly mocked him meant, in Lin Shan's opinion, she was already being quite reasonable. Because he was an outsider, while the blind date prospect she'd never met before, Zheng Hong believed she already knew sufficiently well. It was perfectly natural for her to think that this other man would be more suitable for Lu Ying. Lin Shan took a seat in the living room. Though Zheng Hong didn't particularly welcome him, she still maintained basic hospitality by brewing a cup of tea and placing it in front of him. "Have a seat. Make yourself at home. Feel free to snack on whatever's on the table." "Thank you, Auntie," Lin Shan replied with a polite smile. Lu Ying gave Lin Shan an apologetic glance. "Lin Shan, my mom might have been a bit rude just now." Lin Shan shook his head. "It's fine. Go help your mom in the kitchen." A flicker of gratitude appeared in Lu Ying's eyes. She nodded slowly, then walked into the kitchen. Lin Shan sat in the living room playing with his phone for a while. Around 11 o'clock, the sound of a car engine suddenly echoed from outside. Hearing the noise, Lin Shan walked to the front door and saw a blue BMW X3 backing into the driveway. The mother and daughter in the kitchen heard the commotion and quickly came out. Upon seeing the car, Zheng Hong immediately broke into a smile and called to Lu Ying. "Ying, why are you standing there? Hurry up and brew some tea. Your third aunt is here." Lu Ying rolled her eyes slightly, reluctantly heading to the living room, while Lin Shan watched from the side with mild amusement. After parking, a slick-looking young man stepped out from the driver's seat. He appeared about 27 or 28, tall and thin as a bamboo pole, with not much meat on his bones. His hair was thickly gelled into a sleek-back style, likely professionally styled, and actually looked decent. But his suit was overly tight. He might have intended to project a sharp, white-collar professional image, but instead came off more like a salon stylist. After stepping out, the Tony teacher cast a glance at Lin Shan's Yangwang U9 and smirked. "Wow, when did BYD start making cars like this? Is this a Porsche?" This was a common joke. Since Porsche's designs were so iconic, many automakers copied their sports car aesthetics. For shady, upon combining Porsche and BYD, was a mocking term for such knockoffs. Clearly, this Tony teacher had no idea what a Yangwang U9 was. The car was packed full. From the passenger seat emerged a middle-aged woman wearing a black dress, slightly overweight, with a golden chain around her neck and a heavy, stern face. One that clearly meant business. From the back seat stepped out a middle-aged man in a striped polo shirt and black dress pants, his belt left outside his trousers with a golden Seven Wolves buckle gleaming proudly. Then another woman got out, around 25 or 26, heavily made up, wearing a backless outfit. Her chest was eye-catching, but her overall demeanor reeked of cheap glamour. As they approached, the middle-aged woman spotted Zheng Hong and asked, "Zheng Hong, has Ying come back?" Lin Shan deduced this must be Lu Ying's third aunt. Zheng Hong quickly responded, "Yes, she's back. Ying, come out and say hello to your third aunt, third uncle, and cousin." Now Lin Shan understood. These three were one family. Lu Ying walked out expressionlessly. The moment Song Yukuan, the Tony teacher, saw her, he froze completely, as if struck by lightning. His eyes instantly filled with lustful admiration. Holy crap, she's 100 times prettier than in the photos. If I could date a girl like her for just one day, I'd die happy. In that moment, Song Yukuan was electrified. He rushed straight to Zheng Hong, eagerly handing her a business card. "Auntie, I'm Song Yukuan. I run a decoration company. My annual net income is roughly 7 to 800,000. If your family ever needs renovations, feel free to contact me directly. Mind if we add WeChat?" The guy was certainly proactive. As the saying goes, you don't slap a smiling face. Zheng Hong cheerfully added Song Yukuan on WeChat. Watching from the side, Lin Shan could only suppress a laugh. He knew this type all too well, small-time hustlers. Most didn't actually have much money. They earned by bluffing and showing off flashy props like decent cars. Once they impressed you, the deal was sealed. Lin Shan's guess wasn't wrong. Song Yukuan did indeed have a decoration company, but the workload was mediocre at best. He barely kept basic cash flow by withholding workers' wages. That BMW was actually second-hand, and not just any used car, but one that had been in an accident. Song Yukuan chose it specifically because it was a 2021 model. People unfamiliar with cars would assume it looked fairly new. Seeing that Zheng Hong was impressed, Song Yukuan couldn't help feeling proud. He turned to Lu Ying and said, "Hello, you're Lu Ying, right? I heard you're currently working at a hospital in Chantang City." Lu Ying remained extremely cold, nodding slightly. Song Yukuan continued, "Is it a Class 3 Grade A hospital?" "Yes." Lu Ying responded half-heartedly. Hearing this, Song Yukuan casually remarked to Zheng Hong, "Auntie, while Class 3 Grade A hospitals in Chantang are good, Ninghai has them too. My uncle is the vice president of Ninghai First Hospital. Wouldn't it be better for Ying to work closer to home? If needed, I could ask my uncle to make some connections and transfer her here to Ninghai." Lin Shan had to admit, Song Yukuan knew exactly what points to hit. For a middle-aged woman like Zheng Hong, who only had one daughter, having her child work nearby, especially with a lateral transfer to another Class 3 Grade A hospital, was an incredibly tempting offer. Really, Zheng Hong instantly became much warmer, quickly pulling Song Yukuan inside. Lu Ying couldn't stand it anymore and snapped coldly, "Mom, can you stop believing everything others say? If entering a Class 3 Grade A hospital were really that easy, then anyone could get in. Even a vice president can't just transfer people around so casually." Lu Ying was part of the system. Song Yukuan could fool Zheng Hong, but not her. In truth, Song Yukuan didn't have a vice president for an uncle. His uncle was merely the head of security at the hospital. But for him, the lie had to be told first. If things ever came to verification later, he'd simply back out. That's how he'd always gotten by. Chapter 100, A Bottle of Mao Dai. Facing Lu Ying's skepticism, Song Yukuan simply said calmly, "If someone else were handling it, yes, it would be difficult. But if my uncle handles it, it just takes a bit more time. Don't worry, Auntie, if Lu Ying wants to transfer back to Ninghai, just contact me. Anyway, make the promise first. Later on, if nothing comes through, he could just deny it and walk away." Lu Ying snorted in disbelief. The group walked into the house. In the living room stood a round table with about 10 dishes, meat and vegetables both, featuring prominently a large steamed fish and a whole lobster. For 7 people, this was plenty. Once everyone had taken their seats, Zheng Hong turned to Lu Ying's third uncle-in-law and asked, shouting, "What would you like to drink?" Wang shouting, Lu Ying's third uncle-in-law frowned. "You don't even have any alcohol prepared at home?" For some reason, Lin Shan noticed that Zheng Hong seemed somewhat subservient in front of her third aunt's family. Upon hearing Wang shouting's words, she hurriedly replied, "We have some homemade grain liquor." With that, she fetched a jug of rustic distilled spirit from a cabinet behind her and poured Wang shouting a full cup. This kind of rough liquor was common in rural areas, high in alcohol content, quick to hit the head, and particularly favored by middle-aged and elderly people. Lin Shan didn't care for it much. Then Zheng Hong turned to Song Yukuan. "Young man, what would you like to drink?" Song Yukuan glanced at the coarse spirit and smiled. "This stuff is too strong for me. I can't handle it. I've got a bottle of Mingxilan in my car. I'll just drink that." Mingxilan was barely considered high-end baijiu, but it wasn't embarrassing to bring out. With that, Song Yukuan went to his car and retrieved a bottle of Mingxilan, pouring himself a glass. He then looked at Lin Shan. "And what about you, brother? What do you have?" Lin Shan waved his hand. "I'll stick to a soft drink, thanks." At this point, everyone finally turned their attention to Lin Shan. Song Yukuan's hostility was completely unhidden. He had already noticed how differently Lu Ying looked at Lin Shan, almost with longing in her eyes. "Auntie," Song Yukuan said, "you haven't introduced us to this young man yet." Zheng Hong glanced at Lin Shan, momentarily unsure how to respond. Finally, Lu Ying stepped in. "This is Lin Shan, my friend. He's the one who brought me back this time." Hearing this, the expressions of several people shifted slightly. To drive a girl all the way home, especially such a long distance. This relationship couldn't possibly be just casual friends. "Oh, so that BYD parked outside belongs to you then?" A smirk played on Song Yukuan's lips as he revealed what he believed to be his greatest advantage, his car. "That's right. At that moment, the daughter from third aunt's family spoke up. Nowadays BYD really is something. Actually making cars that look like this. If you remove the logo, people might actually think it's a Porsche. Ha ha. Others chuckled along. Wang shouting took a sip of his liquor and said, young people should stay grounded. Sure, the car looks flashy, but practicality? Not so much. If you're buying a BYD anyway, why go for such a superficial design? Then third aunt, who hadn't spoken until now, added, obviously, it's meant to fool girls who've never seen the world. People who don't know any better see a car like that and get fooled instantly. Her name was Lu Jinmei. The moment she opened her mouth, anyone could tell she was a seasoned master of passive aggression. With one sentence, she had insulted both Lin Shan for being poor yet pretentious, and Lu Ying for being naive. Lu Ying immediately furrowed her brows. Lin Shan also felt a flicker of annoyance. Under different circumstances, he might have snapped, but he was a guest here, not in his own territory. He glanced at Zheng Hong, whose face showed visible discomfort, though she clearly didn't dare to show anger. A thought struck Lin Shan. Lu Ying had lost her father early. Zheng Hong raised her alone, likely relying heavily on help from his third aunt's family over the years. That explained why Zheng Hong seemed so timid and submissive now. Sighing inwardly, Lin Shan suppressed his temper and smiled lightly. True, I do happen to like the look of this car. With that, he reached for a soda on the table. Wang shouting noticed and said, young man, now that you're out, what's wrong with having a drink? If our guests don't drink, others will say we didn't treat them properly. Seeing how they were ganging up on Lin Shan, Lu Ying grew increasingly irritated. Third uncle, Lin Shan still has to drive later. He can't drink. Lin Shan gave Wang shouting a cold glance, then chuckled dryly. You make a fair point. But honestly, I'm not used to drinking this homemade liquor. I'll just grab a bottle of my own. There was still a box of Matai from Zhao He in his car, never expecting it would come in handy here. Lin Shan didn't drink much baijiu, but he had to admit there was a reason for the price. On the few occasions he'd had Matai, it really was less likely to give him a headache. Compared to the rough homemade liquor, although it still carried the sharpness of strong alcohol, it was far smoother and easier to drink. Lin Shan got up and brought out the Matai. When the others saw the box, they looked slightly taken aback. Song Yukuan smirked coldly and said, hee hee, no wonder you wouldn't drink our liquor. Turns out none of what we have here is good enough for your taste. Lin Shan replied calmly, you're reading too much into it. I just can't get used to the taste. Then he opened the Matai, glanced at Lu Ying, and smiled. Would you like some? Lu Ying quickly shook her head. No, I can't handle that. I'd make a fool of myself later. Seeing her refusal, Lin Shan didn't press her. Instead, he turned to Zheng Hong and asked, Annie, would you like some? Zheng Hong also shook her head. No, I'm fine. After Lin Shan brought out the Matai, the arrogance of third aunt's family noticeably diminished. People were like that. They bullied the weak and respected strength. Once a little power was shown, their attitudes naturally shifted. Everyone ate in silence for a few moments. Then Lu Jinmei looked at Lu Ying and finally steered the conversation toward the real topic. Ying, you're not young anymore. It's time to start thinking about the big things in life. Your mother hasn't been as healthy these years, and she only has you. If anything happens, there'll be no one to care for her. I think you really should come back to Ninghai, find someone, get married, have a child, give your mom some security for the rest of her life. Zheng Hong nodded in deep agreement. As a middle-aged woman with limited experience, she didn't fully understand her daughter's thoughts. In her mind, this kind of life was simply the right way to live. She immediately urged Lu Ying. Ying, what your aunt said makes perfect sense. Think it over carefully. These were exactly the words Lu Ying least wanted to hear. This idea that life offered nothing beyond marriage and childbirth, as if those two acts were the only goals worth pursuing. But seeing the earnest hope in her mother's eyes, the words of protest she had wanted to speak remained unspoken. Chapter 101. Where did you buy that bag? Seeing that Lu Ying remained silent, Lu Jinmei continued. Look, Xiaosong here is a great guy, capable, articulate, reliable, and his income isn't low at all. He owns an apartment in the city center and has a car too. Ying, dear, women can't be too picky. As you get older, your choices shrink. And stop always talking about love. Can love put food on the table? Xiaosong earns 7 or 80,000 a year. Song Yukuan immediately puffed out his chest, basking in Lu Jinmei's praise. Her words carried a veiled jab at Lin Shan, subtly telling Lu Ying to be more realistic. What good was love in the end, when life boiled down to daily necessities? Beside her, Lu Jinmei's daughter chimed in. Sis, what's the point of studying so hard? In the end, a woman still needs to marry and have children. What's that saying again? A woman without children is incomplete. Lin Shan watched them take turns speaking, seeing how disheartened Lu Ying had become. His heart ached slightly, and he spoke up. Aunt Lu. Actually, Lu Ying is doing quite well financially in Shanting City. She has a strong reputation at the hospital, and she's definitely going to get promoted next year. Her income will rise even further. In a few years, bringing you to live with her won't be a problem either. Lu Ying gave Lin Shan a grateful glance. Zheng Hong's eyes flickered with a dazed look, suddenly feeling as though this arrangement might not be so bad after all. Lu Jinmei narrowed her eyes at Lin Shan and chuckled coldly. Bring her where? To rent a place? It's inconvenient for two women to rent together. Or do you have a house for them to live in? Lin Shan smiled faintly. I think with Lu Ying's abilities, finding a stable home in Qiantang wouldn't be difficult at all. Of course, if she needs help, I'd be willing to provide it. As he finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Ying. Her cheeks instantly flushed red, and she lowered her head awkwardly, flustered. At this point, even a fool could tell something was going on between Lu Ying and Lin Shan. Lu Jinmei grew visibly anxious. Why was she in such a hurry to arrange this match? Because if the marriage went through, she would earn a commission as the matchmaker. After Song Yukuan saw Lu Ying's photo, he directly promised 10,000 yuan if the deal succeeded. Truthfully, Lu Jinmei didn't know much about Song Yukuan's real situation, but since he could afford to pay her 5,000, his circumstances couldn't be too bad. That was her actual line of thinking. You drive a BYD, you penniless nobody, and you dare talk like that. Lu Jinmei sneered inwardly. House prices in Ninghai were already high. In Qiantang, they were absurd. Even though the market had dipped slightly this year, ordinary families still couldn't afford them. She dropped the pretense entirely and snapped. You drive a beat-up BYD, yet you say things like that? Our house is in Xiantang some kind of cabbage that anyone can afford. Feeling a sudden surge of threat, Song Yukuan quickly jumped in. Hey, man, exaggerating is normal for guys, but seriously, how much do you actually have? You haven't even eaten a proper meal yet, and you're already bragging like this. Aunt Zheng, a man like this isn't reliable. You need someone grounded in reality. The entire family knew about the 5,000 yuan commission, so Lu Jinmei's daughter immediately joined the attack. Looking at Lu Ying, she said, Sis, you've just read too many books. You don't understand how things work in real life. Your judgment of men is frankly hard to describe. To see if a man truly cares for you, don't listen to his words, watch his actions. Song Yukuan even brought you a gift today specifically for this meeting. With that, she gave Song Yukuan a knowing look. Song Yukuan slapped his thigh, remembering. Alright, almost forgot about that. He hurried out of the car and pulled a bag from inside. The logo on the bag was unmistakably Hermes. Smiling proudly, Song Yukuan said, Lu Ying, I got you a little gift before coming. He took out a handbag. When Lin Shan and Lu Ying saw it, they froze. Not because of the brand, but because the style was identical to the bag Lin Shan had given Lu Ying. But one glance revealed the stark difference. Song Yukuan's bag was clearly a counterfeit, a poorly made fake, with loose threads already fraying at the seams. Even Lu Ying, who wasn't particularly skilled in spotting luxury fakes, could tell it was a knockoff. Her expression turned complex and thoughtful. Unfazed, Song Yukuan held the bag out generously, saying, A small token for our first meeting. Please accept it. Beside them, Lu Jinmei's daughter gushed enviously. An Hermes bag. Song Yukuan, you're so generous. Sis, did you see that? Now this is a real good man. Lu Ying's expression was priceless. She looked like she was trying hard not to laugh. Glancing at the bag in Song Yukuan's hand, she shook her head and said, I think Lin Shan treats me pretty well. He's already given me a bag just like this one. With that, she turned around and fetched the bag she had left in the living room. When the two bags were placed side by side, the difference was immediately obvious. Truthfully, Song Yukuan's counterfeit wasn't too bad on its own, but when compared directly with the genuine article, even a fool could tell them apart. Just the texture alone showed that the authentic bag was 10 steps ahead. Still, Lu Ying spared Lu Jinmei some dignity and said coolly, I already have this kind of bag, so I'll pass. Song Yukuan's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. He let out an awkward chuckle and quickly tucked his fake bag away. At that moment, Lin Shan chimed in with a finishing blow. Brother, your bag seems a bit different from the one I bought. Where did you get it? Lu Ying suppressed a laugh, feeling a surge of delight. There were things she couldn't bring herself to say, but Lin Shan could speak freely. He was truly speaking for her. Song Yukuan coughed dryly and replied, Oh, I bought it at an official store. His nerve was truly something. The man could still lie through his teeth even after being exposed like this. Lu Jinmei's daughter stared in disbelief. Sis, are you really saying he gave you that bag? She could clearly tell that Lin Shan's bag was genuine. As someone who chased after wealth, she knew a thing or two about luxury goods, and she recognized this model cost at least 5 or 60,000. If that was true, then the man her cousin had brought home couldn't be poor at all. But then again, why was he driving a BYD? Just then, a man's voice suddenly called out from outside the house. Hey, whose car is this? Hearing the voice, Zheng Hong quickly stood up. Secretary, why are you here? A plump middle-aged man walked in, smiling broadly as he addressed Zheng Hong. Your daughter really made it big, huh? $1 million+ car, just buys it like that. Chapter 102, Zheng Hong's Trouble. Everyone at the table was stunned by these words, their eyes wide. They glanced at each other in disbelief. There was no way the other party could have mistaken a BMW 3 Series for a car worth over $1 million yuan. That left only one vehicle in the courtyard, the BYD. But could a BYD really cost over $1 million? Zheng Hong was the most confused of all. She didn't own a BMW 3 Series herself, but she'd seen plenty. She knew they went for around 300,000 yuan. $1 million? What on earth was that about? Puzzled, she stood up and asked, Secretary, what car are you talking about that costs over $1 million? Lin Shan looked at the man approaching. His face was glowing, full of energy, with the slight bulk common among middle-aged men, yet he carried himself with vigor. In the Jiangsu region, village party secretaries were often simply called secretary by villagers. Usually, they were the most influential people in the village, respected and esteemed figures. The secretary of Xinkuei village was Lu Wang. Hearing this, he grinned widely and said, Looks like Ying didn't tell you. Then he pointed toward Lin Shan's Yangwang U9. This is BYD's brand new Yangwang U9, just launched this year. The base price alone is 1.5 to 1.6 million yuan. Add some extras, and it easily approaches 2 million. Hardly anyone in Ninghai City owns one. Only someone who deeply supports domestic brands and has endless money would buy such a car. His words froze everyone in the room. Lu Ying's lips curled into a faint smile. For some reason, she felt an intense sense of relief, as if she had finally taken a fierce revenge. Zheng Hong forced a laugh, replying awkwardly, Secretary, that's not my daughter Ying's car. It belongs to her friend. She couldn't get a ticket during the National Day holiday, so her friend drove her back home. This young man right here. She finished, pointing at Lin Shan. The secretary examined Lin Shan carefully, then gave him a warm, friendly smile. He turned back to Zheng Hong. Zheng Hong, come with me for a moment. There are some things I need to discuss with you. Lin Shan noticed Zheng Hong's expression instantly turn anxious, though she quickly masked it. She turned to Lu Ying and said, Ying, entertain Aunt San and the others. I'll go talk with the secretary for a bit. Lu Ying, unaware of the situation, nodded obediently. Then Zheng Hong and the secretary walked outside the courtyard. Song Yukuan let out an embarrassed chuckle and said to Lin Shan, Brother, never thought you'd be so impressive. He finally realized he'd misjudged the situation earlier. He was the one showing off to the wrong person. It turned out this guy was genuinely wealthy. A wave of defeat washed over him, but then he thought, well, considering how Lu Ying looks, it was obvious she'd end up marrying into wealth anyway. Too bad I came too late. But I'm not completely out of chances. She'll eventually return to Hangzhou. If I keep visiting her mother frequently, winning over the mother-in-law should be easy enough. Rich guys usually lose interest after a while. Even if I get her secondhand, I'd still come out ahead. Song Yuquan quickly devised his perfect plan. Meanwhile, Third An's family swiftly changed their attitude. Lu Jinmei shot Lu Ying a slightly reproachful look and said, Ying, why didn't you introduce your friend properly? We merely misunderstood. Then, wearing an embarrassed smile, she turned to Lin Shan. Ahem, young man, I spoke without thinking earlier. Don't take it to heart, okay? Lin Shan waved his hand casually. It's fine, aunt. Wang shouting raised his wine glass and said to Lin Shan, young man, let me toast you. You're our guest today, just drink however you like. With that, he downed his entire glass. Lin Shan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of irony. Indeed, cars, like clothes, jewelry, or outward appearances, were nothing more than visible symbols of value. Most people were shallow. They couldn't see a person's inner qualities, so external markers, clothes, cars, accessories, became the easiest way to judge someone's worth. But Lin Shan didn't care what these people thought. Instead, his gaze shifted to Zheng Hong, who was now speaking quietly with the secretary. Others couldn't hear their conversation, but Lin Shan's senses had become extremely sharp. As long as he focused, he could clearly make out their words. He heard Lu Wang sigh with difficulty. Zheng Hong, I've held them off for you for a long time, but I can't do it much longer. After all, your debts to them are written in black and white. Their boss respects me enough not to show up personally yet, but if the money isn't repaid soon, even my reputation won't help. They might come knocking any day now. Zheng Hong's face twisted in anguish as she replied. Thank you, secretary. I know if it weren't for you, they'd have come after me already. About the money, I'll try to think of another way. Lu Wang let out another long sigh. He suddenly glanced at Lin Shan and said, if there's really no other way, then perhaps you could ask Lu Ying's boyfriend for help. Someone who can afford a car like that should be able to handle this amount of money. Zheng Hong didn't respond. She only gave a smile that looked more painful than crying. Over at the table, Lin Shan heard all this and understood most of what was going on. Zheng Hong had somehow accumulated a large debt, and worse, it seemed to be from a private lending company. They would have come knocking long ago if not for Lu Wang holding them off. But as time dragged on, their patience was running out. Sooner or later, they would show up anyway. After saying his piece, Lu Wang left. Zheng Hong stood in a daze, forgetting entirely to ask him to stay for the meal. Lin Shan snapped back to reality, just as Lu Jinmei's daughter suddenly said to Lu Ying, Hey, sister, I'd like some double grapefruit juice. Could you go buy me a bottle? Double grapefruit juice had become an unexpectedly popular drink at banquets in recent years, widely consumed by many. Lu Ying frowned slightly, feeling annoyed, but reminded herself that the girl was a guest, and reluctantly nodded. All right, I'll go see. Wang Yu was Lu Jinmei's daughter. As soon as Lu Ying was gone, she turned immediately to Lin Shan. Brother-in-law, let's add each other on WeXIN. My cousin doesn't spend much time in Ninghai these days, so she probably doesn't know what places are fun now. If I have your WeXIN, I can take you around. The way she looked at Lin Shan was like a predator eyeing fresh prey, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Lin Shan saw right through her intentions. Her features were passable, but her foundation was caked on too thick, and she carried a heavy air of vulgarity. No way she scored above 80 in his book. He had no interest in getting involved. He politely declined. There's no need to add WeXIN. If anything comes up, I'll have Lu Ying contact you. Even though being called brother-in-law felt oddly satisfying, one thing at a time. Zheng Hong, returning and witnessing the scene, chimed in. Young man, yeah, has a point. You two should exchange WeXIN contacts. Chapter 103, Lin Shan's gift. Zheng Hong's face had to be saved, so in the end, Lin Shan had no choice but to add Wang Yu on WeChat. Seeing this, both Lu Jinmei and Wang Xiaoting's eyes flickered with subtle changes. They knew exactly what their daughter did for a living. Compared to Lin Shan, Song Yuquan was practically nothing. They themselves might not see it, but Wang Yu, as a professional gold digger, had an extremely sharp eye. She had long seen through Song Yuquan as a hollow man, someone who might fool inexperienced girls into sleeping with him for a few nights, but against her, his level was simply too low. Her adding Lin Shan now, deliberately getting rid of Lu Ying, clearly wasn't well intentioned. Not that she wanted to become Lin Shan's girlfriend or anything, just extracting some money from him would do fine. Judging by how Lin Shan treated women, especially Lu Ying, he was obviously very generous. Song Yuquan stood awkwardly aside, watching the others. He knew he'd been thoroughly defeated today, but he still had one last trick up his sleeve. Since finishing her conversation with Lu Wang, Zheng Hong had seemed dazed and out of sorts. After returning, she sat silently at the table, mechanically picking at her food. Just then, Song Yuquan fetched a box from the trunk of his car and walked up to Zheng Hong with a smile. Auntie I prepared a small welcome gift for you. Please don't be shy. With that, Song Yuquan opened the box. Inside lay a gold bracelet. Judging from the certificate, it was a product from Zhou Afu, a well-known jewelry brand. A slight smile tugged at Lin Shan's lips. That bracelet alone was worth at least 3,000 yuan. Song Yuquan was truly sparing no expense. Lin Shan had recently come across countless pieces of jewelry and could tell immediately that this bracelet was genuine. Zheng Hong, suddenly presented with such a valuable gift, hurriedly said, Oh, I can't accept this. It's far too much. Auntie, don't worry about it. Just take it. Song Yuquan had originally planned two options. If that fake bag had fooled Lu Ying and the others earlier, he'd have kept this bracelet for himself, to give to another girl on a future date. But since the fake bag had been exposed, he couldn't keep it anymore. He knew he had no chance of winning favor with Lu Ying now, so he had to make up ground with Zheng Hong, preserve his image. Once Lin Shan and Lu Ying returned to Qianting City, if he stayed diligent and kept visiting, there might still be hope. To sleep with Lu Ying, he had practically thrown everything he had into the effort. Zheng Hong, being modest by nature, hesitated to refuse again when the box was pushed into her arms. Right then, Lu Ying returned and saw the scene unfold. Though unclear about Song Yuquan's intentions, she instinctively felt repulsed. She quickly said, Mom, we barely know him. How can you accept his gift? Hearing that, Zheng Hong immediately pulled the box back out. Yes, Xiaosong, really, I can't accept this. You're too polite, Song Yukon insisted. Once a gift is given, it can't be taken back. What will people think of me if word gets out? In the end, due to Song Yukon's insistence, Zheng Hong accepted the gift. After witnessing this entire farce, Lin Shan turned around and retrieved a box from his own car. Everyone immediately guessed what he was about to do. Was he also giving Zheng Hong a gift? Thinking of Lin Shan's extravagant spending, buying genuine Hermes bags without a second thought, spending over $1 million on a BYD electric car, what could he possibly have gotten for Zheng Hong? The eyes of the third aunt's family were practically glued to that box. Lu Ying said softly, Lin Shan. She had already guessed he was going to give her mother a gift, and instinctively wanted to refuse. She already felt she owed him too much, and hated taking advantage of him any further. Lin Shan knew what she was going to say. He raised a hand to stop her, then turned to Zheng Hong and said, Auntie, back in Qiantang, I've heard Lu Ying talk about you so many times. You raised her all by yourself, enduring so much hardship. She respects you deeply, and is so grateful. I've heard so much about you, and I truly admire people like you. So I specially prepared a little gift for you. This wasn't something Lin Shan made up on the spot. Back at the highway rest stop, while going to the restroom, he had slipped into the other world and brought back a piece of jewelry. Whenever Lu Ying chatted with him on WeChat or met him in person, she often mentioned her mother, always with tones of gratitude and concern. Lin Shan had remembered, and so before arriving, he had decided he would bring a gift. With that, Lin Shan opened the box. It was as if a beam of golden light illuminated the room. Inside lay a necklace, golden, embedded with a vibrant emerald. Lin Shan's gift bore no logo, but anyone with functioning eyes could instantly tell its value. Forget everything else. Even if it were just the gold alone, this piece would already be extraordinarily precious, not to mention the emerald embedded in it, a gemstone of smooth, lustrous texture that seemed to exude a faint coolness when gazed upon. Lu Jinmei stared at the necklace, her eyes brimming with intense envy and a trace of jealousy. Then she glanced at her own daughter, her expression speaking volumes. Why couldn't you land a wealthy man like him? Wang Yu rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, if you'd given me the same looks as Lu Ying, I could have snagged one too. Zheng Hong sat dazed, staring at the necklace. She had never in her life received such an expensive gift. Lu Jinmei chimed in with a forced laugh. Hee hee, sister, you're truly blessed. Zheng Hong looked flustered, turning toward Lu Ying. Lu Ying wanted to refuse, but meeting Lin Shan's sincere gaze, she found herself unable to speak. At that moment, Lin Shan stepped forward and whispered gently into Lu Ying's ear. I decided before I came that I'd give this to Auntie. I think it's only right. She's worked so hard all these years raising you into the incredible person standing before me. I should thank her properly, don't you think? Meeting Lin Shan's warm, smiling eyes, Lu Ying suddenly felt a sharp sting in her nose. She bit her lower lip slightly, then turned to Zheng Hong and said softly, Mom, since it's from Lin Shan, you should accept it. The moment those words left her mouth, even though Lin Shan hadn't yet formally confessed his feelings to Lu Ying, their relationship had already undergone a fundamental change. A confession is never the starting signal of pursuit, it's the victory declaration at the end. A girl's true acceptance of you lies in how readily she begins to approve of your actions. At that moment, the most embarrassed person present was undoubtedly Song Yukon. He wished he could vanish into a hole right then and there. His fake bag had been exposed, and now his golden gift was completely overshadowed, crushed into dust. There was no way he could continue eating. Just as Song Yukon was preparing to excuse himself and leave, a sudden commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Chapter 104. Who the hell do you think you are? Everyone turned to look inside the courtyard, and saw a man in a black suit entering with 5 burly men trailing behind him. These people clearly looked like trouble. It was already October, yet they were still wearing short sleeves, their arms covered in tattoos on full display. When Zheng Hong saw them, her face changed dramatically. After stepping into the yard, the group first scanned the 2 cars parked inside before shifting their gaze to Zheng Hong as she stepped forward. The man in the black suit at the front smirked and said, Zheng Hong, time to pay up. Lu Jinmei's family looked at Zheng Hong in surprise, while Lu Ying stared at her mother in utter disbelief. Mom, you. She was stunned. Zheng Hong wasn't someone with bad spending habits. In fact, she was almost excessively frugal. So Lu Ying couldn't understand how her mother could be in debt. Ever since she started working, she had been sending money home every month. This year it had even increased to 3,000 yuan, more than enough for Zheng Hong to live on alone. The bewildered stares from everyone made Zheng Hong feel extremely embarrassed. She kept her head down, unable to say a word. Finally, Lu Ying asked softly, Mom, why are you in debt? Zheng Hong stood there, filled with guilt, unable to speak. Seeing this, the man in the black suit sneered. Fine, if you can't say it yourself, I'll do it for you. Sweetheart, your mom here was tricked into investing in a P2P scheme, so she borrowed 500,000 from us. Now, with interest, it totals 1 million. Pay up. Everyone paled upon hearing this. Even a fool could tell this was a loan shark operation. Lu Ying's face twisted in pain and anger as she stared at Zheng Hong. Mom, how could you? P2P scams had run rampant a few years back, but Lu Ying never imagined something like this would happen to her own family. Her mind spun. She wanted to lash out, to scold her mother, but then she remembered. She'd been away all these years, busy with work, never really spending time with Zheng Hong. If she had been around, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Even a few more phone calls might have made a difference. In that moment, her anger melted into deep guilt. But despite her gentle exterior, Lu Ying had a strong inner will. Seeing the man in the black suit strutting around like a bully, she didn't flinch. This is a usurious loan. The interest rate is illegal. The man in the black suit clearly wasn't new to such accusations. He pulled out a contract and waved it in the air. Everything's written here in black and white. No more talking. Pay up. And you others, if you're just here to gawk, leave now. If you want to help her pay, stay. At his words, Third Aunt's family instantly panicked. Wang's shouting gave Lu Jinmei a meaningful look, and she quickly said to Zheng Hong, "Ah, little sister, we'll be going now." Zheng Hong nodded blankly, lost in despair. Seeing this, Lu Jinmei immediately ushered her family out, leaving in such a hurry that one of them nearly tripped and fell. Song Yukuan had also intended to leave, but when he glanced at Lu Ying looking so helpless, his emotions overruled his caution. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward and said, "Brother, do you know Haigo?" He was about to play the hero. The man in the black suit eyed Song Yukuan with mild surprise, then chuckled coldly. "Brother, even if you have some connection with Haigo, debts must be repaid. That's only fair. She might not pay today, but she'll have to sooner or later." "That's true, but could you give us a few more days?" Song Yukuan pleaded with a forced smile. The man in the black suit sized him up from head to toe, then asked, "What's your name?" Song Yukuan hurried to reply, "I'm Song Yukuan. I often eat with Haigo." The man shrugged indifferently, stepped aside a few paces, and made a phone call, clearly to Haigo himself. Lin Shan watched all this unfold with a stoic expression. Now he finally understood why Zheng Hong was in debt. P2P, that scam had swept through years ago. Lin Shan knew many middle-aged women had fallen into that trap. One of his own relatives had sold their house to invest in a P2P scheme and ended up ruined. Soon, the man in the black suit hung up and walked back. Song Yukuan smiled nervously, hoping for good news. The man initially looked calm, even a bit friendly, but the moment he slipped his phone back into his pocket, his expression turned vicious. "Who the hell do you think you are, meddling in our business?" With that, he slapped Song Yukuan hard across the face. Song cried out in agony and fell to the ground, his cheek blazing red with the imprint of 5 fingers. The man in the black suit glared coldly at Song Yukuan. "I thought you had some real connection. Turns out you're just a pretentious bastard trying to play peacemaker. You should have weighed how much clout you actually have before sticking your nose in. Get lost, and don't ever show your face again." Song Yukuan's face darkened. He glanced back at Lu Ying, his heart heavy with Bugan, but he knew full well that among these powerful figures, he wasn't even worth mentioning as a minor henchman. After a final clenched hesitation, he got into his BMW and drove away. As he left, it felt like his heart was bleeding. He'd come here with gifts, hoping for gains, only to lose everything. Didn't even manage to get Lu Ying's WeChat, and after this fiasco, his image in Zheng Hong's eyes was surely ruined beyond repair. After Song Yukuan had gone, the man in the black suit turned toward Lin Shan. "Brother, you planning to meddle in this too?" Lu Ying quickly stepped over to Lin Shan's side and said anxiously, "Lin Shan, this has nothing to do with you. Just go." Lin Shan looked at her and replied calmly, "If I leave, what will happen to you? Can you pay 1 million right now? Don't worry, I'll handle this." He then turned to the man in the black suit and asked, "What should I call you?" By now, Lin Shan had blood on his hands, more than a few lives. His aura was different. Though he made no move, showed no expression, standing there with his hands at his sides, he radiated an unnerving calm. The burly men flanking Zhang Jin instinctively felt uneasy, unable to meet his gaze directly. The man in the black suit didn't dare act casually. He answered, "I'm Zhang Jin. I collect debts for Haigo." Lin Shan nodded slowly, then began descending the steps. As he did, the group of thugs unconsciously took a step back. They didn't even realize why they'd moved. It was pure instinct. Seeing this, Lin Shan allowed a faint smile to cross his lips. Then he said, "The 50,000 debt is real. I don't dispute that. We'll pay it. But interest? Huh. Leave some room for others. You never know when paths might cross again. I'll give you 5% annual interest. By that calculation, if you agree, I'll hand over the money right now." Zhang Jin's expression instantly turned icy, and he sneered. "If that's how you want to play it, then we've got nothing more to talk about." Who was he kidding? 5%? What the hell were they supposed to profit from? Sure, even bank loans these days hovered around 5% or less, but they weren't banks. They were loan sharks. Chapter 105. Refusing the toast only to face the penalty. Lin Shan stood slightly in front of Zheng Hong and her daughter, shielding them, then said to Zhang Jin, "Brother, 5 points is already quite a lot. I'm not making you take a loss here. You know as well as I do that contracts like this wouldn't hold up in court. This year, relevant authorities were cracking down hard on loan sharking companies. If this actually went to court, Zhang Jin and his crew would be walking straight into the line of fire. There was no way they'd get support." Zhang Jin chuckled. "Sorry, Lin, but Haigo specifically told me to collect 1 million. If I don't bring it back, I have to cover the difference myself. If you people can't pay, then I'll have my ways." He narrowed his eyes at Lu Ying and said, "Sweetheart, with looks like yours, spending a month working in a nightlife club could easily net you 1 million. What do you say? Sign a contract with us. Just 1 month of work, and your mother's debt disappears." Hearing this, Lin Shan's mind stirred. He could smell the conspiracy. Something didn't add up. Why had these debt collectors shown up precisely when Lu Ying returned home? And why did they immediately propose such a method? It felt as if this whole incident was targeted at Lu Ying from the start. Given Lu Ying's beauty, earning 1 million in a month wouldn't even be an exaggeration, if someone truly had the heart to dive into that world. But there was no way she would ever consider it. Lu Ying's beautiful face darkened with anger as she glared at Zhang Jin. "Don't even dream of it." Zhang Jin sneered. "Then don't blame us. If you won't pay what's owed, we'll take your mother instead. We'll have a nice little chat with her." With that, he waved his hand. The 5 burly men behind him immediately stepped forward. Lin Shan shook his head, shrugged, and said calmly, refusing the toast only to face the penalty. Before the thugs could make a move, Lin Shan darted forward. In a flash, everyone saw only a blur, then searing pain exploded in their lower abdomens. All 5 hulking men collapsed onto their knees, clutching their stomachs and groaning in agony. Zhang Jin stared, stunned. Lin Shan's abilities far exceeded anything he'd imagined. His mouth hung open, his face twisted with confusion, fear, and a dozen other emotions warring within him. Lin Shan walked up beside Zhang Jin, placed his right hand firmly on his shoulder, and led him toward the courtyard gate. Zhang Jin stiffened, frozen in place. Lin Shan patted his shoulder lightly and asked with a smile, "This was a setup, wasn't it? You came after Lu Ying, didn't you?" A chill ran through Zhang Jin's spine. His heart began to race violently. Lin Shan's guess was dead on. The truth was, Haigu had set his eyes on Lu Ying 2 years ago the moment he first saw her. He'd made some secret attempts to contact her, but soon realized she wasn't someone who could be bought easily. So he devised another plan, set Zheng Hong up with a high-interest loan trap, then slowly gained control over Lu Ying through her mother's debt. Zhang Jin swallowed hard. He knew that if he revealed this, Haigu would skin him alive. So he stammered, I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Shan let out a quiet laugh. Just a small-time punk, really, no mental fortitude. The moment Lin Shan voiced his suspicion, Zhang Jin's shifting gaze gave everything away. His guess was confirmed. Now the question was, when exactly had Haigu started noticing Lu Ying? There must have been prior contact between them. Thinking this through, Lin Shan asked, what's your Haigu full name? Feeling the pressure increase slightly on his shoulder, and glancing at the 5 men still writhing on the ground, Zhang Jin wiped the cold sweat from his brow. His name is Shi Jinhai. Lin Shan nodded slowly, committing the name to memory. Later, he could ask around. Qiantang and Ninghai were close. Many people in the underworld knew each other. I won't press you further, Lin Shan said. Take your men and go. When you return, tell Haigu I'm handling this now. I'll come find him myself later. With that, he gave Zhang Jin's shoulder a sharp pat. Go on. Like a dog obeying a command, Zhang Jin bolted away without a backward glance at his fallen comrades. The remaining thugs, seeing their leader flee, erupted in unison with a vulgar curse. One by one, they staggered to their feet, cast terrified glances at Lin Shan, and quickly evacuated Zheng Hong's house. In the blink of an eye, the crisis was over. But Lin Shan knew this was just the beginning. The real trouble with Haigu was bound to be far more serious. After seeing off Zhang Jin, Lin Shan turned to Lu Ying and Zheng Hong. Both women had tear-filled eyes, staring at him helplessly. Lin Shan's expression turned serious as he asked, Auntie, how exactly did you end up taking out this high-interest loan? Tell me everything, from the very beginning. Zheng Hong shivered, finally snapping back to her senses. Only now did she realize the magnitude of the trouble Lin Shan had just saved them from, and at this moment, she would have followed his words without question. She quickly said, about 3 years ago, I had a close friend who told me about an investment project that was extremely profitable. At first, I didn't believe her, but later, when I saw her living better and better, I started to trust it. So I invested 10,000 yuan, and after 1 month, she gave me 1,000 yuan in dividends. Lin Shan sighed inwardly. The usual talu. Yet, oddly enough, people kept falling for it. After that, the rest was simple. Zheng Hong gradually became obsessed, and eventually, under her friend's persuasion, took out a loan of 500,000 yuan and poured it all into the so-called financial scheme. Then came the inevitable. The returns from the investment stopped coming. Her so-called friend vanished completely, and the interest kept piling up, growing larger and larger until it reached today's crisis. After hearing this, Lu Ying said softly, Mom, why didn't you tell me? Zheng Hong's face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Shan said, It must have been your friend who told you not to, right? Zheng Hong nodded. Yes. She said if I told Ying about it, Ying definitely wouldn't let me keep earning money. She had been completely brainwashed. Lu Ying let out a helpless sigh, then turned to Lin Shan. Lin Shan, I still have 200,000 yuan in savings. I'll transfer it to you shortly. I already owe you too much. This is my own problem. I need to take responsibility too. As for the rest, I'll pay you back slowly over time. Seeing how carefully she tried to preserve her dignity, Lin Shan felt a deep sense of emotion. He didn't refuse. Instead, he nodded and said calmly, All right, we'll deal with what comes next when the time arrives. For now, I need to make some arrangements. He asked mother and daughter to go inside and rest for a while, then dialed Zhang Ji's number. After briefly explaining the current situation, he made 2 requests. First, to investigate Shi Jinhai's background thoroughly. Second, to send a few reliable men over immediately to escort Lu Ying and her mother back to Qiantang City. Alone as he was, his bone-forging realm cultivation gave him the confidence to fear nothing, but he couldn't possibly protect 2 women indefinitely. This was the best course of action. After hearing him out, Zhang Ji exclaimed, Damn, this is crazy. Feels like we're shooting a Hollywood blockbuster. At least let me snag a supporting role. Don't worry, man. I'm bringing people over right now. Chapter 106. The Dragon Crosses the River. After hanging up from Zhang Ji, Lin Shan walked into the house and looked at Lu Ying and her daughter, who were clearly at a loss. He said, In a while, my friend will come over to pick the 2 of you up and take you to Qiantang City for a bit, just to lay low. I'll stay here to deal with Brother Hai. By the way, Lu Ying, do you remember someone named Shi Jinhai? A distant look crossed Lu Ying's eyes as she fell into thought. Then she nodded abruptly. Yes, I remember. About 2 years ago, when I came back for a student association gathering, one of my classmates brought this Shi Jinhai along. Later, he added me on WeXIN and started saying strange things. I ended up deleting him. A faint blush crept across her face. Lin Shan pressed gently. What kind of strange things did he say? He already had a rough idea, but he wanted to tease her a little. Lu Ying turned even redder. He said he wanted to keep me as his mistress or something. That's why I blocked him. Got it. Now the origin of Shi Jinhai was also clear. Alright, I roughly understand what's going on. Once my friend arrives, you 2 should head back to Qiantang right away. Lu Ying seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. About 3 hours later, a car horn sounded outside. Lin Shan stepped out and saw a minivan parked by the roadside. Zhang Ji got out from the passenger seat, and 7 sturdy young men emerged from inside the vehicle. Seeing Lin Shan, they greeted in unison, Brother Shan. The scene left Lu Ying and Zheng Hong utterly stunned. Zhang Ji had met Lu Ying before, and Lin Shan had told him about her situation. With his high emotional intelligence, Zhang Ji nodded politely at Lu Ying, then called Zheng Hong Aunt, before stepping close to Lin Shan and whispering, I brought 7 guys, all capable people from 6th Master's crew. Each one seen blood and done time. When they heard I was coming to help you, they didn't even ask for payment. They just came straight away. Lin Shan shook his head. I don't need help here. Having others around might just complicate things. But it's good they can escort Lu Ying safely away. You should leave now. As for these brothers, don't be stingy. Give each of them 1,000 yuan as travel expense, and treat them to a barbecue when you get back. Hearing that he wouldn't get to stay, Zhang Ji rubbed his hands together. Shan, can I stick around just to watch? Lin Shan gave him a half smile. You're welcome to watch if you want. But do you remember when sixth brother was attacked last time? Real knives, real bullets. How many ended up crippled? Zhang Ji paled, recalling that scene, and his excitement quickly dampened. Lin Shan said gravely, Old Zhang, this isn't some dinner party. One wrong move, and your life could be on the line. How's your progress with what I taught you? Lin Shan had previously passed on the Changchun Gong to Zhang Ji, but perhaps due to lack of talent, Zhang had yet to develop any sensation of internal energy. At this, Zhang looked somewhat dejected. I still haven't felt that so-called energy flow you mentioned. Lin Shan could only console him. It's alright. This isn't something to rush. Take your time. Zhang understood that Lin Shan was subtly warning him. Without real ability, he shouldn't put himself in dangerous situations. Why did Lin Shan dare to face such risks? Because Zhang had seen Lin Shan's strength firsthand. That was Lin Shan's confidence. He himself lacked such assurance. If he stayed, he'd probably only become a burden to Lin Shan. His restless heart gradually calmed. Zhang Ji nodded. Fine. You take care, then. I'll handle the logistics. That's the spirit. By the way, I've looked into this Shi Jinhai. He does have influence locally in Ninghai. Started in the sand and gravel business years ago, then gradually went legit. Now he's invested in real estate and some entertainment ventures. He usually hangs around a club in Ninghai City called Jinhai Sha. Lin Shan nodded, indicating he'd heard. No time to waste. Lin Shan told Lu Ying and her mother to pack a few changes of clothes, and then they could leave. The younger men looked disappointed when they realized Lin Shan wouldn't be taking them along. Back at Lu Ye's estate, Lin Shan had earned his fame in one decisive fight. He didn't even realize that, by now, he was already a well-known figure on the Qiantang underworld scene. Countless people idolized him, especially hot-blooded youths, much like how people once admired Chan Ho Nam in the old days. After helping Lu Ying and her mother into the car, just as Lin Shan was about to close the door, Lu Ying looked deeply into his eyes and said, Lin Shan, please be careful. Lin Shan smiled and nodded. Don't worry, it's just a minor matter. When I get back, cook me a nice meal. Lu Ying gazed at him intensely, then suddenly leaned forward and gently kissed him on the cheek before shyly shutting the car door. Seeing this, Zhang Ji teased. Hee, brothers, seeing the future sister-in-law off. The young men burst into laughter together, then the car started and drove away from the village. Lin Shan watched the vehicle disappear into the distance before returning to the now empty house and pouring himself another glass of Maodai. Elsewhere, after getting in the car, Zhang Jin sped straight toward Jinhai Sha. It had only been an hour since Lin Shan had driven him away. Jinhai Sha was a 7-story building. The first 3 floors housed a business KTV, the 4th and 5th were devoted to foot massage and SBA services, while the 6th and 7th functioned as a hotel. It was a full-service establishment. After parking the car, Zhang Jin went directly to the 4th floor and approached the front desk. Where's Brother Hai? The receptionist gave him a surprised look, then said, Brother Hai is in private room number 7. Zhang Jin nodded, walked over to room 7, and called out, Hi Go, it's me, Jin. I went to Zheng Han's place to collect the debt, but ran into some trouble. Come in. Inside the room, Haigo was lying face down on a massage bed, a masseuse straddling his back working diligently. Hearing someone enter, Haigo lifted his head. Shi Jinhai looked about 40 years old, bald-headed, with a thick beard that gave him an oddly artistic appearance. Without urgency, he asked, What happened? Zhang Jin quickly recounted everything that had happened with Lin Shan. When Shi Jinhai heard that Lin Shan had evaded 5 men in one swift motion and knocked them all down, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. So you're saying this guy's pretty skilled? Zhang Jin replied, still shaken. It's not just skill anymore. I felt like he was straight out of a wuxia drama. In all his years collecting debts, Zhang Jin had never been a greenhorn unfamiliar with violence. But what Lin Shan had shown today was beyond anything he'd ever seen. Shi Jinhai waved a hand. The masseuse promptly stepped down and left. He sat up on the massage bed, picked up a warm towel, wiped his face slowly, then said with a faint smile, Humph. That woman's got some connections, bringing in a man like that. Fine, I'll go meet this dragon crossing the river. Chapter 107, Negotiation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin frowned and said, Brother Hai, I'm afraid you'll need to bring more people. Otherwise it won't work. Shi Jinhai replied calmly. More people won't help against someone like that. But I have a way. Anyway, you've done your best. I won't hold it against you. Go to accounting and get 10,000 yuan to take your boys to the hospital. Relieved, Zhang Jin let out a breath he had been holding. He'd really feared Shi Jinhai would blame him for failing the task. Luckily, he quickly walked out of the private room. After Zhang Jin left, Shi Jinhai turned to the masseuse beside him and said, You go too. The woman nodded and quietly exited as well. Then Shi Jinhai got dressed. His attire was distinctly traditional Chinese, embroidered tang suit on top, loose linen trousers below, multiple prayer beads wrapped around his wrists, and a Buddhist-style rosary hanging around his neck. Once fully dressed, Shi Jinhai stepped out of the private room, took the elevator up to the top floor, the 7th level. On this floor stood a luxurious suite. Since its completion, only one person had ever occupied it. Now, Shi Jinhai stood before the door, about to knock, when a voice came from inside. Hi, just come in. Shi Jinhai responded respectfully. Sorry to disturb you, Uncle Pan. With that, he pushed open the door and entered. Inside, an elderly man appearing to be in his 50s sat reclining on a lounge chair, holding a purple clay teapot while sipping tea and watching television. Glancing sideways at Shi Jinhai, he said, Seems like something today has got you worried. Shi Jinhai clasped his hands together in greeting. Uncle Pan, you truly possess divine insight. Old man Pan shook his head with a light laugh. The last time you came to me like this was 3 years ago. Clearly, you're facing something beyond your control. Let's hear it. Shi Jinhai then recounted everything Zhang Jin had told him. After listening, Pan frowned. Lin Shan? Never heard of him. If he were truly one of us, he wouldn't act so recklessly without cause. Sounds like an amateur. Did he say he'd come find you himself? Shi Jinhai nodded. Yes, exactly like that. Something about him feels off, which is why I came to you, Uncle Pan. Pan chuckled softly. No problem. Let him come. Probably picked up some cultivation method from somewhere. He's young, doesn't know how vast the sky and earth are. I'll deal with him. Hearing this, Shi Jinhai felt instantly reassured. Then I leave it to you, Uncle Pan. This old man Pan was a master Shi Jinhai had encountered 10 years prior. His name was Pan Yu. At that time, Pan Yu had been severely wounded while being hunted by enemies. Taking great risk, Shi Jinhai rescued him and cared for him carefully over several months. After settling his vengeance, Pan Yu settled with Shi Jinhai, living under his protection while helping resolve difficult matters. Much of Shi Jinhai's current status and influence could actually be credited to Pan Yu. Just as Pan Yu and Shi Jinhai concluded their conversation, Lin Shan, still at Lu Ying's house, received an unexpected visitor. Wang Yu had returned. She looked at Lin Shan like a hunter eyeing prey, leaving Lin Shan slightly unsettled. In truth, after Lu Jinmei's family had seemingly left earlier, they hadn't gone far. They'd stayed nearby, secretly watching what unfolded. They'd seen everything that happened afterward, prompting wild speculation about Lin Shan's true abilities. Faced with such a mysterious figure, Wang Yu saw no reason to miss this golden opportunity. So she rushed back, to offer herself. One glance was enough for Lin Shan to understand exactly what this woman wanted. He wouldn't fall for such a trick. Without waiting for her to speak, Lin Shan immediately stood up and said, I need to go out for something. In a flash, he slipped out of the room, leaving Wang Yu behind, stewing in silent frustration. After leaving Lu Ying's home, Lin Shan walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. One good thing about developed areas, even in the suburbs, cabs were readily available. Lin Shan set the destination to Jinshaxi. When the driver saw the destination, a knowing smirk spread across his face. Bro, nice choice. You know where to go. It's expensive, sure, but the service? Top-notch. Clearly, the driver had misunderstood the situation. Lin Shan didn't bother correcting him. Unfortunately, the driver was talkative. You know, he went on. When you get there, ask for girl number 66. She's absolutely fierce. Trust me on this one. Lin Shan replied flatly. All right, brother, I trust you. He'd meant it as a polite way to end the topic, but the driver, now energized, launched into a full monologue about his experiences in Ninghai's nightlife. Lin Shan simply listened quietly. An hour later, they arrived. It was nighttime now. The business KTV at Jinshaxi had just opened for operation. Girls with long legs and revealing outfits walked in and out, accompanied by groups of men coming here for pleasure. Lin Shan walked into Jinshaxi and approached the front desk. The girl behind the counter smiled politely and said, Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation? Lin Shan shook his head. I'm here to see Shi Jinhai. Tell him Lin Shan is here. The receptionist's expression changed instantly. Just moments ago, Shi Jinhai had sent a message. If a man named Lin Shan showed up, send him directly to the 7th floor. The girl quickly said, Hello, Mr. Shi just mentioned that when you arrive, you should go up to the 7th floor to meet him. Lin Shan nodded and took the sightseeing elevator to the 7th floor. This level was designated for hotel guests. As soon as Lin Shan stepped out of the elevator, a woman dressed in professional attire approached and asked, Are you Mr. Lin Shan? Lin Shan glanced at her and nodded. That's me. The woman replied politely. Mr. Shi asked me to escort you. With that, she gestured and walked ahead of Lin Shan, leading him to the large suite. She gently knocked on the door and said, Mr. Shi, I've brought the guest. Come in directly. Shi Jinhai's voice came from inside. The woman opened the door and then left. Lin Shan entered the room with a calm expression and saw Shi Jinhai and Pan Yu sitting behind a table, looking at him. As their eyes met, Lin Shan immediately sensed something unusual about Pan Yu. This aura. He was indeed a cultivator. So he had finally encountered a martial artist in the main world. Yet the other man's aura was extremely faint. After estimating, Lin Shan concluded that even among blood-moving realm cultivators, this one was rather weak, nowhere near the peak of perfection. Meanwhile, as Lin Shan examined Pan Yu was also scrutinizing Lin Shan. He detected no trace of a cultivator's presence on Lin Shan and thought inwardly, Humph, clearly not a real cultivator. Probably just someone making a fuss over nothing. What he didn't realize was that the reason he couldn't sense Lin Shan's aura was because Lin Shan had already broken through to the bone-forging realm, a realm far above the blood-moving realm, and could completely conceal his presence from those beneath him. Chapter 108. Senior, I have offended you. Lin Shan and Pan Yu observed each other, each forming a rough estimation of the other. The difference was that Lin Shan's assessment was accurate, while Pan Yu's estimate of Lin Shan fell far short. Then, Lin Shan walked slowly toward them, calmly sat down in front of the two, and looked at Shi Jinhai, saying, I was the one who beat Zhang Jin. Now I also understand why you set up that scheme for Zheng Han. Lu Ying is my woman. Give up whatever thoughts you've had about her. This statement was blunt and harsh, without any subtlety, laying everything bare right away. Shi Jinhai narrowed his eyes. In his younger days, he probably would have drawn a knife and attacked by now. But years of comfort and indulgence had dulled the fierceness he once had. Upon hearing these words, he merely glanced at Pan Yu. Pan Yu remained composed. He first poured himself a cup of tea, then looked at Lin Shan and said, Young man, don't speak so aggressively. I know you have some skills, but this world isn't as simple as it appears to you. There's always someone stronger, do you understand? Lin Shan watched him with mild interest. Pan Yu was the first martial cultivator he had encountered in the main world, and Lin Shan knew almost nothing about this circle. But based on his own experience, the quality of cultivators here in the main world should be inferior to those in the other world. It was simple. He found that during cultivation, his progress here was incomparable to that in the other world. After breaking through to bone tempering, Lin Shan secretly estimated that if he had been cultivating solely in the main world, it would have taken him at least 30 years to reach the bone forging realm. And even then, success wasn't guaranteed. The spiritual energy in the main world was too thin. Breaking through required absorbing vast amounts of qi, and in the main world, one might fail due to insufficient energy. Thus, Lin Shan believed that cultivators in the main world were likely not very formidable. However, he did find their cultivation lineages intriguing. The follow-up techniques of the Changchun technique were discovered right here in the main world, which suggested there might be some connection between the two worlds. Seeing Lin Shan lost in thought, Pan Yu assumed the youth had been intimidated by his aura and couldn't help feeling pleased. He spoke again. What you've done today has severely damaged Xiaohai's reputation. If word gets out, Xiaohai won't be able to maintain his standing in Ninghai's underworld. Here's what I suggest. He pointed at Lin Shan and said, how about this? You pick a good venue, arrange 10 or more banquet tables, host a reconciliation feast. It's not such a big deal after all. During the banquet, say a few nice words to Xiaohai, and we'll let this matter drop. As for that woman, Pan Yu glanced at Shi Jinhai and added, Xiaohai, you already have plenty of women. I'm not judging, but at your age, perhaps you should stop indulging in lustful desires. His meaning was clear. Shi Jinhai should give up on Lu Ying. Shi Jinhai's expression darkened. Ever since meeting Lu Ying once, he hadn't been able to forget her and constantly wanted to possess her. Yet, he could tell that Pan Yu must have judged the young man in front of them. While perhaps not superior, at least somewhat skilled, which was why Pan Yu was asking him to step back as well. If Lin Shan agreed to Pan Yu's terms, his own dignity wouldn't be completely shattered, so he sullenly gave a low acknowledgement. Lin Shan chuckled and said, judging from how both of you are acting, do you really think I have no reason to refuse? Pan Yu's eyes flared. Young man, don't push your luck. I know you have some abilities, but those tricks of yours mean nothing before me. These years, I've cultivated patience and restraint. My killing intent isn't as strong as it once was. Otherwise, for just that remark alone, I'd have severed one of your hands. After speaking, Pan Yu glanced at the wooden table before him, suddenly pressed his palm onto its surface. With a low shout, he slid his hand across, about 30 centimeters. A chunk of the table had been scraped cleanly away. If he had merely shattered the table or left a handprint, that would have fallen within normal limits. But actually scraping off a piece like that was utterly incredible. Behind them, Shi Jinhai watched, eyes gleaming with excitement. After finishing this feat, Pan Yu wore a faint, self-satisfied smile, exuding the air of a seasoned master. He looked at Lin Shan and said, young man, how do you find that technique? I know you've learned some martial arts, maybe even taken a life or two, but you're still a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware that there are people in this world who wield powers beyond your imagination. Lin Shan looked at the mark on the table, shrugged, and said, I thought you were something special. Is that all? Immediately after questioning, Lin Shan also placed his palm on the table. Then came a sharp boom. The entire table instantly turned into splinters. Wood chips flew everywhere, but as they approached Lin Shan, it was as if an invisible barrier stopped them. None landed on his body at all. Pan Yu and Shi Jinhai, however, were in utter disarray, covered head to toe in splinters. Staring blankly at the mountain of debris on the floor, their expressions went completely blank, like they were lost in thought, questioning, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Lin Shan slowly rose to his feet and said, he dared to covet my woman. He should have died already. I came here just to see what tricks he had up his sleeve, what kind of stance he would take. But now it's clear, there's nothing here worth my attention. Old man, you can't even sense my aura, yet you dare speak so arrogantly before me? With that, Lin Shan released his aura. The oppressive force of a bone-forging realm martial artist instantly filled the room. Shi Jinhai felt as if he couldn't breathe, as though two massive mountains weighed down on his shoulders, making him feel utterly suffocated. But for Pan Yu, he knew exactly what this aura meant. His eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Lin Shan as if he were some kind of monster. How is this possible? This is clearly the aura of a minor grandmaster. Lin Shan's mind stirred. He made a mental note of the term minor grandmaster. Then, he immediately retracted his aura. Shi Jinhai finally felt some relief, but by now, his spirit was shattered, consumed entirely by fear. From that single moment, he understood. This man before him, who looked no older than 30, possessed strength far surpassing Pan Yu. There was no comparison at all. Lin Shan's words, he dared to covet my woman, he should have died. They nearly scared him into wetting himself. His knees felt as if they had vanished. He dropped straight to the ground, kowtowing before Lin Shan and pleading, big brother, I was blind and foolish to offend you. Please, have mercy and spare me. Pan Yu's face turned deathly pale. He struggled to rise from the floor, clasped his fists, and said, Senior, I have offended you. Please, as one of great virtue and magnanimity, forgive me this once. Chapter 109, Leave Room for Others. Lin Shan immediately laughed and said, you're a generation below me. Calling me senior feels a bit awkward. Pan Yu forced a smile and replied, in the path of cultivation, those who achieve more come first. You're a junior master, so naturally you're the elder. Lin Shan didn't hastily ask what exactly a junior master was, so as not to expose his ignorance about the martial artist's world. He looked at the two men and said, actually, there's no real enmity between us. But ever since I arrived, your attitudes have been extremely irritating. So tell me, how should we resolve this? The main world was different from alternate worlds. Back in an alternate world, killing someone wouldn't draw any attention, but things were different here. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Shan had no intention of doing anything drastic. When he came, he'd hoped to settle things peacefully. Originally, he wanted to talk reasonably, but they didn't give him that chance. He had already seen through Shi Jinhai's character, a typical petty man who feared power but not kindness. If Lin Shan stepped back, the man would take advantage and push further. Had he followed Pan Yu's earlier advice, future troubles would be inevitable. So Lin Shan decided to directly reveal his strength, intimidating Shi Jinhai into realizing the vast gulf between them. Only then would he abandon any ill intentions. Shi Jinhai exchanged glances with Pan Yu. Pan Yu's eyes held a fierce and resentful glare. Right now, Pan Yu almost wished he could personally kill Shi Jinhai for bringing such a dangerous person upon them. Meanwhile, Shi Jinhai felt utterly miserable. He turned to Lin Shan and pleaded, brother, I failed to recognize your greatness. I deserve death. Just spare me, and anything I own, you can have it all. His current wealth, including assets and cash, amounted to roughly 100 million yuan. He quickly added, my businesses plus liquid cash, if fully converted, would total about 100 million yuan. I'll give it all to you, just please let me live. Lin Shan inwardly exclaimed, holy crap. These past few days, he'd begun to feel slightly wealthy, even somewhat proud of himself. But compared to this seasoned underworld boss, he realized he was still rather inexperienced. Maintaining a calm expression, Lin Shan said, here's what I'll do. Prepare 20 million yuan for me, and this matter ends here. Despite having experienced many intense situations, saying this sentence sent waves of shock through his heart. 20 million yuan. The total profit he'd made shuttling between two worlds recently was roughly around that amount, though admittedly, much of his resources hadn't yet been cashed in. When Shi Jinhai heard the number, he actually felt a sense of relief. 20 million was completely acceptable. With his available cash and withdrawing some stocks and funds, he could gather the sum easily. He even thought Lin Shan was quite decent. Had he been the one making demands, he probably would have asked for the full 100 million. Looking back, he regretted his earlier move. He'd valued his life too much and revealed everything up front. If he'd lied and claimed only 10 million, perhaps he'd only need to hand over 2 million. Forget it. Keeping my life is better than anything. Then, glancing smugly at Pan Yu, he thought, my crisis is over. Let's see how you handle yours. Pan Yu, upon hearing Lin Shan only wanted money, also breathed a sigh of relief. Though he knew he'd shown disrespect, it wasn't nearly as serious as Shi Jinhai's offense. After pondering briefly, he said, Senior, over the years I've accumulated modest savings. To apologize for my rudeness, I willingly offer 10 million yuan as compensation. A complicated mix of emotions surged within Lin Shan. This money was too easy to make. He'd originally come here to help Lu Ying resolve an issue. Yet not only did he not spend a single cent, he now stood to gain 30 million yuan net. This was simply incredible. Outwardly, Lin Shan remained composed, though inwardly he was overjoyed. He nodded and said, fine, let's settle it like that. Upon hearing this, both Pan Yu and Shi Jinhai wore expressions of profound relief. They quickly stood up, their attitudes now completely reversed from when Lin Shan had first entered. Shi Jinhai bowed slightly beside Lin Shan and said, Big brother Shan, well, collecting 20 million will take me some time. This place isn't bad. How about I arrange something entertaining for you? His life was safe now. Men like Shi Jinhai didn't rise to their positions without reason. Here, before someone superior, dignity meant nothing. With his life secured, he immediately began thinking how to build a connection with Lin Shan. Lin Shan waved his hand. No need. I'll be staying at Lu Ying's place for a while. Once you're ready, come find me. Shi Jinhai didn't dare insist, nodding repeatedly. Yes. Having dealt with the two men, Lin Shan left Jinhai Sha. He didn't go anywhere else, but returned directly to Lu Ying's place. Wang Yu was already gone. Lin Shan casually sat down in the living room as if he were at his own home, propping his feet up on the coffee table. After Lin Shan left, Pan Yu and Shi Jinhai exchanged glances. Pan Yu's face darkened as he coldly said, I told you to keep a low profile. Look what happened. You've angered someone we should never have provoked. Shi Jinhai was filled with indescribable frustration. I had people investigate that woman's background. Who could have known she'd end up connected to such a formidable figure after going to Qiantang? Old Pan, I really owe you an apology this time. Pan Yu sighed softly. Forget it. At least we still have our lives. That man is a junior master, such a young one too. He might even be a disciple sent out for training by some hidden family. Humph, asking only for money is already the best possible outcome. Shi Jinhai asked curiously, Old Pan, what exactly is a hidden family? Pan Yu shook his head. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. These matters are beyond your reach. Shi Jinhai pursed his lips and nodded. Right. I'll go raise the money now. Meanwhile, Lin Shan leisurely dialed Zhang Ji's number. The matter is almost settled. Lin Shan recounted everything that had happened at Jinhai Sha to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji responded excitedly. That old guy must have been stunned speechless. Awesome. 3 million yuan. Damn, nothing makes money faster than stuff like this. Then Zhang Ji updated him on the situation with Lu Ying and her daughter. He had arranged for the two of them to stay at a hotel under guard. After hearing this, Lin Shan said, Fine, let it stay that way for now. I'll remain here briefly. Once the money comes through, I'll return. After hanging up with Zhang Ji, Lin Shan called Lu Ying. Before he could even speak, she quickly asked, Lin Shan, are you okay? Lin Shan smiled and replied, What could possibly happen to me? Don't worry, the matter's resolved. That person won't bother you again. Chapter 110, Full Sincerity. Lu Ying asked curiously, You didn't run into any danger, did you? Lin Shan concealed the initial threats. In truth, he hadn't really encountered any danger at all. Back then, Pan Yu had turned hostile, but in the end, it was Pan himself who suffered the consequences. I just had a little talk with him, With people like him, as long as you show enough strength, he becomes friendlier than an uncle. I think you don't even need to return to Ninghai. Andy hasn't been to Qiantang City for a proper visit in years, right? Why not take her and enjoy a good trip around Qiantang? I'll wrap things up here, and once everything's settled, I'll head back too. On the other end of the phone, Lu Ying immediately responded, Yeah, now that you mention it, I never thought of that. I've been in Qiantang for 3 or 4 years, and haven't taken Mom out to enjoy the city properly. Lin Shan, your suggestion is really great. Plan the itinerary well. I'll hang up now. Afterward, Lin Shan ended the call. On the other side, Lu Ying put down her phone. Zheng Hong approached anxiously and asked, Ying, how did it go with that matter? Facing her own mother, Lu Ying couldn't bring herself to blame her, but neither could she fully forgive so easily. Her tone came out rather coldly. Lin Shan said it's already handled. They won't come looking for us again. Zheng Hong stared in disbelief and asked again, So we don't have to pay back the 1 million? Lu Ying nodded. If Lin Shan says so, then it's definitely settled. Mom, don't worry. Zheng Hong looked utterly incredulous. In her eyes, even Wang Jin had been an insurmountable problem. As for Shi Jinhai behind Wang Jin, his power was simply unimaginable. Ying, your friend, Is he really that capable? Hearing this, Lu Ying inexplicably felt a surge of pride. She said, of course, the way you treated him when he arrived. If it were someone else, he'd have given you a hard time. Then she remembered how her third aunt's family had mocked and tormented Lin Shan at first, and couldn't help feeling a pang of sorrow for him. Zheng Hong immediately looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Ying. It's my fault. When he comes back, I'll sincerely apologize to him. Lu Ying shook her head. That's not necessary. Lin Shan isn't petty like that. Just prepare a nice meal, and treat him well when he returns. Zheng Hong nodded repeatedly. Then, lowering her voice, she asked, Ying, is he really your boyfriend? Lu Ying blushed. Mom, don't imagine things. There's nothing like that. Zheng Hong chuckled softly. As someone who'd been through life, if she still couldn't read between the lines at this point, she'd have lived half her life in vain. Still, she didn't say anything more. On the other side, Lin Shan waited until the next morning, when Pan Yu and Shi Jinhai arrived together. When they saw Lin Shan now, both wore flattering smiles. Shi Jinhai bent slightly as he stepped toward Lin Shan and said, Brother Shan, I've prepared the 20 million. I can transfer it to you anytime. Pan Yu quickly followed. Brother Lin, I'm ready too. He had changed his form of address. Having noticed Lin Shan clearly disliked being called senior, he switched to calling him brother instead. Lin Shan nodded and gave them his bank account number. They immediately started processing the transfers. Since everything had been prepared in advance, the money reached Lin Shan's account instantly. Seeing the new 30 million in his account, Lin Shan felt a profound mix of emotions. After completing the transfer, Shi Jinhai said, Brother Shan, I suppose we're friends now despite our rocky start. Do you have time today? Let's grab a meal together. Lin Shan shook his head. No need for a meal. Now that this matter is settled, I should return to Qiantang. Shi Jinhai compromised. In that case, let's add each other on WeChat. Next time you come to Ninghai, Brother Shan, please let me properly host you. Lin Shan nodded, and they exchanged contact information. Though Lin Shan despised Shi Jinhai's character, he knew everything had two sides. Someone like this might still be useful someday. After all, it wasn't a life-or-death feud. Only now did Shi Jinhai finally feel safe. That 20 million was worth every penny. After Shi Jinhai, it was Pan Yu's turn to pay. Once Pan Yu finished his payment, he glanced at Shi Jinhai and said, Xiaohai, I have some private matters to discuss with Brother Lin. You go ahead first. Shi Jinhai dared not protest openly. Lin Shan was beyond his reach, but so was Pan Yu. He could only nod and leave. Yet, suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. If Pan Yu fears Lin Shan so much, then Lin must be far more powerful than him. If I could climb onto this powerful tree, couldn't I finally break free from Pan Yu? After Shi Jinhai left, Lin Shan turned to Pan Yu and asked, What else do you have to say? Pan Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, as if it were difficult for him to speak up, but after a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and finally said, Brother Lin, I know your cultivation has far surpassed mine. For years, I've been troubled by certain cultivation issues, so I was wondering, could you possibly help me out? Offer some guidance. Ah, so that's it. Lin Shan chuckled softly. Having already taken 10 million from the man, tutoring him a little in return didn't seem unreasonable at all. He replied generously. Go ahead, tell me what difficulties you're facing. Pan Yu nearly jumped in joy. Thank you so much. 2 hours later, Pan Yu left Lu Ying's home with countless expressions of gratitude, slowly walking away. After both men had gone, Lin Shan set off on his journey. He drove his own car back to Qiantang City. While still on the highway, Zhang Ji called him and said, Ashen, I found a place. It's inside an office building. Pretty good location. Are you free? If so, let's go take a look together. Lin Shan checked the time and replied, No problem. I'm still on the highway now. Should arrive in Qiantang in about an hour or so. Just send me the location. I'll head straight there. Got it. Zhang Ji hung up and soon sent over an address. Lin Shan glanced at it. The location Zhang Ji had chosen was indeed quite impressive. Their business primarily targeted the high-end market, and this place sat right between several upscale residential communities, giving them access to a broad affluent population. 2 hours later, Lin Shan arrived at the destination. Zhang Ji was already waiting in the parking lot. Parking here was very convenient. Standing beside Zhang Ji was a man in a black suit, likely the property manager. Ashen. Zhang Ji waved and walked over to Lin Shan, then introduced. This is Lu Ming, from the leasing department here. Director Lin, hello. Lu Ming gave a polite smile. Lin Shan nodded back and said, Show us around the space, please. Of course. Please follow me, gentlemen. Chapter 111. Unrest among the demons. The building where Lin Shan currently was called Lingfeng Tower, housing various companies. The space Zhang Ji had his eye on was located on the 5th floor, totaling 400 square meters. Previously used as an eyewear shop, it was now vacant and ideally laid out for Lin Shan's business. 3 offices lined one side of the area, while the other side remained completely open, perfect for displaying their goods. When the group arrived at the 5th floor, Lu Ming opened the main door. The space was indeed impressive, plenty of natural light, large floor-to-ceiling windows, and flooring made not of tile or wood, but sponge padding. Lin Shan inspected the 3 offices and was quite satisfied with the place, though he kept his thoughts to himself in front of Lu Ming. After the viewing, Lin Shan and Zhang Ji went down together to the underground parking lot. Zhang Ji asked, So what do you think of this place? Lin Shan replied, I think it's pretty good. Zhang Ji nodded. Yeah, the location's excellent. Rent here is 20,000 yuan per year. Honestly, that's a bargain for this area. Still, there's no rush. We can keep looking at other spaces too. Lin Shan nodded slowly. Having more options was always better. This place could certainly be considered among the viable choices. By the way, Zhang Ji added, you mentioned before that you still have that large piece of Huali wood. Someone in my circle has been asking about Huali recently. This guy runs a blockchain company, made a fortune in recent years, wants to get a full set of Huali furniture. This was precisely where Zhang Ji proved his value. Lin Shan said, Sure, I'll send you photos of the Huali first, but I can't bring the whole log. It'll have to be cut into pieces before I bring it over. Zhang Ji waved a hand. No problem, just send me the photos later. Alright, Lin Shan nodded, and the two parted ways. Lin Shan drove straight to Lu Ying's rented apartment. She and Zheng Hong were out traveling, but they had already arranged to have dinner at Lu Ying's place later. Since Lu Ying hadn't returned yet, Lin Shan sat in his car and entered the other world. The apprentices at Lin's pawn shop were long accustomed to their mysteriously appearing and disappearing master. When they saw Lin Shan, they bowed respectfully. He headed directly to the storeroom, where Han Jin followed closely behind, reporting on recent gains. Most of it was minor items. The pawn business often worked that way. Feast for half a year from one good deal, then scrape by the rest of the time just to break even. Lin Shan looked over at the huali wood stacked in a corner of the storeroom and told Han Jin, "Manager Han, get a few people to process this log." He had no choice. The huali was simply too large to fit whole into his inventory space and carry back to the main world. It had to be cut into smaller pieces first before he could transport it. Fortunately, since it would be sliced from a single solid trunk, even after being cut and brought to the main world, its origin as one complete piece would still be clearly identifiable. Han Jin raised his brows slightly. "Master, are we selling this huali?" Lin Shan nodded. "That's right." Understanding that certain things were not meant to be questioned, Han Jin gave a quick nod and left to fetch help. Soon, 5 workers arrived and began cutting the massive huali log into 9 sections. After they finished and departed, Lin Shan placed each piece carefully into his inventory. Before that, he had already taken photos and videos of the log. Seeing Lin Shan walk into the main hall, reclining on a lounge chair sipping tea, Han Jin hesitated briefly, then stepped forward slowly. "Master, these days, something seems off in Sanwen County." His expression was grave. Lin Shan remained calm. "What happened?" Han Jin lowered his voice. "Recently, villagers from many villages around Sanwen County have gone missing under mysterious circumstances. The authorities have suppressed the news, but I've heard through unofficial channels. Those missing may have been killed by demons. Their bodies were found mutilated, eaten by demonic beasts." Lin Shan's eyes narrowed. "Are you certain?" Han Jin sighed. "Master, you're well acquainted with old Master Xiao. You could confirm it with him yourself. I feel like something has changed recently." Lin Shan fell silent. In the past, there had been a delicate balance between humans and demons. People did not venture into the mountains and rivers occupied by demons. Those areas served as their hunting grounds. If a human wandered in, it was tantamount to walking into a trap. Death in such cases was expected and unremarkable. Conversely, if a demon dared enter human settlements, it was practically signing its own death warrant. This matter was extremely serious. Any unusual movement among demons affected everyone. Realizing this, Lin Shan stood up. "I'll go see old Master Xiao." With that, Lin Shan left Lin's pawnshop and made his way to the Xiao residence, now a place he was freely allowed to enter. He waited in the hall for a while before Xiao Chong and Gu Yan arrived together, both wearing grave expressions. After sitting down, Lin Shan got straight to the point. "Brother Xiao, I heard from Han Jin that there have been demonic disturbances lately. Is it really true?" Xiao Chong nodded. "Yes. If you hadn't come, I was just about to find you. Things have indeed become strange recently. Suspected demons have sneaked into Sanwen County, harming villagers in the countryside." Lin Shan frowned. "Then why isn't the government taking action?" At this, both Xiao Chong and Gu Yan exchanged peculiar looks. Gu Yan even seemed slightly irritated. Xiao Chong sighed. Ling Hu Cheng's attitude has been very odd. First, he suppressed these reports. Second, he labeled all the perpetrators as roving bandits to pacify the public. His explanation might fool ordinary villagers, but it can't deceive us. This is highly unusual. There have been cases before where demons strayed into human territory. In the past, such incidents would immediately trigger organized suppression campaigns. Lin Shan shook his head. "If this continues, trade routes will surely be affected. Ling Hu Chong shouldn't be so short-sighted. The way he's handling this feels almost like tacit encouragement. Since they were all among trusted allies, there was no need to hold back." Gu Yan spoke bluntly. "Exactly. The signs of demonic activity are crystal clear, yet the authorities remain inactive. It's extremely strange." Xiao Chong then said, "I have a theory." Both Lin Shan and Gu Yan turned to look at him. Xiao Chong continued slowly. "A month ago, the 2,000 county soldiers of Sanwen County were all sent to the prefectural capital. What does that mean? Right now, Sanwen County has virtually no military force left. Only a handful of constables remain." A sudden realization struck Lin Shan, and he immediately understood. It must be that the demons nearby learned Sanwen County currently lacks the strength to resist them, so they took the opportunity to strike. And Ling Hu Chong, unwilling to provoke a larger conflict with them, chose to endure it. Chapter 112, The Sacrificial Pawn. Xiao Chong said. "However, discussing this here is ultimately just speculation. Lin Shan, I hope you'll come with me to see Ling Hu Chong and talk to him in person about this matter. What do you think?" At this moment, Xiao Chong's attitude toward Lin Shan had subtly shifted. It was now tinged with a certain respect. After all, Lin Shan was no longer merely a retainer of the Xiao household. He was also a sworn guardian of the Xinjian sect. This additional affiliation was far from trivial. The fact that the Xinjian sect held Lin Shan in such high regard was no secret in Gaodeng Prefecture. Lin Shan considered it briefly, then nodded. That would indeed be appropriate. The demon menace affected everyone, him included. His business was growing steadily, and any harm that came to travelers passing through Sanwen County would inevitably damage his own interests as well. Then let's not delay. We should go right away. Xiao Chong stood up immediately. Clearly, he had already weighed this decision carefully in his mind. Now that Lin Shan had arrived, it only solidified his resolve. Naturally, Lin Shan had no objections. The two made their way to the county yamen. After the guards announced them, they were quickly escorted to the back hall. They waited only a short while before Ling Hu Chong appeared. At the sight of him, both Lin Shan and Xiao Chong were deeply taken aback. Ling Hu Chong looked utterly disheveled. Previously, he had always been meticulous about his appearance, his beard neatly trimmed. Now, it grew wild and unkempt like tangled weeds, and his official robe seemed stained with grime. An overwhelming weariness hung over him, though his eyes still held a sharp glint. Seeing the two men, Ling Hu Chong sighed. "I thought you'd come sooner or later. You're here about the demons, aren't you?" His words silenced them instantly. Xiaochang finally spoke. Since you already know why we've come, sir, could you please enlighten us? Ling Huchang said, you must know that all the troops in Sanwen County have been transferred to the prefectural capital. Now, the only people under my command are a few dozen constables. Though Sanwen is poor, it still spans 300 li. How difficult it is to govern such an area with only dozens of men. He walked over to the window, gazing wistfully eastward, the direction of Wu Kingdom's capital. After a long pause, he firmly shut the windows and doors, then turned to look at Lin Shan. Even if I don't say it, the Xinjiang sect will likely inform you soon. Rebellions are breaking out everywhere, ambitious men rising like weeds. The imperial court is under increasing pressure to suppress them, which means more and more troops are being withdrawn. Demons are no fools. They see our defenses weakened and won't miss such an opportunity. It's become very difficult. While the soldiers are gone, killing a few demons is still manageable. But have you ever considered what happens after? Killing a few might bring temporary relief, but then more demons from behind them will come seeking vengeance. If conflict escalates, we martial artists may not fear death, but what about the common people? They can't outrun demons. Dark veins webbed Ling Huchang's bloodshot eyes. He truly seemed to be bearing the weight of the county's suffering, overwhelmed by immense psychological strain. So, I approached several demons hiding nearby and struck a bargain with them. They may kill, but only within limits, only a controlled number. The hall suddenly turned cold. The truth was this harsh, sacrificing a few to save the majority. Ling Huchang's reasoning was sound, but Lin Shan spoke up. But sir, have you considered that constant compromise only convinces the demons that we lack the strength to resist them? Their appetite will grow ever larger. Right now, they hunt in villages, but soon they'll expand their range, and the death toll will rise relentlessly. Ling Huchang remained silent for a long time. There was another reason he dared not wage open war against the demons. Once full-scale fighting began, tax collection in Sanwen County would collapse. The imperial court would struggle to extract revenue from here. And who knew whether some local power-hungry figure wouldn't seize the chaos to rise up and rally support. Xiaochang broke in. Lin Shan, I believe the magistrate has his reasons. Sensing the deeper implications, Xiaochang deliberately interrupted Lin Shan. He understood perfectly. Ling Huchang could never fully trust local magnates like them, just as they could never truly place their faith in him. Lin Shan instantly realized he had spoken too freely. He nodded. Very well, I spoke out of turn. Only then did Ling Huchang reply. For now, all we can do is take one step at a time. Xiaochang clasped his hands respectfully. Your Honor, if there's need for contributions from Sanwen's leading families, Xiao stands ready to lend support. Ling Huchang gave a dry chuckle. That day may come sooner than we think. When it does, I shall personally visit your estate. Xiaochang bowed slightly, then took his leave with Lin Shan. The two rode in silence, and it wasn't until they were mounted and riding across the open wilderness that Lin Shan finally spoke. He seems to care about the safety of Sanwen County's people, but at the heart of it, he's just afraid of losing his official position and allowing local magnates like us to grow too powerful. Xiaochang chuckled softly. All men hustle for profit. How many truly care for the common folk? Now that Ling Huchang has no troops under his command, he's like a tiger without claws. His suspicion toward us will only deepen. Then are we really powerless to act? Lin Shan asked. Xiaochang let out a long sigh and shook his head. This isn't something we should involve ourselves in. A man in office handles matters of office. If we start doing what belongs to Ling Huchang, how do you think he'll view us? Lin Shan fell silent. He had been in this world for some time now, most of which he'd spent cultivating. In truth, he didn't feel much sense of belonging. But still, the thought of innocent people being slaughtered filled him with sorrow. After parting ways with Xiaochang, Lin Shan returned to the Lin family pawnshop. The moment he stepped inside, Han Jin came forward and said, Master, Miss Mu Qing from the Xinjiang sect has been looking for you. She's waiting in the workshop. Lin Shan nodded and made his way to the workshop. Mu Qing was watching the craftsmen assemble weapons when she heard footsteps. She turned and saw Lin Shan approaching. Lin Shan. Her expression was grave. She walked up to him and said, Let's find a quiet place. There are things I need to tell you. Lin Shan already guessed what it was about. He countered, Are you here to speak about Sanwen County allowing demons to run rampant? Mu Qing froze momentarily, then slowly nodded. You're a sharp one. I figured even if I didn't come to warn you, you'd probably realize it on your own. Several counties in Gaodang Prefecture have risen in rebellion, and all of Sanwen County's forces have been redeployed. My sect has informed me that they may not be able to pay for the next batch of weapons. I came here to ask you, do you want to return with me to the Xinjiang sect? Chapter 113. The Death of Zheng Tu. The meaning behind these words was clear. Staying in Sanwen County carried certain risks, while returning to Xuanxian sect would naturally be safer. Lin Shan silently looked around at the workers bustling inside the forge, then at the diligent shop boys in Lin Pawnshop, before shaking his head. No need for now. Those monsters probably wouldn't dare kill people within the county walls. Mu Qing said, That's entirely up to you. Around Sanwen County, there are 3 groups of demons. The tiger demon Hu Tai Shui, the leopard demon Bao Chalong, and the turtle demon Gui Sanlang. All bone-forging realm monsters who've lingered in that realm for many years. They won't be easy to deal with. I suspect this is precisely why Ling Huchang hasn't dared to act openly yet. The sect master instructed me upon arrival, Mu Qing continued, that if you choose not to return to Xuanxian sect, from today onward, I'll remain here to assist you in overseeing your enterprises. The sect master also said that weapon forging must not stop. If the government fails to pay, Xuanxian sect will cover the costs temporarily. It seemed like a simple statement, but Lin Shan sensed something unusual beneath its surface. If the weapons weren't meant for the government, then who were they intended for? Lin Shan wasn't a fool. Seeing the look on his face, Mu Qing added quietly, Lin Shan, Gaodang Prefecture is about to descend into chaos. Our sect master has no grand ambitions, but he's determined to preserve Xuanxian sect's legacy. So we must make some preparations. Lin Shan nodded. I understand perfectly. But in his heart, he thought, maybe not now, but once Gaodang truly plunges into turmoil, everything changes. Still, Such things were best left unspoken. Just then, Han Jin hurried over toward Lin Shan. Mu Qing instantly fell silent. When Han Jin reached him, his expression was uneasy as he said, "Master, Zheng Yu wants to see you." Instinctively, Lin Shan asked, "Got a new catch?" Previously, Lin Shan had recruited nearly all the hunters in Sanwen County, organizing them exclusively to hunt for him. The yields were substantial. Through this channel alone, Lin Shan had already earned close to 2 million silver coins from Lu Ye's estate kitchen, after deducting all expenses, of course. He paid the hunters a base salary, but had Zheng Yu supervise them so they couldn't slack off every day. Han Jin replied, "Yes, a tiger." Seeing Han Jin hesitate, Lin Shan frowned. "What is it? Just say it." Han Jin let out a bitter smile and finally blurted, "Master, this is just what I heard. Zheng Yu's son has died." Lin Shan's mind went blank, and immediately the image of that honest young boy surfaced in his thoughts. He remembered, he was called Zheng Tu, a sincere lad. Every time he saw Lin Shan, without a word, he'd kneel and kowtow. Zheng Tu had been the first person Lin Shan saved since arriving in this world, the first connection he'd ever made here. And now he was dead? A complex emotion welled up inside Lin Shan, heavy and indescribable. "How did he die?" Lin Shan asked quietly. Han Jin lowered his voice. "Zheng Yu didn't mention anything about his son. I only heard it from other hunters. 3 days ago, Zheng Tu spotted a tiger. With demons harming people more frequently lately, most hunters have been too afraid to go out. But Zheng Tu insisted on hunting that tiger down." Han Jin paused briefly before continuing. "They say, before leaving, Zheng Tu told the others that his benefactor loved tigers. Since he'd seen one, he had to bring it back for his benefactor. After that, he never came back. When his body was found, it was already half-eaten and mangled beyond recognition. The tiger lay dead beside him." Lin Shan closed his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, almost involuntarily. A surge of anger flared within him, sudden, intense, and unexpected. After a long moment, he reopened his eyes, his expression calm once more. He turned to Han Jin and said, "Take me to see Zheng Yu." "Yes." Han Jin nodded. A short while later, they arrived in front of Lin Pawn Shop. There stood the same old cart, led by Zheng Yu with 3 other hunters. On the cart lay the corpse of a tiger. Zheng Yu looked 20 years older, his entire demeanor hollow, devoid of any vitality. As soon as he saw Lin Shan approach, he hastily stepped forward. "Benefactor, this is the tiger we've just brought in." Lin Shan glanced at the tiger. A single arrow pierced its forehead, clean and precise. No other wounds marred its body. Whoever had shot it clearly possessed exceptional archery skill and formidable strength, an outstanding hunter among men. Unknowingly, that young boy had grown into an exceptional marksman. Yet his life had come to a sudden, tragic end. Lin Shan gave a slow nod. Zheng Yu, dazed and disoriented, clasped his hands together and said numbly, "Benefactor, the goods have been delivered. We'll take our leave now." The other hunters looked as though they wanted to speak, but seeing Zheng Yu say nothing, they remained silent as well. Without another word, Zheng Yu turned and began pulling the cart away. At this, Lin Shan said, "Why didn't you tell me?" Zheng Yu trembled violently, turning around with great difficulty. Lin Shan walked up to the cart and stared straight into Zheng Yu's eyes. The grief in those eyes inexplicably reminded Lin Shan of Lin Jiabao. Lin Shan repeated, "Why didn't you tell me Zheng Tu was dead?" Zheng Yu shuddered again, his face filled with sorrow. "We are hunters. We hunt fierce beasts, and we risk being harmed by them in return. That is our fate," Lin Shan said. "But you clearly know Zheng Tu wasn't killed by any wild animal." The other hunters who had come along wore expressions of indignation. Zheng Yu let out a bitter smile. If the officials say it was an animal that killed him, then it must have been an animal. One sentence, utterly exposing the helplessness of small people. Lin Shan looked at him and said slowly, "Do you think I can't stand up for you?" At these words, everyone present reacted visibly. Zheng Yu especially became suddenly agitated. He hadn't told Lin Shan because he didn't want to bring trouble upon him. Everyone secretly knew Zheng Tu had been killed by a demon, but the authorities refused to acknowledge it. If Lin Shan got involved, wouldn't that be slapping the government in the face? Worse still, it would provoke the demons themselves. That was Zheng Yu's simple reasoning. He didn't want to burden his benefactor any further. As for Zheng Tu, if there was blame to assign, it could only fall on bad fate. Silence hung heavy over the scene. Mu Qing gazed at Lin Shan's back, emotions churning within her. In her heart, Lin Shan wasn't someone who sought trouble. In a certain sense, he could even be described as somewhat cold-hearted. But when it came to those he cared about, he became entirely different. Turning to Han Jin, Lin Shan said, "Han Jin, prepare my horse. I'm going to Jingjia village." Lin Shan uttered no grand declarations, just 2 calm sentences, but they conveyed one clear message. He was taking this matter upon himself. Han Jin snapped back to awareness and quickly replied, "Yes, master. I'll go right away." The look in his eyes now carried a hint of admiration. Having spent some time together, he knew well that his master wasn't a fool. Taking charge of this case would earn him the enmity of both the local authorities and the demons. The only ones who'd benefit were a dead man and an ordinary hunter with no power. In that sense, the master seemed almost foolish. But what follower wouldn't want a master like that? Chapter 114, Head-to-Head. Soon, Han Jin arrived with the horses. Lin Shan turned to Mu Qing and asked, "Are you coming with me?" Mu Qing gave a faint smile. "Of course. I'm your bodyguard now. If something happens to you, how could I face the people back at the sect?" "Then let's go together." Lin Shan mounted his horse, and the group slowly left Sanwen County. As Lin Shan departed from Sanwen County, news of his movements quickly reached Ling Huchang's ears. The messenger hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Sir, if we let Lin Shan come as he pleases, won't it ruin your plans?" Ling Huchang remained expressionless as he said, "Leave first." The man hurried out of the room. Ling Huchang opened the window, gazing up at the sky as he murmured, "If you've truly done something, then so be it." Jingjia village wasn't far from Sanwen County to begin with. 2 hours later, Lin Shan arrived at Jingjia village. This time, he immediately sensed that the atmosphere in the village was different. The villagers on the road wore deep fear on their faces, each one tense and alert. As they saw Lin Shan and his party approaching, crowds gathered to watch. Lin Shan then came to Zheng Yu's home. He dismounted and entered. Inside the main hall stood a funeral altar. Zheng Yu's wife, dressed in mourning clothes, knelt on the ground. Despite the arrival of so many people and the commotion around her, she seemed not to hear any of it, just staring blankly at the coffin before her. Seeing this, Zheng Yu quickly went to his wife's side and said gently, "Wife, our benefactor has come." At the words, "our benefactor," Zheng Hongying's eyes finally flickered with some life. She rose to her feet, and, seeing Lin Shan standing quietly nearby, instantly burst into tears. "Benefactor, my son, he's dead." When Zheng Tu's body was first discovered, the authorities had concluded it was the work of bandits. At that time, Zheng Hongying had wanted to seek justice from Lin Shan, but Zheng Yu had stopped her with harsh scolding. Back then, Zheng Yu had said, "What right do we have to ask our benefactor for justice? He owes us nothing. On the contrary, he saved our son's life first, and then helped us earn money. We already owe him too much. How can we disturb him again?" That argument made perfect sense, so Zheng Hongying abandoned the thought, resigned instead to believing her son simply had bad fate. Now, however, she never expected Lin Shan would actually return. Old feelings stirred once more in her heart, yet still, she held back and did not dare to plead with him. Lin Shan showed no emotion. First, he lit 3 sticks of incense and kowtowed before Zheng Tu's coffin. Then he stepped aside and fell silent. The others who followed him were mostly hunters. Since they had come, naturally each offered their own stick of incense. As dusk approached, the rest gradually dispersed. Only Lin Shan, Mu Qing, Zheng Yu and his wife, and a few close relatives and friends of Zheng Yu remained in the house. Only then did Lin Shan say, "Zheng Yu, I'd like to see Zheng Tu's body." Zheng Yu struggled to contain his grief as he replied, "Benefactor, please open the coffin yourself." The coffin had not yet been sealed. In those days, burial customs involved simple preservation methods to slightly slow decomposition. In recent years, Zheng Yu's family had earned enough money to afford such treatment. Lin Shan walked up to the coffin and gently pushed the lid aside. Zheng Tu's body was horrific to behold. His head was missing, both legs torn off. Only a stump of one arm remained, while only the torso was relatively intact. Lin Shan's gaze hardened. Injuries like these could not possibly have been caused by wild beasts or bandits. He could clearly see that Zheng Tu's legs had been ripped off by immense force. Lin Shan closed the coffin and turned to Mu Qing. "It seems a demon must be behind this." Mu Qing nodded slowly. At that moment, Zheng Hongying finally broke down and sobbed. "My son was killed by a demon, yet those constables insist it was mere bandits and vagrants. Son, you died so horribly." Her sorrowful crying moved even Mu Qing. Relatives quickly guided her away to rest. Lin Shan then asked, "Zheng Yu, where exactly was the body found?" Zheng Yu replied hastily, "In the wastelands 50 miles west of Zhengjia village." Lin Shan turned to Mu Qing and asked, "Is that area still under our control?" Mu Qing nodded. "Yes, but that place is very close to Hu Ta Sui's territory." The implication was clear. The act might well have been carried out by Hu Ta Sui's men. "Let's go take a look." Lin Shan made his decision immediately. Hearing this, Zheng Yu said urgently, "Benefactor, I'll go with you." "Boss, count us in 2. The voices came from outside. Zheng Yu's friends and relatives, most of whom, like him, were hunters. Zheng Yu's face was set with determination as he said to Lin Shan, "Benefactor, the murder of my son is a wound I must avenge. I'm already deeply ashamed to trouble you further. How could I face anyone if I didn't go with you?" The other hunters were equally impassioned, all clamoring to join. It was clear Zheng Yu held great respect among them. Lin Shan understood Zheng Yu's feelings and nodded in agreement. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from outside Zheng Yu's home. "Is it true that Lin Shan, chief constable, is here?" Hearing this, everyone went outside and saw a man dressed in the uniform of a constable, a sword at his side. He looked about 30 years old, sturdy in build, with sharp, alert eyes. Lin Shan said, "I am Lin Shan. What do you want?" The man clasped his fists respectfully. "I wouldn't dare ask for anything, sir. I'm Han Jinlong, a patrol inspector. Hearing that Chief Lin was here, I came specially to offer my service." "Is Chief Lin on official business?" This was the Wu Kingdom's administrative system. Patrol inspectors were stationed across rural areas, since relying solely on county courts caused delays. These inspectors thus held certain authority over local security and order. In truth, their rank was no lower than that of a chief constable. For Han Jinlong to place himself beneath Lin Shan like this showed great deference. Lin Shan replied, "A friend's son has died. I'm here to pay my respects." When Zheng Yu heard Lin Shan refer to Zheng Tu as a friend's son, his heart surged with complex emotions. Han Jinlong sighed lightly and stepped forward. "Young Zheng Tu, I've watched him grow up since he was a child. Barely over 10, yet his archery skills were unmatched by nearly anyone in Sanwen County. Such a tragedy, for such a fine boy to fall into the hands of bandits." Lin Shan glanced at him coldly. He could already feel Ling Hu Chang's influence spreading through Sanwen County. Clearly, men like Han Jinlong knew more than they let on. Lin Shan didn't respond. Instead, he turned and began walking away. Seeing this, Han Jinlong quickly asked, "Chief Lin, where are you headed?" Lin Shan raised his brows and turned to Han Jinlong, his tone laced with hostility. "Do I need to report my movements to you?" Han Jinlong fell silent at once. After a moment, he slowly said, "Zheng Tu's death has already been concluded. The magistrate has even prepared the official documentation." Chapter 115, The Tiger Demon. Han Jinlong had clearly come here to stop him. In response, Lin Shan didn't directly insult Ling Hu Chang with words, since Han was now invoking his name, but instead said calmly, "I'm merely going out to enjoy the scenery. I have nothing to do with Zheng Tu's death." Han Jinlong sighed helplessly and replied, "If that's the case, allow me to accompany you. I'm quite familiar with the areas surrounding Zheng village." Lin Shan knew well that this tale wouldn't be easy to shake off, so he simply said, "Fine, come along then." With that, he led the group out of the village. A few hunters walked ahead carrying torches. The procession was silent. From time to time, Zheng Yu glanced back at Han Jinlong walking at the very end, his expression oddly complicated. Noticing this, Lin Shan asked, "What is it?" Zheng Yu hesitated for a moment before replying. "Master benefactor, truth be told, we've had some bad blood with Han Jinlong. It turned out Zheng Tu had recently reached marriageable age, so Zheng Yu had been trying to find him a good match. Thanks to Lin Shan over the years, the Zheng family had become relatively wealthy within Zheng village, giving them broad options. Zheng Tu had fallen for a girl from the neighboring village, but coincidentally, Han Jinlong also desired her. Han Jinlong had previously been married, but his wife had died, and he wished to remarry. However, the girl favored Zheng Tu wholeheartedly and adamantly refused Han Jinlong. Though Han had never come to provoke them openly, the grudge between them had taken root. After hearing this, Lin Shan gave no particular reaction, only saying, "Let's focus on examining the scene first." After walking for about an hour, they finally reached the desolate mountain where Zheng Tu had died. All around them was silence, broken only by howling wind whipping through tree branches, making them thrash wildly in the darkness like demons dancing. Though these hunters were normally fearless men, even they felt a chill creeping down their spines now. Zheng Yu led Lin Shan to the spot where Zheng Tu's body had been found. Bloodstains were still visible across the ground. Lin Shan turned to Mu Qing beside him and said, "Now it's your turn. If I remember correctly, you once claimed to be quite skilled at dealing with demons and monsters." Mu Qing gave a faint smile and replied, "Just watch." She stepped toward the area with the densest bloodstains, crouching low as if searching for something. After a moment, her delicate hand brushed over something on the ground. Others couldn't see clearly, but Lin Shan's sharp eyes caught it. She had picked up a clump of animal fur. Returning to Lin Shan, Mu Qing opened her palm, revealing the tuft of fur. This was definitely done by a tiger demon. Lin Shan studied the fur as well. It was striped yellow and black, appearing no different from that of an ordinary tiger. He couldn't tell how she'd made such a judgment, but naturally, he trusted her. "Can we track it?" Lin Shan asked. "Not difficult," Mu Qing replied. "This foolish creature didn't even try to hide its trail. Or perhaps it knows full well no one would dare hold it accountable anyway." As she spoke, she glanced meaningfully at Han Jinlong. His face darkened, and he lowered his head without uttering a word. Mu Qing then circled the area briefly, Lin Shan staying close behind. Living alongside demons and monsters in this life, he knew future encounters were inevitable. He wanted to learn from Mu Qing's experience. As she walked, she explained to Lin Shan, "Actually, there's a big difference between demons and ordinary beasts. For one, their footprints. They mostly walk upright on two legs. Also, the scent left by demons is far more pungent and foul compared to normal wild animals. Once you've encountered enough, you'll know how to tell the difference." Suddenly, Mu Qing's eyes lit up as she pointed at a mark on the ground. "Found it." Lin Shan followed her gaze. There, clearly imprinted in the dirt, was a massive footprint. Definitely not human. Following that clue, Mu Qing continued forward, with Lin Shan right beside her. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of a cave. Mu Qing said quietly to Lin Shan, "The demon is inside." Lin Shan hadn't expected that after killing someone, the beast would just stay nearby, taking shelter in this cave. When Han Jinlong saw that Lin Shan had located the demon so quickly, he could remain silent no longer. Stepping forward, he demanded, "Chief Lin, what exactly do you intend to do?" Lin Shan looked at him and smiled slightly. "My friend's son was killed by a demon. You may have made a mistake, but who among us hasn't erred? I won't hold it against you. But now, I mean to avenge my friend's child." Han Jinlong hurriedly interjected, "Chief, if you kill this demon, others will surely seek revenge. You serve in Sanwen County, you're protected, naturally unafraid. But what about the common people living outside? They'll bear the brunt of demonic fury, suffering horribly and dying tragically. Can you shoulder that responsibility?" Han Jinlong was attempting to pressure Lin Shan, using Ling Hu Chang's authority and the safety of innocent civilians. But he hadn't expected Lin Shan to reply immediately and firmly, "I can't." At that moment, a beastly roar echoed from within the cave, followed by the slow emergence of a massive figure. It was indeed a tiger demon. Its body stood nearly 3 meters tall, its waist as broad as a millstone. Its head was that of a tiger, eyes glowing green, drool dripping from the corners of its cruel mouth, utterly ferocious. The hunters, faced with a living demon before their eyes, trembled uncontrollably, unable to summon even a shred of fighting spirit. Only Zheng Yu, though pale-faced, nocked an arrow and drew his bow, aiming steadily at the beast. The tiger demon glanced at the crowd and let out a twisted grin. Then, spotting Han Jinlong hiding at the rear of the group, it spoke. "Old Han, why have you brought so many people this time? This isn't what we agreed upon with our boss." At those words, every eye instantly turned toward Han Jinlong. Han's face turned ashen. Suddenly, he spun around and tried to flee. But Lin Shan and Mu Qing were both bone-forging cultivators. If they allowed a mere mortal to escape like that, they might as well slit their own throats in shame. Mu Qing shifted slightly, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Han Jinlong. With a light pat of her right hand on his shoulder, Han crumpled to the ground, immobilized. He lay there, helpless, staring up at Mu Qing with terror-filled eyes. "A cultivator?" The tiger demon looked at Mu Qing with mild surprise, then said, "Don't you know about the agreement between my boss and your government? Cultivators aren't supposed to interfere in this matter." Lin Shan gazed at the beast, then turned to Mu Qing beside him and asked, "Mu Qing, I remember you once told me that a demon's inner core can greatly accelerate our cultivation progress, correct?" Mu Qing nodded. "That's right. Some powerful demons may even provide additional benefits." Lin Shan continued, "I've had an idea. Since reaching the bone-forging stage, my cultivation has slowed drastically. The path to perfection is still long. I'm thinking of hunting down and killing all 3 bone-forging level demons that have been lurking around Sanwen County. What do you say? Want to join me?" Chapter 116 Lin Shan's Plan, Eradicating Demons. Mu Qing froze, staring at Lin Shan in confusion, until she clearly saw the intense killing intent blazing in his eyes. She immediately realized this wasn't a joke. This was exactly what he intended. "You, Mu Qing shook her head, instinctively wanting to dissuade him. But then she paused. If she and Lin Shan joined forces and took them down one by one, perhaps it wasn't an impossible task after all. She had already witnessed Lin Shan's true strength, which was no less than her own. And afterward, they had both undergone that extraordinary encounter that greatly enhanced their physical bodies. Recalling that event, Mu Qing's face flushed slightly. Breaking through from blood-pooling realm to bone-forging realm was relatively easy, but reaching the peak of bone-forging realm was far more difficult. Mu Qing estimated that, progressing at her current rate, she wouldn't reach the peak until she was 40. But if they followed Lin Shan's suggestion, hunting bone-forging demons for their inner pills, that time could be drastically shortened. Truthfully, Mu Qing had considered such a plan before, but bone-forging demons weren't livestock. How could they possibly be so easy to kill? She turned her gaze toward the solitary tiger demon. Let's deal with this first. Lin Shan nodded. The tiger demon, however, still hadn't grasped the seriousness of the situation. Confused, he asked, "You actually want to kill me?" Before the words fully left his mouth, Lin Shan moved. The tiger demon only saw a blur as a figure appeared right in front of him. His reaction was fast. He instantly slashed with his tiger claws. Each claw was as sharp as a dagger, striking with crushing force. An ordinary human expert in the blood-pooling realm would have been gravely injured had they blocked such a blow directly. But Lin Shan had already reached bone-forging realm. He wanted to test the current limits of his body's resilience, so he didn't dodge. He raised his forearm to block. The tiger demon's claws scraped across Lin Shan's arm, leaving only faint scratches. Instead, the demon himself was flung backward by an immense rebounding force. The ferocity in his eyes instantly turned to terror. Those who had come with Lin Shan erupted into cheers upon witnessing this. Only now did they realize just how powerful their seemingly gentle East Lord truly was. The moment they clashed, the tiger demon knew he stood no chance against Lin Shan. He scrambled to his feet and bolted into the deep wilderness without even looking back. But Lin Shan leaped forward, landing right behind him. Then he clenched his right fist. Crushing heart fist. A flash of dark rage flickered across his knuckles. His fist shot out like lightning, piercing through the demon's flesh and smashing straight into its heart. Even in death, the tiger demon's eyes were filled with disbelief, as if unable to accept that it had ended so quickly. With a thunderous crash, the massive corpse collapsed onto the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Lin Shan calmly stepped forward, seized the dead demon's body with one hand, and dragged it before the group. Even Zheng Yu and the other hunters stared in stunned silence. To them, this tiger demon had seemed invincible. When it first appeared, their minds had gone blank, every thought of resistance extinguished. They'd felt like helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. And yet, it had been killed so easily by Lin Shan. Zheng Yu's face flushed red as he suddenly shouted, "Savior, your might is unparalleled. East Lord, your power is divine." The other hunters joined in, cheering wildly. Seeing this, Lin Shan raised his right hand, motioning for silence. At once, everyone quieted down, though excitement still burned in their eyes. Meanwhile, Han Jinlong, lying on the ground, looked even more grim. Lin Shan slowly approached him and said, "Is there anything you'd like to say?" The tiger demon's words moments ago had made things clear. Zheng Tu's death had been orchestrated by Han Jinlong, who had lured the demon to kill Zheng Tu's day. As for the reason, not hard to guess. It was over Zheng Tu's lover. Some of the duller ones didn't understand yet, but once others explained it, they caught on and glared furiously at Han Jinlong. Han Jinlong's eyes darted nervously. Even now, cornered, he refused to admit guilt. "Head, I don't know what you're talking about. Zheng Tu's death has nothing to do with me. It was his own carelessness, walking into such a place on his own. His own carelessness." The moment those words escaped his lips, they became a confession in themselves. Lin Shan turned to Zheng Yu, whose eyes were bloodshot with rage, and said, "This man is yours to deal with." Hearing this, Zheng Yu took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Savior." It was true that the tiger demon had killed Zheng Tu, but the real culprit behind everything was Han Jinlong. Zheng Yu drew his dagger and walked toward Han Jinlong with a blank expression. Han Jinlong panicked and cried out, "Lin Shan, I'm also part of the government. If Lord Ling Hu finds out you've killed me, he will never let you go." The moment he said this, Zheng Yu hesitated, holding his dagger and looking toward Lin Shan. Lin Shan blinked and said, "Who will know I was the one who killed you? You were bitten to death by a wild beast. That's exactly how it'll be written in the official report." Hearing this, Zheng Yu immediately swung his knife and severed one of Han Jinlong's hands. But he didn't continue. Instead, he turned to the other hunters and declared, "Each of you take a turn. Cut him once." His tone carried an unyielding determination. This was about dragging everyone into it. Everyone here would bear responsibility for what happened today. Lin Shan silently nodded in approval. Zheng Yu had indeed grown. He now showed some skill in commanding others. Unfortunate, then, that he lacked talent for cultivation. Otherwise, he might have been truly capable. The other hunters exchanged uneasy glances. Finally, one stepped forward and stabbed Han Jinlong. Once someone had taken the lead, the rest followed easily, one cut after another. By the time all of them had struck, Han Jinlong was barely alive. Zheng Yu delivered the final blow, beheading him with a single stroke. Then he said, "Son, your soul need not wander far. Your father, with the kind help of our Savior, has avenged you today. If you are reborn as a man, never forget this great kindness." Tears filled Zheng Yu's fierce eyes. He wanted to take Han Jinlong's head back to offer at Zheng Tu's grave, but such an act would attract too much attention, harmful to them all, so he abandoned the idea. The other hunters stepped forward quietly, offering words of comfort. Seeing that enough time had passed, Lin Shan spoke up. "All right, let's head back." Everyone nodded and began returning along the same path. Han Jinlong's corpse was simply tossed into the cave. On the way back, Lin Shan idly turned over in his hand a pill-sized sphere roughly the size of a baby's fist. This was the tiger demon's inner pill. The last time he'd killed Hu Qilong, he'd given the demon too much time, allowing it to destroy its own inner pill. This time, however, he hadn't made the same mistake. Mu Qing said, You can eat the inner pill directly, though the effects would be even better if combined with certain herbs and refined into a proper elixir. Our sect has alchemists who can do this. Chapter 117, Alliance, a small group. Lin Shan tossed the inner core around and said, I'd actually like to just eat one directly and see what effect it has. By all means. Mu Qing replied. It was already late at night when they returned to Zheng's village. Lin Shan didn't stay long. After lighting another incense stick for Zheng Tu, he left. After Lin Shan had gone, Zheng Yu faced the direction he had departed and kept kowtowing repeatedly. Once the two of them were on their way, Mu Qing asked, Did you kill that tiger demon just to avenge Zheng Tu? Lin Shan answered honestly, Not entirely. That was only one of the reasons. If demonic activities grow more frequent, everything in Sanwen County will be affected. I won't be able to remain unscathed either. Secondly, Lin Shan's expression grew slightly grave. Lately, I've been feeling that things are becoming increasingly unstable. In chaotic times like these, only one's own strength can guarantee survival. I've put down roots here in Sanwen County. My business needs protection, and my cultivation must progress faster. I can't afford to wait any longer. These demons lurking around Sanwen County do me no good. But if I eliminate them, my business can return to normal, and my cultivation level will improve. Of course, avenging Zheng Tu was part of the motivation too. It was this emotional influence that ultimately led Lin Shan to make his decision. This was the first time he had revealed his true thoughts to someone else. After listening, Mu Qing said, under Tiger Taishui's command, there's still another bone-forging level tiger demon serving as his second-in-command. The two old demons have occupied Zhuan Mountain for a long time now, with about a dozen blood-moving level underlings beneath them. How do you plan to deal with them? Lin Shan chuckled and said, How else? We just storm straight in and slaughter him. Mu Qing froze, staring at Lin Shan in disbelief. That's your plan. Lin Shan spoke solemnly. Exactly. That's precisely my plan. Right now, we still hold the initiative. Most demons likely believe we wouldn't dare take action. That's our best opportunity. Once we return, I'll summon Guyan, and the three of us will sneak forward quietly until we reach Zhuan Mountain, then strike immediately. The territories of Tiger Taishui, Old Turtle Third Rate, and Treasure Seventh Lord are quite close to one another. This is the first time news has spread of demons being killed. I need to seize this moment before they realize what's happening and eliminate as many demons as possible. Once Tiger Taishui is gone, we won't have to fear the remaining two joining forces. If we manage to eliminate one more, Sanwen County will finally be rid of its demonic menace. Mu Qing listened silently, then suddenly realized that what Lin Shan said indeed held great possibility. But previously, no one had ever considered doing such a thing, nor had anyone dared attempt it. First, finding 3 bone-forging experts was extremely difficult. There were barely a few such people in all of Sanwen County. Second, such boldness and courage weren't something everyone possessed. Mu Qing said, Your plan is actually feasible. I'm just not sure whether Ge Yin will be willing to risk his life joining us. Lin Shan replied, Even if he refuses, I'll still go to Zhuan Mountain alone. But I hope you'll break into Zhuan Mountain and draw away some of their forces along with the second-in-command, leaving me to face off against Tiger Taishui himself. I'll kill him. Mu Qing hurriedly objected. No, that's too dangerous. Lin Shan was currently a key figure being nurtured by Xinjian's sect. They absolutely couldn't afford to let anything happen to him. Lin Shan looked at Mu Qing with a faint, teasing smile. So worried? Do you actually care about me? Now that they were alone together, Lin Shan felt free to joke. Ever since they'd shared intimacy, their relationship could never return to how it once was. Mu Qing shot back sharply. I'm discussing serious matters with you. Tiger Taishui has been renowned for years. You must never underestimate him. If your surprise attack fails, how could I possibly rescue you in time? The concern in Mu Qing's eyes was genuine. Lin Shan paused to reflect and admitted the idea was indeed risky. He dropped the subject and instead said, Let's go talk to Ge Yin first. Speed was crucial. Every moment counted. That very night, the two arrived at Ge Yan's courtyard. Their presence instantly alerted Ge Yin, who woke up and opened the gate. Seeing it was Lin Shan and Mu Qing, he expressed mild surprise. You two coming at this hour? Surely something urgent has happened? Lin Shan smiled and said, Right. Something big. Then, Lin Shan laid out his entire plan. Ge Yan's reaction mirrored Mu Qing's initial shock. Yet after recovering and carefully considering the details, he found the scheme actually had considerable feasibility. Ge Yin was well aware of Lin Shan's capabilities. Since reaching the bone-forging realm, whenever they sparred, Lin Shan won far more than he lost, and Ge Yin could tell Lin Shan was deliberately holding back. After completing the mission, I also have a Tier 3 martial skill called Chui Xin Jing. I can transmit it to you. And over the years, those demons must have accumulated quite a fortune. We'll split their spoils 3 ways. As for the inner cores, Lin Shan intended to keep them for himself. He planned for him and Mu Qing to each take down one of the 2 top-level demons, one being Tiger Taishui, the other his second-in-command, perfectly balanced. Ge Yin showed hesitation on his face. This was only natural. After all, battling demons and monsters was a life-or-death matter. Lin Shan didn't press him, quietly waiting. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Ge Yin gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine, I'll go with you. True to his straightforward nature, Ge Yin immediately turned and went into his house to retrieve his weapon, a large broadsword, clearly indicating his preference for overwhelming brute force over technique. The small group was now complete. Mu Qing asked, Lin Shan, what's the first step you plan to take? Lin Shan said, First, we return to the wasteland and retrieve the dead tiger demon's head. Then, we'll find Tiger Taishui, throw that head into his domain, and provoke him. I want you to handle this part. When Tiger Taishui discovered that the one responsible for killing his subordinate was a bone-forging cultivator, he wouldn't take it lightly. He'd surely send his second-in-command along with several blood-moving underlings. This task required higher combat ability, so Lin Shan believed Ge Yin might not be suited for it, and decided to entrust it to Mu Qing instead. Mu Qing didn't hesitate at all. Alright, leave it to me. Lin Shan continued. Once some of the demons are drawn away by Mu Qing, Ge Yin, You and I will enter the mountain directly and kill Tiger Taishui ourselves. It would become a 2-on-1 fight. A few minor demons might interfere, but they wouldn't change the outcome. Guyan gave a firm nod. After finalizing their plan, the trio returned quietly to where the tiger demon had died, retrieved its severed head, then proceeded toward Zhouwen Mountain. The wasteland was already quite close to the mountain. As they approached Zhouwen Mountain, the air grew noticeably heavier. The three exchanged glances. Lin Shan said, "Then it's up to you." Mu Qing raised the massive head in his hand and said, "Don't worry. If Tiger Taishui chases me out right away, even better, it'll save us the trouble." With that, Mu Qing leaped into Zhouwen Mountain and shouted, "Beasts of Zhouwen Mountain, if any of you dare continue your wicked deeds beyond these mountains, this will be your fate. Just like the beast in my hands." Chapter 118, The Real Decoy. As soon as Mu Qing's voice rang out, furious roars erupted from within the mountains. Soon, one by one, massive figures emerged at the foot of the mountain. By the dim moonlight, Lin Shan saw 7 or 8 tiger demons lining up in a row. When they spotted the severed tiger head in Mu Qing's hand, their howls turned into cries of grief and rage. Among these tiger demons, one stood out from the rest. This particular tiger demon was noticeably larger in size and radiated a far stronger aura. Lin Shan immediately realized this must be either Hu Taosui or the second-in-command of the band. At that moment, the giant tiger spoke. "How dare you? You actually killed one of ours." Mu Qing sneered. "I didn't just kill him. I'm here to kill you too. Are you Hu Taosui, or are you second tiger?" Lin Shan thought to himself that indeed, monsters were monsters, such ridiculous names, basically just numbered titles. The tiger shook his head. "There's no need for our chief to deal with reckless human trash like you. I'll be the one to kill you." With those words, Yi charged forward with a gust of foul wind aimed straight at Mu Qing. But Mu Qing instantly turned and fled, with second tiger hot on his heels, fully intent on flaying him alive. "You lot go after second tiger. Report everything to the chief." 5 other tiger demons at the blood-moving realm rushed after them. The remaining ones returned up the mountain. Lin Shan exchanged a glance with Guyan, then quietly crept up the hill behind the retreating tigers. They followed along until reaching halfway up the mountain, where a vast open platform lay ahead. Lin Shan saw numerous wooden racks set up, each skewering different kinds of meat. Some were wild beasts, but human limbs, arms and legs, were also common. Bones littered the ground, making the entire place look sinister and cruel. At the highest point sat a large throne-like chair. Upon it rested an exceptionally enormous tiger demon. Lin Shan estimated its height to be nearly 4 meters. Such a colossal demonic beast was something he had never seen before. Its bulging muscles brimmed with explosive power, possessing a raw, primal beauty. Lin Shan and Guyan exchanged another glance, silently confirming what they both knew. This could only be Hu Taosui. And truly, his appearance was terrifying enough to command fear. They remained silent, not wanting to startle the beast prematurely, crouching low among the grass, waiting patiently for the perfect opportunity. The returning tiger demons approached Hu Taosui and reported what had just happened. After hearing them out, Hu Taosui did not fly into a rage. Instead, he said calmly, "Second tiger has fallen for their trap. This man clearly intended to lure him away, but I specifically warned him not to stray too far from our territory. Even if it is an ambush, he should still be able to escape back safely. Come, I will go meet these human martial artists myself." Hu Taosui rose to his feet. The difference between him and the other tigers was obvious. His intelligence was clearly superior. Instantly, the tigers began descending the mountain. Meanwhile, Lin Shan positioned himself along the narrow path they would inevitably pass through. As Hu Taosui drew nearer, Lin Shan glanced at Guyan. The message was clear. Strike the moment Hu Taosui passed by. Guyan gave a slight nod.